The boy in front of me is a science genius. Not only does he have an extraordinary memory, but he can also solve those profound problems that other top students cannot answer in just a few seconds. Moreover, he completed all the university courses by the time he was in the first year of high school, but his final exam scores for that year were very poor, and he didn't even finish the questions. As a result, he didn't rank at all in school, leading all the teachers and classmates to think he was a poor student, unaware that he simply had no interest in those exam questions. At this moment, Su Chen was sitting at table 49 in the internet cafe, watching advanced mathematics teaching videos on a certain website at double speed. Sitting next to him at table 48 was Chiu Yang, a student majoring in aircraft research at Yanhang, who was seriously searching for aircraft information online and then doing various calculations on a draft. His expression showed a sense of helplessness, as it seemed he had encountered a very difficult problem. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that Su Chen at table 49 was actually watching teaching videos from two universities at double speed simultaneously. Chiu Yang suddenly became interested in the teenager next to him and active greeted Su Chen, "Classmate, which year are you in?" Su Chen shyly informed him that he was in the first year of high school at UDU. Chiu Yang was shocked. "Aren't you taking university courses? How can you understand them if you're only in the first year of high school?" Su Chen replied, "These university courses are very simple, and they're much more interesting than the first-year high school courses." Chiu Yang asked again, "Then your grades at school must be very good, right?" Su Chen said, "It's just okay, even a bit lacking." Chiu Yang was somewhat confused by Su Chen's contradictory words. He found university courses easy, yet his grades in the first year of high school were poor. What kind of logic was that? Did he only excel at tackling difficult problems and not care about simple ones? Su Chen was unaware that Chiu Yang was overthinking this. He simply found the courses on the computer more appealing. So he politely asked, "Is there anything else?" Chiu Yang said, "You seem to be quite interested in mathematics and physics. I've encountered some problems here, and I wonder if you can find a solution." As soon as Su Chen heard that the other party had an unsolvable problem, he immediately became interested and took the few drafts handed over by Chiu Yang. He only glanced at them a few times and understood, saying, "This is a transformation matrix between an inertial coordinate system and a moving coordinate system. The motion model here could still be optimized further. As for how to optimize it, you'll need to provide me with more detailed information." Chiu Yang was instantly stunned. The fact that this high school freshman could articulate these professional terms was enough to prove that he could understand them. Chiu Yang asked again, "So do you know what problem I am actually researching?" Su Chen replied, "From the information you just provided, I can only speculate that it is related to aircraft, and one should be a ground coordinate, while the other is a coordinate system reference to the aircraft itself." Chiu Yang was instantly dumbfounded, and he became even more curious about the extent of Su Chen's abilities. Then he tentatively said, "This is confidential information." Su Chen replied, "Don't worry, although I have a photographic memory, I promise I won't tell outsiders." Upon hearing this, Chiu Yang felt a bit helpless. The boy was indeed too sincere, which made him lose his reservations and generously handed over all his draft papers to Su Chen, explaining that this was a drone model, which involved the construction of a kinematic model for posture movement. Su Chen looked at the content on the draft, a faint excitement appearing on his face. He said, "Can you give me 2 sheets of draft paper?" Chiu Yang looked seriously at what Su Chen had written, while his brain quickly started to think as well. Su Chen asked for the draft paper not for calculations, but more to directly write down the ideas in his mind. In just a few minutes, he finished writing all his thoughts and returned the pen and draft paper to Chiu Yang. Chiu Yang took the draft paper and focused intently on it, his face full of excitement. The modification plan proposed by this young man is better than the model he designed before. There was a part of the content that Chiu Yang couldn't quite understand. When he turned back to ask Su Chen, he was shocked to find that the boy at the next table had already disappeared. At this moment, Su Chen had already returned home and was eating the chicken leg rice he had packed on the way. He recalled the knowledge of aircraft design he saw in the internet cafe and found it quite interesting, so he took out his old phone and sent a message to his father, Su Gang, stating that he wanted to buy books on aircraft. After receiving the message, Su Gang quickly replied to Su Chen, saying he would arrange it as soon as possible, and also mentioned that in addition to these advanced topics, he should also study high school knowledge seriously in order to get into a better university. Su Chen replied, I will try to score more points in the next exam." Su Chen naturally understands his family's expectations of him, but in this matter, he has really tried his best. Only the things he is truly interested in can keep his brain in a state of high-speed operation. But those test questions are like college students doing elementary school questions for him, which is extremely frustrating. In the days after Chiu Yang returned home, he modified the dynamics model of his deteriorated quadrotor drone according to the ideas provided by Su Chen at that time. And the results delighted him. The modified model exhibited even better performance, showing far superior results in the simulation software compared to the previous model. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to leave the teenager's contact information at the internet cafe, and it was truly a pity to miss such a genius. In fact, up to now, he still hasn't fully understood all of Su Chen's derivation processes, which is unacceptable for him as a professional researcher. Moreover, if his own mentor knew that a first-year high school student helped solve the problem, he would probably find it hard to hold his head up. Just then, Xiao Yang's phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was his mentor Wang Jiheng. Wang Jiheng was calling to ask about the progress of the project. Faced with Wang Jiheng's question, Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment before answering, telling his mentor that the previous model had undergone some optimizations and the results were better than before, but he avoided mentioning Su Chen's situation. Upon hearing about the model optimization, Wang Jiheng eagerly wanted to see the results, so he asked Xiao Yang to come to the office. Xiao Yang walked towards the aviation academy with his computer, feeling a bit worried that his mentor would find out it wasn't his optimization. With a nervous heart, he arrived at the office, pulled up the simulation data after modifying the model, and introduced it to Wang Jiheng. Looking at the data on the screen, Wang Jiheng nodded in approval and said, "The joint control of the slider and rotor this time has significantly improved the system's attitude control capability." Wang Jiheng then asked, "With such progress, why didn't you tell me right away?" Xiao Yang replied, "Because there are still some details that can be further optimized, so I didn't report to you." But at that moment, Xiao Yang didn't dare to look Wang Jiheng in the eye. He wished so much that Wang Jiheng would let him go back. Wang Jiheng said, "Let me first see what specific modifications you made to the model that allowed the data to perform so well." Xiao Yang had no choice but to introduce his model to Wang Jiheng with a stiff upper lip. Wang Jiheng commented, "Not bad, this is indeed a very clever idea. How did you come up with this idea? It involves a very complex calculation process, right?" Xiao Yang said, "Teacher Wang, I started with the derivation of the formula, and then I made the model modifications." Wang Jiheng asked, "Did you bring the derivation process? Let me see." Xiao Yang said, "At that time, I derived it on draft paper, and today I only brought my computer." Wang Jiheng was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Anyway, it's all your own derivation. Just take a few more minutes to write it out again." Xiao Yang had no other choice. He still remembered that derivation process and had to derive those formulas again on the spot. It's just that the derivation written by Su Chen at that time was somewhat abbreviated, and Xiao Yang still hasn't fully understood it, so it hasn't been completed yet. Wang Jiheng carefully looked at the formulas derived by Xiao Yang, and after about 20 minutes, he finally spoke. "Your optimization in the calculation of the position vectors of the body and the slider, as well as the mechanical analysis of the system's center of mass translational dynamics model, is really quite novel." Hearing Wang Jiheng say this, Xiao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he should be able to escape a disaster. But the next second, Wang Jiheng pointed to one of the formulas and asked, "Xiao Yang, how did you derive this formula?" The formula Wang Jiheng was referring to was the one that Xiao Yang had not fully understood, and it was also the part that Xiao Yang had not had time to ask Su Chen about when he was at the internet cafe. At this moment, Xiao Yang became a bit flustered and found an excuse, saying he forgot how it was derived at that time. Wang Jiheng was taken aback and said with an incredulous expression, "How could you possibly forget the process you derived yourself? Think about it carefully again." Xiao Yang understood at this moment that the matter could no longer be concealed, and he ultimately decided to be honest with Wang Jiheng. "This plan was created with the help of others, and I still don't understand the derivation of this formula." Upon learning the truth, Wang Jiheng was naturally a bit angry and criticized him for not speaking up earlier, only willing to confess when the matter could no longer be hidden. However, Wang Jiheng did not pursue it further. Instead, he went on to derive the formula himself. After a few minutes of working on the draft, he successfully completed some of the steps. Xiao Yang watched Wang Jiheng's derivation process and finally began to gradually understand the origin of this formula. He became puzzled again. At that time, Su Chen did not have such a complicated derivation and directly wrote out this equation. Could it be that this young man's ability is stronger than that of his own mentor? Wang Jiheng glanced at the still deep in thought Xiao Yang and said, "Don't hide anything in the future. Who did you consult for this model copy? You can tell that this person has a strong professional level." Xiao Yang replied, "Teacher Wang. He is a first-year high school student." Wang Jiheng's face was filled with confusion at this answer. A first-year high school student? How is that possible? The various knowledge of mathematics, physics, and other subjects used in this model calculation are mostly learned in university and graduate school. If the foundation is not good, it is difficult to even understand the formulas. Xiao Yang said, "Teacher Wang, I really didn't lie to you." Then Xiao Yang detailed his experience of meeting Su Chen in the internet cafe again. Wang Zhihong sighed. I really didn't expect that there would be such a talented young boy in Yudu, who was already studying advanced knowledge in his first year of high school. This child is really special. It would be great if he could come to Yanhang. I really want to meet this child. I'm just about to go on a business trip to Yudu, so you should come with me and we can chat with this child. Xiao Yang also wanted to see Su Chen again, so he readily agreed to the teacher's idea. Classroom of Class 15 at Yudu High School. In the classroom of Year 2 Class 15, Su Chen was sitting in the last row, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Su Chen had been continuously sitting in the last row for a long time. In fact, in the beginning, Su Chen would have joined the others in the normal rotation of seats. It wasn't until the homeroom teacher realized that Su Chen often failed to listen carefully in class that things began to change. In the beginning, the class teacher would also communicate with Su Chen's family about this matter. But after a long time, Su Chen's state of listening to the class also remained little change, so the class teacher had to arrange Su Chen in the last row. After all, front row seats are very valuable, and someone who doesn't even listen to the class doesn't deserve to waste a better seat. Chapter 6, The World of Genius. And Su Chen wouldn't be dissatisfied with this arrangement. Listening to this kind of course would have been a boring and even somewhat painful thing for Su Chen. In Su Chen's eyes, these teachers were just going over some extremely childish knowledge at a very slow pace. After a lesson, Su Chen could hardly get anything out of it, just like a college student going to an elementary school class. Of course, after a period of time, Su Chen also found a way to make the classroom a bit more interesting. Su Chen would often think about all sorts of things in his own mind, such as constructing a random complex equation and then solving it directly in his mind. Or derive formulas in your head, including some formulas that are only learned in undergraduate and graduate school, or even various formulas that don't even appear in books. At times, Su Chen would also fantasize an object in his mind and simulate its movement, while analyzing its various data and predicting the state of movement it might be in afterwards. Only when occasionally relaxing his brain, Su Chen would listen a little to what was going on in the classroom and find a few questions that he didn't find so boring to do. In the classroom, the math teacher is explaining a lesson about three-dimensional geometry and space vectors. A line in a plane divides a plane into two parts, each of which is called a half-plane. The figure formed by two half-planes from a straight line is called a dihedral angle. This part is not considered very difficult, but it is still computationally intensive, and normal computation of a three-dimensional geometry and space vectors question usually takes a few minutes or more. While the other students were listening to the lecture or taking notes, Su Chen was directly constructing two planes in his mind, just like what he had constructed in the simulation software. As long as Su Chen defined the data of these two planes, the corresponding dihedral angle results would also be obtained in an instant, and there was no need for tedious calculations at all. By this time, the math teacher had finished talking about solving dihedral angles and had hit a question on top of the projection screen. As shown in the figure, in the quadrangular cone PABCD, PAB is an equilateral triangle, AB equals BC equals CD, AD equals CD equals 2, angle ADC equals 120 degree, PD equals square root 6, and F is the midpoint of AD. If the point E is moving on the line segment PC, let the plane PAB intersect the plane PCD at L. Find the cosine of the angle between the plane BF and the plane CF when the angle between the line L and the plane BF takes its maximum value. This is not a very simple dihedral angle problem, as it involves moving points and is a little more complicated to solve than normal. Normally, such a question would not be suitable as an example question at the beginning, but of course it is very commonplace in Yuda 1. Even though Year 2 Class 15 was just an ordinary class, more than half of the students in the class had the ability to get into a 211 university, plus they had basically studied these courses in advance, so it was naturally not suitable for them to go back to topics that were too easy. After the math teacher gave the questions, the class took their pens and did the calculations. Most students still have a clear idea of how to solve this problem. First, they find the characteristics of the line L, then set up a suitable spatial right-angle coordinate system, write the coordinates of the key points, the coordinates of the vectors, compute the normal vector to the plane, express the angle made by the line L and the plane BF, solve for the maximum value, and finally compute the cosine of the dihedral angle. But even if this idea has been clarified, the entire calculation process consumes several minutes to 10 minutes, and the process is prone to calculation errors. After spending a few seconds scanning the topic, Su Chen immediately wrote out a result on the paper, 2 square root 111/37. At this moment, the other students had only just begun the step of establishing a spatial right-angle coordinate system, and there was still a big gap between them and calculating the final result. It wasn't until 5 minutes had passed that the first student finished his calculations, so he looked up to the teacher. After the math teacher walked over, he checked up on the student's solution and gave a slight nod of approval. Well, there's no problem with that result, and the process will have to be written up a little more completely for the exam. Okay, thank you teacher. This student is the best math student in the class, usually not below 140 in math, and the result he just calculated is exactly 2 square root 111/37. 10 minutes later, the math teacher signaled for everyone to stop writing and announced the answer to the example question. Okay, everyone, take a look at the answers on top of the projection. The process and calculations are important in this question, and these parts I've highlighted are all the scoring points for this question. Due to some time rush, some of you haven't done the whole question yet, and some of you made some mistakes on the top of the calculation and didn't come up with the correct result. Suchen's attention, on the other hand, was long gone from this topic. In Suchen's brain, a three-dimensional graphic that was so complex that it made people feel dizzy was being constructed, and Suchen was quickly calculating the various data about this graphic, killing his time. Mr. Wang, this is Yuduno. One middle school. Xiao Yang pointed at the Yuduno. One middle school gate not far away and said to Wang Jiheng. After finishing their business trip to Fengzhou, Wang Jiheng and Xiao Yang came to Yudu together as previously agreed, to try and find that mysterious genius. Well, Xiao Yang, can we go in now? It was Wang Jiheng's first time in Yudu and he was very unfamiliar with all parts of the place, so he still had to let Xiao Yang, a local, be his guide. Mr. Wang, I'll contact the teacher and then I can go in. Nowadays, high schools are all closed and outsiders can't just come in and out, but of course, for Xiao Yang, it's not really a difficult thing. Xiao Yang was familiar with many of the teachers at Yuduno. One middle school, so as long as he had the teachers talk to the security guards, there would be no problem entering the campus. Hello? Is this MS Zhong? I'm Xiao Yang, yes. That's Xiao Yang from the 15th class. I'm at the entrance of the first middle school right now. The first person Xiao Yang contacted was his class teacher at the time, Zhongyu, and fortunately, this first call went through. After Zhongyu said a few words to the security guard, Xiao Yang and Wang Jiheng were quickly invited into the campus. I haven't been back in Yudu 1 years, either. Walking on the campus of Yuduno, one middle school, those past events also began to flip in Xiao Yang's mind. Back in the day, Xiao Yang was also considered a no-nonsense school bully, and even in the rocket class of Yuduno, one middle school, his grades were among the top. During the college entrance exam, Xiao Yang even scored 662 points and was admitted into the aircraft design and engineering program of Yinhang. Chapter 7. Really? I don't believe it. This score was able to rank in the top 30 among the science students of Yuduno. One middle school back then. One must know that every year, Yuduno, one middle school had about 10 students who were able to get into Shui Muanyin University. It takes a lot of talent and a tremendous amount of hard work to place at the top of such a competitive high school. In the years following Xiao Yang's graduation, Yuduno, one middle school had undergone some changes, but Xiao Yang still quickly found Zhongyu's office. Mr. Zhong, long time no see. Yeah, Xiao Yang, we must have not seen each other for a few years. I remember you went to Yinhang after graduation. Are you working now or continuing your education? I'm currently studying for my doctorate at Yinhang, researching in the direction of aircraft design. This is my mentor, Professor Wang Jiheng. Ah, hello Professor Wang, nice to meet you. Zhongyu and Wang Jiheng shook hands, while there was some doubt in his heart as to why Xiao Yang had brought his mentor to Yuduno, one middle school. And Xiao Yang only now realized that he had come over too hastily and didn't even have time to buy Zhongyu a little something, so his face was indeed a bit not so good anymore. But Xiao Yang couldn't care less, the priority was to see if he could find Suchen here. It's like this, Mr. Zhong, I met a student before, the probability is that he should be from Yuduno, one middle school, and my tutor thinks that he's particularly talented, so he would like to talk to him face to face, and if it's possible, to see if we can find a way to get him bailed out of Yinhang. Listening to Xiao Yang, Zhongyu roughly understood the reason why Xiao Yang and Wang Jiheng came here. However, Zhongyu was still somewhat unable to believe that Yuduno, one middle school really had such outstanding students, to the point of making a professor from a college personally pay a visit, which was indeed something that was mind-boggling to him. Xiao Yang, can you tell us some of the characteristics of this student? Well, this student is starting his sophomore year of high school and is better at math and physics, maybe a little biased. The personality is very introverted, the behavior seems a bit strange, likes today's, not quite like normal students. Listening to Xiao Yang's somewhat vague description, Zhongyu had a hard time determining who this student really was for a moment. I happen to be taking sophomore math right now, but there doesn't seem to be any student that fits that profile. Tell you what, I'll start by lending you the student files for the first and second year classes, and you can see if you can find this student. Sophomore classes 1 and 2 are the two rocket science classes in the sophomore year of high school, bringing together the highest achieving group of students in the grade. If this student was really like what Xiao Yang described, perhaps it was a student from the rocket class. Okay, thanks Mr. Chung. After receiving the student files of these two classes, Xiao Yang quickly flipped through them. On top of each student's file, there was a 1-inch photo of that student, and with Xiao Yang's memory of Suchen, it was definitely possible to recognize Suchen's face. However, after carefully looking through the student files of these two classes, Xiao Yang did not find Suchen's face. Mr. Zhong, he's not in these two classes. Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly. And at this time, Zhongyu seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Xiao Yang with some excitement. Right. Xiao Yang, I almost forgot, go look for the student files of class 16. Based on these characteristics you mentioned, it's actually more likely that he's a student of class 16. Hearing Zhongyu's words, Xiao Yang also froze for a moment, not understanding the meaning of Zhongyu's words for a moment. Looking at Xiao Yang's puzzled look, Zhongyu smiled and explained. It's like this, Class 16 is an Olympiad class, which was only established in the last 2 years in the first high school. Many of the students in the Olympiad class don't have too high of an overall grade, but at least one subject is outstanding, even exceeding the level of normal high school students. They all aim to hit the competition, and are considered some of the more special kids. Listening to Zhongyu's explanation, Xiao Yang then understood what was going on. In fact, you do know. One middle school had always had students participating in high school competitions in various subjects, and when Xiao Yang was in school, he had also participated in the preliminary rounds of a math competition. Because at that time, Xiao Yang only participated in the competition with the attitude of trying, and did not achieve any particularly outstanding results, which also made Xiao Yang realize the gap between himself and the real geniuses. In recent years, you do know. One middle school has begun to emphasize the cultivation of competition students, which has led to the establishment of an Olympiad class to provide targeted training for these special students. I see, so it's really possible that this kid is in class 16. Receiving the student file of the second year 16th class, Xiao Yang hurriedly flipped through it. Wang Jiheng, who was waiting anxiously on the side, had also found hope and was somewhat impatient to find Suchen right away. However, what made them all feel a bit disappointed was that until Xiao Yang had gone through the student files of the second year 16th class, back and forth a few times, he still hadn't found Su Chen's face. Mr. Zhong, neither does class 16. Maybe. This kid is just a student in the regular class. A student in an ordinary class? That's unlikely, isn't it? It's impossible for a student who can make you guys feel that he's gifted to stay in the ordinary class only? Zhongyu didn't think that such a possibility really existed, because even if this student was really biased, he would definitely be selected for the Olympiad class. He told me before that his grades aren't good. I thought he was just a little biased before, but now it seems that maybe he actually doesn't do well in all subjects. A genius who doesn't score well in all subjects? Xiao Yang, if you put it like that, I don't know how to understand it. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yang was a student that he had taken under his wing, Zhongyu was afraid that he wouldn't believe that such a contradictory genius could exist in this world. Xiao Yang himself is also clear in his heart. What he said is indeed a bit ridiculous. It is possible that Su Chen is actually not in Yudo-no one middle school at all, and he and Wang Jihong will have to make a trip for nothing today. Tell you what, Xiao Yang, if you still want to look for it, I can lend you all the student files from the other classes. I still need to prepare for the class afterward here, so you can just look for yourself first. Well, Mr. Chung, then I'll trouble you. And just as Xiao Yan was about to go through the student files of the other classes, another teacher in the office, however, suddenly interjected. Hey, this student you guys are talking about kind of looks like a student in the class I'm taking. Hearing this teacher's words, everyone turned their attention to him. Mr. Zhao, you said you know this student? Zhongyu was also a bit surprised when he heard this. Before, Zhongyu had never heard him mention that he had brought such a student. Chapter 8. This teacher's name was Zhao Chen, and she had just finished giving math lessons to the second year 15th class. After returning to his office, Zhao Chen happened to overhear some of the conversation between Xiao Yang and Zhongyu. Originally, Zhao Chen didn't want to join in, but when he remembered something from the math class just now, he couldn't help but strike up a conversation. I can't say for sure yet, except that one of the students I've been working with does seem a little special. This student's math grades aren't that great and they're very inconsistent, and there are times when it's hard to even pass. But when I look at his roles, I often get the hardest questions on the roles, and even if the process isn't exactly standardized, or even if he only writes out one answer, the result must be correct. I thought before that he wasn't just copying other people's results, but that I was sure that wasn't the case. Sometimes in class, he can also manage to make the questions I give him right away and solve them much faster than everyone else. In fact, when the students were asked to do the problem in the last class, Zhao Chen had seen that result that Su Chen had written on the draft paper. But because Zhao Chen knew that this student's character was a bit special, Zhao Chen didn't make a sound about it, and just made a silent note of it in his heart. There's even such a special student in class 15? How come I've never heard of it before? Just as Zhongyu felt a bit surprised by this, Xiao Yang had already quickly flipped up the student files of class 15. Found it. Really found it. His name is Su Chen, and he is indeed a student from year 2 class 15. Xiao Yang remembered Su Chen's face very clearly and confirmed that his memory must not be wrong. That's right, his name is Su Chen. The face and name match, so it must be this student, there's no mistake. Zhao Chen concurred. Confirming that Xiao Yang had already found this student, Wang Jiheng on the side was also a bit excited and couldn't wait to go to class 15 to find Su Chen. Then, Mr. Zhong, we'll go to the second year 15th class first. Well, you guys get over there and contact me if anything happens. If it wasn't for the other work at hand, Zhongyu would kind of want to go over with them to see Su Chen. However, when Xiao Yang and Wang Jiheng arrived at the classroom of year 2 class 15, they found that class 15's classroom was already empty. Normally, even after class, it is unlikely that students will all go out of the classroom. Many students will choose to study or rest in the classroom when class is over, and usually only those who go to the restroom will go out. Xiaoyang quickly reacted and pointed to the class schedule on the blackboard and said to Wang Jiheng, "Mr. Wang, their class next period is gym class, why don't we go to the playground and look for him now?" Well, that's good. Wang Jiheng and Xiaoyang wouldn't be bothered by this, and they were already very content to be able to find information about this child. At this moment, the students of the second year 15th class were doing warm-up exercises on the basketball court. Normally, there are 2 gym classes a week in high school, but after sophomore year, gym is cut to just 1 a week. The gym teacher usually doesn't give everyone a hard time, and after a few minutes of warm-up exercises, he lets the students go about their free time. It was a rare time for the students to relax, with most of the boys teaming up on the basketball court to play some basketball, and the girls walking around the playground in groups. Suchen didn't join the team playing basketball, but was just in the corner of the basketball court, silently looking at the court in a daze. Suchen didn't really like sports or participating in group activities, but he was still able to find some fun in gym class. Whenever someone took a shot, Suchen would analyze the movement state of the basketball to calculate the trajectory of the basketball afterward, so as to determine whether or not the ball would be able to go in. Suchen's ability is very accurate, almost 100% successful prediction of whether the basketball can be thrown into the basket, and even the trajectory of the shot after the iron can be roughly calculated. Mr. Wang, the kid named Suchen is right there. After looking for half of the playground, Xiaoyang finally saw Suchen's face in the corner of the basketball court. Following Xiaoyang's finger, Wang Jiheng could also see that the child was indeed Suchen. This was the first time Wang Jiheng had seen Suchen in person, but with just this glance, Wang Jiheng understood why Xiaoyang had felt that Suchen was so special at that time. There was a strong sense of loneliness about Suchen, and he actively drew boundaries with other people, without any desire to get close to them. However, looking at the bland expression on Suchen's face, he was indeed immersed in this state, and did not have the kind of pain that prevented him from integrating into the rest of the group. Mr. Wang, should we go over and take a look? Looking at the way Wang Jiheng froze in place, Xiaoyang asked tentatively. Well, let's go over and talk to him. Until Xiaoyang and Wang Jiheng were already very close to Suchen, Suchen's attention was still on the basketball and did not notice Suchen's arrival. Suchen! Hearing Xiaoyang call his name, Suchen then turned his head to look at Xiaoyang. Seeing Xiaoyang's face, Suchen was also a bit surprised. Suchen naturally remembered Xiaoyang, even if it was just someone who had seen a glance, Suchen could clearly remember their face, let alone someone who had once chatted with Suchen for a few words. It was just that Suchen hadn't expected that he would still see Xiaoyang here. What are you doing here? Nothing, just wanted to thank you. The model after your modifications did work much better than before. Xiaoyang was not in a good position to come up and say the real purpose of their coming here, so he had to find a random topic to deal with first. Wang Jiheng didn't rush forward to communicate with Suchen, and just stood aside, quietly observing Suchen. Oh, the model I built that time wasn't really too good. Recently I read some books related to aircraft design, and I realized that model still has a lot of places that can continue to be optimized. Do you want to hear about it? When facing Xiaoyang again, Suchen's words became a lot more, and Xiaoyang realized that Suchen's ability to express himself shouldn't be a problem, only that he usually wasn't willing to express himself. Can that model continue to be optimized? How did you do that? Xiaoyang didn't expect that Suchen could continue to optimize on top of this model, so he hurriedly asked for advice and curiosity. Wang Jiheng on the side was just as surprised as Xiaoyang and immediately focused his attention, ready to listen to this train of thought of Suchen's. Suchen's explanation was very fast, and the process of analyzing was full of jumps, and just by relying on Suchen's verbal explanation, Xiaoyang didn't even understand what Suchen was actually talking about. Chapter 9. Does this need any explanation? After thinking carefully, Wang Jiheng had roughly understood Suchen's thought process, only that there were many details in it that Wang Jiheng didn't fully understand. How about, did you get that? Seeing that Xiaoyang had been silent with a puzzled look on his face, Suchen inquired tentatively. Xiaoyang was too embarrassed to say that he hadn't understood at all, and looked his eyes towards Wang Jiheng with a look of help in his eyes. I probably get it. Here you are using the vector differential law to project the differential form of the equation under the body coordinate system and then get the three-dimensional advection dynamics equation for the body's center of mass under the body coordinate system, right? Wang Jiheng took this opportunity to join the conversation between Suchen and Xiaoyang. Suchen glanced at Wang Jiheng and didn't ask anything more, nodding his head in reply. Yes, this method is indeed a bit better than the previous one. We can also start by ignoring the rotational properties of the slider when analyzing the absolute momentum moment of the system to the center of mass. Suchen quickly exchanged some of the details with Wang Jiheng, but Xiaoyang was listening to the clouds on the sidelines, somewhat doubting whether he was studying the aircraft design specialty. At this time, Wang Jiheng took out a pen and paper from his bag and wrote out the several formulas that Suchen had just mentioned on the paper. Suchen, from this step to this step, how did you roll it out? Well, does this need explaining? The puzzled expression on Su Chen's face wasn't feigned, and in Su Chen's eyes, this kind of deduction was just a very logical thing to do. Wang Jihong smiled helplessly at his words, and seeing that Su Chen didn't bother to explain, Wang Jihong had no choice but to do his own calculations. After spending 5 minutes on the derivation, Wang Jihong finally managed to figure out the relationship between the two formulas. Su Chen, do you see that I deduced it correctly? Well, indeed. But I don't think it's necessary to write about these processes in such detail, is it? It's easy to work it out. Is that so? It seems like I'm still a bit too stupid. No, you're still smart. Wang Jihong was already one of the few people Su Chen could discuss problems with, and in Udano-1 middle school, Su Chen had never been able to find such a person. Being praised by a high school student going like this, Wang Jihong surprisingly looked a bit elated, even a bit more so than publishing a paper. Zhou Yang's mood at this time is somewhat helpless. Even his own mentor in Su Chen's eyes are only considered a pretty smart person, then in Su Chen's eyes, I'm afraid that he is just a not too smart person. Having said that, Wang Jihong also felt that it was time for him to explain his intentions to Su Chen. Su Chen, I haven't had a chance to introduce myself to you yet. I'm Wang Jihong from Yanhang, a professor who researches aircraft design. I know we've come a bit abruptly this time, but I really appreciate your talent. If you like the specialty of flight vehicle design, I can find a way for you to come to us, for study and research. Listening to Wang Jihong's explanation, Su Chen gradually understood why Wang Jihong and Zhou Yang had come to find him. Before this, Su Chen hadn't considered something so distant, but he did still have some interest in researching in this direction. This also allowed Su Chen to not feel tired of Wang Jihong's arrival, only that he hadn't made a decision right away at the moment. Can I reconsider? Of course, it's all your freedom. We can start by adding a contact if you'd like. Su Chen nodded after a brief moment of thought. Yes, my phone number is 1361412xxxx and I'm not using any other social apps yet. When they heard Su Chen read out the string of numbers, both Wang Jihong and Zhou Yang quickly recorded them. Then Su Chen, would you like to talk to us again? I know you probably prefer to be alone, and it's fine if you don't want to talk. Wang Jihong still wanted to have further communication with Su Chen, but he was just worried that Su Chen would be a bit resistant to this, so he couldn't be too hasty. Su Chen nodded again at his words. For Wang Jihong and Zhou Yang, Su Chen wouldn't feel bored. It was still an interesting thing to communicate with them. Su Chen, just now I heard you chatting with Zhou Yang, and you recently bought some specialized books on flying machine design. So, you're still interested in this direction, right? Well, I like to look at the sky and at all kinds of flying objects. I often fantasize about some objects in flight and create all kinds of objects in my mind. Normally, Su Chen would never tell these things to other people. After all, it was something that was beyond the comprehension of normal people. However, Wang Jihong knew that this was something that only a true genius could do. Following these interests of Su Chen, Wang Jihong took out his own laptop and showed Su Chen some of his own research, as well as these actual related materials. Some of the contents here were even inconvenient to disclose, but in order for Su Chen to become more interested in this specialty, Wang Jihong couldn't care less. As expected, after Su Chen saw the information, the expression on his face became a bit more excited, and it could be seen that Su Chen was indeed interested in the contents. Those are really beautiful airplanes. So, how do I get to your lab? Seeing that Su Chen had actually taken the initiative to ask this question, Wang Jihong's heart was instantly agitated, but he still deliberately displayed a calm demeanor. Normally, if you want to pass the college entrance exam to enter Yanhang, you probably need to rank around the top 30 amongst the science students in Udano-1 middle school. I feel that with your ability, getting into this ranking shouldn't be a problem. With Su Chen's ability in science, mathematics, physics and chemistry are close to or even reach the level of full marks, language and English. Even if it is worse, the score will not be particularly low, right? However, hearing Wang Jihong say this, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. My grades are so bad I have a hard time getting myself to focus on those questions, and the grader doesn't really approve of the way I think about answering them. What Su Chen said were all from his heart. When he was doing things he wasn't interested in, Su Chen would regularly lose his concentration, and was a different person from when he was doing things he liked. Moreover, like when doing questions similar to language reading comprehension, Su Chen would also feel a great headache, and his understanding would often be different from the reference answer, or even contrary to it. Even in math, a subject that Su Chen was supposed to be good at, it was hard for Su Chen to get a high score. Like the proof question, Su Chen basically couldn't get a score. He wasn't used to proving that very simple conclusion in the way that the teacher asked him to do it. Chapter 10, If this is true, I'll beg him to join me. Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Wang Jihong also understood the bitterness in Su Chen's heart. For this special child, it was indeed not appropriate to take the road of the college entrance examination. Su Chen, the college entrance exam is not the only way to go to college. According to your characteristics, you're more suitable for the path of competition. As long as you can make it to the national training team and the 5 major disciplinary competitions, then you can be directly guaranteed a place at the university without the need to take the college entrance exam again. It is very difficult to qualify for guaranteed admission by participating in disciplinary competitions. Only 260 students in the country are able to qualify for such a program each year, and those who are able to get into the range can be considered to be the best of the best in terms of academics. Of course, with Wang Jihong's understanding of Su Chen, as long as Su Chen was willing, he was fully equipped with such an ability. Contests? I haven't studied them yet. Su Chen's understanding of competitions was limited to just the Olympiad class set up by Yuduno. One middle school, and he wasn't really interested in this kind of competition itself. That's fine, I think you're fully of award-winning caliber with just a little bit of study. Of course, in addition to the competition, you can also participate in Yenhong's Strong Foundation program. This thing is similar to the previous independent enrollment. The questions on the exams are harder than normal high school content, and are able to receive different levels of point reductions based on your performance. Wang Jihong pointed out some more suitable directions for Su Chen in response to his actual situation. Of course, I'll also fight for it on Yenhong's side to see if I can give you the green light for some other ways of securing admission. This is something I'm not completely sure of at the moment, and I'm afraid that in the end I'll need to go the route of competition or strong foundation. Want to Yenhang for a student to deliberately give the green light to send is a very difficult thing. After all, the university and the students send this above is a very strict selection criteria and procedures, and will not easily change for a student. What's more, the current Su Chen looked like he was just a very ordinary student without any outstanding achievements, and only Wang Jihong felt that Su Chen was very special. After a moment of silence, Su Chen seemed to have finally made up his mind. Well, then I'll give it a try. It's just that I'm not sure if I'll be able to do this thing. For so many years, Su Chen had been living in his own world, and was rarely able to gain recognition from others. However, according to Wang Jihong's narration, the topics of competitions and strong foundations would be a bit more interesting than normal high school topics, and when doing these topics, at least it wouldn't make Su Chen seem so miserable. Without realizing it, the three of them had been talking for the duration of the class. Since they had already reached a preliminary agreement on this matter, Wang Jihong wouldn't ask Su Chen to do anything more. Instead, he planned to talk to the teachers of Yuduno, one middle school, and look into arranging for Su Chen to participate in the competition. After all, in order to participate in the subject competition, it was still necessary to register through the school as a unit, and Wang Jihong was not really very knowledgeable about some of the details. After the three of them returned to the office of the sophomore math team, Xiaoyang took Wang Jihong's place and explained the idea to Zhongyu. However, after learning that Wang Jihong wanted Su Chen to be able to sign up for the math competition, Zhongyu's expression was a bit difficult. Professor Wang, I can understand your love for this student, it's just that there are strict procedures for registering for competitions. Moreover, you do know, one middle school's enrollment list for this year's competition has already been determined, so it's impossible to just go and change it. Hearing finally say that, Wang Jihong also felt a little disappointed. If Su Chen couldn't make it to this year's competition, he would have to wait another year. Entering college a year earlier would allow Su Chen to do a lot more, and Wang Jihong didn't want Su Chen to remain in high school wasting his time. Teacher Zhong, can't you think of another way? Su Chen has the strength to enter the national collection. Letting Su Chen participate in the competition will also be very beneficial to Yodu High School. Seeing Wang Jihong's emotion so agitated, Xiaoyang was also a bit surprised. In the years he had spent with Wang Jihong, Xiaoyang had never seen such a Wang Jihong. It was important to know that Wang Jihong and Su Chen had only just gotten to know each other, and for the sake of this person he had never met before, Wang Jihong's was even more attentive than his own pro-student. This time, Zhongyu was also somewhat affected by Wang Jihong's words. Since Su Chen was able to make a university professor pay so much attention to him, it was enough to show that Su Chen must have some outstanding qualities. Tell you what, Professor Wang, when Mr. Chi comes back, I'll see if he can think of something. Mr. Chi is the math teacher of the Olympiad class, and he's in charge of the math competition side of things, and I don't have much say on my side. Seeing that this matter was starting to take some turns, Wang Jihong hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Great, then I'll trouble Mr. Zhong. Since Mr. Chi still had a class and couldn't come over yet, Wang Jihong and Xiaoyang had to wait in the office first. Su Chen also had a class to attend, so Wang Jihong told Su Chen to go back to his own class first, and come back later when Mr. Chi finished his class. During the waiting time, both Wang Jihong and Xiaoyang simply took out their own computers and worked on them in order to make the time go by a little faster. Finally it was time for the bell to ring. Su Chen returned as promised, and after a while, that math teacher Chi came over as well. Mr. Chi's name is Chi Jixin, a teacher that you do know. One high school poached from an outside school a few years ago, and usually he doesn't teach any other classes, but only specializes in the math curriculum for the Olympiad class, as well as training for competitions and strong foundations. It could be seen that Chi Jixin's status in the math group would not be lower than Zhongyu's, and to some extent it was even a bit higher. Seeing a few unfamiliar faces in the office, Chi Jixin was a bit puzzled but didn't ask anything more, just sat down and went to deal with his own work. Mr. Chi, are you busy? I want to consult you about something. What is it? You just say it. It's like this, there's a student in class 15 who has a high talent for math and hopes to participate in this year's math competition. See if you can enroll him in it as well, he might be a hopeful for the state prize. Hearing Jongyu say this, Ji Jishin first froze for a moment, but then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Jong, are you kidding me? If we had such a student in our school, I would have begged him to participate in the math competition long ago. Ji Jishin, such a reaction is also very normal. Look at the whole Yudu First High School. There are very few students dare to say that can get high school subject competition is the national award, can get the provincial award. It is already a very good result. Chapter 11. How will you end up? Nowadays, the provincial prize for academic competitions is not able to directly obtain the policy of guaranteed transfer or score reduction from major universities as before, but it is also one of the important thresholds for enrolling in the Strong Foundation program. Jongyu wasn't able to refute these words from Ji Jishin, so he could only turn his gaze to Wang Jiheng. After all of this was started by Wang Jiheng, and to be able to help Wang Jiheng do this, Jongyu had already been considered benevolent. Seeing this, Wang Jiheng also immediately stood up and walked over to Ji Jishin. Hello Mr. Chi, my name is Wang Jiheng. I'm a professor at Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, College of Aviation. Listening to Wang Jiheng's self-introduction, Ji Jishin, however, couldn't help but stand up and shake Wang Jiheng's hand. There's still a relatively clear class difference between high school teachers and college teachers. Even if Ji Jishin had a very high status in Yudo one middle school, it was completely incomparable to a Yenhang professor. And while shaking hands with Wang Jiheng, Ji Jishin was pondering in his heart what exactly Wang Jiheng's intention was this time. Normally, a professor of Yenhang would certainly not casually get involved in such things. Glancing at Su Chen in the office, Ji Jishin felt that this child was more than likely related to Wang Jiheng in some way, which made Wang Jiheng come over on purpose. Ji Jishin naturally didn't dare not to give this Professor Yenhang face, but when the competition list had already been finalized, it was difficult for Ji Jishin to make any changes. It's like this, Prof. Wang, our province's competition has no preliminaries, it directly allocates quotas to each school, and then we decide the list by our own selection. Our school's selection exam this year has already ended, and the list has been finalized, we just haven't officially submitted it yet. Listening to Ji Jishin's explanation, Wang Jiheng's heart instantly had hope again. Each locality has its own policy on eligibility to participate in high school subject competitions. Some provinces and municipalities collectively organize a preliminaries tournament, from which they advertise the list of those who can qualify for the league, while others distribute the spots to individual high schools and leave it up to each school to decide on its own list. As long as this list hadn't been finally submitted, then Su Chen would still have the opportunity to participate in this math competition. Mr. Chi, it's better to trouble you to find out what this kid is capable of first, and letting him participate in the competition will be a win-win thing for both him and the school. Ji Jishin didn't expect that Wang Jiheng would make his words so direct. Ji Jishin naturally wouldn't just change this list, adding Su Chen to it would mean that another student's spot would need to be swapped out. What's more, so far, Ji Jishin had no idea what Su Chen was really about, and whether or not he really did have strong mathematical abilities like they said. According to Ji Jishin's analysis of the current situation, such a possibility was still minimal. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Jishin sighed and said, "Hey, let's do it this way, I'll take a set of papers first and let him do it. After he's done with it, our math group teachers will then vote on it to see if he's suitable for the competition or not." Ji Jishin was not in a good position to reject Wang Jiheng directly, so he thought that after Su Chen finished the set of rolled papers, he should know what to do. All of us felt that this proposal was really appropriate, and we quickly reached an agreement on it. Okay, then I'll trouble Mr. Chi. Soon, Ji Jishin printed a set of rolling papers and handed them to Su Chen. Why don't you work on these problems during study hall tonight and just hand them back by the end of the school day? Ji Jishin wasn't worried that Su Chen would cheat when he was doing these questions. They were all questions that he had come up with before, and the answers couldn't be found even on the internet. However, after receiving the set of rolling papers, Su Chen said, "Can I do a here and now?" Hearing Su Chen say that, everyone froze for a moment, and after a few seconds, Ji Jishin said, "Normally it takes 2 or 3 hours to finish the set of questions, you don't have to rush, just go back and do it slowly. Teacher Chi, why don't I go and tell Su Chen's homeroom teacher that since he wants to do it here, let him do it here, so that we can also create a better environment for the exams." The one who said this was Zhongyu, and when things had developed to the point where they were now, Zhongyu was also very curious to know what the final outcome would be. If Su Chen was allowed to go back and do this set of rolled papers on his own, on one hand, he might be disturbed by others, and on the other hand, there would also be the possibility of cheating. And Su Chen has already taken the initiative to say that he wants to answer the question here on the spot, which is undoubtedly a better choice. Good, then let him do it here. Ji Jishin also no longer say anything more, and decided to let them go, at the same time hoping that this farce can end a little earlier. Before Su Chen replied, Wang Jiheng purposely instructed Su Chen. Su Chen, please also be able to answer the questions this time carefully, and try to write in as much detail as possible about the process of the big questions. I know that you may not be interested in these topics, but you surely still hope that you can go to college earlier to do more meaningful things, and for this outcome, this set of papers should also be able to draw your attention. Suchen nodded seriously even after hearing this, and began to actively keep his attention focused. Qi Zhixin, on the other hand, felt that Wang Zhiheng's words were a bit ridiculous, as if Suchen could really make these questions easily. It is important to realize that although the difficulty of these questions is slightly easier than normal high school math competition questions, and there are fewer questions, the overall difficulty is still well above the normal high school math level. Even the students of Rocket and Olympiad classes may not be able to get much marks by taking this set of papers. At this time, Zhongyu came through the door. Suchen, I've finished talking to your homeroom teacher about this matter. Do you need some draft paper? I'll get you a few sheets. Without waiting for Suchen to reply, Wang Zhiheng jumped the gun. No need, Suchen isn't used to using draft paper, let him answer directly on top of the rolled paper. For Suchen's ability to calculate, Wang Zhiheng was still very confident, even so complex formulas could be calculated directly in the brain, let alone just this level of topics. Then I'll put the draft paper here first, just come and get it if you want to use it, Suchen. Hearing Wang Zhiheng say this, Qi Zhixin but gently laughed, even he himself couldn't do it, without relying on draft paper to finish the set of questions. Wang Zhiheng had raised the tone so high that Qi Zhixin didn't know how they should go about wrapping things up in a while. Looking at this boy from an ordinary class, Qi Zhixin only waited for the time to come in a while and what kind of answer sheet he could actually deliver. Chapter 12 Awesome. Really awesome. At this moment, Suchen was browsing through the questions very quickly and had already figured out the answers to the first few questions. The first 8 questions were fill-in-the-blanks questions, which was the type of question that Suchen was better at, and didn't require any writing about the process. As long as Suchen calculated the results of these questions correctly, he could get all the points. Honestly, the difficulty of this set of papers is indeed not particularly difficult, especially the first 2 questions, which can only even be considered normal high school math questions. This was also the time when Qi Zhixin was worried that some students could not do any of the questions, and only then did he come up with 2 questions for the students to warm up, so that their confidence would not be hit too badly. If the usual Suchen were to do this kind of topic, he would definitely find it hard to raise his interest, and after a few questions, he would not be able to concentrate. However, Suchen still kept in mind what Wang Zhiheng had just told him and tried to keep himself focused. It was only after the difficulty of the later questions gradually increased that Suchen's sense of pain finally diminished a bit, and he began to find some joy in solving the questions. The latter questions are indeed much more complex than normal high school math questions, and they are simply unavailable without some base of college math knowledge. Although Suchen hadn't systematically studied college math knowledge yet, with his strong knowledge integration ability, Suchen was enough to rely on the scattered pieces of knowledge in his brain to deal with the questions on this set of papers. Well, the process for the big questions should be written in as much detail as possible. This should be considered detailed, right? Suchen did not know the specific standard of this detailed process, and could only try to write in more detail than usual, and even in Suchen's own opinion, his own writing was already very wordy. Teacher, I'm done answering. After patiently finishing the set of rolling papers, Suchen handed them over to Qi Zhixin. The process of answering this set of papers was still not much fun for Suchen, and even the hardest question in here still didn't give Suchen any difficulty. Of course, it was indeed a bit more comfortable than answering a normal high school math paper, and at least Suchen could still insist on making himself finish it by gritting his teeth. It was just that Suchen wasn't sure just how many points he would be able to get for his answer this time, and Suchen could only guarantee that his calculations were all correct. As for the process of writing his own answer questions, whether or not it met the requirements for grading papers, Suchen didn't have any confidence. Already played? Seeing Suchen handing over the rolled paper, Qi Zhixin was astonished. Taking a glance at the time, only 20 minutes had passed since Suchen had started answering. It was important to know that looking at the entire Yudu one middle school, there was no other student who could finish this set of rolled papers in less than an hour. Even if it was Qi Zhixin himself, he would never be able to do it so quickly. And this is not the fastest speed of Suchen. Suchen in the tangled how to write the process of this matter above, wasted a lot of time, otherwise it can be completely earlier to answer the whole roll of paper. Qi Zhixin thought for a moment that perhaps Suchen had too many questions that he didn't know how to answer and simply didn't answer the entire paper, which was why he had to hand in his paper early. Okay, give me the approval. After receiving Suchen's rolled paper, Qi Zhixin first scanned Suchen's roll. Suchen's paper wasn't exactly neat, and his handwriting wasn't very good, not even up to the level of a normal high school student's handwriting, which made Qi Zhixin's first impression of this kind of answer sheet not really good. But Suchen's piece of paper was indeed answered, or at least there wasn't any question that was blank. It is very difficult to get many marks for answering the set of papers at such a fast pace, and in that time it may not be possible to copy them all, even if only once. With this thought in mind, Qi Zhixin carefully graded this test paper of Suchen's. And when Qi Zhixin actually began to check up on the answers, his expression gradually began to change. Fill in the blanks. Surprised you got all of them right? The 8 fill-in-the-blank questions, 6 of which are all above normal high school math level in difficulty, make it difficult to get a few right without a little competition background. Su Chen, on the other hand, had really gotten these questions right, and he had done so without using any draft paper. Every major question in the back, Su Chen did make it, even if there were some problems with the process, the results were all completely correct. In the section of proof and derivation, Su Chen had more problems, and many of the writing processes were not considered standardized, so he definitely could not get all the marks. However, from Su Chen's answer, Qi Jixin was also able to tell that Su Chen's thinking was definitely correct, only that the process had process jumps and other irregularities in the answer. Even some of Su Chen's thoughts were something Qi Jixin hadn't thought of before, and Su Chen's thoughts were different from the standard answers, yet they were also completely correct thoughts. After a few approvals, Qi Jixin's attitude had been completely different from the beginning. This boy named Su Chen was indeed as incredible as Wang Zhiheng had said, possessing extremely powerful math skills. Awesome. Really awesome. Even if I corrected it a bit more strictly, you were able to get more than 120 points on this paper. The paper that Qi Jixin had produced had a full score of 150 points, and none of the other competition students from Yuduno One middle school had been able to achieve this score from Su Chen. And what made Qi Jixin feel the most shocked was not Su Chen's score, but the powerful ability Su Chen had displayed within this test paper. It could be said that there was not a single topic here that could be difficult for Su Chen, and as long as Su Chen was trained a little bit and familiarized with some of the standardized writing styles for answering questions, as well as the process requirements for proof questions, Su Chen could completely get higher scores, and even full scores would be completely possible. Learning of this result, Su Chen, who was on the side, was finally slightly relieved. This score wasn't quite as satisfactory in Su Chen's eyes, but at least it wasn't too disappointing to Wang Zhiheng. Seeing this reaction from Qi Jixin, Wang Zhiheng was also very excited, knowing that the matter of letting Su Chen enroll in the competition had already been considered a done deal. Mr. Qi, how does this score of Su Chen's compare to other competition students? At least among this class of competition students, there's no one with a higher score than Su Chen anymore. As Qi Jixin brought his words to this point, the others vaguely realized in their hearts that Qi Jixin was afraid that he would really have to change the list of competition students. At this moment, Zhongyu also finally understood why Wang Zhiheng and Xiao Yang were so optimistic about Su Chen, even going so far as to make a special trip to Yudu for this reason. Teacher Qi, now you can seriously consider this matter. Allowing Su Chen to enroll in this competition would be a good thing for Yudu One middle school as well. Chapter 13, aren't you worried? This time, Qi Jixin changed his previous attitude and expressed a high degree of recognition for Wang Zhiheng's words. Professor Wang, a student with extremely high math talent like Su Chen is definitely going to represent Yudu One middle school and participate in the National High School Mathematics Competition. I will change the entry list as soon as possible and report Su Chen's name. Qi Jixin didn't bother to doubt Su Chen's ability anymore. After all, Su Chen had done this set of papers under his own eyes. There was no possibility of cheating at all. And to be able to have a Yenhang professor highly recommend him was enough to show that Su Chen's ability was extraordinary, and was by no means an ordinary student. Hearing that Wang Zhiheng was really going to report Su Chen's name in, Wang Zhiheng finally nodded with a smile. Mr. Qi, it would be great to be able to do so. Before taking part in the competition, I would also like to ask you to be able to train Su Chen some more so that he can answer these questions in a more standardized manner. Wang Zhiheng knew clearly in his heart that although the current Su Chen could easily make these questions, it didn't mean that Su Chen could be very ensured to get the competition awards, and through the competition, he could get the qualification for bailing out or participating in the Strong Foundation program. Regarding the requirements for answering the questions of the competition, the current Su Chen basically had no understanding of it. It was like a martial arts master going to a fighting competition. Even if his own strength was at least one level higher than the others, it was still very easy to violate all kinds of rules. Don't worry, Professor Wang. Next, even if I put aside the other work at hand, I will definitely put my heart and soul into Su Chen. How many years will it take for such a genius to appear in our Yudu One middle school, and we'll definitely make sure that Su Chen gets the grades he deserves. Over the years, Yudu One middle school and the 5 major subject competitions in high school, very few people have been able to get national awards, and to get the provincial award is already considered a relatively good result. And judging by Su Chen's strength, there is every hope of striking the national award, or even entering the national set. If he could bring out a student who made it to the national collection, then Qi Jixin's personal resume would become completely different. Su Chen, for the rest of the time, you'll study the competition with Mr. Qi, and when you're done with the exams, I'll take you to the airshow. We can see all kinds of state-of-the-art airplanes at the airshow, and I can take you to the innermost to watch and get the closest distance to these high-tech aviation products. The reason why Wang Zhiheng said this in front of everyone was, on the one hand, to allow Su Chen to actively cooperate with Qi Jixin. Perhaps this was not something Su Chen was much interested in, but for the sake of a more long-term goal, Su Chen had to overcome the immediate problem first. With regards to contests, Qi Jixin was definitely more adept than himself, and it was impossible for him to keep accompanying Su-Chen here in Yudu all the time. On the other hand, Wang Jihang also wanted everyone to understand that the fundamental reason why Su-Chen had taken the initiative to want to participate in the competition was but to be able to go to Yanhang. It was so hard to discover such a talented seedling, Wang Jihang didn't want to do the grafting for others for nothing. Hearing that Wang Jihang was going to take himself to an airshow in the future, Su-Chen became excited in a rare way. Well, I'll certainly try. Then if there's nothing else, we'll go back first. Let's leave both of our phone numbers, so if you have anything, Su-Chen, you can contact us at any time. Wang Jihang and Xiao Yang said their phone numbers separately, and Su-Chen didn't write them down on paper, so he said he had memorized them. Wang Jihang and Xiao Yang wouldn't have any doubts about Su-Chen's powerful memory, and after thanking the teachers again for their help, they left Yuduno. One middle school. On the way back, the two of them couldn't help but chat about the topic of Su-Chen. Teacher Wang, is it really possible for Yanhang's site to specially recruit Su-Chen? There shouldn't be any precedent for such a thing before, right? Well, there really isn't much hope in this matter. Su-Chen's current situation doesn't meet the criteria for carrying out special enrollment. I'm afraid that we still need him to try his hand on top of the competition first. But I will definitely try my best to fight for it from the school. Su-Chen is a talent who really has the ability to make important achievements in the field of scientific research. Wang Jihang thought that if all these directions did not work, Wang Jihang could find a way to directly bring Su-Chen into the laboratory, so that Su-Chen could conduct research on scientific topics like a graduate student. After all, just the current Su-Chen was already capable of making modifications to Qiu Yang's model, and if Su-Chen was allowed to learn this knowledge systematically, it was entirely possible that he could make a subject that was even better than a normal graduate student. When Su-Chen really made a good research topic, Wang Jihang believed that the school side would also carefully consider the matter of special recruitment of Su-Chen. At this time, Qiu Yang thought of another matter, and after hesitating for a while, he decided to speak to Wang Jihang. Mr. Wang, if Su-Chen really did qualify for guaranteed admission by participating in the math competition, wouldn't you be worried that he would choose Shuimu or Yen University instead of us, Yanhang? This concern of Qiu Yang's was very realistic, because over the years, students who were able to enter the national collection through the competition and gained guaranteed admission almost invariably chose the two universities, Shuimu and Yen University. Even though the two schools, Mizuki and Yanda, are somewhat controversial online, all things considered, it is still undoubtedly the most rational decision for students to choose these two universities. Hearing Qiu Yang say this, Wang Jihang didn't feel much of a surprise, as if he had already anticipated such a possibility. It's true that we don't have a way to restrict Su-Chen in this matter, and it's not good to sign any agreements with him in advance. However, I believe in Su-Chen's character, and since he's already agreed to this matter, I'm sure he won't go back on his word. Wang Jihang was full of trust in Su-Chen, and even though this was only their first meeting, Wang Jihang felt as if he had already known Su-Chen for a long time. But, even if Su-Chen himself wants to come to Yanhang, this side of Yudu First Middle School, I'm afraid that he won't release him easily, right? Qiu Yang similarly believed in Su-Chen's character. It was just that if Su-Chen really entered into the national collection, then Yudu no. One middle school must have also hoped that Su-Chen would choose Shuimu or Yen University, which could bring greater benefits to the school. And Shuimu and Yenda would definitely try their best to recruit Su-Chen. Even if Su-Chen had previously considered Yanhang as his first choice, it would be hard not to be swayed by these factors. Hey! No matter where Su-Chen actually chooses to go afterward, as long as he can get a platform to show his abilities, it's always going to be a lot better than being buried all the time. For this matter, Wang Jihang showed more generosity, and today, being able to make the teachers of Yuduno One middle school pay attention to Su-Chen, Wang Jihang had already been considered to have made the trip worthwhile. Chapter 14. This is more important than many things. Alright, a lot of things are still up in the air right now, so don't think so much. After you go back, do this research project of yours as soon as possible. If Su-Chen really enters our experimental group in the future, you don't want to be surpassed by this senior brother too quickly. Hearing Wang Jihang say this, Xiao Yang also said with a helpless smile. Teacher Wang, I still know how much I weigh. Compared to others in the school, I might not be too bad, but compared to a genius like Su-Chen, I'm simply not comparable. Well, that's true, even if it's me, at most, I only have a bit more experience than Su-Chen. I'm already very much looking forward now to how many surprises Su-Chen will be able to bring us in the future. After school, Su-Chen walked home by himself as usual. Su-Chen's home from the Yudu First High School is not too far, walking 10 minutes can be reached. This is also at that time Su-Chen parents, in order to facilitate Su-Chen to and from school, specially bought a set of houses. Skillfully opening the door of his room with his key, Su-Chen realized that the lights in the living room were not turned on. As usual, Song Yulan hadn't returned home from work at this time, and most likely had another surgery to do in the evening. Yulan Song is a physician at Yudu City People's Hospital, Department of Cardiovascular Medicine. Song Yulan is usually very busy, not only to take care of sitting and surgery, but also need to undertake some research and teaching work. It is not uncommon for operations to be performed in the middle of the night on patients in particularly critical condition. But Su-Chen had long since gotten used to living alone in this empty house. After changing his clothes and washing his hands, Su-chen returned to his room and sat down at his desk. And unlike usual, this evening Su-chen didn't study any more superlatives, but instead read up on the information and topics that Qi Jixin had sent him. For Qi Jixin as a person, Su-chen couldn't talk about liking him. Su-chen knew that the things Qi Jixin did were more for Qi Jixin's own interests. However, in order to be able to go and do what he really wanted to do in the future, Su-chen would still actively cooperate with Qi Jixin, so that he could obtain the qualification to be guaranteed a place in Wang Jiheng's lab at an early date. Flipping through these competition materials and topics, Su-chen's brain was not fully mobilized. The topic of the contest isn't that hard. Even those finale questions of the finals, Su-chen was quick to come up with ideas and could easily calculate or prove them between his brains. And when checking with the standard answer, Su-chen could also confirm that his thoughts were completely correct, only that the process for the standard answer was a bit more tedious. Normally, many of the problems Su-chen studied on his own were much more complicated than these competition questions, and even without going through this information, Su-chen was completely capable of making all of the competition questions. Compared to learning this knowledge, what Su-chen needed to do more was to familiarize himself with the rules of the exam, so that he could get the scoring points of the questions more comprehensively. Unconsciously, the time had already reached 12 o'clock, usually by this time Su-chen had already gone to bed, but today Su-chen was in no hurry to go to rest. Today was a somewhat special day for Su-chen. Su-chen felt some rare joy and hope, and Su-chen wished to be able to share these things over to Song Yulan in person. It wasn't until the time was already past 1 in the morning that Song Yulan finally returned home from work. Working continuously for more than 10 hours made Song Yulan's body very tired, and she couldn't wait to lie down on the bed and have a big sleep right away. However, at this time, Su-chen walked out of his room. Chen, why are you still awake? Mom, there's something I need to tell you. I'm going to prepare for the high school math competition. Su-chen's tone was still relatively calm when he said these words, but Song Yulan was also able to tell that Su-chen's face revealed some faint joy. This was an emotion that Su-chen was seldom able to show on a normal day, and it was thought that Su-chen purposely didn't sleep today just to wait for Song Yulan to come back and tell her about this matter. Song Yulan was also very pleased with this sudden change in Su-chen. As Su-chen's mother, Song Yulan was naturally well aware of Su-chen's special situation, and had also tried to take Su-chen to the hospital's psychological department for examination. However, such a move did not have any substantial effect, but instead caused Su-chen to develop a more serious resistance, and later Song Yulan simply gave up such attempts. Song Yulan only wished that Su-chen could live a healthy life. Other than that, Song Yulan wouldn't ask for anything else from Su-chen. Chen, why do you suddenly want to participate in a math competition? Is it because you think this thing is interesting? That's not true, it's just that something happened today. I want to go to Yenhang to study, to do research in the aircraft design program, and only if I get good grades on top of the competition will I be guaranteed a direct transfer there. Su-chen told Song Yulan roughly about what happened today, and after understanding the circumstances, Song Yulan also felt that this matter was full of drama. Chen, it seems like I have to thank this Professor Wang of Yenhang. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have suddenly had such a transformation. Due to the reason that her work was too busy, Song Yulan usually found it difficult to put too much energy into Su-chen. Song Yulan felt self-blame while at the same time she was unable to do anything about the matter. Yes, Prof. Wang is a good man and a very smart man. He's not quite like everyone else. Song Yulan was very clear about Su-chen's ability. As long as he was doing what he was willing to do, Su-chen could do better than anyone else. Chen, did you tell your father about this? Although Song Yulan had long since dissolved her marriage with Su Gang, Song Yulan knew that Su Gang would be happy for such a transformation in Su-chen. Well, I texted him tonight. He told me to just relax and that it's good that everything can go my way. Song Yulan gently nodded. On this point, both herself and Su Gang maintained the same attitude. Chen, if you can really pass the competition for guaranteed admission, make sure you don't break your agreement with Professor Wang. This is the most basic principle of being a human being, and it's going to be more important than a lot of things. Well, I'll certainly keep this in mind. Alright, Chen, it's getting late now, let's all take an early rest. You don't need to be stressed about this matter, no matter what the final result is, you just need to do your best. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Su-chen came to school on time. Last night's lack of sleep didn't affect Su-chen's energy today. After having a clear goal, Su-chen was much more energetic than before, and did not kill time by thinking nonsense. But when Su-chen was about to walk into the classroom of Year 2 Class 15, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Su-chen turned around and realized that this person was none other than Qi Jixin. Chapter 15, It's Not Easy Being Your Teacher. Su-chen, good morning. Su-chen gently nodded in response, not saying anything more to Qi Jixin. Qi Jixin also didn't feel any unhappiness because of Su-chen's cold attitude. Instead, he said with a smile on his face, Su-chen, we've already reported your name in, so you can prepare for the math competition at ease. It was easier to carry out this matter than Qi Jixin had imagined, because there were several students from the rocket class before, who did not have a very strong will to participate in the math competition. This allowed Qi Jixin to make one of the students decide to give up the competition and focus on preparing for the college entrance exam without much ado. Su Chen, we discussed this together last night and decided to transfer you to the Olympiad class. Since you've decided to participate in the math competition, it's definitely more appropriate to go to the Olympiad class. This was not only Qi Jixin's opinion, but also the opinion of the school leaders of Yuduno. One middle school, a student like Su Chen, they would definitely not keep him in the ordinary class anymore. After thinking about it, Su Chen still nodded his head in agreement. Good, then I'll move there now. Well, after you finish moving your stuff, come over and meet me and I'll give you a separate talk about the math competition. Changing classes was a thing of little consequence to Su Chen, and although Su Chen had been in class 15 for a long time, he didn't have any feelings for the class. Su Chen in the 15th class not only do not have any friends, but also treated by others as a foreigner general existence. To be able to leave here, for Su Chen is also a kind of liberation. When Su Chen walked into the classroom of class 15, the class teacher, Wang Huiwan, changed her previous cold attitude towards Su Chen and took the initiative to find other students to help Su Chen move things. Su Chen didn't like Wang Huiwan as a person. Putting himself in the last row was nothing. What made it even harder for Su Chen was that Wang Huiwan didn't allow Su Chen to read books outside the classroom, even during the time of self-study and after class. This also forced Su Chen to only use his brain to engage in all sorts of fantasies, and in turn, he had cultivated this ability of his own in a crooked way. Class 15 and Class 16 were very close to each other, only separated by the distance of a wall, and with the help of another classmate, Su Chen quickly moved into this new class. Regarding Su Chen, the student who had suddenly transferred in, most of the students in Class 16 only took a glance at him, and then they each continued to do their own things. The seating distribution in second year Class 16 was rather unusual. All the other classes had desks, but Class 16 had single desks, and everyone's desks were completely separated from each other. The small number of students in the 16th class was one reason, while on the other hand, it was also so that everyone could concentrate on their own business and try not to be disturbed by others. The difference between these two classes, even though they are only separated by a wall, is still huge. Even though there was no teacher in the class to control it, every student in Class 16 was studying very consciously, a scene that would hardly exist in an ordinary class. After packing his things up, Su Chen immediately left the classroom and went out to find Qi Jixin. Since Su Chen had only suddenly decided to participate in the math competition, the preparation time was much tighter than the other students, and Qi Jixin had to spare some extra time to train Su Chen individually. It's now less than a month before the league tournament for high school math competitions begins. During this time, Qi Jixin had to at least give Su Chen the strength to enter the provincial team and thus qualify for the finals. Bringing Su Chen to the math team's office, Qi Jixin pulled over a chair and made Su Chen sit beside him. How's it going, Su Chen? Did you read those materials I gave you yesterday? Because there is a lot of college math involved, the amount of information on all of it is still very large. Many competition students have been learning about competitions since they were just in high school, or even middle school, and even then, it is difficult for them to ensure that they have a complete grasp of everything. Qi Jixin didn't expect Su Chen to be able to finish learning these materials right away. As long as he was able to let Su Chen master the key contents of these materials before the exam started, it would still be enough to deal with this exam. Well, after looking around, I basically taught myself all of these, and I was able to do the questions. Hearing Su Chen say that, Qi Jixin was however a bit surprised. You have learned it all before? Who taught you that? I didn't have anyone to teach me, so I read books at home on my own and watched some college classes online. Previously, Qi Jixin hadn't known more about Su Chen, and when he learned that Su Chen had learned these courses on his own, Qi Jixin was even more breathtakingly impressed by Su Chen's ability. This was also a good explanation for why Su Chen was able to have such a strong math ability even though he had been staying in an ordinary class. Qi Jixin randomly drew a few puzzles and asked Su Chen to go to the scene to do them. And the final result made Qi Jixin have to express his conviction to Su Chen. These questions were already some of the hardest questions Qi Jixin could find, and the difficulty was quite a bit harder than the set of questions Su Chen had answered earlier. However, Su Chen was still able to come up with his own correct answer within a very limited amount of time. Since these were all random topics picked by Qi Jixin on the spot, Su Chen definitely hadn't made any preparations, which further illustrated how powerful Su Chen's math ability was. Just as Su Chen himself had said, the current him didn't need to spend too much effort on theoretical knowledge anymore, but rather needed to learn how to go about answering the questions as required. Su Chen, for questions like this one on finding the minimum and maximum values of algebraic equations, we first have to construct a Cauchy's inequality and then find the values at which the inequality's equal sign holds. Only by writing according to this process will we be able to get all the score points. You are deducting some points for ignoring these steps in your process. Qi Jixin first pointed to a question and explained to Su Chen about the specific scoring points in it. Only, Su Chen was still a bit puzzled by such a request, and such a way of solving problems did not match Su Chen's habits. Isn't it straightforward to derive from this step to this step? These are all necessary intermediate steps. Since it's an answer question, surely all the necessary processes should be reflected on the paper. Su Chen didn't really count Qi Jixin's words as understanding, because in Su Chen's eyes, these were steps that were completely unnecessary to appear. It's as if, in calculating a simple arithmetic problem, it's perfectly possible to arrive at the result directly, without the need to set out the vertical formula for the calculation. After giving Su Chen a few lectures on the requirements for scoring points for answer and proof questions, Qi Jixin also finally realized that serving as Su Chen's teacher was not an easy task. Although Su Chen's math ability was very strong and didn't need Qi Jixin to explain the idea of answering the questions, Su Chen couldn't understand those simplest things very well instead. If this continued, even if Su Chen was trained for a longer period of time, Su Chen might not be able to answer these questions as required. After thinking for a while, Qi Jixin suddenly thought of a method. Chapter 16, Qi Jixin's Method. Su Chen, how's your memory? It's not bad, I guess, and I can remember what I've read in a big way. Hearing Su Chen say that, Qi Jixin nodded in reassurance. Qi Jixin knew that if Su Chen could have such a strong math ability, he thought that his memory wouldn't be that bad either. And Su Chen's answer was still conservative. If Su Chen was willing to do so, he would be completely able to memorize a book he had read, almost word for word. In this way, Su Chen, let's change one way. Instead of understanding the process requirements of these answering and proving questions, let's just hardcopy these requirements. This method of Qi Jixin's was still very original, and although this would not improve Su Chen's math ability in any way, it was likely to have a very good effect on improving his score. In fact, there are some students who are not very gifted in math, but just manage to get good scores on their math exams by taking the approach of memorizing the models underlying the topics. If they have seen enough types of questions and generalized the steps to solve them, the students will be able to do them on the exam even if there are some minor variations of these questions. Okay, I'll give it a try then. If it were normal, Su Chen definitely wouldn't do such a boring thing, but thinking that this was also that he could go to Wang Zhiheng's lab to do research, Su Chen still decided to cooperate with Qi Jixin. In the time that followed, Qi Jixin quickly explained to Su Chen the requirements of various types of topics for the solution process. Even though Su Chen did not understand these requirements, Su Chen memorized them as they were. Su Chen knew that only if he wrote these stupid processes, the marking teacher would be able to give as many marks as possible, so that he could get a higher grade. I probably get it, find me another topic to try. After listening to these precautions spoken by Qi Jixin, Su Chen had already found some patterns. Qi Jixin then found another question for Su Chen to answer on the spot. This time, Su Chen followed Qi Jixin's request and carefully wrote down his answer process on the draft paper. At first, Su Chen was still very uncomfortable with this way of answering, because he needed to write down his thoughts normally first, and then fill in some necessary scoring points. But no matter what, after making such adjustments, Su Chen's answers were indeed much better than before. Well, if you write it like that, you'll be able to get at least major points. It's just that your process is still written in a raw way, and if you look closely, you can still see some of the problems. Qi Jixin was still satisfied with Su Chen's progress, and according to this progress, before the competition officially started, Su Chen should be enough to reach the level of entering the finals. And it was at this time that Su Chen's eyes suddenly began to become lax. Continuously carrying out this kind of meaningless behavior for a long time had brought Su Chen's spirit close to the brink of collapse. Even though Su Chen wanted to continue cooperating with Qi Jixin, he really couldn't hold on any longer. Teacher, I need a break. Well, go get some rest. Qi Jixin was startled by this sudden change in Su Chen. Qi Jixin knew that Su Chen's situation was rather special, otherwise he wouldn't have been buried in the ordinary class. Su Chen, but this year due to one of the biggest hope of winning the number of competitions, Qi Jixin does not want to let Su Chen in this period of time have any failure. And Su Chen's next move still left Qi Jixin completely unprepared. Qi Jixin thought that Su Chen would lie on the table and rest for a while, and if Su Chen wanted to sleep, Qi Jixin could even get Su Chen a folding bed. However, Su Chen just stared blankly ahead, not knowing exactly what he was thinking. It wasn't until Su Chen continued this performance for some time that Qi Jixin realized that this was Su Chen's so-called rest. At this moment, in Su Chen's brain, there were again a variety of mathematical physical formulas, moving objects, and even models of flying machines that were constantly flashing. Letting his brain think about the things he was interested in to its heart's content was the rest Su Chen needed the most right now. Only then would Su Chen be able to dissipate the negative emotions he had accumulated. Qi Jixin didn't dare to disturb Su Chen, so he could only wait quietly by the side. I don't know how much time had passed before Su Chen finally jumped out of this state. I'm rested, carry on. Good, then we'll continue now. Qi Jixin spent his entire morning on training Su Chen individually. But the effect of this is also very obvious. After Qi Jixin's guidance, Su Chen has gradually found a way to answer questions that can get more points. It had to be recognized that Qi Jixin still had a strong ability to teach above the competition. And letting Su Chen learn them is not as tedious as learning regular high school math. Su Chen, we'll stop here today. When you go back you'll do these questions again and hand them over to me for approval when you're done. Although Su Chen was Qi Jixin's most valued student right now, Qi Jixin couldn't really focus all of his time on Su Chen alone. And just as Su Chen was about to return to the classroom, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. What's wrong, Su Chen? Is there anything else? Teachers, in the Olympiad class, can I read books outside of class? Hearing this question from Su Chen, Shi Jixin first froze for a moment, then he nodded and said, "It's okay, there aren't that many rules in our say class, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't disturb anyone else." It is true that the management of the Olympiad class is not as strict as that of other classes. After all, we all have our own different directions of specialization, and it is difficult to carry out unified management. Of course, behaviors like reading extracurricular books were definitely not advocated in the Olympiad class. Just for Su Chen, an extremely special child, Shi Jixin could naturally give more space. "Then teacher, please read me a leave slip, I'll go home at noon and pick up a few books." You do know, one high school does not allow students to enter or leave the campus during the day, so in order to come out during the day, you need to have a teacher's leave slip. Shi Jixin, however, was a little bit confused by this request of Su Chen, but Shi Jixin was still quick to issue a vacation note for Su Chen. After simply eating something in the cafeteria at noon, Su Chen walked out of the school with his leave slip. What Su Chen wanted to pick up was a few specialized books on aircraft design. Since he had transferred to the Olympiad class, he was always going to enjoy some of the benefits of the Olympiad class, and this feeling of not needing to be tied down by the teacher was still much better than the original class. There's always a need for more interesting books when you get tired of doing contest questions. After picking up the books, Su Chen went straight back to the school. It was lunch break time, but class 16 was still filled with a learning atmosphere, with most of the students studying in their own seats, and only a few of them lying on their desks taking a nap. And just as Su Chen wanted to continue working on the question, he felt his shoulder being touched. Chapter 17, You're still studying this? Su Chen craned his head to the right and realized that it was a boy who looked recognizable. The students in the Olympiad class are special, but this boy is considered to be one of the chic ones in the Olympiad class. The boy's hair was so messy that he didn't know how many days he hadn't washed his hair, and the lenses of his glasses were extremely thick, conservatively estimated to be 1,000 degrees. "Dude, what class did you transfer from? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I was in class 15 before," Su Chen replied truthfully. After learning about Su Chen's previous class, the boy was the one who opened his mouth wide in surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can transfer from class 15, dude, how awesome do you have to be? As we enter our sophomore year, the members of both the Rocket and Olympiad classes have gradually stabilized, especially the Olympiad class, and will not be making any more easy changes to their student lists. After all, if a student really excelled in any subject in particular, he or she would have been on the radar of the teachers in the Olympiad class long ago, and it's hard to go a year without being noticed. Those like Su Chen, who were suddenly transferred to the Olympiad class, must have had a particularly outstanding performance in a certain subject, enough to achieve the ability to participate in subject competitions. Facing the boy's astonishment, Su Chen didn't have much of a reaction and wanted to continue working on his topic. But even though Su Chen's reaction was a bit cold, the boy continued to say to Su Chen with interest, "Dude, what's your name and what's your main subject?" "Su Chen, math. My name is Ein, my main subject is physics and my secondary subject is math. When my dad gave me the name Ein, it was because he loved Einstein so much, and he hoped that I could just be half as accomplished as Einstein in the future." As he listened to Ein chattering away and taking the initiative to introduce himself, Su Chen's brows couldn't help but wrinkle gently. According to everyone's impression, most of the students in the Olympiad class should be introverted and not good at talking, but Ein was obviously a bit too outgoing, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to describe him as talkative. After talking to himself for a while, Ein also seemed to have finally realized something. "I'm sorry, did I interrupt your study? Hey, it's been too long since I've had a good chat with someone, go study." Ein is a very talkative person, even with people he doesn't know, he can have a casual conversation. However, in an Olympiad class, there is very little chatting among classmates, except for discussing academic problems. The system of not having a table in the Olympiad class makes it even more difficult for everyone to communicate with each other. Seeing Su Chen, his new classmate, come over, Ein found the opportunity to speak properly and not hold back so much. After Ein stopped talking to Su Chen could finally go about his business. Following Shi Jixin's request, Su Chen continued to work on the math competition questions. What Shi Jixin assigned to Su Chen were all answer questions and proof questions, because with Su Chen's ability, filling in the blanks was completely possible to get all the marks, and there was no need to waste any more time on it. The difficulty of these topics were all very high, and it wouldn't be too tedious for Su Chen to do them. It was just that the matter of going to write the solution process according to the requirements still made Su Chen feel a bit resistant. After writing a few questions, Su Chen felt his brain's distress signal. "No. Have to take a break." Anyway, Shi Jixin had just promised Su Chen that he could do whatever he wanted in the classroom, as long as he didn't disturb the others. When he thought of this, Su Chen took out a book he had taken from home at noon and read it to himself. This book is called Design of Aircraft Systems, one of the specialized courses for the aircraft design program, which describes the design of systems related to aircraft flight maneuvering systems, control systems, hydraulics fuel systems, landing gear systems, man-machine and environmental control systems, propulsion systems, electrical systems, and other systems. Upon reading the book, Suchen quickly made his brain work really fast, unlike before when he was doing the problems. Although Suchen had already helped Xiao Yang solve a problem about flying machines before, what Suchen had dealt with was more about mathematical and physical modeling, and Suchen's understanding of the real expertise about flying machines wasn't really that adequate. And just as Suchen was fully concentrating on this knowledge, his right shoulder was touched twice more. Suchen, you're still studying this? The person who spoke was none other than Ain. Originally Ain already didn't want to bother Suchen anymore, but seeing that Suchen was actually studying books about flying machines, Ain still couldn't help but strike up a conversation with Suchen again. Suchen didn't like being disturbed while he was thinking, and looked at Ain with a light frown. Didn't you just say that you were studying mathematics and competition? Why are you studying airplanes now? I also like to study this. I bought a lot of model airplanes before, but now my dad won't let me play. Seeing that Ain had become talkative again, Suchen simply ignored Ain and continued to read his book. Seeing this, Ain also stopped talking to Suchen, and after thinking for a while, he picked up a pen and wrote something in his own notebook. After a while, Ain tore off a piece of paper from the book and handed this piece of paper to Suchen without saying anything. Doubtfully accepting this piece of paper handed over by Ain, Suchen carefully examined it. It didn't take long for Suchen to see what exactly Ain was trying to do. What Ain drew on the paper was a model of a quadcopter system, which was essentially the same kind of model as the quadcopter drone that Xiao Yan was studying. However, the model drawn by Ain was not very complete. More accurately speaking, some parts of the model, Ain deliberately white out. This was sort of Ain's test of Suchen's ability. If Suchen couldn't fill in the blank parts of it completely, then there was definitely no need for Suchen to read any more books on aircraft design systems. In the face of Ain's initiative to send a letter of war, Suchen didn't refuse, but quickly picked up his pen. Using the airframe coordinate system as a reference object, the spatial position of the airplane is represented by the X, Y, and Z axes. The Earth coordinate system, on the other hand, consists of the mutually perpendicular N-axis, E-axis, and D-axis. Fusing the two coordinate systems produces angular transformations of pitch, roll, and yaw angles as the airframe makes rotational motions around the N, E, and D axes. It only took 2 minutes for Suchen to complete the missing parts of this model and come up with the final relationship between the rotation angle of the vehicle and the rotor lift. Chapter 18, Progress is evident. Returning the supplemented modeling diagram to Ain, Suchen likewise said nothing before continuing to look at the books he had at hand. After receiving the draft paper Suchen handed back, Ain only looked at it for a few seconds before the expression on his face changed drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You actually know about this? Originally, Ain didn't report any hope for Suchen's response. After all, if he wasn't someone who really studied flying machines, he wouldn't have been able to tell that he had hidden a topic amongst this model. However, Suchen not only read and understood the question he had asked, but also managed to solve it out within 2 minutes, which made Ain completely unable to anticipate it. In the entire Orsay class, Ain had never found, before, a student who was able to communicate with himself on top of this kind of question. In the subject of physics, Ain is almost the only one in Yudo Middle School. Ain is able to score 100 points in every physics exam, not because 100 points is Ain's limit, but because the full score of this paper is only 100 points. This gave Ain the feeling that she had met a confidant, and her impression of Suchen was instantly raised again. Well, a little bit of understanding, I guess. It was true that Suchen had only just learned about aircraft design, and of the dozens of specialized books that Su Gang had bought for himself, there were still many that Suchen hadn't had time to read. Just a little bit of understanding? This is a model of a 4-axis vehicle, which involves the control of 6 degrees of freedom and 6 partial forces on 6 different motions. Even our physics teacher may not be able to solve this problem. What Ain said was not false. This topic that he had come up with involved some knowledge that was beyond the scope of the high school physics Olympiad, and it was indeed difficult for even the teachers who taught physics Olympiad to do it. But it was such a question that this Suchen, who had been in the ordinary class the day before, had easily solved it. Suchen naturally understood the difficulty of this question, which had some similarities with the model he had helped Xiao Yang optimize earlier, and definitely would not be a high school level question. Even if the part Ain was asking about was more confined to physics, this still retained a high enough level of difficulty for the question. This also allowed Suchen to recognize Ain's ability in his heart and not go so far as to resent Ain for talking too much. Suchen, haven't you considered signing up for the physics competition? With your ability, you can totally participate in both the math and physics competitions at the same time, so you'll have more hope of hitting the national set. No, it's enough for me to sign up for one subject. In fact, at the beginning, Suchen didn't have any obvious bias as to whether to sign up for the math or physics competition. In Suchen's mind, both disciplines were his favorite without going into sorting. It was only because Qiu Yang had found himself through Zhongyu that this allowed Suchen to logically move over in the direction of the math competition. And Suchen participated in the competition only to get the qualification of guaranteed admission through the competition, not to pursue to get any awards. On the other hand, Suchen also knew that if he wanted to sign up for the physics competition again, he would definitely have to replace another student as well, which was something Suchen didn't want to happen anymore. Hey, Su-chan, I think you really have the strength to hit the math athletics physical competition double national collection. I also only have hope in the physical competition subject. My math level is still a bit poor. Before he knew it, the lunch break was over, and with the start of the first afternoon class, Ain was finally quiet. This is Su-chan's first time to attend the class of the Olympiad class. Compared to the teacher of the ordinary class, the teacher of the Olympiad class lectures at a much faster pace, and almost does not leave time for the students to do problems in class. Of course, even so, Su-chan would still feel bored after listening to the class for a while, and still did his own thing. Just as Chi Jishin had promised before, even if Su-chan made a big show of looking at books that had nothing to do with the classroom, there still wasn't any teacher who bothered with Su-chan. After the decision was made to transfer Su-chan to the Olympiad class, the teachers of these Olympiad classes learned about the things related to Su-chan and knew that this was a very special student who would not be held to the same standards that were demanded of other students. And at the end of each class, Ain was again talking to Su-chan about quite a few things. Through Ain's narration, Su-chan knew that there was no strict class teacher in the Olympiad class, and the students chose which competition subject as their main subject, and then the competition teacher would be directly responsible for it. Of course, apart from competitions, they also need to participate in normal high school studies and examinations. After all, if they cannot be guaranteed admission through competitions, they definitely still have to participate in the college entrance examination and the strong foundation program afterwards. Being able to have someone beside him who took the initiative to talk to him, Su-chan had a rare feeling of warmth, which was something that Su-chan had never felt before when he was in the 15th class. After dinner, Su-chan sent Chi Jishin the exercises he had completed. Although Su-chan did these questions while reading extracurricular books, but even so, Su-chan's speed was not slow, and he finished dozens of big questions in one afternoon. Seeing the amount of questions Su-chan had completed this afternoon, Chi Jishin couldn't help but sigh. Su-chan, you're really fast at doing problems. At this rate, you'll soon be able to finish the questions on top of these exercise books. Normally, it would take 10 to 20 minutes to finish a big question on number contests if it was fast. Even if you spend all afternoon on it, it's still hard to get through that many questions. And when Chi Jishin carefully examined Su-chan's solution to the problem, Chi Jishin nodded in recognition. Although this time, there were still some irregularities in Su-chan's solutions such as rawness and process jumps, they appeared much less frequently than before. Not bad, Su-chan, it's only the first day, your progress is so obvious, your overall scoring rate can reach at least 80%. Knowing that these were answer and proof questions that Su-chan hadn't been good at before, Su-chan's scoring rate would only be higher if he added in the fill-in-the-blank questions. Being praised by Chi Jishin to his face, Su-chan also remained in a state of favor. Sensei, how far away am I from getting into the national set at my current level? It's hard to say because right now we're practicing the questions from the first and second exams, which is the league. Right now our goal is to get into the provincial team first so that we can qualify for the finals. There are still more than 2 months between the league and the finals, and we'll train for the finals then. In fact, according to Chi Jishin's estimation of Su-chan's level, as long as there are no surprises, Su-chan's entry into the provincial team is almost a nail in the coffin. Chapter 19, there's no way we're going to special recruit him. Unlike normal high school math topics, competition topics are very challenging to get a high score. The first and second tests of the league, the total score is a total of 300 points. As long as you can get a score of 240 or more, you can basically enter the provincial team in each province. What's more, Phong province, where Yudu city is located, is not considered a strong competition province, and in many cases, the scoreline of Phong province's numerical competition provincial team is even less than 200 points. And with the ability that Su-chan has shown so far, there is a hope that he can score more than 270 points. As long as there are no big accidents, Su-chan is able to enter into the provincial team very easily. However, Chi Jishin still didn't want Su-chan to take things too lightly. After all, Su-chan's state fluctuated a bit too much. Chi Jishin still hoped that Su-chan would be able to prepare more steadily. So, when can I start practicing for the final? If it was possible, Su-chan still had some hopes that he would be able to come into contact with the topic of the counting competition final a little earlier. The difficulty of the league's questions was indeed a bit too low for Su-chan, and it was difficult to mobilize Su-chan's brain by keeping him doing these questions. In addition, Su-chan's goal was to obtain the qualification for guaranteed admission through the competition, so just practicing the topics of the league was definitely not enough, and sooner or later, he still had to learn the content of the final. Hearing Su-chan say that, Chi Jishin also nodded in agreement. Su-chan, as long as you're able to finish all of these questions I've left for you and your score meets the requirements, we can start working on the final level questions. Okay, then I'll try to get through these topics as fast as I can. Chi Jishin's words made Su-chan become even more motivated. Even if this was a somewhat tedious thing for Su-chan, Su-chan would speed up this progress as soon as possible. Yen Hang, Office of Admissions. Teacher Zhang, regarding the matter of special recruitment for Su-chan, I would also like to ask the admissions office to be able to move forward as soon as possible. This student is really very talented, and if we don't hurry, by the time Su-chan does qualify for guaranteed enrollment through the competition, it will definitely be coveted by all the major colleges and universities. Wang Zhiheng said these words very solemnly to Ms. Zhang Li of the admissions office, but Zhang Li was only skeptical about what Wang Zhiheng said. Teacher Wang, we still find it hard to believe that such a student really exists in Yuduno. 1 Middle School. We've never before specially recruited a student in without taking any exams. It doesn't meet the requirements of our Yanhang admissions office. Moreover, if such a powerful student really existed, neither he himself nor Yudu First Middle School would have let him choose our school. As you know, Yanhang's overall ranking in the country is only over 10, and he has too many better options than coming to Yanhang. In the face of Zhang Li's skepticism, it was indeed difficult for Wang Zhiheng to give any more cogent arguments, as there were indeed some seeming contradictions in this matter. If Wang Zhiheng hadn't personally experienced these things, even Wang Zhiheng himself was afraid that he wouldn't be able to believe all of this. Teacher Shang, I know that this does seem a bit unreasonable, but Su Chen is such a very special child, and after all the years I've been working at Yanhang, there's no need for me to joke about this matter. And I didn't intend for Yanhang to recruit him directly. We can set up a special recruitment exam for him, thus verifying his abilities. Mr. Wang, if we were to create a separate exam for every student, then our admissions office wouldn't have to do any other work. I'll submit these applications of yours upwards normally, but I can't guarantee that they'll be approved. Hearing Zhang Li say this, Wang Zhiheng stopped arguing about anything and just sighed helplessly. Well, then I'll trouble Mr. Zhang. Coming out of the admissions office, Wang Zhiheng's mood was a bit gloomy. Just like what Wang Zhiheng had expected before, the school side indeed did not have the intention of recruiting Su Chen specially, and even setting up a special examination for Su Chen was something that would be very difficult to achieve. But Wang Zhiheng also understands that with the current information, it is indeed unlikely that the school will go and make an exception for Su Chen. After all of this is just dictated by himself, and there is no basis for any proof that can be carried out. Hey! It seems that we can only count on Su Chen to be able to enter the national collection through the competition. Let's hope that Su Chen can really stick to his choice as he promised before. Since this matter is no longer something that Wang Zhiheng can control, Wang Zhiheng will no longer dwell on this matter, and let everything take its course. On the way back to the lab, Wang Zhiheng pondered about the matter concerning Qiu Yang's research topic. Recently, Qiu Yang had modified his model on the basis of the original, following Su Chen's ideas. This also made Wang Zhiheng value Qiu Yang's topic even more. Once this optimized model, the effect can be confirmed, then this is likely to be a design solution with great academic value. Returning to the lab, Wang Zhiheng saw Qiu Yang was seriously operating in front of the computer, so he inquired about Qiu Yang's current progress. Qiu Yang, how's it going? Have you started the simulation experiment yet? Hearing Wang Zhiheng's inquiry, Qiu Yang nodded and replied, well, Mr. Wang, right now I'm running a simulation, and so far, the simulation is still very good. Even when answering Wang Zhiheng's question, Qiu Yang's eyes still did not leave the computer screen for fear of missing any detail of the simulation. Seeing this, Wang Zhiheng also hurriedly came over and looked at the various simulation data in Qiu Yang's computer. What Qiu Yang was doing now was a simulation about attitude tracking simulation, which was one of the most important tests for the Metamorphic Center quadcopter UAV. Qiu Yang applied a step form of attitude control command to this simulation, setting different roll angles within different time periods. Looking at the real-time images in the simulation software, Wang Zhiheng's expression also began to change subtly. This level of stabilization is still so high that it's a bit unbelievable. Even when the drone is performing a roll command, the displacement jitter of the slider is still minimal, a degree that has never been seen in previous simulations. Even though this simulation was not yet finished, with his many years of experience in aircraft research, Wang Zhiheng could basically determine the results of this simulation. Su Chen, where exactly is your ceiling? I'm really becoming more and more convinced of you. Chapter 20, no problems at all. Speaking of which, although Su Chen's optimization of Qiu Yang's model was only limited to certain aspects, it was these limited modification schemes that played a very vital role. What surprised Wang Zhiheng even more was that Su Chen had not passed the test of the simulation software and had been able to confirm that his model modification program was very effective. Even Wang Zhiheng, who had been doing research on flying machines for decades, did not dare to say that he possessed such an ability, while a high school student who was only 16 years old had done this thing. With the end of this simulation, Qiu Yang also quickly exported the relevant few data images. Looking at these newly exported images, Qiu Yang's emotions were similarly excited all of a sudden. Mr. Wang, look at these roll angle response curves. This time our slider is able to realize the attitude control of the quadrotor very well. And the degree of slider displacement jitter is also the smallest one. Than before. There is a very obvious degree of improvement. Originally, Qiu Yang thought that the model, which had been modified once before, was already considered close to perfection, but this simulation had once again achieved a huge breakthrough. Yes, this proves that our system has very strong anti-jamming performance. On top of this field, no similar research results have ever appeared before. Having been able to carry out this research project to the extent that it has, its academic value has clearly exceeded the level of a normal doctoral dissertation. And both Wang Jihong and Xiao Yang knew that it was due to Su Chen's appearance that this research topic had undergone a qualitative change. Su Chen just taught himself a little bit of knowledge about aircraft design, and he was able to optimize this model to the extent that it is now. Hey, I really hope that he will be able to enter our lab right now. Wang Jihong couldn't help but sigh at this. As long as Su Chen was able to come to his laboratory, Wang Jihong would definitely do his best to help Su Chen grow, so that Su Chen could become a great scholar with the ability to influence the world. Yes, Mr. Wang, I also hope that Su Chen can come over a little bit earlier. With Su Chen around, it will be as easy as drinking water for me to send out my thesis. Well, even if Su Chen does come to our lab, you can't expect to rely on Su Chen's help all the time. When you're ready to release your thesis this time, you must also not ignore Su Chen's contribution in it. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, in my mind, Su Chen has long been one of the authors of this subject. Even if Wang Jihong didn't remind Xiao Yang of this matter, Xiao Yang would definitely not accept Su Chen's help for nothing. Well, enough of that for now, we have a lot of experiments to do next. Yudu High School, 2nd year, class 16. During the lunch break, Su Chen was working on the topic of counting competitions, flipping through the specialized books on aircraft design on hand from time to time. After a period of adaptation, Su Chen had basically gotten used to the brand new campus life in class 16. The feeling of being able to do whatever he wanted every day and not having to be affected by his teachers did make Su Chen's mood much better than before. And having someone like Ain who was willing to take the initiative to chat with him made Su Chen's world less lonely. Of course, it would be better if Ain's words could be slightly less. Sometimes Su Chen still felt that Ain was a bit vocal. Phew. Finally got it all done. Looking at the several competition exercise books that had already been done all by himself, Su Chen could finally breathe a little sigh of relief. Over the past few days, Su Chen had focused his main time on doing these topics. This was all so that he could start learning about the counting competition finals earlier, and even though it wasn't something that Su Chen really enjoyed doing, Su Chen would still try to force himself to complete it. The real difficulty in this was not the difficulty of the exercises themselves, but how to follow Qi Jixin's requirements and overcome the resistance in one's mind to this matter. After finishing these topics, Su Chen took these workbooks and walked towards the sophomore math team office. Regarding Su Chen's arrival, the various math teachers were already accustomed to it. Since the appearance of Xiao Yang and Wang Jihong that day, they realized that there was even such a genius hidden in Yuduno. One middle school. Seeing Su Chen come over, Qi Jixin also immediately said enthusiastically, Su Chen, how have you been learning lately? Have you encountered any difficulties? It's okay, it's just that these questions are a little boring to do. Su Chen truthfully expressed the feelings in his heart, and hearing Su Chen say this, Qi Jixin's heart was somewhat helpless. These questions are only for the first and second exams, but they are already much more difficult than normal high school math questions. Even the number of competitive students to do these topics, many of them will be a little tricky. If the other students hear Su Chen say these words, I do not know how the heart will all think. However, Qi Jixin also knew that this was indeed Su Chen's heartfelt words, and was not some kind of grandstanding. Receiving these exercise books handed over by Su Chen, Qi Jixin carefully flipped through them. Seeing that Su Chen had already finished all the questions in these exercise books, Qi Jixin was also surprised by this. No wonder you haven't come over in the past few days. It turns out that you're waiting to finish the questions and come over together. These are other people's training volume for several months. You actually spend a few days to finish all of them. And in addition to the super fast speed of doing the questions, the quality of Su Chen's work was likewise very satisfying to Qi Jixin. Although Su Chen's handwriting still wasn't very good, Su Chen's thoughts and results for each topic were correct, and the process was much more complete than before. Many of the questions Qi Jixin could not find a place to deduct points, and even if there were some flaws in some of the questions, the points deducted were perfectly acceptable. Sensei, can I start studying for the counting competition final? Since he could no longer find fault with Su Chen's performance, Qi Jixin definitely had to fulfill his promise. No problem, I've already prepared these materials and topics for you, so take them back and study on your own first, and if you have any questions you can ask me anytime. Since our priority right now is still preparing for the counting league, for the time being I don't have the time to give you one-on-one tutoring for the finals. We'll train for the finals portion as soon as the first and second exams are over. Hearing Qi Jixin say that, Su Chen didn't have any opinions. Being able to get in touch with the knowledge and topics of the final in advance, Su Chen was already very content. Su Chen was about to go back with this information when Qi Jixin called Su Chen back. Chapter 21, Pre-Game Training. Su Chen, in the afternoon, are you to know? One middle school mathematical athletics team, we're going to have a pre-match training together, so you can go over there together, and you don't have to attend the lessons in the Olympiad class for the time being. With the start of the digital competition league getting closer and closer, the members of the various competition teams at Yuduno, one will continue to increase the intensity of their training to get themselves into the shape of the competition more quickly. Following Qi Jixin to the training classroom of the digital athletic team, there were already quite a few students sitting in advance. Some of the students here weren't from the second year 16 class, and during the days he spent in the second year 16 class, although Su Chen hadn't yet spoken to any students outside of Ain, he still clearly remembered everyone's faces. Some of these students that Suchen didn't recognize were from the first and second year classes, while others were from the first year of high school. Seeing Suchen coming over, Ain waved his hand at Suchen and pointed to an empty seat beside him. Seeing this, Suchen directly walked over and sat down on this seat. Suchen, I thought you weren't coming to this training. For this training, you'll have to let the others have a good look at your abilities. Although math athletics is not Ain's main sport, Ain still made it to the math athletics team at U-1. At first, Ain's original intention to enroll in the number of competitions, namely to help him have a higher level of physics through the number of competitions. After all, in doing physics projects, it is also necessary for students to have a very good foundation in mathematics. No, I'd better look at this first. Pointing to the number of competing finalists' materials he had in hand, Suchen didn't have any desire to go and compete with the others. Starting to work on the final questions so soon? Well, anyway, I also think you'll definitely have no problem making it to the finals. It's just as secure as me making it to the finals of the object competition, huh? Once everyone had arrived, Shi Jixin handed out a brand new set of test papers to everyone. Everyone now answer this set of questions. It's limited to 4 hours. Those who finish early can go ahead and eat, and we'll go over it together during the evening study session. After getting the question paper, everyone worked on the questions right away. And Shi Jixin didn't go to invigilate the exam, and left soon after handing out papers to everyone. This is the standard mathematical competitive league paper, which puts together the questions from the first and second attempts, and the difficulty and volume of the questions is not small, so it is considered to be a very intense training session. If it's a normal counting competitive league exam, there's a 20-minute break between the first and second exams, and there's an extra 10 minutes of total answer time. Even if everyone went all out to answer the questions, they might not be able to answer them all within the time required by Shi Jixin. And unlike the other people who were seriously stuffy and earnest in answering the questions, Suchen indeed didn't bother with this set of questions. Just by skimming through the questions from the beginning, Suchen was certain that he was able to do all of them and get at least the vast majority of the points. Without wasting too much time on it, Suchen looked at the information and exercises for those counting competition finals on his own. Just like what Shi Jixin said, the questions in the final of the counting competition were indeed much harder than those in the league, and it could be said that it was a completely different level of examination. While studying these contents, it also finally allowed Suchen's brain to be mobilized more, and no longer felt very boring like doing league questions. Ain, who was sitting beside Suchen, was picking out some of the questions on the rolled paper to answer. As a member of the team whose main sport is physical athletics, Ain doesn't put too much effort into counting on top of it. Like some of the math questions that were basically irrelevant to the physical competition, Ain skipped them, which, to a certain extent, accelerated Ain's speed of answering. Hey, Suchen, going for dinner? Hearing Ain call for dinner, Suchen also froze for a moment. Going to dinner now? It wasn't even the usual dinner time yet, and many of the others in the class had only just finished answering half of the set of papers. Well, didn't Mr. Chi let us eat first after we finished our answers? Go to the cafeteria earlier and save the line. After thinking about it, Suchen also felt that Ain's proposal was very good, and the time saved could be used to do some more topics. Since it wasn't yet normal dinner time and there weren't any other students in the cafeteria yet, Suchen and Ain finished their meals very smoothly. Speaking of which, this was the first time Suchen had eaten with Ain. Previously, although Ain had already invited Suchen to eat with him, but because of Ain's special way of going to the cafeteria, Suchen still refused Ain. Every time it was time to eat, Ain would be the first to rush out of class and run to the cafeteria so he could be the first to get there in time. It wasn't that Suchen felt that there was anything weird about Ain's behavior, it was just that Suchen's physical fitness was very poor, and if he were to run to the cafeteria like Ain did, I'm afraid that he would only gasp so much that he wouldn't be able to eat at all. While eating his meal, Ain was gushing about various things with Suchen, who was listening attentively even though he didn't respond to a few sentences. Hey, Suchen, if you can really enter the national collection and obtain the qualification for guaranteed admission, would you choose Shuimu or Yen University? Hearing this question from Ain, Suchen replied without thinking, I'll take Yenhang. This reply from Suchen caused Ain to freeze for a moment, and the food in his mouth almost spewed out. Yenhang. Why don't you choose Shuimu and Yen University? Aren't these two schools a bit better? Do you really like studying airplanes that much? Speaking of which, Yenhang was definitely one of Ain's alternative institutions, but only if Ain didn't have the means to travel to Shuimu and Yen University, which were some of the highest-ranked institutions in China, would he consider the possibility of traveling to Yenhang. Well, I do want to do research on flying machine design, and it's a deal I made with a professor at Yenhang. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have gone to this competition at all. Suchen roughly explained what had happened between himself and Wang Jiheng, and Ain couldn't help but feel emotional about it after hearing the cause and effect of what had happened. So that's how it is, then you really can't fail this Professor Yenhang. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid you would have remained buried in class 16. I really don't know how all those teachers didn't notice your ability. If I were there, I would have noticed you a long time ago. Ain, so, what college do you want to go to afterward? The first choice is definitely Yen University. I want to study physics, and Yen University's physics department is the best in the country. Of course Shuemu is also acceptable, but if I can't get into the national collection, then I'm afraid I won't be able to get into any of these top-tier colleges. My bias is too severe. Chapter 22, You've Got a Clean Roll. With the exception of math and physics, Ein's grades in all other subjects were relatively average, and that's why Ein cared so much about competitions. Su-chen and Ein ate quickly, and it took less than 10 minutes for them to finish their meal. And when they returned to the classroom, everyone was still in the midst of answering questions. Su-chen and Ein, on the other hand, returned to their seats and each did their own thing. It wasn't until another half hour or so had passed that anyone else had finished their questions early and gone to the cafeteria to eat. When the exam was 4 hours old, all students voluntarily stopped answering the questions. Although this training was not proctored, everyone followed the rules to the letter and there were no infractions. While waiting for Chi Jishin to come back to lecture, a boy came next to Su-chen and Ein and said to them, "Hey, I see you guys went to dinner a long time ago. Is that when you finished answering the questions?" The boy who spoke was Yen Zihan, Su-chen and Ein's classmate in the Olympiad class. Yen Zihan's math scores are very good. Almost every math test can easily get to 150 points, but also you to know. One middle school mathematics competition team is very hopeful to enter the provincial team of a player. Seeing Yen Zihan come over, Ein was somewhat disdainful. "Well, I finished my answer anyway." "Yeah, can I have a look at it? It just so happens that I have 2 questions that I haven't done yet." "Yeah, feel free to look around." In fact, Yen Zihan didn't really want to ask Ein to teach him the topic. Above math, Yen Zihan's ability was a cut above Ein's. It was just that Ein and Su-chen's behavior of leaving the classroom early to go eat just now did affect Yen Zihan's mindset to a certain extent. Yen Zhan wanted to see just how far Ein had answered this set of papers. But when Yen Zihan looked at Ein's roll, he couldn't help but smile. "I thought you actually answered all of them. But it turns out you left nearly half of the questions empty." Usually Yen Zihan was a bit fed up with Ein's staggering appearance, and this time he was finally able to get a little out of the way. Being mocked by Yen Zihan to his face, Ein, however, did not get angry. "Counting competition isn't my main specialty, and it's already good enough that I can answer so many questions. I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to do half of the questions if you answered the physical competition questions, right?" What Ein said is indeed true. It is indeed difficult for untrained students to make a few physics competition questions. Being poked by Ein's pain point, Yen Zihan said with some exasperation, "Since your main event is object competition, it's good to concentrate on preparing for object competition. You're affecting the atmosphere of our training by coming to the number competition team and not taking it seriously." The friction between Ein and Yen Zihan quickly attracted the attention of the others in the classroom. Speaking of which, it was true that there were many people in this classroom who disliked Ein, but it wasn't as bad as Yen Zihan, who went to get serious with Ein to his face. Ein wanted to go and retort Yen Zihan a few more times, but at this time, Ein suddenly thought of something. "Yen Zihan, you said you didn't do 2 questions, which 2 were they?" "Why, Ein, do you know these 2 questions?" Yen Zihan had just clearly seen that the 2 questions he hadn't done, Ein was similarly blank. "I won't, but someone else will." Saying that, Ein signaled Su-chen with his eyes. Seeing this action of Ein, Yen Zihan also froze. In fact, just now Yen Zihan also wanted to ask Su-chen in passing if he had really finished all of these topics when he went to dinner so early. These days, Su-chen and Ein did get closer, and out of the psychology of hating the house as much as the crows, Yen Zihan did not have a good impression of Su-chen. It was just that he had never had any contact with Su-chen before, and it wasn't good for him to get too embarrassed with Su-chen, so he still didn't bother with Su-chen. However, since Ein had already taken the initiative to involve Su-chen in this, Yen Zihan no longer cared about this. "That, student, Ein asked you to give me 2 questions, you shouldn't have a problem with that, right?" Speaking to Su-chen for the first time, Yen Zihan still appeared to be more polite, but in his heart, he didn't put Su-chen in his eyes. A topic that even he couldn't make out, looking at the entire you-do-know. One middle school, there was basically no one who could make it out except for the counting competition teacher. At this moment, Su-chen was still immersed in his own world and didn't notice what had just happened in the classroom. Seeing that Su-chen ignored himself, Yen Zihan curiously looked at the roll of paper on Su-chen's desk before saying with some incredulity, "Classmate, you're too clean on this paper, aren't you? You didn't even write a single fill-in-the-blank question." Hearing Yen Zihan's words, the other students in the classroom couldn't help themselves. Normally, the students of the Olympiad class weren't that gossipy, but this time there was indeed something interesting about the situation that made them couldn't help but pay attention as well. In fact, they all had some curiosity about Su-chen, the student who had suddenly transferred in. It was just that none of them had said anything to Su-chen before, and their understanding of Su-chen was very limited. And it was only this time that they finally realized that Su-chen's ability wasn't so mysterious, but just a student who knew nothing about the math Olympiad. In that case, it seemed that Su-chen was afraid that he had only been transferred into the Olympiad class through special connections, rather than relying on his own abilities. In the face of Yen Zihan's yin and yang, Ein responded in a hurry. Just because you didn't write it doesn't mean you won't. As long as you're open-minded and ask Su-chen for advice, Su-chen will definitely give you a lecture. Since Ain had already said her words here, Yen Zihan also had a hard time riding the tiger, so she really asked Su-chen for advice. Student Su-chen, can you tell me about this question? It was only when she spoke to Su-chen at close range that Yen Zihan saw what Su-chen was actually doing. What Su-chen was looking at right now was all the information and questions for the counting competition final. These topics would be a struggle even for Yen Zihan herself to do, which made Yen Zihan feel more and more weepy towards Su-chen. A student who couldn't even do one of the league questions had the audacity to study the final directly. Hearing Yen Zihan's words, Su-chen then jumped out of his immersed state. Speaking of questions? Good. Su-chen didn't know the cause and effect of the matter and didn't think too much about it, so he directly agreed. After all, we were all classmates, and telling a question was just a matter of lifting a hand, and then Su-chen followed Yen Zihan's finger and looked at the question. As shown in the figure, ABC is an acute triangle, ABAC, M is the midpoint of the side BC, the points D and E are the midpoints of the external arcs BAC and BC of ABC, respectively, F is the tangent point of the internal tangent circle of ABC on the side of AB, G is the intersection point of AE and BC, and N is on the line segment EF, which satisfies NB uptac AB. Proof, if BN equals EM, then DF uptac FG. Please draw the diagram on your answer sheet when answering the question. Chapter 23 A Smooth Ride. After quickly scanning through the question, Su-chen immediately drew an image on his rolled-up paper. Su-chen didn't need to consume too much time to do this level of question, and when he had just gotten the rolled paper, Su-chen already had the idea to do this question, which further accelerated Su-chen's speed of solving the question. Looking at these auxiliary lines made by Su-chen, Yen Zihan's gradually underwent a subtle change. Originally, Yen Zihan thought that Su-chen was just pretending here, and that it was impossible to solve this question. But just as Yen Zihan waited for Su-chen to make a fool of himself, he realized that the auxiliary line made by Su-chen had indeed made the solution to this topic clear at once. From the condition, DE is the diameter of the outer circle of ABC. From NB uptac AB. Also based on the inner nature, there is. In order for Yen Zihan to be able to read and understand his solution process, Su-chen deliberately wrote the process in great detail, and even where Su-chen thought that there was no need to explain at all, he still wrote it out. Looking at the solution process written by Su-chen, Yen Zihan could not help but stare in surprise, somewhat unable to believe what was in front of her. Yen Zihan was able to tell that this solution of Su-chen's was indeed completely correct, and his attitude towards Su-chen was immediately turned upside down. Therefore, the 5 points A, F, G, M, and D share a circle, thus DF uptac FG. After writing the last step, Su-chen handed his roll of paper to Yen Zihan, and without saying anything more, he continued to read the information related to the counting competition finals. He had already written the steps so meticulously, Su-chen believed that Yen Zihan should be able to read and understand them, otherwise, there was no need for Yen Zihan to learn any more about competitions. Seeing that Su-chen had actually written out this question, the other students also came over and watched Su-chen's solution. Like Yen Zihan, they hadn't made this question before, and after looking at Su-chen's solution, they had realized that this solution was indeed correct. I see. If you deduce it like that, you can indeed prove that the two straight lines are perpendicular. These auxiliary lines are just brilliantly connected. Why didn't I think of making auxiliary lines like this before? The process of first proving two 4-point co-circles and finally launching the vertical through 5-point co-circles is so silky smooth, without any extra steps. This was the first time that many of them had really come into contact with Su-chen, and just in these few minutes, Su-chen had established the status of school bully in their hearts. It was important to know that the students who were able to sit in this classroom were the real schoolmasters of Udano. One middle school, at least in the field of mathematics, they were far beyond the level of ordinary students. Letting them casually answer a set of college entrance exam math papers, they could very easily reach 140 points or more, but even so, the gap between them and Su-chen in math was still very huge. Compared to the strong reactions of the others, Yen Zihan was directly frozen in place. Yen Zihan, who had watched Su-chen solve the question with his own eyes, knew that Su-chen was not just as simple as solving the question. From the time Su-chen looked at this topic, to the time Su-chen finished writing the whole process, the whole time down was only 2 or 3 minutes. Normally, such a speed, it is difficult to even read the question completely. To this level of questions, they all need to read the question back and forth a few times before they can grasp all the letters in the question, and then go to think about some ideas to solve the problem. However, it was as if Su-chen had already had a complete thought process after sweeping the topic, and there was no pause at all during the writing process. It is not too much to describe Su-chen's problem-solving process as a single breath of air. How about it, Yen Zihan, you should have read it, right? Besides this question, which other question do you not know? Hurry up and keep asking while you can. Seeing Yen Zihan's surprise to the point of freezing in place, Ain teased from the side. I would rather wait for Mr. Chi to come back to speak later. Yen Zihan couldn't be embarrassed to ask Su-chen again. Having just started this matter herself had already made Yen Zihan very embarrassed. Just like what Ain had said, Su-chen hadn't written about these topics really because there was no need to do so, and even if he couldn't do the questions himself, Su Chen could still easily solve them. In front of these people, and then going to Su Chen's words, Yan Zihan would humiliate himself and become the laughingstock of the others. And just at this time, Qi Zhixin returned to the training room. Looking at the chaos in the classroom, Qi Zhixin was also a bit surprised. Did something happen? What's all the commotion? Seeing Qi Zhixin come over, everyone stopped surrounding Su Chen in the center and immediately returned to their seats. Qi Zhixin didn't ask anything more, and first walked around the classroom, roughly looking at everyone's answers. The same as Qi Zhixin's previous prediction, everyone answered this set of question papers indeed not so easy, the best answer, only like Yan Zihan, at least 2 or 3 big questions basically can't get the score. But this is also a very normal situation, if the students who can do all these questions, at least have the strength to hit the national gold and silver. When Qi Zhixin walked over to Su Chen, he was prepared to take a closer look at Su Chen's reply. In this classroom, Su Chen was undoubtedly one of the students that Qi Zhixin valued the most, and after these days of special training, Qi Zhixin believed that Su Chen must have shown excellent training results in this set of papers. However, just as Qi Zhixin was filled with anticipation, he realized that Su Chen's paper was actually blank, and that he had only written one major question. And this question was also the one that Su Chen had purposely written on his own roll of paper in order to give Yan Zihan a lecture on the question. Qi Zhixin was still a little displeased in his heart about the attitude Su Chen had shown, but recalling the conversation he had had with Su Chen earlier, Qi Zhixin also understood the reason why Su Chen had done so. Earlier, Qi Zhixin had already told Su Chen that he could go and study for the counting competition final. Since this was the case, it made sense that Su Chen didn't go for this set of rolling papers. Never mind. Just let him be. With the state Su Chen was showing now, there was no longer any problem entering the provincial team, and Qi Zhixin didn't want to have any more restrictions on Su Chen. Thinking of this, Qi Zhixin no longer bothered with Su Chen, so he returned to the podium to speak on the topic. The overall performance of everyone in this first intense training was not very good, and after Qi Zhixin had finished talking about all the topics, those who were able to get more than 150 points were in the minority. Chapter 24, If Only You Were Here. There were only a handful of people who scored more than 150 on their own estimation. Of course, such a score is not low enough to get a Provincial 2 or even a Provincial 1 award in Bang Province. Yan Zihan's score was the highest one among all of them. The score had exceeded 200 points. This score in Bang Province already had hoped to enter the provincial team. However, Yan Zihan didn't feel happy because of such a score. Because Yan Zihan knew that in the middle of this classroom, there was a student who had only gotten a score on a big question, but had far more powerful math skills than himself. Throughout the entire night, Yan Zihan had a hard time making herself concentrate on the lecture, her attention all focused on Su Chen. Previously, when she was in class 16, Yan Zihan hadn't paid too much attention to Su Chen. After all, everyone would listen carefully in class and wouldn't care about anything else. And after that little storm before class, Yan Zihan still couldn't help but glance at Su Chen from time to time. Yan Zihan clearly saw that Su Chen never looked up at Qi Zhixin's lecture, but kept his head down and did his own thing. If it was before, Yan Zihan would still feel puzzled by such a situation. But now Yan Zihan knew that Su Chen must be because he was certain to be able to enter the provincial team, which was why he no longer focused on the league title. This huge gulf between him and Su Chen made Yan Zihan also feel inferior, understanding that he was not the strongest math student in Udano. One middle school at all. This filled Yan Zihan's heart with frustration, and even his favorite math, he lost interest all of a sudden. For the rest of the day, the counting athletes kept up this intense training almost every day. Su Chen participated in training with the mathematical athletics team every day, but of course Su Chen wouldn't follow the rhythm that Qi Zhixin had arranged to do the problems and listen to the lectures. Instead, he studied the mathematical athletics finals on his own, as well as taking some relaxing breaks. Ain, on the other hand, was focusing mainly on objective athletics, and no longer trained with the numerical athletics team on a regular basis, only asking Qi Zhixin for the questions and answers for each training session. And after the last setback, Yan Zihan appeared to be in a much lower mood, and every day was spent quietly doing problems and listening to lectures, and his mindset had changed significantly from before. Su Chen's appearance made him realize that this world is outside of people, outside of heaven. But no matter what, he had to at least make himself a little stronger, or at least not be pulled too far away from Su Chen. Unbeknownst to me, there were only 2 days left before the start of the counting competition league. Qi Zhixin gathered the Udo High School's mathematical athletics team members together for a final group meeting before the exams. The day after tomorrow we'll be going to Bangju to participate in the counting competition league, and here I'll talk about what we need to do to prepare for the exam, as well as some things to keep in mind. Due to the location of the exam being out of town and the exam being in the morning, they needed to arrive near the exam location a day in advance in order to get the team in better shape for this exam. And when he learned of this matter, Su Chen's heart suddenly became excited. Su Chen was not excited simply because he was taking the exam, but because Su Gang's workplace was in Fengzhou. This time, when he went to Bangju to take the Data League exam, he should be able to meet Su Gang on the way. Ever since Su Gang and Son Yulan separated, the chances of Su Chen and Su Gang meeting became very rare. After all, there is Song Yulan in, Su Gang is not good to come back often, and only occasionally when he really wants to Su Chen. Su just will go back to Yudu to see Su Chen. After school in the evening, Su Chen wanted to go home right away and send a text message to Su Gang, telling him about his immediate departure to Fengzhou. Yudu High School didn't allow cell phones to be brought into the school, so Su Chen didn't have his own copy of his senior citizen's phone with him. Jogging back home, quickly using his key to open the door to his room, Su Chen was surprised to find that the lights in the living room were on. Seeing Song Yulan's shoes appear on the floor mat, Su Chen was certain that Song Yulan had gone home. Song Yulan was able to come back earlier than himself, which was considered a relatively rare thing. Hearing Su Chen open the door, Song Yulan also immediately greeted him. Chen, come back. Song Yulan's body was tied with an apron, and before Su Chen came back, Song Yulan had been busy in the kitchen. Seeing such a Song Yulan, Su Chen was also a bit surprised. All along, Song Yulan was not a person who liked to cook, to the point that in the past few years, Su Chen was rarely able to eat Song Yulan's cooking anymore. And tonight, Song Yulan had made this somewhat perverse move. It was hard not to let Su Chen feel surprised. Mom, why are you off work so early today? Hey, can't I get off work on time once in a while? I heard that you guys are going to Bangju tomorrow to prepare for the competition, so tonight is also a small farewell for you. In fact, after discovering Su Chen's math talent, Qi Jixin took the initiative to add Song Yulan's contact information. It was through her contact with Qi Jixin that Song Yulan was informed of this matter in advance. Hearing Song Yulan say this, Su Chen only felt warmth in his heart. All along, Su Chen had felt that Song Yulan didn't care about herself that much, and compared to Su Chen, work was the one thing that was more important to Song Yulan. But now Su Chen realized that Song Yulan still cared very much about herself. It was just that Song Yulan usually wasn't that good at expressing such feelings. After setting the meal on the table, Song Yulan greeted Su Chen and ate with him. Although Su Chen had already eaten at night, Su Chen was indeed a bit hungry now as well. Because of the great amount of brainpower consumed every day, when he usually returned home, Su Chen would often eat something. Honestly speaking, Song Yulan's cooking skills are really not good. The chicken wing dish was made a little salty, and the shredded potatoes were even a little bit fried already. Being able to put together 4 dishes was already considered Song Yulan's overachievement. However, Su Chen still ate with relish, and did not dislike Song Yulan's cooking at all. Chen, how is it? Is it not too good? Song Yulan didn't have much confidence in her cooking skills, and was far less composed in the kitchen than she had been in the operating room. No, it's quite tasty. Mom, if only I could eat your cooking more often. Seeing Su Chen eating so favorably, Song Yulan also said happily. Well, then I'll be sure to cook for you more often. In a trance, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the time when he was a child. At that time, although Su Gang could only go home on weekends, at least their family could still get together every week. Su Chen thought that if Su Gang could also eat with them at the table right now, then he would definitely feel especially happy. Chapter 25, Does it really have no effect? Tonight, Su Chen's appetite was unusually good, and together with Song Yulan, they ate almost all the dishes on the table. At this time, Song Yulan suddenly remembered something and asked Su Chen. Chen, have you told your father about the fact that you're going to take the exam in Fengzhou? Not yet, I was just about to say. I'd like to see him sometime tomorrow. Hearing Su Chen say this, Song Yulan didn't get angry. Instead, she expressed her support for this idea of Su Chen's. Well, you haven't seen each other for quite a long time. Going to Fengzhou is something you should see him. Make good use of your own time and don't interfere with your normal exam preparation. Good, it won't interfere with the exam for sure. After eating, Su Chen wanted to help Song Yulan clean up the dishes, but was still stopped by Song Yulan. Su Chen was about to participate in the mathematical competition league, and in Song Yulan's mind, the importance of this exam was no less than that of the college entrance exam. Song Yulan didn't want Su Chen to waste any more time on such trivial matters, so she told Su Chen to go wash up and rest first. Afterwards, Su Chen sent a text message over to Su Gang, explaining that he was going to Fengzhou tomorrow. Learning of this news, Su Gang was naturally very happy. This time, the two of them hadn't seen each other for a few months. However, Su Gang was still a little worried that Su Chen coming to see him before the exam would affect Su Chen's performance in the exam. Chen, is tomorrow a convenient time for you? Why don't you just focus on preparing for the exam first, and then I'll return to Yudu to see you afterward. It's okay, we're expected to be in Bangju by noon tomorrow. I've prepared very well for this exam, it won't have any effect. Hearing Su Chen say so, Su Gang no longer had any more concerns, so he agreed anyway, already looking forward to the meeting with Su Chen in his heart. Early the next morning at 8 a.m. The members of the Yudu No. 1 middle school mathematical athletics team met promptly at the school gates. In order for everyone to have a fuller rest, the counting competition team purposely set a later time, even later than their usual school time. Qi Jixin was already waiting here early, and when he saw Su Chen coming over, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Su Chen, here you are, get on the bus. After briefly greeting Qi Jixin, Su Chen didn't say anything more before walking quickly onto the bus. Just as Su Chen was looking for a seat, he saw In waving at him. Su Chen, come sit here. Seeing this, Suchin didn't hesitate and sat down on the seat next to Ain. This was a seat that Ain had purposely occupied for Suchin, but of course, even if Ain didn't occupy it, the others might not be willing to sit next to Ain. And Suchin was considered one of the few people in class 16 who didn't resent Ain, because Ain gave Suchin a very sincere feeling, and because Ain was a really smart person, Suchin still liked to get along with smart people. After making sure that everyone had arrived, Shi Jishin instructed the driver that he could start the bus. Along the way, Ain talked to Suchin from time to time about something, including his own experience, some physics problems, and so on. Suchin wouldn't respond to every word Ain said, but when he heard something he was interested in, Suchin would still voice some of his own opinions as well. It seemed that because of the pleasant exchanges with Ain, it made Suchin feel that time passed quickly, and it seemed that in no time at all, the bus had already arrived in Fengzhou. But in reality, more than 2 hours had passed since their departure. The exam location for this counting league is at the Bonju Provincial Experimental Middle School, and the you do know. One counting team will be resting at a nearby hotel today. Everyone first put their luggage in the room and rest for a while. At noon I'll take everyone out to eat together. In the afternoon, we'll go to the examination room together to familiarize ourselves with the environment, and there will be no training in the evening, so everyone adjust yourselves. After saying this, Shi Jishin told everyone to go ahead and pack their things. The rooms booked by you do know. One high school's mathematical athletics team had double and triple rooms, and Suchin and Ain chose a double room, while everyone else had no problem with such an arrangement. After arriving at his room, Suchin simply placed his luggage on the floor and prepared to find Shi Jishin to go on leave. Looking at Suchin's anxious appearance, Ain also asked with some doubt. Suchin, where are you going? My dad is in Bonju, I want to go see him, so I'll take a leave from Mr. Chi first. Oh, I see, so you won't be able to join us for lunch then. Well, I should eat and come back. Good, go on then. After finding Shi Jishin, Suchin told Shi Jishin about his thoughts. Hearing that Suchin wanted to go out alone, Shi Jishin actually didn't really want to grant Suchin a vacation. They were taking their exams tomorrow, and after all, they were out of town now, and they would face some security issues if they went out alone. However, Shi Jishin also knew that if he refused this request from Suchin, it might affect Suchin's exam status tomorrow. After hesitating for a moment, Shi Jishin then said, "Tell you what, I'll get in touch with your father first, and ideally I'll get him to come and pick you up. My dad is probably in class, your parents know about this, so I'll just take a cab straight there. Alright then, I'll call a cab for you in a few minutes, make sure you stay safe on the road." Shi Jishin knew that Suchin was supposedly not going to lie, and since Suchin said so, then he wouldn't refuse anything anymore. Bringing Suchin to the downstairs, Shi Jishin used his cell phone to call a car, and once again instructed Suchin to pay attention to safety before sending Suchin on the car to leave. Sitting in the car, Suchin's mood had gradually become excited. For the city of Fengzhou, Suchin was not too unfamiliar, because Su Gang worked in Fengzhou. Suchin still often came here when he was a child. Suchin liked coming to Fengzhou University very much, it had a very unique atmosphere, and whenever Suchin went to Su Gang's office, he especially liked flipping through those obscure books. The car drove to the north gate of Fengzhou University, and Suchin got off and walked into the campus. Suchin texted Su Gang to tell him that he had gotten inside the school. Seeing that Su Gang didn't return the text message or call over, Suchin wasn't in a hurry, so he strolled around the campus alone. Remembering that the last time he came to Fengzhou University was already 5 years ago, Suchin couldn't help but lament how fast time had passed. In these 5 years, Bonju University has not changed too much, and only some buildings and road surfaces have been renovated. Coming to the entrance of the library, Suchin sat on the bench and quietly looked at the squirrels in the grove, letting his brain do all kinds of thinking. Suchin enjoyed this state very much, and it was only under a state of complete relaxation that Suchin was able to let his brain really work. I don't know how long it took, but Suchin's cell phone finally rang this time. Chapter 26, we must get through this. Not surprisingly, it was Su Gang who called. Chen, I was just in class and I just saw your text message. Where are you right now? I'll go over to look for you. After learning Suchin's location, Su Gang hurriedly walked over quickly. For the two of them to meet this time, the excitement in Su Gang's heart would not be inferior to Suchin. After all, Suchin is his own son, this kind of blood is thicker than water affection, which is irreplaceable by other feelings. Seeing Su Gang's figure, Suchin smiled and waved his hand at Su Gang. Let's go, Chen, I'll take you to dinner first. The school has opened a new restaurant. This restaurant is considered to be one of the most upscale restaurants in Bonju University, and the specifications will not be inferior to the star restaurants outside. It was not easy for Suchin to come here, so Su Gang definitely wanted to treat Suchin to the best. Dad, is it okay if we go to the first cafeteria? I want to eat the chicken leg rice there. Hearing Suchin say that, Su Gang froze for a moment, but still agreed. Okay, whatever you want. The first cafeteria is just a very ordinary cafeteria in Fengzhou University, but it is a place that Suchin misses very much. Every time he came here to eat chicken leg rice, Suchin felt very satisfied, and even though the school now had a more upscale restaurant, Suchin still missed that flavor very much. Later on, Suchin often ate the chicken leg rice downstairs, which was also very much related to this incident. It was now the lunch rush, and Su Gang searched for a while before finding 2 seats. Chen, wait for me here, I'll go get dinner. After waiting in line for a while longer, Su Gang was able to hit the chicken leg rice that Su Chen wanted to eat. Chen, eat quickly. I tasted the chicken thighs and they had the same familiar flavor as before. In a trance, Su Chen seemed to have returned to the time when he was a child and the 3 of their family ate together in the cafeteria of Fengzhou University. It's just that times like that can never come back now. Chen, I heard you say earlier that you were very confident about this exam. It seems like you've changed a lot over this period of time. Well, it's mainly because of Professor Wan's arrival that I've found my future direction. Although I'm not that interested in this competition either, I'll definitely try my best to finish this competition in order to go to his lab. Hearing Su Chen say so, Su Gang also nodded approvingly. As Su Chen's father, Su Gang knew that there was no problem with his son's ability, and even at a young age, Su Chen had shown a high IQ that far exceeded that of children of his age. Even when looking at the obscure textbook he had on hand, Su Chen could read and understand some of it, and he was able to understand what he was explaining very quickly. Normally, Su Chen would have been able to take the path of competition a long time ago, but it was just that the things that happened later on had made it a bit of a struggle for Su Chen to learn even the ordinary content. Chen blamed me for that incident. If I had chosen to go back to Yidu to work with your mom, those things that happened later wouldn't have happened. Thinking about this, Su Gang couldn't help but become remorseful. Su Gang and Song Yulan were high school classmates, and after the college entrance exam, Su Gang went to Fengzhou University, while Song Yulan went to Fengzhou Medical University. The two were close in high school, and after attending college in the same city, it gradually confirmed their romantic relationship. However, there are some differences between the two of them over the choice of jobs after graduation. Song Yulan preferred to go back to Yudu's hometown, as neither of Song Yulan's parents were in good health, so that she could be the first to arrive in case anything happened to her parents. Su Gang, on the other hand, hopes to develop in Bangzhou, where he can conduct better research and have more room for development in the future. Each of the two had their own reasons for their choices, but in the end, neither convinced the other, which caused some animosity between the two. It wasn't until Song Yulan found out she was pregnant that the two put their job options on hold for a while and decided to get a license to get married and have this baby. Su Chen's appearance allowed them to have a happy time for a while. However, the long period of long distance did not allow them to sustain the relationship in the end, and eventually came to the end of their marriage. While looking at Su Gang's remorseful look, Su Chen said with relief, "Dad, it's not your fault." Su Chen knew that neither Su Gang nor Song Yulan had done anything wrong, and there was no way around such an ending. Trying to suppress the remorseful emotions in his heart, Su Gang did not let the tears flow out of his eyes. In any case, at least now Su Chen's situation was already much better than before, and he should indeed move on as well. After eating, Su Gang said, Chen, I'll drive you back later. You have an exam tomorrow, so you still need to go back and prepare. Although Su Chen still wanted to stay with Su Gang for a while longer, he still agreed to this suggestion from Su Gang. On the way back, the two didn't say too much. In fact, they both had a lot of words in their hearts that they wanted to say to each other, but after they actually met, a lot of words couldn't be said. Chen, I won't send you up. Well, Dad, you go back. Watching Su Chen walk into the hotel, after a while, Su just restarted the car. After returning to the hotel, Su Chen first found Shi Jixin and told him that he had returned. Seeing Su Chen return, Shi Jixin finally didn't have to worry about anything anymore. Well, it's good to come back safely. You go back to your room to rest for a while, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon we'll go to the Provincial Experimental Middle School together to familiarize ourselves with the examination room. The place where Su Chen and the others lived was only a few hundred meters away from the Provincial Experimental Middle School, and it was very convenient to walk there. After familiarizing himself with the examination room, Shi Jixin didn't organize any more training, so he let everyone eat and rest early. By 7:30 a.m. the next morning, everyone had arrived at the test center. At 8 o'clock there was going to be an exam for the first try of the Mathematical Competition League, and Su Chen sat in his seat, trying to get his brain excited. The examination content of the first test should be relatively simple. In principle, the questions of the first test are not beyond the teaching requirements and content stipulated in the standard of the general high school mathematics curriculum, but only in the solution of the problems have been improved. However, for Su Chen, such a less difficult question would instead make it difficult to stimulate Su Chen's interest in answering the question. Su Chen was worried that he would fall back into that low mood he had before, which was why he took the initiative to adjust his state. In any case, Su Chen must carry through this first hurdle first, and not lose his footing on top of these simple topics. 15 minutes before the start of the exam, the invigilator began to hand out the papers for the first exam. After you have been given the paper, you may read the questions, but you may not put pen to paper. Only after the bell rings at 8 o'clock can everyone start answering the questions. Chapter 27, He's Back Again? After being handed the paper, the candidates all immediately looked at the questions on the paper. This is sort of an extra time for answering questions, and if you can utilize this time, you will be able to answer the questions a lot faster afterwards. However, after getting the rolled paper, Su Chen didn't go ahead and look at the rolled paper like the others. Su Chen wasn't worried about not being able to finish the paper. A lot of the questions in the first test himself could be killed in seconds, compared to keeping himself in shape. But it was a much more difficult thing to do. It wasn't until after the bell rang for the official start of the exam that Su Chen placed his eyes on the rolled paper. Just like what Su Chen had expected before, the difficulty of these questions was indeed very ordinary. Like those particularly simple topics, Su Chen could already come up with a result after reading the topic. Even for slightly more difficult topics, the time Su Chen took from starting to think to coming up with a complete thought would not exceed 30 seconds. First question, the value of f, minus 100, minus 1/2. In the second question, the range of values of x cozy, -1, square root 3 1. Question 3, maximum area of quadrilateral OAPF, 3 square root 11/2. In less than a few minutes, Su Chen had already answered all 8 fill-in-the-blank questions and was certain that his answers were completely correct. At this point in time, the other students who answered the fastest hadn't finished half of the fill-in-the-blank questions, not to mention that they could all have started thinking about these questions in advance, 15 minutes before the exam started. Taking advantage of the fact that he was still in a state of excitement, Su Chen immediately worked on the big questions in the back. There were a total of 3 answer questions in the first exam, and with the time Su Chen had left now, it was completely sufficient to answer them. But Su Chen still didn't dare to slack off. If he couldn't continue this state, any more time would be meaningless. The first big question was an inequality proof question. Su Chen had already determined that the conclusion was correct after taking a look, but Su Chen still tried to use that clumsy method to complete the proof process. The second major question was slightly more difficult and required the use of Cauchy's inequality to find the maximum value of an algebraic equation. Such a topic naturally couldn't be difficult for Su Chen, only that Su Chen knew he had to construct a few inequalities first and write the conditions for the inequalities to be taken as equal. Forcing himself to write out these stupid processes, Su Chen only felt that his state was not as good as it was at the beginning. Just one last big question left. Hang in there a little longer. The last big question was sort of the finale of the first exam, a complex number combined with a most value. This question may not seem too difficult, but it actually involves constructing a pair of hyperbolas that correspond the complex numbers to the coordinates of the hyperbola. Only then is it possible to find the maximum value of this algebraic value containing a complex number. This thought process wasn't easy to come up with, but Su Chen had already constructed the entire thought process in less than a minute. The elevated difficulty of the last question had caused Su Chen's feeling of pain to diminish a bit. After patiently writing the process of this topic in its entirety, Su Chen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally finished all of them. These topics are really much more boring than expected. Perhaps it was because Su Chen had been practicing the questions of the counting competition final recently, which made the tedious feeling seem even more intense when Su Chen did the questions of the first try again. Once again looking back at this paper that he had finished, Su Chen couldn't even believe that he was really able to persist in writing out all of this boring content. And only a mere 20 minutes had passed since the start of the exam. The other candidates in the examination room were still basically at the stage of answering the fill-in-the-blank questions, and the fastest ones had only just begun to read the first answer questions. There was still an hour to go before the end of the first exam, and Su Chen couldn't go ahead and answer the questions for the second exam before the first exam ended. Continuing to stay in the examination room, there is nothing to do. Thinking of this, Su Chen raised his hand to signal the invigilator. Seeing Su Chen raise his hand, an invigilator walked over to Su Chen. "What's the matter, classmate?" "Teacher, can I turn in my paper now?" "Oh, yes, you can leave the roll of paper on the table and get out." Unlike normal high school exams, the mathematics competitive examination does not restrict candidates from handing in their papers early, and in principle, it is perfectly fine even if they hand in their papers right at the beginning of the exam. After all, some candidates will already have their minds blown when they take the first exam and just give up on the second exam later on. The monitoring teacher only thought that Su Chen was such a student, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that the difficulty of the number of competitive questions was indeed beyond the reach of many candidates. Coming out of the exam room, Su Chen felt a little more comfortable in his heart at last. In order to prevent himself from missing the time of the second exam, Su Chen didn't dare to go far, but just sat in the corridor, relaxing his brain while waiting for the second exam to begin. During this period, there were candidates who chose to hand in their papers early, and most of them chose to hand in their papers early because there were too many questions they couldn't do, and gave up the second exam later. There were only a few candidates who were like Su Chen who had already answered all the questions and were so confident in their answers that they dared to hand in their papers early. Before the first exam began, Su Chen once again returned to his seat in the exam room. Seeing that Su Chen had actually come back again, the invigilator was also a bit surprised. Normally, a candidate who has given up the first examination will certainly not participate in the second examination. After all, the second test is much more difficult than the first test, and if the score on the first test is too low, even if you do well on the second test, you will not be eligible to participate in the awards. However, the invigilator didn't say anything more, but only became more and more curious about Su Chen in his heart. After a 20-minute break, the second test officially began. The number of candidates in the examination room at this time was a bit less than that of the first exam, and they all gave up directly on continuing to the second exam because their minds blew up during the first exam. There are only 4 answering questions in total on the second exam, which may not seem like a large number of questions, but in reality the difficulty is essentially elevated from the answering questions on the first exam. Even though the exam time for the second test is a full 2 hours and 50 minutes, it is still difficult for the candidates to answer all the 4 answer questions within that time. This time, Suchen still didn't look at the questions on the roll paper right after he got it, but first adjusted his state properly. After allowing his brain to become active, Suchen then looked down at the rolled paper. The difficulty of the questions in the second test was indeed elevated quite a bit from the first test, which also allowed Suchen to not lose interest in these questions too quickly. Chapter 28. This student is too abnormal. Doing this level of topics, Suchen wasn't able to achieve seconds under the strict meaning of the word. These difficult questions are indeed very large. If a student who has not been professionally trained in number competition, even if the high school math can get a perfect score, it is very difficult to do even one question correctly when doing the questions of the second exam of the number competition. However, after reading through the topic once, Suchen had already immediately constructed a complete thought process within his own mind. Just connect IB, IC, IQ, PB, PC. To prove out BR uptack CR. Suchen instantly completed the construction of the 5 auxiliary lines on top of the original diagram and determined that the conclusion that this question asked to prove was correct. For other candidates who were able to come up with a proof idea for the question, then they had undoubtedly done the most significant work on the question. And unlike other candidates, after figuring out the solution to the question became instantly boring. Suchen must strictly follow the requirements of the exam and go to fill in the process of which is complete, rather than writing according to his own thoughts. Just as Suchen was writing the first question, the invigilator of the exam room had quietly walked over to Suchen. This invigilator is not a professional math competition teacher, but is a math teacher and is perfectly capable of reading these exam questions. When Suchen continued to come back for the second exam, he was already very curious about Suchen, and he happened to take the opportunity to supervise the exam to see what level of a student Suchen really was. What made him feel a bit strange was that Suchen didn't look at the test paper first when he got it just now. This is a very unusual phenomenon in an exam where time is very tight, just as strange as not starting in a track meet even when you hear the starting gun go off. At the same time, Suchen was the first student in the examination room to start writing to answer the questions, and while Suchen had already written several lines of the solution process, the other candidates were still stuck in the stage of reading and thinking. Squinting at Suchen's rolled paper, this invigilator also finally realized that Suchen really knew how to do these topics. Judging from the construction of the auxiliary line, Suchen's thinking is indeed very clear, connecting the conditions of the question and the problem to be solved at once. To be able to have such a strong sense of problem solving, I think this student is definitely not an ordinary competition student, but has a great chance to hit the competition awards. Already working on the second question? Just as this invigilator was thinking about these things, Suchen had unexpectedly finished the first question and directly started writing up the process of the second question. It was now just less than 10 minutes past the start of the exam. According to the allocation of time for the second exam, the average answer time for a question is about 40 minutes, and to be able to finish an answer question within half an hour is already considered to be done relatively quickly. Suchen's speed of answering the questions, on the other hand, was far beyond that, and had even reached a very outrageous level. This makes this invigilator also cannot help but suspect, this candidate cannot be in advance to know these exam questions, right? However, such a possibility is naturally minimal, as the organizers require very strict confidentiality of the contest questions, and there is basically no possibility of leakage. What's more, if this candidate really knew the candidate's questions in advance, it was unlikely that he would make a big deal out of turning in his papers early, which would undoubtedly increase his suspicions. This would also seem to indicate that the questions in the counting competition league are far from difficult for this candidate. After more than half an hour of the second exam, Suchen had finished answering all 4 questions. This gave Suchen a sense of relief. No matter what, he had done his best to complete this exam. According to Suchen's own estimation, there is basically no problem with his own answers, except for some minor details that may lose some points. The main points should be able to be achieved. It should still be a no-brainer to at least make the provincial team. Since he had already finished answering all the questions, Suchen had no reason to waste any more time in the exam room, so he once again applied to hand in his paper early. This time, this invigilator had watched Suchen's entire process of doing the questions, and knew that Suchen had really finished these questions, and had not chosen to hand in his papers early because he had given up on the exam. Coming out of the exam room, Suchen, however, suddenly felt some emptiness in his heart again. Suchen couldn't wait to hurry up and get bailed out of Yenhang right now and go to Wang Jihan's lab to conduct research on aircraft design. However, Suchen also knew that he had only just completed one of the steps now. Even though Suchen thought to himself that he was already capable of answering the questions of the final round of the counting competition, he still had to wait until the results of the league came out before he went to start the next part of his journey. Since this was the case, Suchin simply stopped fretting over this matter and allowed himself to enter a meditative state again. I don't know how much time had passed, but Suchin felt someone tapping his shoulder. Suchin turned his head to look and realized that this person was none other than Ain. Suchin, you handed in your paper so early? I thought my answers were considered fast, but I didn't expect that I still didn't beat you. Speaking of which, Ain had only answered 2 of the answer questions for the second exam, and with Ain's math ability, he really couldn't solve all the questions as easily as Suchin. However, as a competition student whose main subject was physical competition, Ain's performance like this was already considered very good, and at least the 2 questions that Ain had worked out were confident of getting the majority of the marks. Well, I'll come out after I finish writing, Suchin said calmly. How about it, how's the answer this time? There shouldn't be any problem getting into the provincial team, right? The questions are all done, so I don't think it should be too much of a problem. Hearing Suchin say that, Ain was also happy for Suchin from the bottom of her heart. That's good. I'm going to play well in the IoT preliminaries after that, and we'll try to both make it into the national collection and get guaranteed a place at our desired university. Just as Suchin and Ain were chatting about these words, 2 students walked over next to them. Hey, if it isn't Ain. You're here for the counting competition too, huh? Hearing someone calling his name, Ain subconsciously turned his head to look. Pan Hao. Chen Yuba? Ha, that's a coincidence. Ain, I thought you would only participate in the object competition. With your level of math, you don't have much hope of making it to the provincial team by participating in the mathematics competition, do you? Hey, I just came over to have some fun. Object competition is my real stage. Let me introduce you guys, this is my classmate Suchin, the math god of our Yudu First Middle School. However, when Pan Hao looked at Suchin, his mouth opened wide in surprise all of a sudden. Chapter 29, Organization Found. Aren't you the student who took the exam with me? Hearing Pan Hao say that, Ain was also a bit puzzled. What, Pan Hao, did you notice Suchin just now? Normally, in the middle of such a stressful exam, it is difficult to pay attention to other students in the same exam room. After all, everyone's attention is on the questions. Even Suchin didn't know that he had just been in the same exam room as Pan Hao, but Pan Hao had noticed Suchin instead. So this great god is from your Yudu First Middle School. Finishing the first exam in more than 20 minutes and the second exam in more than half an hour, this speed of answering questions is really terrifying. When Suchin handed in his papers early for the first time, Pan Hao also thought that Suchin was the type of candidate who gave up on the second exam. However, after Suchin continued to participate in the second examination, Pan Hao knew that Suchin was definitely not as simple as he had previously thought. Learning what happened, Ain smiled back. This speed is too normal. Suchin answering this kind of paper is just like doing elementary school questions. I've never been able to convince any student in Yudu First Middle School, but Suchin is an exception. Through the chat between the 3 of them, Suchin also roughly understood the basic information about Pan Hao and Chen Yuba. Pan Hao comes from the Provincial Experimental High School, which is where this Bong Provincial Mathematical Athletic League is being held. Chen Yuba, on the other hand, is from Yutsai High School, also a top high school in Bonju City. Compared to Yudu No. 1 Middle School, Provincial Experimental Middle School and Yutsai Middle School were significantly more powerful, with the number of students admitted to Shuimu and Yin University every year being almost 2 or 3 times that of Yudu No. 1 Middle School. The 3 of them had gotten to know each other during the last object competition. At that time they were only in their first year of high school, but they all managed to make the provincial team and get a national award, just a little bit short of the national set to qualify for a direct guarantee. And for this edition of the competition, they are all aiming to get into the national set and qualify for a guaranteed spot. Unlike Ain, both Pan Hao and Chen Yuba have much stronger levels of numerical competition, unlike Ain, where only the physical competition section has the qualifications to hit the national collection. After a few people chatted for a while, Pan Hao proposed, "Come on, I'll take you guys out to dinner and we'll talk while we eat." As the host, Pan Hao naturally had to do his part as a landlord. Normally, Suchin was not too fond of participating in such activities, but both Pan Hao and Chen Yuba gave Suchin a very intimate feeling, just like the feeling Ain gave himself. They didn't think of themselves as some kind of weirdo, unlike those in class 15, none of whom were willing to initiate conversation with themselves. Therefore, Suchin still agreed and came with them to a restaurant at the entrance of the school. While waiting for the food to be served, we couldn't help but chat about the title of the counting league we had just played in. The difficulty of the league questions this time is not bad. Pan Hao, you have no problem getting into the provincial team, right? There should be no problem, according to the results of previous years, 200 enough to enter the provincial team. I have 1 or 2 questions on the second test that I didn't call correctly, but the others shouldn't deduct too many points. That's good, I should almost get in too. Which question did you call inaccurate? The split sides one? Yes, a split sides problem and a proof of an inequality. Did you do those 2 problems? I don't know if I did them right. I've written it, but I don't know if the idea is right. Let's restore the title first. Saying that, Pan Hao and Chen Yuba took out their books and directly restored the 2 questions they had just asked. Watching Pan Hao and Chen Yuba study these math problems, Ain said somewhat helplessly, I took one look at these two questions and knew I wouldn't be able to do them. Anyway, these are math questions that have nothing to do with physics, and I won't be studying such questions in the future. Ain, you're being a bit narrow-minded when you say that. Newton was a double math physics student to be able to have such a high attainment in physics. Newton was also one of the inventors of calculus, in addition to formulating important theories in physics, such as the law of gravity and the three laws of motion. But Einstein's math was pretty mediocre too, and that didn't stop him from creating special and general relativity. Einstein's math was actually pretty strong, just not as strong as the top mathematicians. He certainly wouldn't have been able to produce as much physics research as he did if he didn't have a solid enough foundation in math. Suchen didn't join in their conversation, but listening to their conversation, Suchen still felt very interesting. When I was in class 15, all we talked about after class was some sports matches and entertainment gossip. No one ever talked about anything like that. Perhaps they were considered abnormal among ordinary people, and staying with these abnormal people, Suchen had a feeling of finding an organization. It was at this time that Pan Hao and Shen Yuba had some disagreements about the conditions of a question. As I recall the conditions of this question, I think there were 33 by 33 squares of paper with each small square dyed one of three colors. The first condition is fine, the second condition is to require that two adjacent small squares have different colors, then call such a common edge a split edge, and finally find the minimum number of split edges. Looking at the way Pan Hao and Shen Yuba were arguing about the conditions of this question, Ain hurriedly interjected. Hey, if you guys have topic conditions that you can't remember, just ask Suchen. Suchen is definitely able to memorize them. Hearing Ain say that, Pan Hao and Shen Yuba remembered that there was such a math god sitting next to them. Because Suchen hadn't said much all this time, it made them accidentally ignore Suchen's existence. Although in Ain's words, Suchen was a math god level character, but apart from the fact that Suchen had just handed in his paper very quickly, Pan Hao and Shen Yuba had yet to truly appreciate the power of Suchen's math. Suchen, are you still able to remember the conditions of this question? Well, I'll try to restore it. Receiving the paper and pen handed by Pan Hao, Suchen immediately recovered that one question. In fact, for the topics that he had done, Suchen could remember them very clearly, and even if one or two of the words might be a bit different, it certainly still wouldn't affect the meaning of the topic. In order to be able to let Pan Hao and Shen Yuba better recall the question, Suchen simply restored the question as he remembered it. Well, that's basically the deal. After Suchen wrote this question, Pan Hao and Shen Yuba both hurriedly came over. Chapter 30, The Genius of Geniuses. And after reading what Suchen had written, Pan Hao and Shen Yuba realized how incredible Suchen's memory was. Suchen, are you memorizing all the conditions of the topic, word for word? Yeah, Suchen, this memory of yours is too powerful, isn't it? Looking at this question you wrote, I feel like you didn't copy down the original question, and I can't find the difference between them at all. Ain appeared somewhat calm about this. Through getting along with Suchen for so many days, Ain had long noticed that Suchen had a very powerful memory. Even the small details that Ain usually tended to ignore, Suchen was able to completely memorize them by looking at them once, as if storing the information in a computer's hard disk. Does that need me to write the solution? After hesitating for a moment, Suchen still inquired tentatively. Just now, while listening to their chat, Suchen knew that they weren't able to call the answer to this question correctly. Normally, Suchen would have no interest in writing again on a topic like this that he had done, but if this could help them, Suchen wouldn't mind the trouble. Anyway, it was just a question, and the painful feeling it brought to Suchen was still completely acceptable. Hearing Suchen say that, Pan Hao and Shen Yuba both agreed in a hurry. It would be great to do that. I feel like we're all thinking a little bit off on this one. Just briefly state your thoughts, we should be able to understand. Pan Hao and Shen Yuba were both students with very strong comprehension skills, so naturally they didn't need to make Suchen go through the whole process of writing again like he did in the exam. Being able to save the trouble of the writing process, Suchen also let go a lot more, and after simply writing a few equations on the paper, he explained them to Pan Hao and Shen Yuba. We denote the number of dividing edges as L. Divide the grid paper into 3 regions, at which point there are 56 dividing edges, and then we prove that L is greater than or equal to 56. Suchen usually seldom gave people face-to-face lectures. On the one hand, few people sought help from Suchen to give them lectures. On the other hand, even if Suchen was willing to speak, other people might not be able to understand. However, for students like Pan Hao and Shen Yuba, as long as Suchen was able to give them a little nudge in their thoughts, they could completely understand the solution to this question. After listening to Suchen speak about his thought process, they all acted as if they had come to a realization after thinking about it for a little while. I see, the function definition here is very important to clearly represent the individual numbers in each row and column. This is such a brilliant way of thinking that it can be proved in its entirety by discussing all the possible scenarios. Through the explanation of this question, Pan Hao and Shen Yuba both appreciated Suchen's powerful math level and understood why Ain had praised Suchen so much. As the top competition students in their respective schools, neither Pan Hao nor Shen Yuba had usually seen a student similar to Suchen. It can be said that Suchen's strength has been far more than simply entering the provincial team, but can really hit higher heights. Looking at the surprised look on Pan Hao and Chen Yuba's faces, Ain however said as if nothing had happened. There's no need to be surprised, Su-chen is just as powerful in physics. Even I wouldn't dare to say that I can beat Su-chen in physics. Ain's words once again shocked Pan Hao and Chen Yuba, as they both knew a great deal about Ain's physics level. Although Ain's math wasn't that great, if they were to compare physics alone, both Pan Hao and Chen Yuba admitted that there was a gap between them and Ain. After all, Ain was a terrifying existence who had gotten a national silver the first time she participated in an object competition in her freshman year of high school, while Pan Hao and Chen Yuba had only gotten a national bronze. After continuing to settle in for another year, Ain is well positioned to take the national gold and has high hopes of hitting the national set. Moreover, Ain usually never casually went about praising others, and being able to make Ain say so was enough to show that Su-chen's ability had completely convinced Ain. Geez, it looks like in our session, we're going to have a monster from the counting competition dual nation set. It's scary enough to get into one national set, a double national set, is really unimaginable. The so-called double national collection, that is, in two different competitions, both entered the national training team, can be said to be an extremely rare situation. Looking at the whole country, such a candidate would only appear one in a few years, and could be said to be a true genius among geniuses, with unlimited future achievements. But at this very moment, Su-chen said calmly, I only signed up for one section of the math competition, not the object competition. Ain mentioned this to me, but I declined. Hearing Su-chen say that, Pan Hao and Chen Yuba, however, were both a bit puzzled. Why? Wouldn't it be better to sign up for a two-subject competition? That would give you two chances to hit the bailout. Yes, and you're the one who has the strength to enter the national collection in both subjects. If you can really get into the national collection in both mathematics and physics, you'll be able to get a lot more prize money. Su-chen knew that their thoughts were all very rational, it was just that for himself, this matter was not necessary. Seeing that Su-chen was unwilling to explain this matter, Ain replied in Su-chen's place. Su-chen's situation is special, he wasn't a competition student before, and he only signed up for the math competition on a temporary basis. For Su-chen, as long as he can be guaranteed admission, there's no need to take one more subject. In fact, during this short period of contact with Su-chen, both Pan Hao and Chen Yuba were able to sense that Su-chen was indeed a bit special. Not only was he very silent, some of his actions were also unusual. Even among these competition students who were regarded as geniuses, Su-chen was also very different. However, they didn't feel any differently about Su-chen because of this. In front of absolute intelligence, these things were all very insignificant now. Hey, it's good not to participate in the object competition, it's kind of like leaving us an extra guaranteed spot. If someone really has a double national set, that means we're going to have one less guaranteed spot in this year's competition. Brother Chen is looking out for us. By the way, Brother Chen, why don't you also join our school bully group? We usually exchange some difficult problems in the group often, and we are in need of a great god like you to join us. Well, I'll add you guys to the group when I get a new cell phone. Saying that, Su-chen helplessly took out his own piece of old age machine, indicating that his cell phone wasn't able to follow these social software. Speaking of which, Su-chen was still somewhat interested in adding this group. It wasn't that Su-chen was completely resistant to any socializing, it was just that most of the people made it so that Su-chen wasn't even interested in communicating. Chapter 31 I want to keep my distance from Su-chen. If all the people in this group were like Ain, Pan Hao, and Chen Yuba, who were very intelligent and friendly, Su-chen would be willing to communicate with them. Seeing the old age phone that Su-chen took out, Pan Hao and Chen Yuba couldn't help but be staggered again. Sure enough, the real gods don't use smartphones, and it's true that using this thing too much will delay learning. In the future, I'll change to a senior citizen's phone like Chen's, completely isolating myself from meaningless socializing. Su-chen only smiled gently at his words and didn't explain anything further. Su-chen was only using this phone because Song Yulan hadn't bought herself a smartphone yet. If he had a computer or smartphone of his own, Su-chen wouldn't have to run to an internet cafe to watch instructional videos. Thinking that his cell phone had not been turned on, Su-chen long pressed the red power button for a few seconds. Just now, during the exam, the candidates' cell phones were to remain turned off, and as soon as Su-chen's cell phone was turned on, he saw several missed calls. These missed calls were all from Qi Jixin, presumably because he hadn't found Su-chen after the exams, which was why he went to call to ask where Su-chen had gone. Su-chen hurriedly called back, and before the phone rang twice, Qi Jixin on the other end immediately picked up the phone. Su-chen, where are you now? How come I haven't seen you? Teacher, I'm eating out with Ain, I'll be back in a little while. Oh, nothing, I never found you earlier so I thought I'd call and ask where you'd gone. Why don't you guys eat first, then just meet back at the hotel? After Su-chen hung up the phone, Pan Hao couldn't help but ask, is your teacher so demanding? You even need to report to him when you eat at the school gate. Hey, it's not that strict, it's just that our teacher Qi is especially concerned about Su-chen. It's the same going out to eat, how come I didn't receive a call from Mr. Qi? Ain flipped through her cell phone's call log, and sure enough, there weren't any calls from Qi Jixin. The reason why Qi Jixin wanted to find Su-chen right away, besides worrying about Su-chen's safety, he also really wanted to ask Suchin properly how the answer was in the end. After the four of them finished eating, Ain, Pan Hao, and Shen Yuba all grabbed the bill, and only Suchin didn't know what exactly they were grabbing. In the end, it was the host, Pan Hao, who was better and managed to be the first to complete the payment. Hey, there's no need to fight for any of it. When we go to the provincial team training later, there will still be plenty of chances to eat, and if we can be guaranteed to be sent to Shui Muanyen University, then we'll be even closer to each other. Once they had eaten, the four said goodbye to each other and returned to their groups. When Su Chen and Ain walked to the entrance of the hotel, they realized that Qi Jixin was already sitting and waiting in the lobby. Seeing Su Chen come over, Qi Jixin hurriedly got up and walked over. How about it, Su Chen? How did you play this time? Well, I feel okay. I basically played at my usual level. Hearing Su Chen say this, Qi Jixin finally felt completely at ease and nodded in satisfaction. Su Chen was a person who never exaggerated himself, and since Su Chen could say that, it was enough to show that Su Chen's performance in this league was outstanding. As long as Su Chen was able to answer the questions as he usually did when practicing, then it was definitely possible to securely enter the provincial team. Alright, there's nothing more to do. You guys go back to your rooms and pack up your things. In a while we're going back to Yudu. After you go back today, you should take a good rest first, and tomorrow we'll start the official training for the counting competition finals. As the number of candidates participating in the league is still high, the results of the candidates will be available after about a week. In the meantime, those candidates who are hopeful of reaching the final are surely going to train for the final part of the competition in advance, instead of waiting dryly for the results to come out. After packing up their things, Su Chen and Ain boarded the bus back to Yudu. Everyone had indeed worked very hard over the past 2 days, and after the bus drove back to the entrance of Yudu No. 1 middle school, Qi Jixin let everyone go back to rest individually. Early the next morning, Su Chen came to school on time as usual. Su Chen didn't know how Qi Jixin was going to carry out the rest of the training, whether it would be in the form of a group as before, or whether he would train himself one-on-one. But no matter how Qi Jixin arranged it, Su Chen was sure that he would study and do the questions at his own pace. After a while, Qi Jixin finally arrived at the classroom of the second year 16 class. Su Chen, Yan Zihan, you two come out. When he heard Qi Jixin call out to him, Su Chen walked out with his school bag. Yan Zihan, however, visibly froze for a moment, somewhat unable to imagine Qi Jixin arranging things this way, but still obediently stood up. Seeing such a scene, Ain was somewhat gloating. Participating in training with Su Chen, how sour this feeling must be. In fact, Qi Jixin's arrangement like this is also very normal. According to Qi Jixin's understanding of everyone's answer situation, it's true that only Su Chen and Qi Jixin have hoped to enter the provincial team. After all, the entire Feng province's number of athletic provincial team only more than 10 players, Yuda First High School can have 2 people hope to enter the provincial team, has been considered a relatively good result. In other years, even if none of the students made it to the provincial team, it would have been perfectly normal. And for those students who have little hope of making the provincial team, forcing them to train for the counting competition finals is something that makes absolutely no sense. Bringing Su Chen and Yan Zihan to the digital competition training room, Qi Jixin said, "Why don't you guys find a seat and we'll arrange the rest of the training program." For the two of them, this counting competition training room was indeed a bit empty, and without much hesitation, Su Chen directly sat down in the center of the first row. Seeing Su Chen sitting here, Yan Zihan, however, didn't dare to sit next to Su Chen, but found a seat far away from Su Chen. Yan Zihan's fear of Su Chen was deep in his bones, and sitting with this kind of monster would only make Yan Zihan feel tremendous pressure. Seeing Yan Zihan actually sitting so far away from the podium, Qi Jixin was crying and laughing. "Yan Zihan, why are you sitting so far away? It's not like anyone else is coming over. Hurry over and sit in the first row." Hearing Qi Jixin say that, Yan Zihan had no choice but to walk over with her things in her arms, but she still sat down at a certain distance from Su Chen. Both of you are hopeful to enter the provincial team players, regardless of the final in the end or not can enter the provincial team how, before the results come out, we still have to follow can enter the provincial team to prepare. Regarding this, neither Su Chen nor Yan Zihan would have any opinions, even if Qi Jixin didn't arrange training right away, they would have practiced for the counting competition finals on their own. Chapter 32 You can't even touch my taillight. The rest of the training will only involve the two of you, so we'll be going at a faster pace. If there are any questions, you can both feel free to ask without being as formal as you were during the previous league practices. After briefly talking about the arrangements afterward, Qi Jixin immediately got to the point. The difficulty of counting competitive finals is a huge upgrade from the league. It often takes an hour or two to do a number contest final, and the process can run to 3 or 4 pages long. It was a good thing that both Su Chen and Yan Zihan had already studied the final part of the counting competition before and possessed a certain foundation, otherwise it would be difficult to immediately adapt to such a rhythm if they were to directly learn the content of the final part. But even so, Yan Zihan still felt a bit of a struggle to keep up with Qi Jixin's rhythm. On the contrary, Su Chen was looking at the specialized book on aircraft design in his hand while listening to what Qi Jixin was explaining. Just now, Su-chen purposely brought his book bag over, and most of the books packed inside were various extracurricular books such as flying machine design. The reason why Su-chen did this was not to deliberately disrespect Qi Jixin, it was just to keep his brain in good shape all the time. After all, to Su-chen, what Qi Jixin was talking about wasn't really that interesting, and he couldn't go and click on 2 times the speed to play it like he was watching a video. Even in this state of double-mindedness, Su-chen was perfectly capable of keeping up with Qi Jixin's pace, and could also think about some other issues in the meantime. Okay, now let's practice with one question. It's one of the easier questions in the counting competition final, but of course it's still definitely a lot harder than the league questions. While saying that, Qi Jixin cast a question on top of the projection screen. The question doesn't look too complicated, and the stem is only 4 simple lines, but it still requires a very complex derivation to prove the conclusion it asks for. After seeing this question, Yan Zihan immediately racked his brain. In Yan Zihan's mind, this was the first head-on confrontation between himself and Su-chen. Even if Yan Zihan knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to do it as fast as Su-chen, he should at least not be pulled too far apart by Su-chen. After staring at this question for 10 whole minutes, Yan Zihan finally got some ideas and started to write on the paper. What Yan Zihan didn't know was that during the period when Yan Zihan was thinking about this topic's thought process, Su-chen had already quietly completed the writing of this topic's answer process. After these days of training, Su-chen could already be very comfortable doing these topics. As long as Su-chen was given a minute, it would be enough to figure out the solution to a topic. What's more, this question, among the counting competition finals, was still considered relatively simple, and with just one reading of the question, Su-chen had already solved it in his mind. As a result, most of the time Su-chen spent was actually on writing rather than thinking. After Su-chen raised his hand to indicate that he had finished writing this question, Qi Jixin also looked a bit surprised and hurriedly watched Su-chen's solution. Honestly speaking, before, Qi Jixin had also completely failed to expect that Su-chen could still maintain such a fast speed while doing the final questions of the counting competition. And after watching Su-chen's problem-solving process, Qi Jixin couldn't help but express his admiration for Su-chen's ability. Even though the difficulty of the topic had now been raised by more than one notch from before, Su-chen could still tackle the topic with ease. What's more, this was mainly all the result of Su-chen's self-study, and before this, Qi Jixin had only briefly instructed Su-chen a few times, and had not gone into detail at all to explain anything about the counting competition finals to Su-chen. Not bad, the idea is completely correct, and the overall process is not too problematic. In fact, when we were writing the final questions, some simple derivations didn't have to be too lengthy. Since the questions in the final are much more complex, the requirements for the process when marking the papers will be correspondingly lower. Like some of the simpler derivations, you can abbreviate them appropriately and just write the key steps in them. And if it is a solution that has been used before, it is possible to use it again in one stroke. After learning about these requirements, Su-chen also felt much more relaxed. Many of these processes were things that Su-chen was not willing to write about, and if he could write about fewer of them, Su-chen would definitely be very happy to do so. Seeing Yan Zihan on the side still bored with this question, Su-chen asked Qi Jixin, "Teacher, can I do something else first?" "Well, feel free to do as you please." Since Su-chen had completed the question so quickly, Qi Jixin still needed to take care of Yan Zihan's speed. After receiving Qi Jixin's permission, Su-chen drew something on his own book, not knowing what it was. Amidst his curiosity, Qi Jixin also peeked at Su-chen, wanting to see what exactly Su-chen was drawing. As Su-chen continued to draw various lines on the paper, the entire image gradually became clearer. Although Qi Jixin wasn't able to look too closely due to the distance, Qi Jixin was able to tell that Su-chen's drawing was supposed to be the design of an airplane. In contrast to Su-chen's words, Su-chen's paintings were instead very good. Even without the aid of a straightedge and other tools, Su-chen was still able to draw the diagram in an extremely regular manner, as if he was doing the mapping in the software. This made Qi Jixin realize that perhaps Su-chen wasn't really bad at writing, but just had little interest in the matter of writing. It was only after Su-chen had drawn several airplane designs in succession that Yan Zihan finally finished writing this topic. "Teacher, I'm done." At this time, Yan Zihan already had fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead due to the intense brain activity. In order to solve this question, Yan Zihan could be said to have pulled out all the stops. But even so, Yan Zihan still couldn't even touch Su-chen's taillight. After watching Yan Zihan's solution, Qi Jixin was quite satisfied. Although Yan Zihan did take a bit too long to do this question, being able to basically get this question right was an okay performance. Just like that, Su-chen and Yan Zihan spent a day together training together. This day could be considered the most stressful day of his life for Yan Zihan. Every minute, every second with Su-chen, Yan Zihan felt as if there were millions of pounds of strength pressing down on her. Su-chen, on the other hand, had a very relaxing day, and while training for the counting competition final, Su-chen also drew quite a few airplane designs that he was satisfied with. Chapter 33 First in the province. Compared to carrying out the design of the airplane scheme in his own mind, making drawings directly on paper gave Su-chen a more soothing feeling. Anyway, all these questions Qi Jixin had given Su-chen would not be difficult to defeat, and Su-chen also looked very confident about entering the national collection afterward. After school in the evening, Yen Zihan couldn't help but find Qi Jixin. Mr. Qi, can we change the way we train? I feel like I can't keep up with Su Chen's rhythm at all, and training with him is just too much pressure. It was also a very normal phenomenon for Yen Zihan to feel this way. All along, Yen Zihan's math had been the most powerful in the entire Yuduno. One middle school, and he had never encountered any student whose math level was equal to his own. However, Su Chen's appearance had directly subverted such a situation. It's like being a citywide champion in a certain sport only to be finished off by a much better opponent after participating in a national competition. The despair brought about by this extreme fall from grace could indeed easily shatter one's Tao heart. And after this day's observation, Qi Jixin similarly felt that such a training method was not very reasonable. This would not only affect Yen Zihan's mentality, but also make Su Chen have to accommodate Yen Zihan, greatly reducing Su Chen's training efficiency. Even if they didn't separate Su Chen and Yen Zihan, they should have at least adopted different training rhythms for the two of them. Let's put it this way, Yen Zihan, starting tomorrow, I'll let you and Su Chen each train at your own pace. Of course you shouldn't have too much pressure, your performance is already considered relatively good, there's no need to keep comparing yourself to Su Chen. Seeing Qi Jixin arranging it this way, Yen Zihan briefly thought for a moment before finally nodding his head and accepting it. In fact, Yen Zihan's ideal situation was for Qi Jixin to train the two of them separately, preferably in a state where the two of them couldn't touch each other at all. Of course, Yen Zihan also knew that it wasn't very realistic for him to think like this. It was already a rather extravagant thing for the two of them to occupy a training room, and it would undoubtedly be a great waste of resources if they were allowed to have one training room each. Escaping didn't solve anything, and Yen Zihan could only try to adapt himself to this state. In the next few days, Qi Jixin took a one-on-one teaching approach to Su Chen and Yen Zihan respectively, which allowed both Su Chen and Yen Zihan to gradually find the rhythm that best suited them. Finally, after 7 days, the results of this counting competition were finally out. After receiving the notification, Qi Jixin was also the first to inquire about the results of the various members of the Yuduno, one middle school's numerical competition team. Among them, what made Qi Jixin the most concerned was naturally Su Chen's results. And the moment he saw Su Chen's results, Qi Jixin's excitement was very much overflowing. 290 points. Su Chen, you really haven't let me down. Originally, Qi Jixin's expectation of Su Chen was only to be able to score over 240 points, and it would be better if he could score over 270 points. If Su Chen's score could be above 240, not only would it be more than enough to enter the provincial team in Bang province, but it would also be entirely possible to impact the national silver or above afterward. If the score is above 270, then it will be among the top in the country, and a future impact on the national gold or even the national set is very possible. However, Su Chen's true score was a full 290 points, which was undoubtedly a level so high that it was somewhat exaggerated. Qi Jixin had been teaching mathematical competition for many years, but even if Qi Jixin himself had taken the mathematical competition league, he might not have been able to achieve such a high score. After all, in the actual test, there are all kinds of variables that can occur, and some of the questions can be distorted from the questions they usually practice. This score of Su Chen's was not only very easy to get the first place in the whole Feng province in the number competition, but it was also a one-of-a-kind score. What Qi Jixin didn't know was that Su Chen had only used about one-third of the standard length of time when he took both the first and second exams before handing in his papers early. In addition to Su Chen, the performance of several other Yuduno, one high school digital competition players also made Qi Jixin feel very satisfied. With a score of 208 points, Yen Zihan managed to make it to the list of the provincial team for the counting competition in Bang province. This is also the first time ever that two students from Yuduno, one have been named to the mathematical athletics provincial team at the same time. Several other members of the team, including Ein, also received provincial awards, which kind of added to the accomplishments of the Yudu 1 math athletics team. Since it was already early in the morning, Qi Jixin still held back from going to call Su Chen over, so as not to disturb his rest. After getting up in the morning and thinking that Su Chen should be up, Qi Jixin then called Su Chen. Su Chen, the results of the mathematical competition league have come out. Your score is 290, you successfully entered the provincial team, and you've done so with the first place in the province. Having learned of this news, Su Chen appeared somewhat calm. Okay, teacher, I know. According to Su Chen's own estimation, his own score was also almost around 280 or 290 points. Apart from some process points that might be deducted, Su Chen didn't have any mistakes to lose too many points. Of course, Su Chen was still a bit unprepared for the fact that he was ranked number 1 in the province before. According to Su Chen's feeling, people shouldn't find it too difficult when answering questions of this difficulty. Even if these questions will indeed be a bit difficult for the average student, when you look at the province, there will surely still be a lot of students with outstanding math skills. It was just that the final results still proved that Su Chen had somewhat overestimated the others. Su Chen's calmness was a bit of a bummer for Qi Jixin, but after all, Su Chen usually looked like this all the time, and it seemed that he wouldn't even smile if he won the $5 million jackpot. Su-chen, there's still a month before we go to the provincial team for training. Until then, we'll continue to train at school. Because some competition students enter the provincial team in more than one subject, in order to avoid conflicts in the intensive training of various subjects, the schedule of the intensive training of the provincial team in each subject is required to be staggered. Seeing that Su-chen hung up the phone, Song Yulan hurriedly asked Su-chen, "Su-chen, is that Mr. Chi calling?" Song Yulan also knew that it was almost time for the results of the counting competition league to come out, and was very excited about Su-chen's results. It was just that Song Yulan was not in a good position to directly ask Su-chen about his grades. If Su-chen's grades really weren't that satisfactory, then he would definitely be very upset. "Well, it's Mr. Chi. The grades are out, 290 points, made the provincial team. Mr. Chi said that my score is the first in the province." Chapter 34, Commencement of Operations. Hearing Su-chen say these words in person, Song Yulan's expression first froze directly, as if she didn't believe it all. Immediately afterward, Song Yulan unexpectedly jumped up in excitement. "First place in the province. Chen, I knew you could do it." Perhaps due to her own emotions being too emotional, Song Yulan's eyes quickly became moist, her body squatted down somewhat feebly, her hands covering her face. "After so many years, Chen, you have finally proven yourself once again. Those who once belittled you now also finally know how foolish they are." From middle school to high school, Song Yulan was often approached by teachers to reflect on Su-chen's bad behavior at school. This includes not listening attentively in class, not actively participating in group activities, not getting along with other students, not answering questions on tests as required, etc. In response to these teachers' accusations against Su-chen, Song Yulan could only apologize repeatedly, explaining to the teachers that Su-chen didn't do this on purpose, but really had his own bitter feelings. The one who made Song Yulan feel most angry was still Wang Huiwan, the class teacher of Su-chen's previous class 15. Not only had Wang Huiwan always placed Su-chen in the last row, she had even consciously or unconsciously encouraged other students in the class to ostracize Su-chen. This indirectly led to Su-chen not even having a single friend in class 15, and no one was even willing to go talk to Su-chen. "Chen, we should really thank him as Chi, after you went to the Olympiad class, your whole body is in a much better state than before. Even if you don't make it into the provincial team, I'd still love to see you in this kind of shape every day." Although Su-chen didn't have that good of an impression of Chi Jixin did do a lot of things for himself these days, and Su-chen would still have some gratitude towards Chi Jixin's existence. "Well, Mr. Chi is indeed very kind to me. I should also be more thankful to Prof. Wang. If it wasn't for him specially coming to Yidu to find me, I wouldn't have had this opportunity at all." For what Wang Zhihong had done for himself, Su-chen had always remembered deeply and secretly promised to double his efforts to repay Wang Zhihong afterward. After her emotions gradually calmed down, Song Yulan did not forget to instruct Su-chen. "Chen, you should hurry up and tell your father this news as well. He must be very concerned about your grades as well, he just doesn't want to say it himself." Su Gang was usually a person who wasn't very good at expressing his feelings, and this was true for Song Yulan, as well as for Su-chen. Hearing Song Yulan say that, Su-chen also immediately called Su Gang over. After learning about Su-chen's results in the digital competition league, Su Gang was also overjoyed, and was even so excited that he slammed the table a few times with his fist vigorously. Still, on the phone, Su Gang tried to appear relatively calm. "Chen, being able to enter the provincial team is certainly worth rejoicing over, but we can't relax for the next set of training in finals. When we do make it into the national set and gain the qualification for the guarantee, only then will it be time to celebrate." "Okay, Dad, I understand." After having breakfast, Su-chen came to school as usual. Because of all these things that had just happened, Su-chen had been delayed for some time and arrived at school a little later than usual. Of course Su-chen still wasn't late, and on Su-chen's way to the digital competition training room, he saw Chi Jixin saying something to Yan Zihan at the door. Although Yan Zihan had likewise entered the provincial team, his results had only just scratched the surface of the provincial team, which prevented Chi Jixin from purposely calling ahead to tell Yan Zihan about the matter. Learning that he had also entered the provincial team, Yan Zihan was naturally very happy, and the pressure of the past few days could finally be released. After the excitement, Yan Zihan also asked about Chi Jixin Su-chen's results. "Mr. Chi, Su-chen should have made the provincial team as well, right?" "Yes, Su-chen's score was 290 points, number 1 in the province." Hearing Su-chen's score and ranking, Yan Zihan subconsciously widened his eyes. Such an achievement was undoubtedly very exaggerated, but it was a reasonable thing to put on Su-chen's body. Even though Yan Zihan was usually filled with fear for Su-chen, when Su-chen really got such outstanding results, Yan Zihan was instead somewhat happy for Su-chen. It just so happened that at this time, Su-chen also walked over. "You two go ahead and wait for me, I'm going to pick up some things, I'll be back in a little while." After Chi Jixin left, the scene suddenly became a bit awkward. Speaking of which, although Yan Zihan had spent the past few days with Su-chen, not even a single word had been spoken between the two of them. Su-chen wouldn't feel anything about this, he didn't like to talk in the first place anyway. But Yen Zihan is really very internalized because of this, and wants to keep this state of affairs going all the time. Thinking that he and Su Chen would still be teammates on the provincial team afterward, Yen Zihan still mustered up her courage. Su Chen, congratulations, you got such a good grade. Hearing Yen Zihan's words, Su Chen thought for a moment and also said, thank you, and congratulations. In fact, Su Chen did not know how Yen Zihan's results at all, but since after the results came out, Yen Zihan still continued to participate in the training of the final of the number of competitions, enough to show that Yen Zihan also entered the provincial team. Since this was the case, no matter how many points Yen Zihan had scored, it was definitely still an achievement that deserved to be congratulated. If it's possible, I'd also like to ask you to be able to take care of me more academically afterward. It's still a lot of pressure to train with you. Su Chen wasn't able to understand this mood of Yen Zihan's very well, but Su Chen still agreed. Well, you can still ask me if you don't know any questions. Su Chen didn't have any special opinion about Yen Zihan, but as a classmate and teammate, Su Chen was still willing to give Yen Zihan some help. For the first time, Yen Zihan felt that Su Chen was still a very affable person, not as scary as he had imagined. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Su Chen really didn't do anything too much to Yen Zihan, and even when Yen Zihan first asked Su Chen to teach him a topic, Su Chen answered it for him very quickly. Even if Yen Zihan hadn't genuinely wanted to ask Su Chen for advice that time, Su Chen had indeed patiently explained the topic for himself. All of this Yen Zihan's fear of Su Chen was all Yen Zihan's own psychological effect. Just shortly after the results of this time competition came out, the admission departments of some colleges and universities, through their various news channels, also knew the results of the students in this time competition. Although this is only the score of the digital competition league, it does not determine whether a candidate will be eligible for guaranteed admission or not. However, for those students who are particularly high achievers, it is important for them to get early attention and exposure so that they can get ahead of the enrollment curve. Chapter 35, Commercial Blowback. The admissions departments of both Yen University and Shuimu University were quick to notice the name Su Chen. Looking at all the number competition candidates in the country, Su Chen's results could also be ranked in the top few. Although the results of the number of competitions league and cannot be directly linked to the results of the final, from time to time there will be some candidates in the league exams in general, but instead in the final on the contrary, was able to enter the national set of circumstances. But often the candidates who manage to achieve the top results in the league end up making it to the national set as well. For students like Su Chen, who were considered the top students in the country, Shuimu and Yendu would have been scrambling to get them to choose their institutions. The first to take action was the admissions department at MWU. The day after the results came out, Ms. Tang Ro from the admissions office of Shuimu University came to Yudu by plane at a rapid pace. Having just arrived at Yudu No. 1 middle school, Tang Ro hadn't even been allowed to enter the school by the security guards yet, but after confirming her identity with the school leaders, Tang Ro was soon politely invited into the campus. And after learning about this matter, Deng Yang, the principal of Yudu No. 1 middle school, also temporarily left his work at hand and personally went to meet Tang Ro. After all, before this, there had never been an enrollment teacher from either Shuimu University or Yenjing University who had personally come to Yudu No. 1 middle school to recruit students. Be able to have the opportunity to enter the Waterwood and Yen University, Yudu middle school students can be in the heart secretly happy. If the Waterwood and Yen University admissions teacher personally come over to enrollment, undoubtedly is a thing, some reverse Big Dipper thing. Mr. Tang, how are you? It was hard for you to make a special trip over here. Seeing Tang Ro, Deng Yang was also full of smiles and warmly shook Tang Ro's hand. Wherever, Principal Deng, it's nothing hard. Your school was able to produce such an outstanding talent as Su Chen this time, it's only right for us to come over. As the principal of Yudu No. 1 middle school, Deng Yang naturally knew about Su Chen's first place in the province in this mathematical competition league. Honestly, if it was just a mere first place in the Feng province competition, it would not be enough to make Shuimu University pay so much attention to it, to the point of making an admissions teacher fly over from Yenjing on purpose. However, Su Chen's score was just a bit too high, and Shuimu University knew that such a student would definitely end up being snatched away by Yenjing University if they didn't fight for him in time. Hearing Tang Ro talk about Su Chen's accomplishments, Tang Yang also immediately smiled and nodded as he said, "Yes, we're also all very happy about Su Chen's achievement this time. Our Yudu No. 1 high school has always been a high school that attaches great importance to competitions, and we have a set of training systems that have been developed specifically for competition students. Being able to achieve such a result is also the inevitable result of our years of hard work." When he spoke these words, Deng Yang would not feel embarrassed at all, as if Su Chen's achievements really had a very strong relationship with himself. As a matter of fact, the results that Yudu No. 1 middle school has achieved in the competition over the years can only be considered moderate at best. Although every Yudu No. 1 high school will win some provincial awards or even national awards in major subject competitions, Yudu No. 1 high school's performance in competitions is not very outstanding even within the high schools in Bang province. Tang Ro had naturally been aware of the competition level of Yudu one middle school before, and knew that what Deng Yang had said was not entirely consistent with the truth. To be able to emerge as a top competition student like Su Chen, it was more on Su Chen himself, and would not have much to do with the competition training system of Yudu one middle school. Otherwise, Yudu one middle school wouldn't be the only one with such outstanding competition results as Su Chen after so many years. But since Tang Ro was here to recruit Su Chen, she definitely still had to get by on face, and wouldn't really poke at Tang Yang's words. That's right, President Deng. We do praise your school's education system very much. Over the years, your school has sent a lot of exceptional talents to our Waterwood University, and we also believe that things will get better for us like this. After the two sides engaged in some mutual business boasting, Tang Ro also finally talked about the main thing this time. Principal Deng, this time I came over, I still hope that Su Chen can prioritize choosing Waterwood University. Our Shuemu University is the #1 university in the country that deserves it, and for Su Chen to be able to come to study at our Shuemu, it will definitely be the best for his future development. Hearing Tang Ro say this, Tang Yang also nodded slightly. Yeah, when we're talking about Shuemu and Yinde, we usually put Shuemu in front of it, which is still very telling. However, it also depends on Su Chen himself. Deng Yang does not know that in Su Chen's heart there is already a rational choice of colleges and universities, and this college is neither Shuemu nor Yin University. It's fine, Principal Deng. You can call Su Chen over to talk to me first. We at Shuemu can fulfill Su Chen's conditions as much as possible and let him enjoy better treatment than other students. Students such as these who have been guaranteed admission through competitions are often treated somewhat better than normal high school students. After all, they are more talented than high school students and have a higher ceiling for future development. Tang Yang knew that Su Chen should be undergoing intense training right now, but since Tang Ro had already come all the way here, there was always a need to let Su Chen and Tang Yang meet. Alright, I'll call Su Chen over right now, then you guys can have a chat. It's best to control the time. I'm afraid that it will affect Su Chen's training. After all, the finals will start soon. Don't worry, it definitely won't delay Su Chen for too long. After finishing these words with Tang Ro, Tang Yang immediately arranged for his assistant to go and call Su Chen over. At this moment, Su Chen was still in the counting competition training room, training for the counting competition final questions. After these days of training, Su Chen was already very familiar with the topics of the counting competition finals, to the point where it had even reached a point where it was somewhat tedious. According to Su Chen's estimation of his own level, there was actually no point in continuing this kind of training by himself anymore. If he continued to do this kind of thing that Su Chen disliked continuously for a long time, then Su Chen would only increase his aversion to number competitions, just like he had done before with all the knowledge that he had been taught in school. And just at this time, there was a sudden knock on the door of the counting competition training room. What? The enrollment teacher from Shuemu University came to recruit Su Chen? I know. Learning about this matter, Qi Zhixin walked into the training room and gently patted Su Chen's arm. Su Chen, come out for a moment, there's something going on. After leaving the training room, Qi Zhixin told Su Chen about this matter in general. When he heard that the enrollment teacher of Shuemu University wanted to recruit himself, Su Chen subconsciously said, Mr. Qi, I don't really want to go to Waterwood University, so there's no need to meet this teacher, right? Chapter 36, the scene was awkward for a while. In fact, Qi Zhixin also knew that Su Chen wanted to go to Yanhang in his heart. However, both Qi Zhixin himself and the principal of Yudu one middle school definitely wanted Su Chen to be able to choose an institution between Shuemu and Yin University. After all, Yanhang's comprehensive strength is not above a level compared to these two institutions. It was not easy for Yudu one middle school to produce a student like Su Chen, and they naturally still hoped that Su Chen would be able to bring more honors to the school rather than just going to a college that was ranked in the top 10 in the country. However, Qi Zhixin didn't want to say the words too directly. With Su Chen's nature, if they pushed too hard, it would only create an even stronger resistance in Su Chen's heart. Su Chen, I know what's in your heart, but people came over from Yanjing on purpose, so we still need to at least meet them. I promise I won't delay you for too long. Then, 5 minutes should be enough. Su Chen didn't want to take things too far, so he made some slight concessions. Okay, just 5 minutes, let's get over there. Bringing Su Chen to the principal's office, Qi Zhixin carefully knocked on the door. Principal Deng, we're coming over. Quickly, please come in. Hey, Mr. Qi, Su Chen, sorry to disturb your training Introducing, this is Tang Ro from the enrollment office of Shuemu University, Teacher Tang. This is our Yudu one middle school's Qi Zhixin who is in charge of teaching mathematical competition, Teacher Qi. Under Deng Yang's introduction, Tang Ro and Qi Zhixin shook hands warmly. And when Tang Ro extended her hand towards Su Chen didn't bother and only secretly timed it in his mind. This was another very special ability of Su Chen. Even without relying on a timer, Su Chen could still time himself very accurately. When Su Chen himself performed this test, Su Chen timed 1 minute through his brain, and the error between it and the timer would not exceed 100 milliseconds. Tang Rou, however, was somewhat embarrassed by Su Chen's behavior. Even if Su Chen disliked Shuimu University no matter how much, he couldn't be so disrespectful to himself. Qi Zhixin saw this and hastened to round off the conversation. Teacher Tang, don't be offended, this child Su Chen is rather special, and he's usually rather indifferent to anyone. But Su Chen is really a very smart child, and only just came into contact with mathematical competition until the competition registration was about to close, and was able to get such a high score. This icy performance of Su Chen's made Tang Rou's first impression of Su Chen not really good. However, after hearing Qi Zhixin talk about how Su Chen had only just come into contact with the competition not long ago, Tang Rou was even more amazed by Su Chen's ability. This made Tang Rou still temporarily put aside her prejudice against Su Chen and continued to say with a smile on her face, "It's okay, geniuses are all a little bit special. Su Chen, our Waterwood University is very appreciative of your abilities. If you're able to successfully enter the national collection afterward, I hope you'll prioritize our Shuimu University." Before Tang Rou could finish those words, Su Chen interrupted with a voice. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, I already have other ideal institutions in mind, so please don't waste any more time." Su Chen tried his best to politely express what was in his heart, although Su Chen also knew that it might not be very nice for him to say this, but he must not live up to the things that Wang Zhiheng had done to him before. Tang Rou did not feel too surprised by these words of Su Chen. Tang Rou only thought that the ideal institution in Su Chen's mind should be Yanjing University. On top of science, Yanjing University does have a bit of an advantage over Suweimu University. If Su Chen wanted to develop in the methods of mathematics in the future, Yanjing University was indeed a better choice. Let's put it this way, Su Chen, you're not in a hurry to make a choice right away. Let me first talk about the conditions we can offer. If you're willing to choose our Shuimu, you can choose any major you like. We'll provide you with the best dormitory, the opportunity to study in this bachelor's degree, and a generous scholarship. Listening to these conditions offered by Tang Rou, Deng Yang, and Qi Zhixin on the side were a bit disbelieving that Waterwood University could make such concessions for the sake of recruiting a single student. If they were in their place, if someone offered them such conditions, they would definitely not even blink, and would immediately agree to it, fearing that Tang Rou would go back on her words. However, Su Chen remained calm and collected, seemingly not the least bit touched by such a condition. Seeing that Su Chen didn't answer right away, Tang Rou thought that Su Chen was considering these conditions. What Tang Rou didn't know was that Su Chen had actually been mentally timing himself, waiting for the 5 minutes to arrive. Just at this time, Su Chen suddenly spoke. "Mr. Qi, the 5 minutes are up, I'll go back first." After saying this, Su Chen immediately left the principal's office. Su Chen's sudden departure caused the atmosphere in the office to become awkward once again. Previously, Deng Yang did not understand Su Chen's character, but was somewhat baffled by Su Chen's performance just now. Even if Su Chen really wanted to go to Yin University that badly, normally, he wouldn't have been so disrespectful to the enrollment teacher of Shuimu University. "I'm sorry Teacher Tang, when I just came here I agreed with Su Chen that I would only take up 5 minutes of his training time. Su Chen is a person with a strong sense of time, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to achieve his current results. Well, a strong sense of time is a good thing. It's okay, just let him hurry back to training, or I'll have a chat with his parents." Deng Yang also felt that this was indeed the case when he heard it. After all, Su Chen was still a minor, and many things were not something that Su Chen could decide on his own. "That's fine, then I'll give you the contact information of Su Chen's parents, and you guys can discuss it afterward. Personally, I still want Su Chen to go to Suweimu, probably because Su Chen is now fully preparing for the counting competition finals and doesn't want to think about other things yet." The three of them chatted together for a while longer, and this time Deng Yang proposed. "Mr. Tang, come on, I'll treat you to a meal and we'll talk while we eat." "Thank you Principal Deng for your kindness, dinner is not necessary, I have a plane to catch in a while. There are still a few schools behind me that I need to go to." Hearing Tang Rou say this, Deng Yang also stopped forcing Tang Rou to stay, so he and Qi Zhixin together sent Tang Rou to the school gate before going back. "Hey, it's the first time I've seen such a strange student coming out from the entrance of Yudu One middle school," Tang Rou couldn't help but spit out. If it wasn't for the task the school had given herself, Tang Rou was afraid that she simply wouldn't have been able to hold out in the office for so long and still try to keep a smile on her face the whole time. Chapter 37, I want to go there for a while first. As an enrollment teacher at Waterwood University, whichever high school Tang Rou went to for enrollment activities would often be extremely sought after by the school's teachers and students. This was the first time Tang Rou had encountered a student who had hung herself out to dry. If Tang Rou had the power to decide, even if Su Chen had really obtained the qualification for guaranteed admission, Tang Rou wouldn't have been willing to recruit Su Chen in. However, for the number of students enrolled in the competition, Mizuki University has a very strict target requirement. They are some of the best students in the country in every class, and it's safe to say that every competition state setter is someone they have to work hard to get. Even if Su Chen, this student, was very eccentric and very unappealing to Tang Rou would likewise do everything in her power to try and recruit Su Chen over. On the other hand, after sending Tang Rou away, Tang Yang could finally put down the smile on his face. "Teacher Qi, Su Chen's IQ is high, but his emotional intelligence still needs to be strengthened. Even if he wants to go to Yin University no matter how much he wants to, he doesn't have to be so disrespectful to Xu Weimu's teachers. Hearing Deng Yang say this, Qi Zhixin kind of wanted to tell Deng Yang what was really going on inside Su Chen's heart. But when those words were already on his lips, Qi Zhixin still hesitated to say them. If Deng Yang knew that the real ideal institution in Su Chen's heart was actually Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, I was afraid that Deng Yang would treat Su Chen as a little cutie. Go ahead and look at it. After thinking about it, Qi Zhixin still decided to put this matter off for a while. Principal Deng, right now Su Chen isn't confirmed to be guaranteed admission, even if he agrees to Mr. Tang's conditions. It's all meaningless if Su Chen can't enter the national collection in the end. I think it's better to let Su Chen finish preparing for the exams at ease first, and when Su Chen actually enters the national collection, then we can think about which college to choose. Well, that's true. Anyway, as long as Su Chen is able to enter the national collection, regardless of whether he ends up choosing Xu Weimu or Yin University, it's actually pretty much the same thing. After all, Xu Weimu and Yendu both claim to be the #1 comprehensively ranked institutions in the country, and when you do know, one middle school tallied the grades of each class of students, the number of students who had been admitted to these two institutions were also usually tallied together. Qi Zhixin, however, did not dare to continue to talk deeply with Deng Yang on this issue, so he hurriedly found an excuse to leave. Principal Tang, if there's nothing else, I'll go back and train with Su Chen. Well good, Mr. Z, go get busy. For you do know. One middle school, Su Chen is a panda general existence. Deng Yang does not dare to delay Su Chen too much time. On this day, Su Chen's mood wasn't really good. Because of Tang Ro's matter, Su Chen's state was still somewhat affected. When he returned home in the evening, Su Chen realized that Song Yulan was already at home. Just like last time, Song Yulan made a few more dishes for Su Chen. After Su Chen said that her cooking was delicious, Song Yulan also tried to increase the number of times she cooked, as she had promised before. At the dinner table, Su Chen ate while recounting the events of today to Song Yulan. Mom, I feel as if they don't even want me to study at Yenhang in the future. I don't know why they're being like this, when it's clearly what I was aiming for in the first place. Listening to Su Chen, Song Yulan couldn't help but feel heartbroken as well. Song Yulan knew that this matter would make Su Chen feel very lost in his heart, and would even make Su Chen lose the motivation to continue participating in the competition. Mom, where in your heart would you prefer me to choose? Facing Su Chen's inquiry, Song Yulan looked at Su Chen seriously and said solemnly, Chen Chen, I will always respect your choice. I'm not going to lie to you, the admissions teachers from both Xu Weimu and Yin University contacted me today. But I both said that everything will respect your wishes and won't make any decisions for you. These words from Song Yulan made Su Chen's lost mood feel much better all of a sudden, knowing that in this world, there were still people who could understand him. Aside from me, I believe your father will likewise support your decision. Chen Chen, there's no need to worry about this, just prepare for the exams at ease, the two of us will always be your strong backing. Although in Song Yulan's mind, Su Gang was a person who couldn't maintain a relationship and was very uninteresting, Su Gang was still very much in line with herself in terms of her three views. Even though the two of them had been separated for several years, their status as Su Chen's parents would never change. Mom, thank you. Chen Chen, why are you still polite with me? How's your training going these days? Have you encountered any other problems? Overall it's still pretty good. I was able to do all the questions in the mathematical competition final, and Mr. She said that only the process had some flaws. According to my current level, if I play normally, it's no problem at all to enter the national set. Learning about Su Chen's current level, Song Yulan was also very pleased. Su Chen being able to have such a high hope of entering the national collection was something Song Yulan had never dared to hope for at all before. It's just that. I want to go to Yenhang for a while to do some research in Professor Wang's lab, and then report back when the provincial team training starts. I think if I keep training like this, I'm afraid I'll lose interest in number competitions completely. Su Chen still knew his own situation very well. When a thing made Su Chen feel very easy, it would be hard to be interested in betting his energy on it. Now Su Chen could still keep some interest in the counting competition training by distracting himself every day. But if this situation continued for another month or two, it would likely cause Su Chen to fall back into the negative state he was in before. Chen Chen, I will definitely support this idea of yours, but this also requires consulting Professor Wang's side. On you do know. One middle school side, I'll try my best to get you a leave of absence, and if Prof. Wang welcomes you over there as well, then there won't be any other problems. Good, then let me talk to Professor Wang about this matter first. In fact, after the last meeting with Wang Zhiheng, Su Chen hadn't been in contact with Wang Zhiheng again, nor had he kept Wang Zhiheng's cell phone number in his cell phone. However, based on his memory, Su Chen still immediately called Wang Zhiheng's cell phone number. In order to prevent disturbing Su Chen's rest, Su Chen didn't bother to make a phone call and just edited a text message to briefly talk about the matter. Professor Wang, the results of my number competition league have come out, and I have successfully entered the number competition provincial team of Feng Province. Now that I'm very well prepared for the number competition finals, I would like to study in your lab for a while first if I can. After sending this text message, Suchin didn't accept Wang Jihong to reply immediately, so he went to do his own thing first. Chapter 38. Luckily, I remembered. At this time, Wang Jihong was dealing with some work in front of the computer. After hearing his cell phone ring, Wang Jihong didn't care at first. Wang Jihong knew that it was the sound of his cell phone receiving a text message. In this day and age, there is basically no one who goes through text messaging to make contact anymore. The vast majority of it is just spam. However, after a while, Wang Jihong suddenly remembered something and hurriedly picked up his cell phone. After seeing the sender of this text message, Wang Jihong couldn't help but feel a bit thankful. Fortunately remembered that Su Chen is not using social software anymore. In the future, when I receive a text message again, I'll have to check it first. And after reading the content of the text message sent by Su Chen, Wang Jihong was so excited that his eyes seemed to emit light. Su Chen has managed to enter the provincial team. This is really good news. In addition to feeling happy for Su Chen's achievements, Wang Jihong naturally couldn't wait for Su Chen to come to his lab earlier, even if it was just to come over for an internship first. However, Wang Jihong was also a little worried about whether this would affect Su Chen's normal preparation for the exam. If it was because of the matter of coming to Yanhang for internship in advance, but instead delayed Su Chen's entry into the national collection, then it would undoubtedly be a matter of more loss than gain. Thinking of this, Wang Jihong first texted Su Chen back over. Su Chen, is it convenient to answer the phone now? After receiving Su Chen's affirmative reply, Wang Jihong hurriedly dialed Su Chen's number. Su Chen, congratulations on being able to enter the Bong Provincial Digital Athletics provincial team. Is it convenient to tell me how your league results were, and what was your ranking in the province? The reason why Wang Jihong wanted to ask Su Chen about all this was because he wanted to know how much hope Su Chen probably had of entering the national collection now. Professor Wang, my score in the mathematical competitive league is 290, and Mr. Chi said that this score is the first in the province. This score should be pretty good, right? Today, Shuemu and Yendu contacted my mom, hoping that I will be able to prioritize their schools in the future. Hearing Su Chen say that, Wang Jihong became even more proud of Su Chen's achievements. To be able to let Shuemu and Yen University go and snatch someone right now is enough to show that Su Chen's performance in the digital competition league is the best in the country when looking at the whole country. Wang Jihong knew that the full score of the mathematical competition league was 300 points, and the fact that such a difficult question had only lost 10 points meant that Su Chen must have only lost some points on some minor processes. But at the same time, Wang Jihong's heart was still a little worried. With back-to-back recruiting from Shuemu and Yen University, would Su Chen really still choose Yanhang? Their Yanhan's own enrollment office had certainly not carried out any actions at all yet, and even Wang Jihong's previous application hadn't carried out any approvals yet. Su Chen, if you really want to come and intern in my lab for a period of time, I'm definitely more than welcome. As long as it won't delay your normal preparations for the mathematical competition finals, there's nothing else. Don't worry, Prof. Wang, I will report to the provincial team after the Bong Provincial Digital Athletic Team conducts their training set. With my current ability, it's already enough to enter the national set. Since there was no problem on Wang Jihong's side, the only thing left was Yuduno. One middle school's side. Early the next morning, Song Yulan first took a leave from the hospital and then came to Yuduno. One middle school with Su Chen. Entering the campus, Song Yulan followed Su Chen's guidance and found their digital competition training room. Seeing Song Yulan beside Su Chen, Shi Jixin could guess that this was most likely Su Chen's mother, even though he hadn't met her before. Hello, Mr. Chi, I'm Su Chen's mother, Song Yulan. Su Chen's mom, hello. While greeting Song Yulan, Shi Jixin was speculating in his heart about Song Yulan's reason for coming today. Teacher Chi, thank you for your dedicated teaching of Su Chen these days. Without you, Su Chen would definitely not have been able to achieve what he has now. This is all what I should do. Su Chen is a very talented child. There are many things that I don't need to teach, Su Chen can learn them on his own. After exchanging pleasantries with Chi Jixin, Song Yulan also talked about the main purpose of coming here today. Mr. Chi, I heard Su Chen say that he now has the full level to participate in the number competition finals, and it's not much of a problem for him to enter the national collection. Is Su Chen's current level of number competition really like that? Song Yulan said this, naturally not doubting Su Chen's words, but wanting to find a breakthrough from this to ask for leave for Su Chen. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Jixin still nodded and said, that's right, Su Chen does have such a level now. Every day when I give Su Chen a question, he can solve it very easily, and the process is almost flawless. After entering the more difficult final stage of the counting competition, the scoring rate of Su Chen's training became a little higher instead, because Su Chen didn't need to write too many tedious processes anymore. Teacher Chi, I don't know if you understand Su Chen, he's a very special child who only puts in 10% of his energy when he's doing something he's interested in. Last night Su Chen said to me that he's already a little bit tired of the current training. Listening to Song Yulan say her words up to this point, Shi Jixin already roughly understood Song Yulan's intention for coming today. Su Chen's mom, if Su Chen feels tired, it is possible to rest for a while. The current training is really already less efficient for him. Teacher Chi, can this leave of absence be slightly longer? Su Chen and I's idea is to wait until the provincial team training starts before reporting for duty, and not get involved in the training on the school side until then. Chi Jixin hadn't expected that Su Chen would take such a long vacation all at once. If it was just a few days of rest, Chi Jixin could have just approved it. But now from the provincial team training there is nearly a month, Chi Jixin himself does not dare to make a decision alone. After hesitating for a moment, Chi Jixin then said, "Let's put it this way, Su Chen's mom, since Su Chen is now the most important member of our counting team, I still have to reflect this matter to the school's leadership." "Good, then I'll trouble Mr. Chi." With that, Chi Jixin came to the principal's office and talked to Deng Yang about the matter. Learning that Su Chen actually wanted to take such a long vacation, Tong Yang also subconsciously didn't want to approve the vacation. "This vacation is taking too long, isn't it? Can you still stay in competitive shape after not training for so long?" Su Chen is one of the most competitive members of the competition students in this session of You Do Know. One middle school, and Deng Yang doesn't want Su Chen to have any failures during this period. Principal Tang, if it was any other student, I definitely wouldn't let him miss training it will either. But this student, Su Chen, really isn't quite like other students. Chapter 39, The King's Contempt. Previously, Deng Yang didn't really know Su Chen that well, and had only met him briefly yesterday. Tong Yang knew that Su Chen's character was indeed very special, but other than that, Tong Yang didn't know more special things about Su Chen. Principal Deng, before, Su Chen was only a student in an ordinary class, and his grades in all subjects, including math, were not good. If it wasn't for someone stumbling upon Su Chen's special talents, I'm afraid he would still be buried right now. Under Chi Jixin's narration, Deng Yang then learned more about Su Chen's story. I see. In that case, Su Chen only behaves like a genius when he's doing something he's interested in. If it's the other way around, he's not even as good as an ordinary student? Yes, Su Chen is such a student. That's why I still suggest that we let him rest for a while first. The provincial team training afterward will also last for another month or so, and that's enough time for Su Chen to find his form for the competition. Under Chi Jixin's persuasion, Deng Yang's thoughts began to change. Alright, Mr. Chi, let's do as you say then. No matter what, Su Chen is definitely going to enter the national collection. I'm only concerned about the final result. As for whether or not Su Chen needs to participate in the training, the decision is still yours. Okay, then I'll go talk to Su Chen's mom about this matter now. At this moment, Su Chen and Song Yulan were still standing in the corridor, waiting for Chi Jixin's reply. Mom, what do you think I'm going to do if the principal doesn't grant me a leave of absence? Shen, don't worry about that. You have to understand that the school side definitely wants you to be able to enter the national collection as well. As long as you're able to play normally in the counting competition finals afterward, it actually doesn't matter whether you go to school or not. The reason why Song Yulan specially came to the school to help Su Chen ask for a leave of absence, she also still hoped to do this matter in a decent manner, at least face to face everyone can get by. Just as Su Chen and Song Yulan were chatting about these things, Chi Jixin also returned. Chen's mom, the school leader's side says there's no problem. Su Chen, you can just go back and have a good rest, and pay attention to safety during this period. If there's anything else, or if you want to resume training, feel free to contact me. It's great to be able to do that, and I thank M.S.Z. and the school leaders for their understanding. After sending Su Chen and Song Yulan away, Chi Jixin, however, had a feeling that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, this period of training with Su Chen had actually made Chi Jixin feel a great deal of pressure. After all, Su Chen's math ability was just too outstanding. If Chi Jixin and Su Chen were allowed to do the problems together, Chi Jixin would definitely not be able to do it as fast as Su Chen. Aside from finding some topics for Su Chen to work on, it was difficult for Chi Jixin to teach Su Chen anything more now. Chi Jixin couldn't help but secretly sigh that he was afraid that he was still more suitable to teach students like Yan Zihan. After successfully taking a vacation from school, Su Chen began to prepare for his internship at Yanhang. Because this time Su Chen had to go out of town, it would be less convenient to use this old phone again, so Su Chen applied to Song Yulan to be able to replace a smartphone. For this request from Su Chen, Song Yulan naturally wouldn't have any opinions and directly bought Su Chen a flagship machine. Su Chen hadn't come into contact with smartphones before, but after studying them on his own for a while, Su Chen still quickly grasped the skills of using smartphones. After all, Su Chen before is often soaked in the internet cafe, computer and cell phone between the original has a similarity, and there is nothing is able to be difficult to defeat Su Chen. Right. Before Ain, Pan Hao, Shin Yuba and the others, didn't they ask me to add the schoolboy group? Just add it now and try it out. For Su Chen, those social software in his cell phone were not interesting in themselves, but if he could discuss some interesting issues with these friends, it would be of some value. In Su Chen's heart, they were already considered his friends, only Su Chen wasn't sure if they would consider themselves friends as well. With his own memory, Su Chen added the penguin numbers of several of them respectively, only that they didn't accept Su Chen's friend application right away, probably due to the fact that they were all in class. It wasn't until more than half an hour had passed that Ain was the first to pass Su Chen's friend request. Ain's penguin nickname is Einstein, but Su Chen didn't make up any screen name and directly used his real name. Einstein, Su Chen. It's really you. Why are you suddenly playing penguin? Su Chen, well, it's me. It's more convenient to go out with a smartphone in the future. Einstein, Su Chen, I heard that you were #1 in the province in the math competition. Einstein, it didn't disappoint. Einstein, both Manhwa and Chen Yuba's math athletics also made it to the provincial team, so from now on you'll be teammates on the Bang provincial math athletics team. Within moments, Ain had sent several messages in a row, and even through the screen, Ain was still as talkative as usual. Through the chat between him and Ain, Su Chen learned about some of their recent developments. In addition to their outstanding performance on top of the counting competition, Ain, Manhwa, and Chen Yuba all managed to make it to the IoT provincial team. Manhwa and Chen Yuba are the only two students in Bang province who are on the dual provincial team for mathematical athletics and physical athletics, while Ain's results in both the preliminaries and the rematch of physical athletics were ranked first in Bang province. Su Chen was also heartily pleased with the achievements they had made. Afterwards, Ain pulled Su Chen into this penguin group called Bang Province Schoolboys Group. There were only a dozen or so group members in this group, and before Su Chen heard Ain say that every single one of them here was the top school bully in Feng province now. Even students of Yin Zihan's level were not qualified to enter the group. Introducing to you all, this is Su Chen, the first place winner of this year's Bang Province math competition, and the first place winner of the physics competition in my heart. In the future, if you have any math and physics problems, you can discuss them with Su Chen. Just into this group, Su Chen did not know what to say to everyone, so he casually sent a smile emoticon. What Su Chen didn't know was that the meaning of this expression now wasn't as friendly as Su Chen had imagined it to be, but rather an expression with some offensive connotations. Welcome Su Chen, God Su, to this group. I heard that the reason why God Su didn't participate in the object competition was just that he didn't want to waste a guaranteed spot in the national collection. Is this the king's contempt? There really isn't a level above between God Su and us. After looking at the various messages sent from this group for a while, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. Chapter 40, even professors have to be drivers for Su Chen. Originally, Su Chen thought that something interesting would really be discussed in this group, but in reality, people seem to talk about everything except not studying. This also makes Su Chen had to set the group message do not disturb, as well as message into the group assistant and do not remind. These social software are really as boring as expected. If it wasn't for the fact that smartphones could watch small broken station instructional videos, Su Chen would be a bit tempted to switch back to his previous old phone. And after Su Chen had already blocked this group, the discussion about Su Chen in the group still didn't stop. As expected of God Su, after leaving us a smile, he just dived in the group. Really looking forward more and more to the start of the provincial team training, so that we can appreciate Su Chen's style live. Is this session of UDU First High School so strong? The first place in Bang Province's mathematical competition and physical competition are all from UDU First High School. Closing the Penguin software, Su Chen glanced at the time and prepared to pack up and head to the high-speed train station. Compared to taking a plane, the journey time of high-speed rail was a bit longer, but the good thing was that there was no cumbersome boarding procedure, which was more suitable for people like Su Chen who were going out on their own for the first time. Originally, Song Yulan was going to send Su Chen to the station, but he was still rejected by Su Chen. Since Su Chen had already decided to go to Yanhang alone, he still had to try to make himself as independent as possible. Using the taxi function of the cell phone software, Su Chen arrived at the high-speed train station. Checking his ticket on the bus and finding his seat, Su Chen plugged in his headphones and used his cell phone to watch a college class at a small, broken station. Have to admit, after having a cell phone is really much more convenient, whether it's traveling or buying things, Su Chen doesn't have to use the most primitive way anymore. Even looking for instructional videos online, Su Chen doesn't need to go to an internet cafe anymore, he can just watch them randomly through his cell phone. It's just that the screen on the phone is still a little small, so if you're just watching one video it's fine, but watching two at the same time is a little hard to see. Su Chen thought that afterward, it would be best to ask Song Yulan to equip himself with a laptop again, so that studying would be more convenient. Now Su Chen had no choice but to think about some other issues in his mind while doing the twofold playback. Time passed quietly like this, and after 4 hours of traveling, the train arrived at Yanjing Chaoyang Station. At this moment, at the exit of the station, Wang Zhiheng and Xiao Yan were already waiting. Wang Zhiheng attached great importance to this time when Su Chen came to Yanhang for internship, and even went so far as to specially drive to the station and personally pick up Su Chen. After waiting at the exit for a while, Wang Zhiheng and Xiao Yan finally saw Su Chen's figure. Su Chen, we're here. Seeing Wang Zhiheng and Xiao Yang, Su Chen also smiled and waved his hand as he walked over in their direction. Su Chen, it's really been a long time. This time you came to us, the UDU First Middle School side didn't give you a hard time, did they? No, I just took some time off from school and didn't say exactly where I was going. This was one of the things that Song Yulan had specially instructed Su Chen to do. If Deng Yang and Shi Zhixing knew that Su Chen was going to Yanhang for an internship, it would probably cause some unnecessary trouble. Well, that's fine. Let's get in the car then, and we'll talk about it when we get there. The three of them came to the parking lot together, and Wang Zhiheng let Su Chen sit in the back seat, while himself and Xiao Yang sat in the main and passenger seats respectively. Seeing Xiao Yang in the passenger seat, Wang Zhihong couldn't help but say, "Xiao Yang, you should still practice driving when you have time in the future, don't not even touch the steering wheel after taking your license for several years." Xiao Yang also knew that it really wasn't a good idea to have Wang Zhihong chauffeur them, so he had to agree. "Mr. Wang, I haven't been busy with scientific research. After I finish posting this paper, I'll definitely find time to practice driving. There's basically nothing wrong with that paper, so I'll organize it a little more in the next few days and it'll be ready to be submitted." "Mr. Wang, do you think this paper is suitable for which academic journal?" The paper that Wang Zhihong and Xiao Yang were talking about was the same paper that Su Chen had helped Xiao Yang with model optimization earlier. After being optimized by Su Chen's model, the academic value of this paper had been raised a lot more than before. Originally, Wang Zhihong only wanted Xiao Yang to vote for an ordinary SCI, but after re-evaluating the value of this paper, Wang Zhihong preferred to let Xiao Yang vote for Yenjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics journal first to give it a try. This was only Yenhan's own academic journal, but it was not easy to publish a paper on it. The papers that end up in this publication tend to be at the cutting edge of research in aerospace, and it's very difficult to produce this level of research at the PhD level. If Wang Zhihong's paper could really be published in the Yenhang journal, then not only would Wang Zhihong's graduation not be any problem, it would also be a big plus for his future employment. Let's try submitting it to Yenhang journal first. It's not too late, and if it's rejected, we can still submit it to some slightly worse journals. Hearing Wang Zhihong say the words Yenhang journal, Xiao Yang froze for a moment. Xiao Yang knew that even Wang Zhihong himself wasn't able to just post a Yenhang journal. Wang Zhihong first issued the Yenhang journal, which he did only after working in Yenhang for 2 years. And now Xiao Yang actually had already had such an opportunity, which was undoubtedly something that Xiao Yang himself had a hard time believing. "Xiao Yang, don't think that this is really your own actual level. If you weren't lucky enough to meet Su Chen, you'd still be in the lab worrying about this subject." "Mr. Wang, you're right, I have to thank Su Chen, and have already added Su Chen's name to the back of the paper." Su Chen silently listened to the conversation between Wang Zhihong and Xiao Yang, and still felt happy in his heart. That time, just an unintentional act of his own had done Xiao Yang a big favor. As for the matter of adding or not adding his name, it was nothing that mattered to Su Chen. "By the way, Su Chen, this time when you came to our lab, is there any specific topic you want to study?" Wang Zhihong asked. If it was for graduate students and undergraduates who just came to his lab, Wang Zhihong would definitely not let them work on the topic at the beginning. But for Su Chen, a student who hadn't even graduated from high school yet, Wang Zhihong presented a completely different attitude. After all, Su Chen was a genius who was able to make a better design model than a doctoral student before he had even learned the specialized knowledge of aircraft design. And after having some foundation in flying machine design, Wang Zhihong could completely have higher expectations for Su Chen. Chapter 41, Su Chen's Brain Circuit. Specific research topics? That's one I haven't thought of yet. Anymore, Su Chen was only a high school student, and his understanding of the various matters related to scientific research was still very limited. That's okay, we can discuss this slowly once we get to the lab. Su Chen thought about it again, but decided to take out some of the airplane designs he had brought with him first. "Professor Wang, during these days of my training in number competition, I designed some drawings of airplanes by the way. And I don't know, it doesn't count as a subject." Hearing Su Chen say that, Wang Zhihong and Xiao Yang were both a bit surprised, and at the same time, they were very curious about these design drawings of Su Chen. As Wang Zhihong was driving, he wasn't able to go and look at these drawings of Su Chen right away, and could only force himself to hold back his curiosity. It was Xiao Yang who didn't have this concern, so he asked Su Chen for these design drawings and checked them out himself first. Looking at these airplane drawings designed by Su Chen, Xiao Yang's expression quickly and visibly changed. Xiao Yang was able to tell that Su Chen's drawing of the airplane was not really professional. Not only did he not use special drawing paper, but he did not even use auxiliary tools such as straightedge and compass. But these drawings just look so beautiful, more like some artwork than airplane drawings. And yet, at the same time, Su Chen's design was very solid, and with Xiao Yang's expertise, he didn't really see any hard feelings in these airplane proposals. "Su Chen, did you draw all this yourself?" "Well, I drew them myself. These are airplanes that exist in my imagination, and when I was bored, I drew them on paper." Just by listening to the conversation between Su Chen and Xiao Yang, Wang Zhihong became more and more curious about this kind of drawing drawn by Su Chen. Finally, when he encountered a traffic post with a red light, Wang Zhihong still couldn't help but take these design drawings of Su Chen from Xiao Yang. At the first sight of these designs, the feeling in Wang Zhihong's heart was very similar to Xiao Yang. These designs are indeed not standard airplane designs, and if they were submitted as an assignment, they would not even get a passing grade. However, if we put aside these constraints, these design solutions are very innovative and outstanding. Some of the design concepts that Su Chen had shown in them were similar to those of professional aircraft designers, and apart from these similarities, Su Chen's designs in certain localizations were even a bit ahead of their time. Of course, just relying on these design drawings was far from being able to build a real airplane, but from the top of these design drawings, Wang Jihang was enough to see Su Chen's strong talent in flying machine design. Wang Jihang, who was immersed in these design drawings, did not notice for a moment that the red light at the traffic post had turned green. It was only after the car behind him sounded a few horns that Wang Jihang remembered that he was still driving, and hurriedly shifted gears and gave gas to keep the car moving. Su Chen, some of the ideas you've displayed above these designs are ones that even I've never seen before. Yet I vaguely feel that these ideas can really be realized in the future. Su Chen's design drawings were not just some pie-in-the-sky ideas. With Wang Jihang's experience and intuition, these designs were equally aerodynamic. What Wang Jihang didn't know was that these airplanes designed by Su Chen had actually been flying in Su Chen's brain for a long time. After about half an hour of driving, their car had entered the Yinhang campus. Su Chen also immediately gazed out the window, enjoying the scenery of the Yinhang campus. Compared to Fengzhou University, the most obvious feature of Yinhang is that the campus has many elements related to aviation and aerospace. The sculptures and models of various airplanes all gave Su Chen a feeling of mindfulness. It should be a very happy thing if I can study here, right? Compared to the tightly managed high school, Su Chen still preferred this feeling of being able to stroll around the university campus, enjoying the various sceneries and thinking at the same time. After the car stopped, Wang Jihang and Xiao Yang brought Su Chen to a restaurant south of Yinhan's basketball court. This restaurant used to be called Hibiscus House, but it changed its name recently. I especially liked eating here when I was in school. Su Chen, see what you want to eat and order whatever you want. I'm alright with that, you guys just order. Seeing that Su Chen didn't order any food, Wang Jihang didn't even take the menu and greeted the waiter. Order a braised pork, bacon sautéed with green garlic, braised pork, and raw sautéed yellow beef. These were the signature dishes of the old Hibiscus House, and Wang Jihang didn't know what Su Chen liked to eat, so he simply ordered them all. While waiting for the food, Wang Jihang talked to Su Chen about a thing that he had somewhat failed to understand before. Su Chen, I would like to know, how did you think when you optimized Xiao Yang's model for the second time? After we performed the simulation, the performance of your set of solutions is indeed a bit better than the one after the first optimization. It was very normal for Wang Jihang to have such doubts. Even Wang Jihang could not determine the optimization scheme of the model at one time, and it was often necessary to go through many revisions and run simulations before finding the most ideal one. And Su Chen didn't utilize the software to perform any simulation, and it was surprising that he could achieve the same effect just through the most basic calculations. Well, I can't really say. I'm just going over it in my head so I can tell if the program is good or not. This answer from Su Chen left Wang Jihang and Xiao Yang at a loss for what to say. Such a difficult matter, Su Chen could actually solve it by going over it in his head. This kind of thinking was indeed not something Wang Jihang and Xiao Yang could understand. However, with their understanding of Su Chen, they also knew that this was probably Su Chen's true state. After all, the brain circuits of geniuses tended to be so special. Su Chen, can you explain in a little more detail? How to describe it? Probably means that I can roughly determine the various states of motion of an object by fantasizing about it in the middle of my brain. Under Su Chen's further explanation, Wang Jihang slowly began to understand this way of thinking of Su Chen. I probably get it, Su Chen. Are you doing the simulation directly in your brain? Well, that's about it. I've actually verified all of it once, rather than really relying entirely on the formula's calculations. Chapter 42, The Unspoken Rules of the Laboratory. Xiao Yang also heard and understood this time, so it turned out that Su Chen's brain, itself, possessed a powerful function that only computer software had. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. It's actually not that hard to explain, it's just that Su Chen has a very good grasp of all sorts of science knowledge to be able to quickly complete these calculations in his brain. This special ability of Su Chen was still very similar to the underlying logic of simulation and emulation software. It's just that the average person doesn't have such a fast level of calculation and the ability to flexibly convert formulas to actual models. While the three of them were chatting about this, the few dishes ordered by Wang Jihang were also brought up one after another by the waiter. Su Chen, eat quickly, if it's not enough we'll order more. Su Chen tasted the dishes, and the flavor was indeed very good, so he didn't reserve anything anymore and took a big bite. Perhaps because of his usual high brain power consumption, Su Chen's food intake was not small, and he finished a bowl of rice in no time. Watching Su Chen eat so favorably, Wang Jihang was also very happy and hurriedly asked the waiter to add another bowl of rice for Su Chen. Su Chen, during this period of time, you'll first live in a dormitory with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's dormitory is a double dormitory, but it's always been him living alone, so it'll be more convenient for the two of you to be together. For this arrangement of Wang Jihang, Su Chen didn't have any opinions. After all, this was equivalent to letting himself enjoy the treatment of a doctoral student directly. In these few days you can first familiarize yourself in the lab, and ask Xiao Yang and the other senior brothers and sisters in the lab any questions you have. I'll pick a suitable topic for you afterward, and we'll try to get some breakthroughs before you report to the provincial team. Okay, thank you Mr. Wang. After settling the bill, Wang Jihang asked Xiao Yang to take Su Chen back to the dormitory to organize his things first. Looking at Su Chen's back, Wang Jihang only felt very relieved. Su Chen, Recently you seem to have become a bit more cheerful than before. Compared to the first time he met Su-chen, Wang Jihang felt that Su-chen still had some more obvious changes compared to that time. Although overall Su-chen was still very introverted, but at least he no longer completely closed himself off and would take the initiative to come up with some ideas. Wang Jihang didn't know what Su-chen had been going through these days, but the fact that he had helped Su-chen fight for the opportunity to participate in the competition should still have played a role. On the other hand, after separating from Wang Jihang, Xiao Yang immediately chatted with Su-chen. As Yudu's hometown, as well as an alumnus of Yudu One High School, there was still a lot to talk about between Xiao Yang and Su-chen. Bringing Su-chen to his dormitory, Xiao Yang said with some embarrassment. Before it was all me living alone, and I didn't pay much attention to cleaning. Knowing that you're coming, I just cleaned it up a bit. I don't know if you'll be able to get used to living here. Teacher Wang mainly thought that living in the school would be more convenient, and if it doesn't work, she can also help you find a hotel nearby. Su-chen naturally wouldn't mind the conditions here, which were already much better than the 6-person and 4-person dormitories. No need, it's good enough for now. Su-chen was a little worried about whether his arrival would affect Xiao Yang's normal life. If there was nothing particularly important, Su-chen still tried not to disturb Xiao Yang. What Su-chen didn't know was that Xiao Yang had actually been looking forward to Su-chen coming over, and in Xiao Yang's mind, Su-chen was his lucky star. On the second day after arriving at Yanhang, Su-chen followed Xiao Yang and came to Wang Jihang's laboratory together. The main place we usually stay is this simulation lab. In addition to this lab, we sometimes have to go to the wind tunnel lab, the electrical control lab, and the mechanics lab to do experiments. Listening to Xiao Yang's introduction, Su-chen was also more and more looking forward to his internship life afterward. Previously, Su-chen had only learned about these things in books and on the internet. Coming into close contact with these laboratories and experimental equipment, Su-chen rarely became excited. Hey, senior brother Qiu, is there another newcomer in our lab? The person who spoke was called Zhang Xian, a second-year student in Wang Jihang's lab. Well, his name is Su-chen, and he's coming to our lab to intern for a while. Xiao Yang didn't introduce the details of Su-chen's identity to Zhang Xian in detail, and Zhang Xian didn't ask too many questions, only assuming that Su-chen was an undergraduate student at the school. It just so happened that Su-chen was also dressed a bit more maturely today, not so much so that people would instantly recognize that he was just a high school student. Su-chen, this is some information that Professor Wang has compiled for you. It's all related to the basics of our specialty and scientific research topics. You can take a look at it first. I still have some work to take care of on my side, so you can call me if there's anything. Okay, just go about your business. After saying this, Xiao Yang left the lab for the time being. Su-chen didn't want to bother Xiao Yang too often, so he first looked at this information that Wang Jihang had prepared for himself. The contents of these materials were not very much, but they were all very central and concise parts, and Su-chen knew that this should be what Wang Jihang had specially prepared for himself. While looking at the information, Su-chen pondered over something and gained a deeper understanding of the nature of the specialty of aircraft design. Hey, Su-chen, are you going to attend Mr. Wang's graduate school in the future? Determining that Zhang Xian was talking to himself, Su-chen frowned lightly before nodding his head and answering. Well, but it shouldn't be until next year when we're officially in the lab. Su-chen didn't really like making small talk with people, but since he had come to Wang Jihang's lab, Su-chen also still wanted to make himself look like he fit in. Hearing Su-chen say that, Zhang Xian felt that Su-chen should have already bailed out of graduate school, otherwise he definitely couldn't have finalized the lab so early. Not bad, Mr. Wang's lab is still hard to get into. When you officially enter the lab, I'll be your senior. Su-chen thought about whether or not he should call Zhang Xian's senior brother, but after thinking about it, he still didn't call out. Su-chen had only heard the title senior brother in Journey to the West. When he thought of piggyback calling Sun Wukong's senior brother, Su-chen still had a hard time accepting it. Seeing that Su-chen didn't seem to be very talkative, Zhang Xian also stopped worrying about Su-chen, thinking that this should be a better senior brother to pin down. Su-chen, if there's nothing else, take a look at my paper for me. Don't look at anything else, just see if there are any typos, formatting errors, or statements that don't make sense. It's long been an unspoken rule in the lab that the younger brother does the work for the older one. Chapter 43, It's Really My Fault. A senior brother like Su-chen who didn't look tough, Zhang Xian naturally had to make a good use of him. Well, okay. Although Su-chen was a bit reluctant, he couldn't directly refuse, so after some thought, he agreed to this request from Zhang Xian. In addition to that, of course, Su-chen did want to see what a graduate student's dissertation was really like, and this was also considered a learning process. After reading the title, abstract and preface of Zhang Xian's paper, Su-chen probably understood the main research content of Zhang Xian's paper. This is not a typical aircraft design study, but rather a multidisciplinary design optimization technique for aircraft. However, this technology is also closely related to aircraft design, because aircraft design itself is a comprehensive technology, involving aerodynamic technology, structural design technology, flight mechanics and control technology, avionics and system integration technology and so on. Therefore, in order to better design this complex project, it is also necessary to be able to generalize and optimize the entire system in order to develop an overall optimal solution. It can be said that this research direction is still of great importance for UAV design. Suchen quickly read through this paper of Zhang Xian's and labeled some of the problematic areas according to what Zhang Xian had just explained to him. During this process, Suchen learned about something that he hadn't come into contact with before, which made Suchen still hold a certain amount of interest in this matter. However, this study by Zhang Xian was still a bit shallow, and many parts of it were just to the point, and no very in-depth research had been carried out. This is actually a very normal situation for a master's thesis. After all, a master's degree is only just a formal introduction to research, and research skills and research experience are very limited. No one really expects that a master's degree will produce any outstanding results on the subject. As long as it can be logically rigorous and at the same time have some academic value and innovation, it is already considered to be a better master's thesis. In less than 10 minutes, Suchen had already finished reading half of this paper and identified some minor problems. The speed at which Suchen was reading the paper didn't seem to be so fast that it was exaggerated, but in reality, Suchen wasn't reading this paper in a skimming manner, but was really reading it carefully, word by word, and could completely understand the contents. It was at this time that Suchen, however, slightly furrowed his own brows again. This time, Suchen didn't find small problems like typos in different phrases, but rather he had a completely different opinion on one of the contents of Zhang Xian's paper. After doing some quick calculations in his mind, Suchen was certain that his idea was the correct one. In this way, going through the rest of the paper's contents would be a matter of no great significance. Suchen handed the paper back to Zhang Xian, who was also stunned at the sight. Have you read them all already? This essay by Zhang Xian is more than 30,000 words and is dozens of pages long. Even if Suchen read fast, it was impossible for him to go through all of these contents in such a short period of time and in such detail. Returning the paper to himself so quickly, Zhang Xian felt that Suchen should not have even looked at it seriously. Read half of it and found something. Suchen, wait until you've read them all before you give them to me together. There's no need to look at the back, this step is already wrong, and the back is definitely going to need to go all the way through the revisions. Suchen's words made Zhang Xian momentarily wonder if he had heard something wrong. There is still a certain threshold for reading this paper by Zhang Xian. Even a graduate student who specialized in the same field as Zhang Xian would have a hard time understanding all this content that he was studying if he wasn't studying this direction. And in Zhang Xian's eyes, Suchen was just an undergraduate, making it even more impossible to read his own thesis. Because of this, Zhang Xian had only asked Suchen to help him look for typos, formatting, and these most basic issues, without demanding too much from Suchen. Suchen, which step are you referring to when you say wrong? Page 28 of the paper, that's the piece I marked out. With total confusion, Zhang Xian flipped up his paper. In the part before page 28, the problems marked out by Suchen were not too many. After all, Zhang Xian had still checked his thesis once before, and there would not be particularly many problematic places. Turning to page 28 of the paper, Zhang Xian also saw the place that Suchen had marked. Zhang Xian's account on this page focuses on the analysis of system sensitivity. By system sensitivity, we mean how drastically the output changes when there is a small change in the input to the system. Aircraft design is a very large-scale engineering system that contains a large number of subsystems that are strongly coupled to each other. Even a relatively small change in the parameters of just one of the subsystems may have a very noticeable effect on the others. After seeing this part, Zhang Xian's expression couldn't help but change subtly. Suchen, can you really read this part? Speaking of which, when Zhang Xian first came into contact with this concept, he also felt a bit confused about it, not quite sure what the significance of these contents actually was. It wasn't until Zhang Xian repeatedly studied and researched about system sensitivity a few times that he finally began to understand what it meant. Zhang Xian definitely didn't believe that an undergraduate student would be able to understand the significance of this part of the content when he was just exposed to it, let alone find the steps that he had made mistakes. This made Zhang Xian wonder if Suchen was saying this on purpose because he didn't want to help himself to the papers. Well, this is still easy to read. The first output-input vector functions, differential forms, and total derivatives of the system are all fine. But there is an error in the matrix equations here that causes the global sensitivity equations to be wrong as well. I've corrected the error for you, and some of the parts after this may need to be modified accordingly. Listening to the way Suchen said these words, Zhang Xian felt that Suchen really wasn't just talking about it. Zhang Xian didn't dare to really joke about his thesis, so he hurriedly took out his draft paper and recalculated. It took more than 10 minutes for Zhang Xian to calculate the final result. This global sensitivity equation seems like a real miscalculation on my part. Confirming that Suchen's calculation was the correct one, Zhang Xian suddenly had a mixed feeling. Chapter 44, What the hell is he? As a second-year student myself, I was surprised that on my first day, an undergraduate student who had just come to the lab for an internship found a mistake in his paper, or one of those very serious computational errors. But at the same time, Suchen's timely discovery also gave Zhang Xian the opportunity to go and correct it as early as possible, not waiting until the paper was submitted, and then the teacher found out about this serious mistake. In that case, being criticized by the instructor is only the second thing, and if this affects graduation, then it will really be a big problem. After a moment of fear, Zhang Xian became more and more curious about Su Chen. Su Chen, have you studied this aspect of system sensitivity before? I feel as if you're very familiar with these things. The process of reading this paper of yours just now is considered a study. The research topic is still quite interesting, but I think the depth and breadth of the research could have been strengthened a bit. If Su Chen had been allowed to study this topic, he certainly would not have been satisfied with such a superficial study, but would have considered more subsystems in an integrated manner and further improved the computational precision of the system sensitivity. Su Chen's words caused Zhang Xian to be a little confused for a moment as to which of the two of them was actually the senior brother. Su Chen, I'm a bit skeptical. Are you really just an undergraduate? I don't have the ability to study this topic any deeper, so I'd better hurry up and finish correcting the back problems as well. When he heard Zhang Xian say that he was an undergraduate, Su Chen quickly shook his head. I'm not an undergrad yet, just a sophomore. Hi. Sophomore? Zhang Xian once again doubted his ears, but after carefully sizing up Su Chen's appearance, Su Chen did kinda look like a high school student. But if what Su Chen said was indeed true, then just what kind of high school student could possess such a terrifying scientific research ability? Well, I just finished my exams for the Digital Athletic League and thought I'd come over for a quick internship before the finals started while I didn't have anything else to do. Zhang Xian was able to understand every word that Su Chen said, but when the words were linked together, Zhang Xian was somewhat unable to understand them. So, you're a math competition student? But the math competition finals haven't even started yet, so why don't you go prepare for the finals? For competition students, this should be one of the most critical stages now, and practicing one more question could have an impact on the final result. It's ready, so there's nothing more to prepare. Zhang Xian looked at Su Chen's confident appearance, as if he could easily get a perfect score even if he went to the finals of the counting competition right now. However, at this time, Zhang Xian had a new question. Since Su Chen was really so confident in the finals of the counting competition, why did he choose to come to Yanhang for his internship instead of going to Shuaimu or Yen University? Just as Zhang Xian wanted to continue asking Su Chen this question, Xiao Yang returned to the lab. How's it going, Su Chen? First day in the lab, do you feel comfortable? Well, it feels pretty good. I just read Senior Zhang's paper and learned something new from it. Hearing Su Chen talk about this thesis, Zhang Xian hurriedly put his index finger up on his lips, signaling Su Chen to keep this matter quiet. Su Chen also immediately understood Zhang Xian's meaning, so he didn't say anything further about his discovery of Zhang Xian's thesis. Xiao Yang didn't think much of it, and only thought that Zhang Xian had really told Su Chen something just now, so he nodded in satisfaction. That's good. I've got some more paper material for you to read first if you're interested. Okay, thanks Senior Qiu. After receiving these papers handed over by Xiao Yang, Su Chen immediately read them impatiently. Previously, Su Chen had basically not read any papers, and had only read Xiao Yang and Zhang Xian's papers. A dissertation has to be more focused than a specialized book that goes over various basics. The depth and breadth of research in these papers was a bit higher, unlike Zhang Xian's master's thesis that was just shallow, which made Su Chen look at it with interest. While Su Chen was reading these papers, Zhang Xian quietly came to Xiao Yang's side and asked in a low voice, Senior brother Qiu, what exactly is this Su Chen coming from? Hearing Zhang Xian ask this question, Xiao Yang was somewhat mysterious. This Su Chen's origins are not simple. What, do you also sense something special about him? It's so special, he's just a real genius. If I'm not mistaken, he should be able to get a guaranteed admission to Shuaimu or Yen University, right? Unsurprisingly, he's definitely able to qualify for guaranteed admission. But he prefers to come to our Yanhang, that's why he came over to intern for a while first. Is our Yanhang really that good? Zhang Xian was indeed somewhat unable to understand this idea of Su Chen's. Zhang Xian had chosen Yanhang at that time only because his score was just enough to come to Yanhang. At least in the field of aviation, we're already the best college in the country. Su Chen's case is indeed a bit special. It's hard to get his brain excited if he's not doing something he's really interested in. Under Qiao Yang's narration, Zhang Xian then learned some of Su Chen's story. Senior brother Qiu, after hearing you say all this, I'm starting to understand Su Chen's thoughts somewhat. If he's really able to make some major scientific achievements in the field of aviation in the future, it's really going to be a bit better than going to Shuaimu or Yen University. That's right, and I think Su Chen's future research direction shouldn't be limited to the aviation field alone. By the way, what did Su Chen do just now to make you feel something special about him? Hearing Xiao Yang mention this matter, Zhang Xian hesitated for a while and finally decided to come clean and confess to Xiao Yang. Senior brother Qiu, if I tell you this, you must not tell Mr. Wang. Don't worry, it's just a secret between us. Zhang Xian then recounted to Xiao Yang what he had just asked Su Chen to help him check his thesis, only to find out that he had made a mistake in his derivation. Learning about the fact that Zhang Xian had gone so far as to use Su Chen as a hard laborer, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a little angry as well. Lina, Zhang Xian, People Su Chen Hull of the province's counting competition champion, counting competition quasi-national set of team members, the future of aviation experts. You let him help you check the paper misspelled words? Hey, I thought he was just an undergraduate intern. That's what I did when I first came to the lab. Zhang Xian's words, however, made Xiao Yang somewhat speechless as well. If it was himself, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't do the same thing without knowing Su Chen's identity. Chapter 45 Flow Phenomena in Triangular Wings at Low Reynolds Numbers. Xiao Yang's paper, although it was not like Zhang Xian's paper, which had errors on top of the calculations, it did receive help from Su Chen. Alright, Zhang Xian, in the future, when you're doing research, you still need to be a little more careful and never make this kind of mistake again. Take advantage of the time Su Chen is interning in the lab to learn more from him as well. Normally, if Zhang Xian, a graduate student, was asked to learn from a high school student, Zhang Xian would definitely find it very baffling. But if this high school student is Su Chen, Zhang Xian is afraid that he really have to learn more from this little brother. After spending a few days in Wang Jiheng's lab, Su Chen had gradually adapted to the environment here. This life of studying and researching in the laboratory made Su Chen feel very cozy, and his brain could always remain relatively active, basically no longer having that feeling of being in pain from time to time. And in order to better help himself with his studies and research, Su Chen applied to Su Gang to buy himself a laptop computer. Learning of Su Chen's request to buy a laptop, Su Gang was also very quick, and directly helped Su Chen buy a 10,000 plus game book online. The reason why I bought a game book, Su Gang naturally did not want Su Chen to play games, but the game book is a little more powerful. When it comes to 3D modeling, numerical simulations, and other configuration-eating tasks, a gaming laptop will have an advantage over a thin and light laptop. After receiving this laptop, Su Chen also felt very satisfied. In addition to the screen is not as large as the monitor of the desktop computer, this laptop is very strong in all aspects of performance, and there is also a degree of portability that the desktop computer does not have. Because often go to the internet cafe to study, Su Chen is still more familiar with the use of computers, and soon installed a few scientific research will often use the software on it, practicing the use of these software themselves. A few days later, Wang Jiheng finally arrived at the lab. Wang Jiheng's work had been quite busy these past few days, but he still tried to find time to help Su Chen develop some topics suitable for Su Chen's research. Su Chen, how have you been in the lab these past few days? It's quite good, Mr. Wang. I've learned a lot of new things in the past few days, which can't be learned in books. In addition to reading those papers and materials given to him by Wang Jiheng and Xiao Yang, Su Chen also visited the lab where his elder brothers and sisters did experiments, and gained a deeper understanding of the specialty of aircraft design. Well, it's good that you can adapt to the environment here. Su Chen, if you're ready now, we can start trying to work on some real scientific research topics. Su Chen had long been looking forward to being able to do a scientific research project on his own, and hearing Wang Jiheng say so, Su Chen hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. Su Chen, in the beginning, we can't directly do scientific research topics such as designing an entire large-scale flying machine. The workload of such topics are all very huge, and they definitely can't be done in a short period of time. We can start with a specific problem first. This is also the norm when we conduct scientific research. After saying this, Wang Jiheng told Su Chen about a scientific research topic that he had picked for Su Chen. The main focus of this scientific research topic is on the flow phenomena of a specific type of delta wing, at low Reynolds numbers. By Reynolds number, we mean the ratio between the product of the density of the fluid, the flow rate of the fluid, the characteristic length, and the dynamic viscosity of the fluid. This physical quantity is a dimensionless number that is used to express the ratio between the inertial and viscous forces of a fluid, and is of more physical importance in aeronautics. It can help the researcher to determine how the specific flow state of the fluid, in the Reynolds number value is different. The flow state of the fluid will show a very obvious difference. After listening to Wang Jiheng's rough introduction of the subject, Su Chen immediately agreed. Mr. Wang, just pick this topic. I think I should be able to finish it before the provincial team training. At this moment, Xiao Yang and Zhang Xian were also in the lab and heard the conversation between Su Chen and Wang Jiheng. Senior brother Qiu, it's not that I'm looking down on Su Chen I think Su Chen still sees scientific research as too simple. Even if Su Chen is no matter how smart he is, it's impossible for him to finish this subject in a month. Zhang Xian whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, although Zhang Xian had already seen how powerful Su Chen was, but Zhang Xian still felt that scientific research was definitely not as easy as Su Chen had imagined. The fact that Su Chen was able to see the errors in Zhang Xian's thesis before was more due to the fact that Su Chen possessed a very strong theoretical knowledge base and calculation ability. However, the process of scientific research is far more complicated than that. In actual scientific research, a large number of experiments are often required and many unexpected problems are encountered. Like Su Chen, a scientific research rookie who had never even touched any experimental equipment before, he would face a great challenge just in the experiments. Xiao Yang did not directly express these doubts, but in Xiao Yang's mind, he actually had the same worries. Even for an old bird like Xiao Yang, who has been in the lab for several years, it often takes several months to complete a research project. Xiao Yang did not have any doubts about Su Chen's research ability, As for how good Su Chen's experimental operation ability was, Xiao Yang still had doubts. Su Chen, there's no need to rush to produce results right away, as long as you're able to complete some work in the meantime. Anyway, you'll definitely return to our lab again after the counting competition finals are over. Wang Jihang was also very patient with Su Chen's cultivation, and this time, by arranging scientific research topics for Su Chen, Wang Jihang was more interested in exercising Su Chen first. Mr. Wang, now can we first discuss the research plan for the scientific research topic? Su Chen, do you have any ideas already now? Listening to Su Chen's words, it seemed as if he didn't want to ask Wang Jihang for advice, but only wanted to talk about some of his own plans. Yes, I already have a plan now, but I don't know if this plan is feasible. I still need Mr. Wang to be able to evaluate it. Okay, Su Chen, then tell me about it. My idea is to first build an experimental model which is a flat delta wing with the back swept angle set at 60 degrees, root chord length of 200 mm and thickness of 3 mm. The model is made of rigid aluminum, and to enhance the display of the flow we can spray matte paint on the surface of the model. While talking about these ideas of his, Su Chen directly constructed this model he was talking about on his own notebook. Chapter 46, Just Do Your Job. Su Chen's operating speed was very fast. It didn't seem like he had just used the software for a few days, and even Xiao Yang and Zhang Xian couldn't complete the model construction so quickly. After talking about the model, Su Chen continued to talk about his experimental method. In order to accurately observe the flow of the fluid, we can use the experimental method of hydrogen bubble flow display. The self-circulating flume used for the experiment should have an experimental section of at least 5 meters, a cross-section of 0.8 m x 0.8 m, and a maximum water flow velocity of 30 centimeters per second. Looking at Su Chen, who had already detailed the various details of his experimental thoughts, Wang Jihang, Xiao Yang, and Zhang Xian all had stunned looks on their faces. Normally speaking, when Wang Jihang had just determined the research topic for Su Chen, it was already a very difficult thing for Su Chen to have a more general idea. However, Su Chen had obviously already formulated his own experimental program in his mind, and even the specific dimensions of the models and instruments to be used for the experiments, Su Chen had already set them up in a very fine manner. After listening to all of Su Chen's experimental thoughts, Wang Jihang couldn't help but be dumbfounded as well. With his own experience, Wang Jihang was basically certain that Su Chen's entire idea was completely feasible. And Su Chen's size requirement for these experimental models and experimental instruments was definitely not just a random figure, but really had his own mind in it. Originally, Wang Jihang had wanted to give Su Chen a few days to think about the subject's research plan, but now it seemed that this time also seemed a bit redundant. Su Chen, let's carry out the experiment according to this idea of yours. When you carry out the experimental operation at the beginning, you don't have to be too hasty, just follow the requirements of the experimental apparatus normally. In any case, be sure to ensure your safety. Experimental operation was the part that Wang Jihang was most worried about. The damage to the experimental apparatus due to operational errors was only secondary. If Su Chen was injured, the loss would be huge. The program as a whole is still relatively safe, but engineering experiments are more or less risky, and that's something that can't be completely avoided. Mr. Wang, I will definitely pay attention. After preparing all the experimental models and experimental instruments, Su Chen immediately began his research. After actually carrying out the experimental operation, Su Chen also gradually began to realize some of the tricky aspects of this research topic. Although Su Chen had already determined the research plan of the experiment, but in order to get valuable experimental phenomena and experimental data, it was necessary to carry out very many groups of experiments and adjust the experimental equipment and parameters according to the situation. How about it, Su Chen? This experiment isn't as simple as you thought, right? Like this hydrogen bubble flow display experiment, the stability of the bubble production is hard to control. You have to keep adjusting the voltage and electrodes to make the bubbles produce stably. Seeing Su Chen's frustration in the experiment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but talk about his own experience as well. In order to prevent Su Chen from making any operational errors, Wang Jihang purposely asked Zhang Xian to keep an extra eye on Su Chen's experiments when he had nothing else to do. Similar experiments had been done by Zhang Xian, and at that time, in order to get a sufficiently ideal experimental effect, Zhang Xian had repeatedly adjusted for several days before finally allowing the hydrogen bubbles to be produced in a stable manner. Su Chen, however, didn't bother to pay attention to Zhang Xian's words, and through the data obtained from the previous experiments, Su Chen quickly made calculations in his brain and made corrections to the experimental parameters. Reduced the voltage by another 0.16 V and the size and frequency of the hydrogen bubbles generated should stabilize. Several experiments had already made Su Chen very clear about the entire experimental model, which allowed Su Chen to directly give an accurate simulation of the same experiment in his brain. After making such adjustments to the electrode voltage, sure enough after a while the hydrogen bubbles were really generated steadily. Looking at the generated state of these hydrogen bubbles, Zhang Xian also said with some surprise, "So much luck? I can't believe it's tuned to its best all at once." If Zhang Xian were to do this experiment instead, it would definitely not be possible to find the optimal state of voltage so quickly either. However, where the voltage is a little higher or lower, the size and generation frequency of hydrogen bubbles cannot meet the experimental requirements, and may even cause short circuits and other abnormal phenomena. Coupled with the fact that there is a certain hysteresis in the change of bubbles, after making an adjustment, it is necessary to observe the bubble trend for a certain period of time to determine the trend of the bubble change before the next adjustment can be made. However, when combined with Su Chen's previous performance, Zhang Xian felt that it shouldn't be a matter of luck, but that Su Chen had really mastered some method. It has nothing to do with luck, a simple calculation will do. Senior, just go about your business, I'll be fine doing the experiment alone. Su Chen felt that Zhang Xian couldn't help himself much here, so there was no need to waste this time. Ah, well then call me if anything happens, huh? Zhang Xian also realized that there was no point in him being here, so he sat back and changed his paper. A simple calculation. How exactly did Su Chen figure it out? While looking at the paper, Zhang Xian was still puzzled as to how Su Chen had just found the best voltage position in one go. However, after thinking about it for a while, Zhang Xian gave up on the question. Zhang Xian knew that if he could figure it out himself, then wouldn't he be just like a genius's brain circuit? In the following time, Su Chen kept up this state every day, and apart from eating and sleeping, he was almost always soaked in the lab. Even so, Su Chen didn't feel bored because of this life that seemed somewhat monotonous. Compared to the training of the number competition, Su Chen felt that doing scientific research was much more interesting, because the topics of the number competition were dead, and with a little bit of questions, he could quickly summarize a set of pattern solutions. However, the issue of scientific research was much more flexible, and through each experiment, Su Chen was able to make some brand new discoveries. After 2 weeks of research, Su Chen had basically completed the requirements of Wang Zhihong for this scientific research topic at the beginning. Looking at these experimental data and conclusions drawn by Su Chen, Wang Zhihong also nodded with great satisfaction. Su Chen, you really surprised me too much, actually really finished this topic before the provincial team training started. Although the difficulty of this topic was not very great, but if it was any other graduate student in the lab, they would not be able to reach this research speed and quality of Su Chen at all. And Su Chen was still just a high school student who had come to the university laboratory for the first time for internship, and had shown such a high level of scientific research without any experience. Chapter 47, He'll be a world-class scientist. In the face of Wang Zhihong's lavish praise of himself, Su Chen's face did not have any expression of joy, but continued to calmly talk to Wang Zhihong about the results of his project. Mr. Wang, through these experimental data and experimental phenomena, we can determine that with a relatively low Reynolds number, the delta wing has formed a relatively stable leading-edge vortex when the angle of attack is about 5 degrees, and as the angle of attack continues to increase, the leading-edge main vortex begins to break up with it. Listening to Su Chen's narration, Wang Zhihong nodded again and again, his face overflowing with appreciation for Su Chen. Well, Su Chen, this research conclusion of yours is very objective and accurate. When you organize these experimental conclusions into a thesis, it will be a very complete scientific research result. According to the standard Su Chen had shown in researching this experimental topic, it was considered to be very good among master's degree students of the same specialty. Su Chen's performance like this also far exceeded Wang Zhihong's expectations, causing Wang Zhihong to be impressed with Su Chen once again. Originally, Wang Zhihong was still a bit worried that Su Chen's ability would be limited to theories. And Su Chen, through his own actual performance, also proved that he possessed a very powerful talent above experimentation as well. Just when Wang Zhihong thought that Su Chen's lab internship life was going to come to an end this time, Su Chen talked about his current thoughts. Mr. Wang, can I continue my research in this direction? I feel that I can still get some more conclusions above this direction. Do you have any other insights into this research topic? Yes, I think there is also the possibility of some entirely new flow phenomena after the angle of attack continues to get larger. If my analysis is correct, it is possible that within a certain angle of attack, a new pair of concentrated vortices could form on the outside of the leading-edge main vortex, thus constituting a double vortex structure. Hearing Su Chen talk about this speculation of his, Wang Zhihong also frowned tightly, thinking about the possibility of this phenomenon appearing. Su Chen just mentioned that double vortex structure refers to the process of fluid flow, the emergence of two interrelated, and has a certain stability of the vortex structure. The phenomenon of double eddies is not a very rare phenomenon and occurs from time to time, both in the natural environment and in the field of human engineering. However, to observe and study the phenomenon of double eddies very accurately is still a matter of high difficulty. In addition to advanced experimental equipment, the use of numerical simulation techniques, computation of fluid dynamics, etc., have a very necessary role in it. However, Su Chen had already predicted the emergence of this phenomenon without the aid of any instruments or even after various calculations. Su Chen, can you be more specific about your thought process? Well, I'll probably demonstrate it on the modeling software. Saying that, Su Chen opened keys in his own computer and explained his idea to Wang Zhihong while modeling on the software. As a matter of fact, the reason why Su Chen was able to predict such a result was entirely through his own brain's imagination. After doing enough experiments, Su Chen was already very familiar with this experiment, and as long as he made changes to the data in his brain, the experimental phenomena that might occur afterward directly appeared in Su Chen's brain. As a result, Su Chen wasn't able to make his thoughts clear to others. And it's perhaps easier for others to understand by reducing those scenes that come up in their brains into the modeling software. Mr. Wang, in the process of gradually continuing to increase the angle of attack, the flow phenomena that may be observed are basically like those shown in these models. Of course, whether or not these phenomena will actually occur still has to be verified through experiments. Looking at these models constructed by Su Chen and Kezes, Wang Zhiheng also frowned tightly in thought. After thinking for a while, Wang Zhiheng suddenly thought of something. Su Chen, I seem to understand what you mean. When the angle of attack increases to a certain value, the leading-edge main vortex will be very close to the airfoil of the delta wing, thus making the interaction between the boundary layer and the shear layer more obvious. And after the secondary separating flow impacts with the primary shear layer, the primary vortex is separated into two concentrated vortices, which in turn creates this double vortex structure you're talking about now. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Zhiheng had so many years of research experience in related fields, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to think about where the principles lay through these few model diagrams drawn by Su Chen. Well, Mr. Wang, that's basically the process. There should be a lot of formula derivations involved. I can organize them down later. In Su Chen's brain, this calculation process was just a split second, and of course, after learning that method that Qi Zhixin had taught himself, Su Chen could also express this process in terms of a tedious formula derivation. Alright, Su Chen, you should organize these contents properly first, and then we'll discuss whether or not we should continue to conduct more in-depth research in this direction next. Just now, during the process of Su Chen and Wang Zhiheng chatting about these things, Xiao Yang was also listening on the sidelines, and was very curious about what Su Chen was telling him. In the beginning, Xiao Yang did not really understand how exactly Su Chen had predicted the appearance of this double vortex phenomenon. It was only after Wang Zhiheng translated Su Chen's thoughts that Xiao Yang began to understand the mechanism. While Su Chen was organizing the formulas, Xiao Yang walked over to Wang Zhiheng and said with some surprise, "Teacher Wang, just now Su Chen's thinking was too fast, wasn't it? Before, Su Chen at least needed to perform some derivation, but now even the process of formula derivation was directly omitted. It's not really surprising, some geniuses are just incredibly capable. Until now, I couldn't figure out how Newton created calculus or how Einstein came up with the theory of relativity." Newton? Einstein? Mr. Wang, do you mean that Su Chen has the potential to become a great scientist like them? Even though Qiu Yan was very impressed with Su Chen's ability, he had never yet thought of comparing Su Chen to such a historical level scientist. It's too early to tell, but I don't think that at some point in the future, a situation like this may not occur. Again, it didn't come to the world's attention until they actually did something of their own. Hearing Wang Zhiheng say that, Xiao Yang also began to feel that some of Su Chen's previous experiences seemed to really have some similarities with those historical level geniuses. Chapter 48. Sure enough, it's a double vortex structure. Just as Wang Zhiheng and Xiao Yang were chatting about this topic, Su Chen had already organized these formulas and handed Wang Zhiheng the book with these formulas. Receiving Su Chen's book, Wang Zhiheng immediately checked it. After these days of training in number competitions, Su Chen's writing process for formula derivation had become much more organized. In order for Wang Zhiheng to be able to understand his thoughts, Su Chen deliberately wrote these formula derivations in more detail, rather than going directly to record his thoughts. After reading these derivations of Su Chen, Wang Zhiheng could also be sure that these predictions of Su Chen were completely in line with the theory. Su Chen, since you're willing to continue exploring forward on this topic, then you should continue doing it. It's just that the counting athletics provincial team training will start soon, and the time left shouldn't be enough for you to complete your research afterward. Even though Wang Zhiheng also wanted Su Chen to continue this topic, Wang Zhiheng preferred not to delay Su Chen's normal number competition intensive training, so as not to affect the play of the subsequent finals. Su Chen himself knew that there really wasn't quite enough time now, but Su Chen wasn't willing to delay the subject like this. Teacher Wang, I'll report to the provincial team a few days later, it shouldn't matter. From the start of the provincial team training, there's still a month to go until the counting competition final. In fact, with my current ability, there's definitely no problem getting into the national set. In Su Chen's mind, whether or not to go to the provincial team training is actually not important at all. Even if Su Chen participates in the training on time, most likely it is also in the provincial team to kill time, and cannot really get what ability to improve. Looking at how Su Chen was so insistent on this subject, Wang Zhiheng was also somewhat unable to make up his mind. After thinking about it, Wang Zhiheng said, "In that case, Su Chen, you'd better discuss this with your parents first. I really can't make a decision on this matter, so if your parents think it's okay, then we'll give you a few more days of internship. Well, then I'll get in touch with my mom." Su Chen talked to Song Yulan about this matter on WeChat, perhaps because Song Yulan was working and didn't reply to Su Chen right away. It wasn't until an hour had passed that Su Chen received a reply message from Song Yulan. Chen, then I'll help you take a leave from the teacher of the provincial team. I suggest that you still don't delay too long, whether or not you finish this subject. It's better to report to the provincial team after a week at most. Previously, Su Chen had already missed some training time because of his internship at Yanhang, and Song Yulan didn't want Su Chen to miss the provincial team's training again. If it was really because of being too careless about the mathematical competition final that Su Chen didn't end up obtaining the qualification for guaranteed admission, then Su Chen's efforts all these days would have been in vain. Well, Mom, that's settled then. I'll definitely report to the provincial team in a week at the latest. After obtaining the consent of Su Chen's parents, Wang Jihang also had no more opinions on this, so he let Su Chen continue to work on the subject. Realizing the urgency of time, Su Chen didn't dare to have any more delays, and continued his experiment on the same day. In order to save as much time as possible, Su Chen even saved the time to go to the cafeteria to eat, and directly asked Xiao Yang and Zheng Xian to bring a meal over for themselves when they went to the cafeteria to eat. Normally such things were done by senior brothers, but Xiao Yang and Zheng Xian both knew how eager Su Chen was to complete this research, and both were very happy to help Su Chen with this small favor. Even sometimes when the experiment is done too late at night, Su Chen simply do not even go back to the dormitory, directly in the laboratory on the folding bed to deal with the night. This was the first time Su Chen had ever taken something so seriously, and even though Su Chen's body was already a bit tired from it, Su Chen's spirit was always above a very good state. And the experimental phenomena afterward proved that these efforts of Su Chen were not in vain. After Su Chen continued to increase the angle of attack of the model, the double vortex structure that he had predicted earlier did appear with it. The double vortex is really a double vortex structure. This is basically the same as the experimental phenomenon that I had visualized in my brain earlier. Having finally made the predicted experimental results, Su Chen only felt a strong sense of excitement in his heart. Trying to suppress the excitement in his heart, Su Chen continued to change the experimental parameters and made more sets of experimental data that conformed to this theory. With these experimental data as support, it should already be possible to complete the entire research topic's justification in a relatively rigorous manner. Since he had already reached the deadline that he had agreed with Song Yulan, if Su Chen was still unable to finish the subject today, then he could only report to the provincial team with this regret. After showing Wang Jihang the results of these experiments that he had made, Wang Jihang was also pleasantly surprised and astonished. Su Chen, I didn't expect that you could really finish this topic so quickly. The academic value of this result isn't low. If it's written as a thesis, it's something that can be completely published on top of some good academic journals. Originally, Wang Jihang just wanted to take this opportunity to exercise Su Chen, and had no intention at all to really let Su Chen make any academic achievements that could be published publicly. However, as things developed, Su Chen's performance constantly refreshed Wang Jihang's expectations, and the academic value of this research result of Su Chen was even a bit higher than the scientific research topics done by the doctoral students in the laboratory. Mr. Wang, essay I shouldn't be able to write it now. I'm going to take a plane early tomorrow morning to report to the provincial team. Since he had already made a promise with Song Yulan, Su Chen would not easily go back on his promise. Since there wasn't a high-speed train too early tomorrow morning, Su Chen still decided to take a plane there so that he could arrive a little earlier. And it was already very late tonight. The continuous high-intensity work these days had made Su Chen feel a bit tired as well, and he really couldn't concentrate on writing his thesis anymore. It's okay, the paper doesn't have to be written in a hurry, just wait until after the counting competition finals are over. What time is the flight early tomorrow morning? I'll drive to see you off. It's at 7 in the morning, I'll just go there myself. There's no need to trouble Mr. Wang. It's okay, I can feel more comfortable if I drive you there. The paperwork for the plane ride is a bit tricky, so we'll have to get to the airport a little early, so let's leave from the school at 5. Under Wang Jihang's strong request, Su Chen didn't refuse anymore, so he hurried back to his dormitory to pack up and rest. This night, Su Chen did not sleep soundly. Recalling the process of doing this research project by himself these days, Su Chen's state was still somewhat excited. Chapter 49, Is this how you got here? Coupled with the fact that he had to catch a plane early tomorrow morning, Su Chen was also a little worried that he wouldn't be able to get up, and he checked the time several times in the middle of the night. This state of excitement and anxiety coexisted, so that Su Chen almost did not sleep much in the night, and at 4:30 in the morning, Su Chen got up and simply washed, dressed, and ready to go downstairs. Xiao Yang also knew about Su Chen's reporting to the counting competition provincial team today, so he also woke up early, helped Su Chen with his luggage, and prepared to send Su Chen to the airport with Wang Jihang. It was only 4:50 when Su Chen came downstairs, and the reason why he came down earlier was because he didn't want Wang Jihang to wait for himself. But when Su Chen went downstairs, he realized that Wang Jihang was already waiting at the dormitory building. Su Chen, I brought you sandwiches, you can have some if you're hungry on the way. Good. Thank you Mr. Wang. Receiving the sandwich that Wang Jihang brought, Su Chen only felt warmth in his heart, something that none of Su Chen's other teachers had ever done for Su Chen. When he was in school, Suchin didn't have too high of a demand for his teachers, and only hoped that they would be able to look at themselves in a normal way like they did for other students. But even these very basic requirements are rarely met by teachers, and it wasn't until Suchen moved into the Olympiad class that this finally changed. Seeing this undivided concern that Wang Jiheng had for Suchen, Zhou Yang on the side couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Having spent the last few years with Wang Jiheng's attitude towards Zhou Yang had always been very serious. Even if Zhou Yang only made some minor mistakes in the lab, Wang Jiheng would be somewhat stern in reminding, or even criticizing Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang knew that Wang Jiheng was doing this for his own good. But, when this student was Suchen, Wang Jiheng was able to be so gentle that he even took the initiative to go and bring Suchen breakfast. Perhaps this is a privilege that only true schoolboys can enjoy. If Zhou Yang could be as outstanding as Suchen, then Zhou Yang would definitely be able to enjoy the treatment of professors bringing meals and cars picking up and dropping off. There weren't too many cars on the Yanjing Road in the morning, and they arrived at the airport before 5:30 a.m. Suchen, can you do the check-in procedures yourself? If you can't, let's talk to the airport staff and go in and finish the formalities for you. Under normal circumstances, people who have not purchased a ticket are not allowed to enter, but of course, if you explain the situation to the staff, you can still go in and help with the check-in procedure. Wang Jiheng was a little worried that Suchen was taking an airplane for the first time and would not be delayed in boarding the plane because he was unfamiliar with the procedures. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, I've checked the boarding process before, there won't be any problems. I'm already embarrassed that you guys could send me here. Good, Suchen, then you should quickly go in and do the formalities. Only after watching Suchen enter inside the airport did Wang Jiheng slowly get into his car and return to Yanhang with Zhou Yang. After entering the airport, Suchen followed the boarding procedure guide that he had previously looked up on the internet and went through the boarding procedures step by step. Although it was Suchen's first time to take an airplane, but under the premise of doing homework in advance, Suchen still completed the step-by-step procedures of selecting a seat, printing boarding passes, baggage check-in, security check and so on relatively smoothly. While waiting in the waiting area, Suchen felt a bit hungry and happened to take out the sandwich that Wang Jiheng had prepared for himself and ate it. When it was time to start boarding, Suchen followed the staff's guidelines, boarded the airplane, and sat in his seat. As it was a beautiful day, there were no delays on this flight and it took off on time and without incident. Feeling himself in this airplane gradually soaring above the sky, Suchen had a very free and unrestrained feeling in his heart. Normally, Suchen would often fantasize that he could fly in the sky like a bird, so perhaps he wouldn't be so troubled every day. And this is also an important reason why Suchen is very fond of airplanes. Even though human beings do not have wings, they can use their own ingenuity to create airplanes that can fly up to the sky, and can even fly higher than birds. Suchen believes that one day he will be able to sit on his own design of the aircraft, so that he can realize the dream of flying. After more than an hour's flight, the plane landed smoothly at Bangju Airport. After getting off the plane, Suchen first reported peace to his parents and Wang Jiheng, then he left the airport and took a taxi to the place where the provincial team was training by himself. The location of this provincial team training is the same as the location of the previous Bonn Provincial Mathematical Competition League exam, which is in the Provincial Experimental Middle School. With his previous experience of going there to take the exam, Suchen was no stranger to this place. After arriving at the entrance of the Provincial Experimental Middle School, Suchen smoothly entered the campus after explaining his identity as a mathematical competition-intensive trainee. Unlike the previous internship to Yanhang, this time there was no one to pick Suchen up like Wang Jiheng, and Suchen had to drag his suitcase by himself to find the place where the provincial team was training. I finally found the classroom where the provincial team was training, and the door of the classroom was closed because there was a training session for the team in the classroom. Suchen didn't want to disturb their training, but after hesitating for a while, he still knocked on the door stiffly. Other than the location of the training set, Suchen didn't know where his dormitory was, and could only participate in the training first, and then go back to pack up his things afterward. Come in. After receiving permission, Suchen dragged his suitcase and walked into the classroom. Suchen's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the others in the classroom. After all, Suchen's current look is really something special. The whole person dressed very casually, the state looks a little tired, also dragging a suitcase. It looks not at all like to come to the provincial team training. It's more like going outside to travel just back. This made the other students in the classroom, who couldn't help but talk about it underneath. This is the legendary Godsu, right? Bringing a suitcase straight over for training. What's going on here? Godsu finally showed up. I thought Godsu wouldn't come to the provincial team for the training session. A powerful person with 290 points in the counting competition league really has a different temperament from us generalized people. Seeing that the atmosphere in the classroom became cluttered all of a sudden, Zhou Xiang, the provincial team's counting competition teacher, was also a little angry. All right, nobody talk. After the others quieted down, Zhou Xiang turned his gaze to Suchen. What's your name? Teacher, my name is Suchen. In fact, when Suchen knocked on the door, Zhou Xiang had already guessed Suchen's identity, and after Suchen declared his name, Zhou Xiang also finally confirmed that this student was Suchen. Originally, when the list of Phong Province's number competition team came out, Zhou Xiang's impression of Su Chen was still very good, and being able to take the number competition league paper to a score of 290 points was indeed very difficult. Chapter 50. Who taught you math? However, until Zhou Xiang learned that Su Chen was going to come to the provincial team a few days late, Zhou Xiang's good impression of Su Chen at the beginning began to shift. In Zhou Xiang's cognition, there is nothing that is more important than the provincial team training now. This is a key training that determines whether they, afterward, can qualify for university guarantees, and those candidates who perform well in the provincial team training are likely to greatly improve their rankings among the counting competition finals. Although Su Chen's score in the mathematical competition league was very high, the league score would not be carried over to the final, plus the difficulty of the finals questions was much higher than the league's, so in fact, the league's score didn't have much significance now. If Su Chen really took this provincial team training very lightly, it would be very easy to roll over in the finals, and he might not even be able to get the silver medal. Su Chen, find a seat and sit down. Although Zhou Xiang had a lot of dissatisfaction with Su Chen in his heart, but in front of everyone, Zhou Xiang couldn't say anything directly. Hearing Zhou Xiang say this, Su Chen dragged his suitcase and walked towards the classroom. Su Chen saw several familiar figures in the classroom, including his classmate Yan Zihan from Udano, one middle school, Pan Hao and Chen Yuba, whom he had met during the mathematical competition league. This gave Su Chen some feelings of closeness in his heart, and he didn't feel any obvious nervousness or anxiety because he had come to a completely new environment. After ending this little episode, Zhou Xiang continued to start his lecture. Su Chen also didn't do his own thing like he did before in Udano, one middle school, but decided to try to follow Zhou Xiang's rhythm first. These days, Su Chen hadn't been practicing the questions for the counting competition final, and should still find his touch a little. Listening to Zhou Xiang's lectures, Su Chen also gradually felt Zhou Xiang's professional ability in math. Zhou Xiang is a teacher of the Provincial Experimental High School of the number of competitions, has been responsible for many times in Bong Province, the number of competitions in the provincial team of intensive training. Looking at the entire Phong Province's digital competition field, Zhou Xiang's level is also considered very top-notch. Su Chen could clearly feel that Zhou Xiang's math ability was much higher than Shi Zhixin's, and the pace of his lectures was quite a bit faster than Shi Zhixin. This made Su Chen listen with some interest at first, not as boring as when he was training in Udano, one middle school. Still, after listening for a while, Su Chen gradually lost interest in the content of the class. After all, what Zhou Xiang was talking about hadn't departed from the realm of number contests, and for which Su Chen had long since grasped very thoroughly. Coupled with the fact that he barely rested last night, Su Chen felt a bit tired and accidentally dozed off in his seat. In the beginning, Zhou Xiang did not notice Su Chen's abnormal state because his attention was on the lecture. It wasn't until he saw that Su Chen had actually fallen asleep in his own classroom that Zhou Xiang was finally furious. Su Chen. Teaching mathematical competition for so many years, Zhou Xiang has never seen a student like Su Chen, not only reporting to the training team several days late, but also falling asleep in class on the very first day he arrived. Hearing Zhou Xiang shout out Su Chen's name, everyone subconsciously turned their heads backward to look. Seeing that Su Chen was actually dozing off, everyone was a bit surprised, but they didn't raise their voices to discuss it like they did in the beginning. They all knew that this time Zhou Xiang was really angry, and it was no longer a time for joking. Yan Zihan, who was beside Su Chen, saw this and hurriedly patted Su Chen a few times to wake him up. Su Chen, why don't you come up and talk about this question? Zhou Xiang originally wanted to criticize Su Chen a few more times, but after thinking about it, he decided to punish Su Chen in this way. The difficulty of this question is extraordinary. If Zhou Xiang does not speak, the whole classroom may not have any students who can do it. And since Su Chen didn't participate in the training of the previous days, and didn't even listen carefully to what he had just said, Zhou Xiang was even less confident that Su Chen would be able to do this question. That kind of embarrassment on the podium would embarrass Su Chen even more than criticizing him for a few sentences. Waking up from his dozing state, Su Chen also realized that his performance just now was indeed a bit inappropriate. Su Chen hadn't wanted to be like this, it was just that under the state of excessive exhaustion, Su Chen still didn't control himself. However, since Zhou Xiang had asked himself to go up and speak on the topic, Su Chen wouldn't refuse anything. While getting up and walking towards the podium, Su Chen looked up at the question. Given ABC, point I is the inner center of ABC, points L, M, N are the midpoints of AI, YZ, CI, respectively, a point D on the line segment AM meets BC equals BD, the tangent circle of ABD is tangent to AD and BD at points C, F, respectively, it is known that the point J is the outer center of AIC, W is the outer circle of JMD, and the straight line MN intersects W at point Q again. Proof, the lines PQ, LN, and EF share a common point. Since Su Chen had only just awakened from his drowsy state, this made Su Chen's state not good and his brain wasn't active yet. But just with this state, it was also completely enough for Su Chen to solve this question. In the process of walking from his seat to the podium, Su Chen had already quickly finished reading the entire topic and, in his mind, finished instantly becoming a diagram for this topic. A special feature of this question is that the image of the question is not given, and this is one of the difficulties of this question. Just drawing the image accurately was a great test of the candidate's math skills, and if the image was drawn incorrectly the question was basically unattainable for a single point. Zhou Xiang was about to hand Su Chen a straight edge and compass, and before Zhou Xiang could hand them over, Su Chen surprisingly had already started making a diagram. One that doesn't even use a ruler? Who taught this student math, anyway? Even a random junior high school student can master the basics of drawing with a ruler. However, Su Chen, as the #1 student in the province and the Feng Province Mathematical Competition League, did not even have this habit of making diagrams, which made Zhou Xiang even more skeptical about Su Chen's mathematical ability. Of course, this is not a question that examines ruled drawings, and the degree of standardization of the drawing will not be included in the scoring. In principle, as long as the candidate is able to help him/herself to answer the whole question through his/her own diagramming, even if the diagrams do not really count, then there is no problem at all. After Su Chen started drawing on the blackboard, everyone focused on Su Chen. To everyone's great surprise, even without relying on a ruler, Su Chen could draw a straight line very straight, which would not be any different from drawing with a ruler. The next scene was even more surprising to everyone, as Su Chen merely flicked his wrist, and a very standardized circle appeared on the blackboard. Chapter 51, you can all read it, right? If one hadn't seen the process of Su Chen drawing this circle with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a standardized circle was actually drawn by Su Chen with his bare hands. Seeing such a scene, the students under the podium, once again, whispered below. No wonder Su Chen doesn't need a ruler, so Su Chen's eyes are the ruler. This circle is really 6. I don't think I could draw such a standard circle on the blackboard even if I used a compass. God Su is God Su, just a slight strike made us feel the gap. At this moment, Zhou Xiang, who was on the side looking at Su Chen's drawing, was also filled with surprise in his expression. To tell the truth, Zhou Xiang was also completely surprised that Su Chen was able to make such a good diagram with his bare hands. Of course until now, Zhou Xiang didn't really think that Su Chen could make this topic smoothly. After all, drawing and doing problems are two completely different things. Su Chen this too arrogant way of drawing, sometimes even play the opposite effect. How is this possible? Just at this time, Su Chen's drawing on the blackboard, however, once again made Zhou Xiang feel puzzled. Since there are graphing requirements such as inner circles, tangent circles, outer circles, etc., the normal way to make these points and shapes is with the help of properties such as angle bisectors, perpendicular bisectors, and so on. In terms of graphing alone, these graphs are not that difficult to do, it's just that the process of graphing them can be tedious. Coupled with the fact that the topic of this kind of number competition final is itself very complex, trying to complete such a graphing as required will consume quite a lot of time and is prone to errors. However, even when Su Chen made these points and shapes, he still did not use any graphic work, and completed the graphic directly with his bare hands. In less than 2 minutes, the complete diagramming of this topic was presented on the blackboard by Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's drawing on the blackboard, Zhou Xiang's expression was stunned throughout. The reason why Zhou Xiang had such an expression was because the diagram Su Chen drew was basically the same as the standard diagramming for this topic. However, this standard drawing, which is drawn by software, naturally does not have any error in terms of accuracy. And Su Chen not only made the drawing by himself with his own hands, but he also did not use any auxiliary tools, which undoubtedly made Zhou Xiang completely unable to believe. Just when Zhou Xiang was puzzled and confused about this, Su Chen had already started on the blackboard, writing the solution to this question. Originally, Su Chen still wanted to write the process in more detail like in a normal exam, but because Zhou Xiang had just asked himself to just talk about the question, Su Chen ended up writing only the key steps of it. It only took less than 5 minutes for Su Chen to complete the diagramming and proof process of this topic along with it. Everyone who looks at this diagram and process should be able to read it, right? Su Chen is not good at giving others a lecture on the subject, and worried that people would not be able to understand his own thoughts, so he simply let them go directly to see for themselves. After all, the people sitting in the classroom were the top students of mathematics in the entire Bang province in this session, and it was unlikely that they wouldn't be able to read and understand Su Chen, as he had already written out the images and the main process. Hearing Su Chen say that, everyone froze for a moment, and immediately afterward, they focused on the proof process Su Chen had written. Zhou Xiang quickly scanned Su Chen's proof process, and his expression instantly sank. Although Su Chen's writing process was somewhat abbreviated, Zhou Xiang was still able to tell that Su Chen's thought process was completely correct. As a teacher of the Bang Provincial Mathematical Competition team, Zhou Xiang should actually be happy when he saw his students with such strong problem-solving skills. However, this made Zhou Xiang's idea of wanting to punish Su Chen completely fall through, and there was a depressing feeling of having anger in his heart but not being able to let it out. Since Su Chen had solved the question so quickly and correctly, Zhou Xiang definitely couldn't criticize Su Chen for anything else, but if he went to affirm Su Chen's words, it would undoubtedly be slapping his own face. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Xiang had to say, "Do you see what I mean?" For a moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was a bit stagnant. Whether it was those students who had read it or those who hadn't, it was not easy to answer this question from Zhou Xiang. Yan Zihan wanted to help Su Chen out, after all, the two of them were classmates in Udano. 1 middle school, but unfortunately, with Yen Zihan's ability, she hadn't comprehended Su Chen's thought process for the time being. Just at that moment, someone suddenly got up and said, I basically see that the conclusion that this question is ultimately trying to prove is that the 3 lines share a common point, and Su Chen's idea is to find this point first, and then prove that the 3 points share a common line twice. Since this point is the intersection of 2 sets of straight lines respectively, the final conclusion can be proved as soon as the previous 2 sets of proofs have been completed. The one who got up to speak was none other than Pan Hao. In fact, when Zhou Xiang had just asked them, Pan Hao had already seen Su Chen's thought process. However, since Pan Hao himself was a student of the provincial experiment, he was a bit embarrassed at first. He knew that Zhou Xiang was very dissatisfied with Su Chen's performance just now, and it was undoubtedly the best choice for him to keep silent at this time. However, Pan Hao didn't want to embarrass Su Chen too much. Since he had already seen it, he should still be brave enough to say it. When lecturing, it's better to speak clearly about your thoughts and not just let others see your process. Su Chen, go back to your seat. After going to the podium and doing a question, Su Chen still felt a bit tired physically, but the drowsiness had subsided a lot, or at least he definitely wouldn't doze off again. Zhou Xiang looked at the content on the blackboard again, and after thinking about it, he still decided to erase Su Chen's drawing in process. The reason why Zhou Xiang did so was not because he was still dissatisfied because of Su Chen's performance just now, it was just that according to Su Chen's way of drawing, he really couldn't go on explaining to the students. Like Su Chen, the ability to carry out all kinds of drawings completely with his bare hands was something Zhou Xiang also did not possess at all. Also, Zhou Xiang would certainly not recommend such a method of charting. Just the slightest error in the graphing process is likely to result in the entire topic not being solved successfully. In the next few moments, Zhou Xiang re-explained the topic according to his own thoughts. From a professional point of view, Zhou Xiang's explanation is completely fine, and it is basically the optimal way to solve this topic. However, compared to Su Chen's problem-solving process just now, everyone felt that it was still Su Chen's problem-solving process that was a bit more sharp. If they could also learn Su Chen's method of drawing with bare hands, they would no longer have to strictly follow the way of drawing with rulers and make this image step by step clumsily. Chapter 52, You Can't Learn from My Methods. At this moment, in the minds of some students, they had even begun to think about who was better at counting competitions, Su Chen or Zhou Xiang. Although Zhou Xiang definitely had more experience, it seemed that Su Chen was still superior in terms of talent. Even just now, Su Chen just looked like he hadn't woken up, and he solved the puzzle very easily without any preparation, and even Zhou Xiang was surprised to the point of being speechless. Alright, that's enough training for today, everyone go back to your dorms and rest. After the end of the day's training, everyone was finally relieved and relaxed a little bit of the nerves they had been straining. Even though they were all the top math students in the province now, because the intensity of this training was very high and the training pace was very fast, even they could barely hold on only by doing their best. After class, Pan Hao, Chen Yuba, and Yan Zihan all came to Su Chen's side, while those students who didn't recognize Su Chen before also came over because of their curiosity about him. God Su, where have you been these past few days? I thought you weren't even attending the intensive training. You solved that problem just now so beautifully that Mr. Zhou was speechless after reading it. Worthy of being the king of counting competitions in our province of Bang, seeing God Su with my own eyes is a bit more powerful than the legends. Su Chen had never experienced the feeling of being surrounded by stars before, and in the face of everyone talking at cross purposes, Su Chen didn't know who to pay attention to first. Unable to do anything else, Su Chen simply ignored those words as well and asked them instead, "Where is our dormitory? I'm a bit tired and would like to go back and rest first." "Okay, we'll take you there now." Seeing that Su Chen's state was indeed very tired, those students who were not very familiar with Su Chen before were also sensible enough to disperse in all directions, leaving only Pan Hao, Chen Yuba, and Yan Zihan to stay by the side. On the way back, Chen Yuba helped Su Chen drag his suitcase while Pan Hao asked Su Chen about what he had just done regarding that question. "Su Chen, how did you manage to make the diagram so accurately without utilizing a straight edge or compass? I see that teacher Zhou doesn't seem to have figured this out, so I came over to ask you anyway." "Well, I can't really say, I just drew the diagram in my head straight out. This method of mine, Mr. Zhou shouldn't advocate it either." Su Chen also knew that his method wasn't considered to be anything conventional, and it should be difficult for other people to learn it. "It's as simple as just drawing a picture in your head? Well, it does seem like I'm not going to learn." Originally, Pan Hao had wanted to try and see if he could learn any good methods from Su Chen. However, Su Chen's reply still made Pan Hao completely die of this. Pan Hao knew that Su Chen's diagramming ability wasn't just as simple as being able to draw standardized straight lines and circles with his bare hands. These were all abilities that could be acquired through acquired training, but Su Chen's greater strength lay in his ability to control these graphics accurately as a whole. Otherwise, even if each graph can be drawn roughly the same, putting them together is still bound to produce some errors. "Pan Hao, thank you for stepping up to the plate just now." At this time, Su Chen suddenly talked about this matter, causing Pan Hao to freeze for a moment as well. "Ah, so that's the thing. I just happened to read your train of thought and didn't think that much about it." Pan Hao didn't admit his mental struggle at the time in public, lest he make others think he was a pretentious person. But Su Chen understood in his heart that this matter was not as simple as Pan Hao had said. When he was on the podium, Su Chen clearly saw the change in Pan Hao's expression before he got up and knew that this would not be an unintentional act on Pan Hao's part. If it wasn't for Pan Hao coming forward in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been put back by Zhou Xiang so easily. Today's matter is indeed my fault. I'd better find a chance to explain to Mr. Zhou. Su Chen, you don't have to think too much, Teacher Zhou isn't that petty. After you guys get familiar with each other, you'll definitely still be able to get along. In a short while, they brought Su Chen back to the dormitory building. The dormitory they live in is a 4-person dormitory with beds and tables, and when they were assigned the dormitory before, Pan Hao, Chen Yuba, and Yan Zihan all wanted to be in a dormitory with Su Chen, so Zhou Xiang followed their wishes and divided the 4 of them together. After arriving at the dormitory, Su Chen didn't bother to pack up his things, directly placing his suitcase on the floor. He was ready to go to bed. At this time, Yan Zihan walked next to Su Chen and hesitated or said, Su Chen. Actually at that time, I also wanted to come forward, but I really didn't think about your thought process at first. Sorry about that. It's okay, it's all in the past. Su Chen believed that Yan Zihan was telling the truth. Yan Zihan's math level was indeed top-notch in know. One middle school, but in the provincial team where there were so many masters, it was basically at the bottom of the list. Su Chen was already satisfied that Yan Zihan could have this heart. Yan Zihan wanted to say something more to Su Chen, but realized that Su Chen had already fallen asleep on the bed, so he didn't continue to disturb Su Chen. Early the next morning, Su Chen woke up early and after having dinner, he headed to the digital competition training room with Yan Zihan and the others. After a full night's rest, Su Chen had fully recovered his energy. Phew! Brain is finally clearing up again. Last night's state of falling asleep when he dipped his pillow hadn't been experienced by Su Chen for a long time. Su Chen thought to himself that from today onwards, he should still participate in the training properly, or at least not have the situation of falling asleep in class happen again. Everyone continues to give it their all in the new day's set. Feeling the positive attitudes of the other students, Su Chen still preferred this kind of atmosphere, but of course if it was just this level of training, it was really hard to make Su Chen take it seriously. After making sure that he was able to understand what Zhou Xiang was saying, Su Chen thought about some other things in his brain, such as constructing some new models, what scientific research topics he could do in the future, and so on. After speaking about what he had prepared, Zhou Xiang took out a stack of rolling papers and distributed them to everyone. Now everyone do these 3 questions, and when you're done you can hand them in to me for a time limit of 4.5 hours. Practical training is a very important part of the provincial team training. Every 1 or 2 days Zhou Xiang will organize such training. After getting the paper, everyone quickly and carefully looked at the questions. Su Chen likewise didn't take these topics lightly, and was prepared to treat this mock exam as if it were the final of the math competition. Chapter 53, I've learned my lesson. These 3 questions by Zhou Xiang are the standard number of competition final difficulty questions. Otherwise, it is not so much as to leave an average of 1.5 hours for each question to do. However, after Su Chen finished reading the 3 questions, he was still a bit disappointed with the difficulty of these questions. Under the state of a clear brain, such a difficult topic did not excite Su Chen. Su Chen could only do these questions as if they were tasks, and follow the requirements to write out the answer process. In order to leave a good impression on Zhou Xiang, this time Su Chen purposely wrote the process in a very standard way, and even his handwriting was a little more neat than usual. Even so, an hour after the exam started, Su Chen finished the 3 questions very easily. Su Chen thought about whether or not he should wait for a while before handing in his paper, but since Zhou Xiang had already said that he could hand it over to him after these 3 questions were done, Su Chen still got up with his rolled paper and walked towards Zhou Xiang. Seeing Su Chen walking towards him, Zhou Xiang's expression was stunned before he glanced at the time. Su Chen, you done already? Zhou Xiang still didn't quite believe that Su Chen could do the questions so fast. Even if he did the questions any faster, it was impossible to finish 4.5 hours worth of questions in 1 hour. Well, done. Hearing Su Chen say that he had really finished these topics, Zhou Xiang's heart couldn't help but be suspicious again. Through yesterday's performance on the podium, Zhou Xiang knew that Su Chen's math ability was really strong and his speed in doing problems was very fast. But if Su Chen was still like yesterday, only writing out some very brief solution process, Zhou Xiang would definitely not be merciful. After receiving the rolled paper from Su Chen's hands, Zhou Xiang immediately checked it. What Zhou Xiang did not expect at all was that this time Su Chen's solution process was indeed very detailed, and it was certainly not just a casual perfunctory one. And when Zhou Xiang carefully watched Su Chen's solution process, that kind of surprise became more and more intense. Not only did Su Chen have no problem solving each question, but the process was also very well written, and he was able to get every scoring point in the question. Even though Zhou Xiang wanted to find some flaws in it, he was ultimately unable to find anything wrong with it. Zhou Xiang had no choice but to write down a score of 63 on Su Chen's roll paper. The score for each question in the mathematical competition final was 21 points, so the score of 63 points represented that Su Chen had gotten a perfect score on this practice test. Even though Zhou Xiang was still somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen in his heart, he had to be convinced by Su Chen's performance. There's nothing wrong with doing it, go back. Seeing the score on his rolled paper, Su Chen's heart was still very happy, which showed that he hadn't overestimated his strength. With such a performance, I believe Zhou Xiang's impression of himself should have changed a bit. Taking this opportunity, Su Chen decided to explain to Zhou Xiang what happened yesterday. Mr. Zhou, I did get a little tired yesterday morning when I rushed the plane over, that's why. Su Chen, let's talk outside. Su Chen also knew that this was not the place to talk, so he walked with Zhou Xiang towards the outside of the classroom. After the two came to the corridor, Zhou Xiang said to Su Chen, I can tell that you rushed over here on purpose, and I can understand that you're tired. However, I still want to know, what exactly is the matter that allows you to postpone even the provincial team training? Don't you realize that this is a major event that concerns whether or not you'll be able to get a chance to get a guaranteed transfer afterward? Speaking of which, Zhou Xiang was actually not angry because he felt that Su Chen was disrespectful, but more because he was angry at Su Chen's attitude towards the counting competition final. It is not easy for Bang Province to produce a candidate with 290 points in the mathematical competitive league, and Zhou Shengtai hopes that Su Chen will also get such a good score in the final. However, Su Chen not only came directly late to the provincial team for a week's time, even if he came to train, he also had an attitude of no seriousness, which made Zhou Xiang really hard to accept. Su Chen thought about it and decided to tell Zhou Xiang what happened. Teacher Zhou, during this time before, I did a scientific research project, and since I'm about to produce a key result, that's why I decided to report to work a few days late. I promise that this definitely won't affect my performance in the counting competition finals. Su Chen was able to tell that Zhou Xiang was definitely a very responsible teacher before he would get angry at himself for reporting late to the provincial team. If it was Su Chen's previous homeroom teacher, she wouldn't even bother caring about herself, but would ignore Su Chen as if he were heir. Hearing Su Chen talk about the scientific research project thing, Zhou Xiang did not think about it at all. A research project? Now you're getting into scientific research? Aha! Su Chen nodded. Looking at Su Chen's appearance when he said these words, Zhou Xiang could also sense that Su Chen should not be lying. In fact, before meeting Su Chen, Zhou Xiang had already learned some things about Su Chen from Pan Hao's mouth. For you do know, one middle school to produce a student who scored 290 points in the mathematical competition league was indeed a very incredible thing, and Zhou Xiang had long been curious about Su Chen. In Pan Hao's description, Su Chen was indeed a very different student, and after these 2 days of contact, Zhou Xiang also finally confirmed this. Since Su Chen had indeed demonstrated a standard that was far beyond others, Zhou Xiang did not want to follow the standard that he held for other students and demand Su Chen anymore. Su Chen, after that, you'll still participate in training as normal every day, but as long as you complete your own training volume, you can return to your dormitory early. With a student like you, I really can't teach you anything more. Zhou Xiang had to admit that Su Chen's mathematical ability was beyond what he could manage, and it would be pointless to put too much time on top of intensive training. Su Chen had just been a little worried that Zhou Xiang would not believe that he had really gone to do scientific research, but now it seemed that Zhou Xiang was actually not as rigid as he had imagined. Then, Mr. Zhou, if I finish my training early, can I go back to the dormitory to write my paper? No problem, as long as you're able to get a perfect score on every training session. Mr. Zhou, is it from today? Well, even today. After receiving Zhou Xiang's permission, Su Chen immediately returned to the classroom and left with his own book bag. Looking at Su Chen's departing back, Zhou Xiang could only helplessly smile and shake his head. No wonder Pan Hao said that Su Chen was very different before, this time I've realized it. The other students in the classroom, seeing that Su Chen had actually left the training room with his backpack on, all speculated in their hearts about what had just happened. Chapter 54, You Take Back Su Chen's Rolling Paper. Since they didn't know what Su Chen and Zhou Xiang had just talked about outside, they thought that there was another conflict between Su Chen and Zhou Xiang, which caused Su Chen to suddenly leave. This caused Pan Hao, Shen Yuba, Yan Zihan, and the others to worry, and they all sped up their own answers, wanting to go out earlier to see what exactly was going on with Su Chen. What they didn't know was that by this time, Su Chen had already returned to his dorm room, turned on his computer, and was ready to start working on his thesis. The bed-on-bed arrangement of the Provincial Experimental High School is very suitable for students to study in the dormitory, especially these dormitories, which are exclusively for the students of the provincial team competitions, are equipped with power sockets, which is very similar to the university dormitories. This allowed Su Chen to not have to worry about his computer running out of power, and although there was no internet in the dormitory, it basically didn't have any effect on Su Chen's thesis writing. After Su Chen knocked down the first word in the newly created document, that feeling of excitement when doing scientific research soon reappeared. This is the first time that Su Chen wrote a thesis. According to reason, like Su Chen, such a thesis write-up thesis should be very raw, only right. However, Su Chen did not have such a feeling at all, as if he had many years of experience in writing papers, and very smoothly expressed his previous research results in this document. During the period of time when he was interned in Wang Zhihang's laboratory, Su Chen had read many papers and had a certain understanding of how papers were written. Compared to writing essays, Su-chen still found it much more interesting to write essays, and in language exams, even if Su-chen was very satisfied with what he wrote, he never got much of a high score. That kind of thing where you have to figure out the intentions of the teacher who came up with the question and write an essay that fits the ideas of the material is really hard for Su-chen to do. Thesis writing, on the other hand, is much more objective in comparison, and Su-chen only needs to present his scientific research results while conforming to the basic formatting standards of the thesis. Just as Su-chen was writing his paper alone in his dorm room, Pan-hao, who was in the mathematical competition training room, also finished his answer ahead of time and handed over the paper to Zhou Xiang. In order to go out earlier to check on Su-chen's situation, Pan-hao had purposely sped up his answering speed, which made Pan-hao's set of papers answered very hurriedly. Pan-hao was a little worried that Zhou Xiang had kicked Su-chen out of the classroom because he had answered too briefly on his paper. After all, Su-chen had answered for an hour before handing in his paper, and even if Su-chen's questioning speed was fast, it was unlikely that he had actually answered the questions according to the requirements of the official exam. Seeing Pan-hao handing over the rolled paper so early, Zhou Xiang was also a bit surprised and frowned as he took Pan-hao's rolled paper. Zhou Xiang has already brought Pan-hao for more than a year, and is considered to have a very good understanding of Pan-hao's level. Pan-hao's math skills are indeed strong, and even when answering final level questions, he is capable of answering them half an hour to an hour ahead of time. But now from the start of the examination, only more than 2 hours of time has passed. The difficulty of this set of papers cannot be so simple, normal definitely not Pan-hao so quickly to be able to answer the end. After looking up Pan-hao's test paper, Zhou Xiang also quickly found some problems. Pan-hao, what are you doing in such a hurry? Just from Pan-hao's paper, Zhou Xiang was able to tell that Pan-hao was in a hurry to answer the questions, and even the 2 questions in the back, Pan-hao's writing was flying. Well, Mr. Chow, I had to go to the bathroom, so I thought I'd turn in my paper early. Pan-hao was not able to say what he thought straight away, so he had to find a random excuse to gloss over it. You can go to the toilet, it's not like you can't go to the toilet during the final. In the future, before the exam, remember to drink a little less water. Okay, Mr. Chow. Coming out of the classroom, Pan-hao then ran straight to the dormitory and jogged over. Pan-hao didn't know if Su-chen had gone back to the dormitory, but it was true that Su-chen didn't have any other place to go right now. After spending a few minutes to return to the dormitory, Pan-hao opened the dormitory door, and sure enough, he saw that Su-chen was in the dormitory. This is still good news for Pan-hao, who is most worried that Su-chen will leave the provincial team in a fit of anger because of the conflict between him and Zhou Xiang. And at this moment, Su-chen's attention was focused on the writing of his thesis, and he didn't even notice that Pan-hao had returned. Su-chen, what the hell just happened? Hearing the sound coming from his ears, Su-chen then noticed that Pan-hao had returned. Oh, nothing, mister. Zhou said I could go back first, so I came back. Why did you go back to the dormitory too? I'll go back to my dorm and pick up a few things. In order to not let Su-chen suspect anything, Pan-hao purposely took something random from his own desk, and Su-chen didn't care too much about it. Su-chen, what are you doing? Seeing that Su-chen was rapidly tapping away on his laptop, Pan-hao also asked with some curiosity. I'm working on my thesis, what can I do for you? Hearing that Su-chen was actually writing a dissertation, Pan-hao was also completely surprised, but seeing that Su-chen didn't want to be disturbed, Pan-hao didn't ask anything more. It's nothing much, just wanted to ask you if you're still on for tomorrow's practice? Seeing Su-chen nod slightly, Pan-hao also felt a bit more relieved. Since Su-chen would continue to participate in the training afterward, things shouldn't be as serious as Pan-hao thought. Confirming that there were no problems on Su-chen's side, Pan-hao then immediately trotted back to the training room again. Even though Pan-hao's round-trip speed was fast, after all, there was a certain distance between the training room and the dormitory, and with this round trip, 10 minutes passed. After calming his breathing a little at the door, Pan-hao returned to the training room. Seeing Pan-hao just came back, Zhou Xiang also said with some doubts. Been there so long? The big one? A bit of a bad tummy. Do we need to go to the hospital? No, it's fine already. Well, it's still a good idea to watch your diet and not eat anything spicy. Zhou Xiang saw Pan-hao just now but trotted out. Pan-hao so anxious, must really be suffocating. I finished grading the papers. You answered quite poorly this time, only getting 1.5 of the 3 questions right. At this level, you basically can't even get a gold medal. Zhou Xiang for Pan-hao's expectations are still relatively high. In Zhou Xiang's expectations, Pan-hao in the number of competition finals, at least should also get a piece of national gold, but also have the ability to impact the national set. Of course Zhou Xiang was also able to see that Pan-hao did have some special circumstances today, and if he answered normally, Pan-hao shouldn't have gotten only these scores. In that case, Pan-hao, take Su-chen's roll of paper back and see how he did it. Chapter 55, It's not what I thought it was going to be. Hearing Zhou Xiang say this, Pan-hao was somewhat unable to understand what Zhou Xiang meant. Under Pan-hao's perspective, Zhou Xiang should be very dissatisfied with Su-chen's paper. Otherwise, Zhou Xiang wouldn't have directly thrown Su-chen out. In doubt, Pan-hao took Su-chen's test paper from Zhou Xiang's hand. And when Panhao saw the roll of this examination paper of Su Chen, he realized that this matter, it seems to be not what he had imagined before. Su Chen didn't just write some of the main processes like he did when he was lecturing on the blackboard that day, but he really followed the normal requirements for the process of writing. And after Panhao saw the score Zhou Xiang wrote, he realized why Zhou Xian wanted to show himself this test paper of Su Chen. 63 points. Out of 100? Although this was just a simulated exam, with only half the amount of questions of a normal number competition final, it was not easy to get a perfect score of 63. In the counting competition final, many candidates may not be able to get 63 marks for all 6 questions put together. What's more, it was something Su Chen had accomplished within an hour. Even though Panhao knew that Su Chen's math ability was extraordinary, he had never expected Su Chen's ability to be terrifying to this extent. At this time, Panhao also finally roughly understood what had just happened between Su Chen and Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang actually didn't get angry with Su Chen at all, but more likely because Su Chen did do too good a job, which made Su Chen go back early. Panhao, what are you gawking at here? Seeing that Panhao had been standing in front of the podium without moving, Zhou Xiang did not know what Panhao was thinking in his mind. Oh, teacher, I was just thinking about this question, I'll be right back. After the mock test, Zhou Xiang explained the 3 questions together and ended the day's training. After school, both Chen Yuba and Yan Zihan immediately came to Panhao's side and asked about Su Chen. What exactly happened between Su Chen and teacher Zhou today? Why did Su Chen leave so early with his backpack? It can't be because Su Chen didn't answer the questions according to teacher Zhou's requirements, right? Normally when practicing, maybe Su Chen wouldn't bother to write the process in such detail. Panhao didn't answer their questions directly, but took out Su Chen's roll of paper and showed them. Seeing the score on Su Chen's rolled paper, they were all just as surprised as Panhao was when he first saw Su Chen's rolled paper. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chen actually got a perfect score? Or answered in an hour? How is this possible? This is a final difficulty question. Chen Yuba and Yan Zihan had a similarly hard time believing the result. Both of them had spent 4.5 hours answering questions, but their combined scores weren't as high as Su Chen's. I also thought it was impossible before, but this is indeed the truth. Su Chen has long since reached the peak of excellence when it comes to counting competitions. That's why he has the courage to report late to the provincial team. However unbelievable the result may seem, the marks on the roll paper are a very favorable one. To tell you guys something even more amazing, do you know what Su Chen did after he returned to his dormitory? Earlier, Chen Yuba and Yan Zihan had actually guessed that Panhao had gone out not to go to the restroom, but to go back to the dormitory to see Su Chen. Su Chen wouldn't have gone back to the dormitory to design an airplane, right? Thinking of Su Chen's frequent drawing of airplane designs on paper, Yan Zihan said with some skepticism. Designing an airplane? Hey, seems like a real possibility. Combined with Su Chen's comment that he was writing a dissertation, Panhao also connected all this information together. On the contrary, Chen Yuba was completely unaware of the causes and consequences of this, and was somewhat confused by Panhao and Yan Zihan. Wait, what designing an airplane? Why am I a little confused as to what you guys are talking about? Although he had long admired Su Chen's ability, Chen Yuba still found it hard to combine Su Chen with such a niche term as designing airplanes. No matter what, Su Chen was just a high school student, and if he wanted to go designing airplanes, how could he get to the undergraduate or graduate level? After Panhao and Yan Zihan's explanations, Chen Yuba finally roughly understood the ins and outs of these things. I see. In that case, the reason why Su Chen didn't report to the provincial team on time should be that he went to participate in a scientific research project. Heavens, this is really terrible. Originally, they thought that the fact that Su Chen was able to easily get a perfect score in training was already a demonstration of Su Chen's strongest ability. Now it seems that in fact, Su Chen is completely different from them on top of a dimension, and the number of competitions may just be a small trial game for Su Chen. After returning to the dormitory, they really saw Su Chen still sitting in front of his desk, his hands constantly striking the keyboard. After a few hours of work, Su Chen had already finished writing a part of this thesis, and if things went well, it was expected that Su Chen would be able to finish writing all of the thesis in another 2 or 3 days. It is actually normal that the cycle of writing a dissertation tends to be long, and it is not unusual to write for months. Even with all the experiments already done, it would still take at least a week or 2. The reason why Su Chen was able to work on his thesis so quickly was because Su Chen had completely recorded all the details of the experiments he had done before, accurately in his brain. Even what literature he had referred to during his experiments, Su Chen was able to remember clearly. As a result, Su Chen did not need to come back and go back to look up all sorts of data, but could write his thesis very fluently without wasting any time at all on such trivial matters. On top of that, because of his experience of often going to internet cafes, Su Chen's typing speed was also very fast, and his hand speed could completely keep up with his brain speed. When the 3 of them saw how serious Su Chen was, although they were still a bit curious in their hearts, they were too embarrassed to bother Su Chen, so they went about their own business first. It wasn't until Su Chen finished knocking out another paragraph and relaxed his spirit a bit that he noticed that his 3 roommates had already returned to the dormitory. I didn't realize it was already this late. It's time to get ready to wash up and go to bed. After experiencing extreme exhaustion last time, Su Chen also realized the importance of resting on time. If there wasn't something particularly important, Su Chen would definitely not be so sleepless to do experiments anymore. Seeing Su Chen finally get up, Chen Yuba hurriedly seized the opportunity to ask. Su Chen, I heard that you were doing scientific research and designing airplanes? Hearing Chen Yuba ask this, Su Chen didn't completely deny it. Sort of doing a study related to airplanes, but I can't reveal the specifics yet. Chapter 56, You're a Natural for Science. During the time he interned in Wang Jihang's lab, Su Chen had long kept in mind the importance of confidentiality in research projects. Even with his own family and friends, Su Chen definitely still couldn't reveal the key elements of it. Although Su Chen basically didn't reveal any information, when Su Chen personally admitted that he was indeed doing scientific research, the other 3 people in the dormitory still had a feeling of their perceptions being refreshed. Obviously, we are all teammates who participate in the provincial team training for digital competition together. Why is the gap between each other so big? In the next few days, Su Chen continued to participate in training according to Zhou Xiang's requirements, but every time he was able to complete his training volume ahead of schedule when he was still less than a quarter of the allotted time. Even so, Su Chen was able to get a perfect score in every training session. This made Zhou Xiang didn't have any more reasons to keep Su Chen behind, and every day, he released Su Chen early to do his own thing. And after these few days of work, Su Chen's paper titled Flow Phenomena of Delta Wing at Low Reynolds Number had finally completed all the writing work. The paper is finally done. This should be considered the first paper, really, in my life. Although Chiu Yang had already assured Su Chen before that he would include Su Chen's name as the author of his own paper. But after all, Su Chen did not really participate in the writing of that paper, and only provided some model modifications in it. After writing this paper, Su Chen thought that he should still send it to Wang Jihang as soon as possible to take a look. There was no broadband internet in the dormitory right now, but of course this kind of small problem wouldn't be difficult for Su Chen. After Su Chen opened the hotspot of his cell phone and let the laptop connect to the hotspot network of his cell phone, he quickly sent this paper to Wang Jihang's email. After sending out this paper, Su Chen didn't make a special effort to clarify this matter with Wang Jihang again. Su Chen thought that there was no hurry in this matter anyway, and that Wang Jihang could just help himself to this paper again when he had time. Having finally completed this matter, a stone in Su Chen's heart could finally fall to the ground. Although Su Chen still didn't know how high the academic value of this paper was and whether it had the possibility of being published in an academic journal, these things were actually not that important to Su Chen. In contrast, the whole process of doing scientific research was the thing that made Su Chen feel more fulfilled. And with the completion of this matter, Su Chen felt that his heart was beginning to become a bit empty again. Su Chen was already a bit impatient to go and start the next scientific research topic, the only way to keep Su Chen's brain in an active state all the time. However, before the start of the finals of the counting competition, Su Chen was definitely not able to leave the provincial team again, and could only wait until he finished the exams before thinking about continuing with his next scientific research project. And at this moment, Wang Jihang, who was in the family compound of Yanhang, was also sitting in front of his computer. One of the things Wang Jihang was more concerned about recently was the result of Chiu Yang's paper submission. Previously, Wang Jihang had already helped Chiu Yang to complete the submission of that paper, and without any surprise, he would receive the review comments about this paper in the near future. This makes Wang Jihang will often pay attention to the dynamics of their own mailbox, so that they can be carried out earlier to deal with the follow-up work. Just at this time, Wang Jihang's computer suddenly rang a few times. Wang Jihang was very familiar with this sound, which was exactly the sound of his mailbox receiving a new email. Wang Jihang hurriedly opened his mailbox and checked up the specific information of this email. To Wang Jihang's some disappointment, it was not an email from Yanhang Journal, which meant that the journal still had not made a review comment on Chiu Yang's paper. But soon, Wang Jihang's mood became excited again. This is the paper sent by Su Chen? Before, Wang Jihang had never expected that Su Chen would send himself a paper at this time. After all, now Su Chen is still in the period of provincial team training. Normally, every day will certainly be busy with the number of competitive training things. But since this incident had really happened, it basically meant that Su Chen was using the gap time between conducting training and number competitions to complete the writing of this thesis. Wang Jihang's intention was that he didn't want Su Chen to go and write a thesis at this time. After all, there wasn't much time left now before the start of the counting competition finals, so he should still focus on counting competition training. As long as you can determine the eligibility of the guarantee, is the number of competitive finals after the end, but there is a lot of time to do other things. Hey, better read this paper first. Anyway, Su Chen was already confident about the counting competition final, so Wang Jihang knew that there was no need for him to worry about Su Chen, so he focused his attention on this paper. Before reading the paper, Wang Jihang had already prepared himself psychologically. After all, Su Chen hadn't written a paper before. Even if the first paper was written in a mess, it was still a very normal thing. However, after Wang Jihong read a part of Su Chen's thesis, Wang Jihong realized that the situation was not at all what he had imagined. If Wang Jihong didn't know that the author of this paper was Su Chen, just by relying on Wang Jihong's judgment of the paper's content, he was afraid that he would think that it would be a paper written by a very experienced researcher. The structure of the entire paper was very clear and logical, and the use of various specialized terms was extremely precise, which allowed Su Chen to present his research results very fluently. Of course, besides these essay writing skills, the most important thing was that Su Chen had really made some very good research results during his internship in Wang Jihong's lab. Carefully reading the entire paper, Wang Jihong did not even find a single misspelled word, or a formatting problem. Su Chen, you really are born to do scientific research. If all the students in our lab were like you, I would really be able to wake up laughing in my dreams. Thinking about the students in his lab, many of whom even had to worry about graduation, Wang Jihong felt more and more the huge gap between students and students. Especially the kind of papers that had been changed several times and still found such low-level problems as formatting errors. Wang Jihong really didn't know what to say to them. After reading the paper, Wang Jihong emailed Su Chen back. This paper is very well written and basically there are no problems with it. After that, when we finalize the journal we want to submit it to, we can just revise it according to the requirements of the journal. Su Chen, during this period of time, you still need to focus on the mathematical competition-intensive training, so you don't need to think about the paper for the time being. Chapter 57. After replying to Su Chen's email, Wang Jihong's mailbox however, rang with a new email alert. This time, the one who sent the email over was none other than the editorial board of the Yinhang Journal. It seems to be that the review comments for Qiu Yang's paper have been given. Let's hope that the editor can give a more optimistic reply. Wang Jihong was still very hopeful that this paper of Qiu Yang's could be successfully published in the Journal of Yinhang, in which case, there was no need to submit some journals with even lower impact factors. And when Wang Jihong read the content in the mail, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Although the Yinhang Journal did not choose to accept this paper directly, it still expressed a high level of recognition for this paper. The next step is just to follow the editor's comments and make a few minor changes to a few areas of this paper, and the paper will be published with basically no problems. I didn't expect to receive two pieces of good news in a row so soon, and both of these good news were also related to Su Chen. This meant that Su Chen was going to be the author of two papers when he was only just a sophomore in high school. In his excitement, Wang Jihong had little sleepiness until midnight, and only managed to fall asleep at 2 in the morning. However, Wang Jihong still woke up on time the next day and came to the lab early, ready to tell Qiu Yang that the paper had passed the preliminary examination. Mr. Wang, you're here so early today? Seeing Wang Jihong come over early, Qiu Yang also looked a little surprised. Because there were many other jobs to be dealt with, usually Wang Jihong might not come to the lab every day, and even if he did, he often came over rather late. Today, Wang Jihong came to the lab so early, there should be something special. Qiu Yang, I have good news for you. Hearing Wang Jihong say this, Qiu Yang also hurriedly asked somewhat eagerly, Mr. Wang, is it true that the reviewer's opinion was given over at the Yinhang Journal? Well, I just received the news yesterday. Although the paper hasn't gone straight through the final review yet, but with a few revisions as required, there's basically nothing wrong with it. In order for Qiu Yang to better understand these revisions, Wang Jihong deliberately chose to explain these contents to Qiu Yang face to face, striving to be able to revise the paper once, so that the paper could reach the standard required by the journal. Learning of this news, Qiu Yang was also very happy. Although this paper still needs to continue to be revised, this is already considered a very optimistic review opinion indeed. There are essentially very few papers that can be submitted for the first time and accepted directly by a journal. Those that require only minor revisions like these are the most desired results for many essay writers. Even if the paper needs major changes, the paper writer will certainly still make the required changes. What worried them the most was still the fact that the journal simply chose to reject the paper, deeming it unnecessary to even revise it. In that case, the author of the paper will also have to consider going to a different journal for paper submission. Mr. Wang, I'll go change the paper now. Well, go ahead. After finishing talking to Qiu Yang about the revision of the paper, Wang Jihong couldn't help but open the paper that Su Chen had sent to him yesterday. Looking at this paper of Su Chen's again, Wang Jihong was still as delighted as he was yesterday, as if he was admiring a work of art. Compared to Qiu Yang's paper, Su Chen's paper was a bit more outstanding in all aspects. Unsurprisingly, this paper could be submitted to an academic aviation journal that is even better than the Yinhang Journal. Just as Wang Jihong was thinking about which journal to submit this paper to afterward, Qiu Yang came over to Wang Jihong again. Qiu Yang wanted to reconfirm with Wang Jihong the details of revising a certain place in his thesis. Wang Jihong didn't blame Qiu Yang for anything. After all, this matter was indeed very important, and a little bit of stability was always good. Okay, Mr. Wang, I don't have any questions this time. And just as Qiu Yang wanted to leave, he noticed the paper in Wang Jihong's computer screen. Normally, Xiao Yang would not pay too much attention to what exactly Wang Jihan was reading, but for the title of this paper, Xiao Yang felt very familiar. Mr. Wang, how is the research topic of this paper so similar to the one Su Chen researched before? Even though Xiao Yang had this familiar feeling, he didn't really think in that direction. After all, Su Chen shouldn't even have the time to write that paper right now. Seeing Xiao Yang mention this matter, Wang Jihan did not hide anything. Oh, this is what Su Chen sent me yesterday. He said that the recent provincial team training was relatively easy, so he took the time to finish writing this essay. Finished? Writing already? Wang Jihan's words made Xiao Yang feel a bit baffled. Writing a dissertation was a very huge project. How could it be as easy as Su Chen said? What's more, Su Chen is now participating in the Feng Province Mathematics Competition Provincial Team's intensive training. There are some of the best students in the province's mathematics there, and no matter how you think about it, it can't be a very easy training. It's not that surprising. What student have you ever seen that dared to go into the lab in their sophomore year of high school to work on a project and did such a good job with it? Recalling Su Chen's various previous performances, Xiao Yang really didn't have anything to refute. Mr. Wang, can you show me this paper by Su Chen? Speaking of which, Xiao Yang was still very curious about this thesis of Su Chen. Sure, sit down and take your time, and help me pick out some of the bugs along the way. Wang Jihan was very quick to agree to this request from Xiao Yang and got up to give up his seat to Xiao Yang. Wang Jihan naturally did not really let Xiao Yang to pick faults from it, since even he, a professor, did not pick out the problem. Xiao Yang is even more difficult to find any faults. Wang Jihan's real purpose was still to let Xiao Yang properly learn from Su Chen on how exactly to go about writing an excellent paper. Then, Mr. Wang, I'll be polite, haha. Sitting on Wang Jihang's chair, Xiao Yang had a comfortable feeling that was usually rare. The nonchalance that Xiao Yang was referring to was not only nonchalance with Wang Jihang, but also nonchalance with Su Chen. No matter what, in terms of scientific research, Xiao Yang was Su Chen's senior brother, and writing papers and such things, Su Chen was definitely not as good at it as he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Yang could properly pick out some problems from it, and then give Su Chen some pointers in person afterward. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang carefully read Su Chen's paper and was always ready to perform error labeling. Chapter 58. After reading Su Chen's thesis, I feel like I've been studying for nothing. That's not bad. The front abstract and introduction are written okay. It's kind of like that. Seeing the first part of Su Chen's thesis, Xiao Yang still felt quite surprised that this thesis was not as bad as he had imagined. But soon, Xiao Yang was no longer so relaxed, and his expression gradually became serious. This was because Xiao Yang realized that Su Chen's paper wasn't just well written in the front, but the subsequent parts of the paper also still continued with this quality. Even the previous summary and introduction can only be considered as a throwaway section. The research methodology, experimental procedure, data analysis, summary of conclusions, etc. that follow are what make it even better. After looking for a whole hour, Xiao Yang hardly failed to find a place where he could do the labeling, so anxious that his head and body were already sweating. Wang Jihan was also a bit anxious as he waited by the side, and finally couldn't help but say in a snarky manner, Xiao Yang, you should have read almost everything. How about it? What problems have been found? Mr. Wang, this paper, is it really written by Su Chen? Or else? Wang Jihan asked rhetorically. Xiao Yang also knew that there wasn't likely to be any other answer to this question, and after a moment of silence, he still accepted the result with difficulty. Teacher Wang, I really can't find any problems. This thesis of Su Chen is really good. In my place I wouldn't be able to write at this level. Alas, I've almost graduated with my doctorate, and my thesis writing is surprisingly inferior to that of a high school student. This time, Xiao Yang really had a feeling that his Dao heart was broken. Xiao Yang only felt as if all his years of reading had been in vain. Wang Jihan could also tell that Xiao Yang was really a bit devastated this time, so he quickly patted Xiao Yang's shoulder to comfort him. Hey, Xiao Yang, you don't have to be so lost. If you let the other doctoral students compare themselves to Su Chen, most of them won't be able to do so either. You're still quite good too, you don't have to compare yourself to the others. Wang Jihan's rare affirmation of Xiao Yang's strength caused Xiao Yang's loss to dissipate a bit at last. That's true, I should be happy for Su Chen if he can be so good. Mr. Wang, this paper of Su Chen should be able to be submitted to a very good aviation journal, right? Well, I was just thinking about this too. I'm going to let Su Chen try submitting it to the Journal of Aeronautics first, and see what kind of opinion the journal side can give. Hearing the words Journal of Aeronautics, Xiao Yang was also a bit surprised. The Journal of Aeronautics is Xia's top-ranked academic journal in the aerospace category, with a somewhat higher impact factor than the Journal of Yen Aviation. Even in the world, it is one of the top 5 academic journals in this field. The fact that Wang Jihan could let Su Chen submit such an outstanding academic journal at the beginning was enough to show how excellent this paper of Su Chen was. If Su Chen's first paper can be published in the Journal of Aeronautics, this would be considered big news in the entire aviation academic world. As Su Chen's senior brother, I feel very proud of him. Yeah, this is really worth being happy about to Su Chen. Alright, Xiao Yang, go ahead and change your paper. Just make sure you can finally reach the standard of this paper of Su Chen. Hey, Mr. Wang, you're putting such high demands on me, I'm really under a lot of pressure. Wang Zhiheng just smiled at his words and didn't say anything more. What I just said was just a joke, naturally. Even Wang Zhiheng himself might not be able to make every paper reach such a high standard, much less demand such a high standard from his own students. After a few days of revisions, Xiao Yang had already revised some parts of the paper according to the editorial board of Yanhang Journal and re-delivered it to the journal's mailbox. On the other hand, after writing his own thesis, Su Chen also followed Wang Zhiheng's instructions to himself and didn't think about the thesis anymore, instead focusing all his energy on the number competition intensive training. Of course, in order to make himself less disgusted with the number competition training, Su Chen would still often wander off, thinking about some other more interesting things in his brain. Finally, when the final of the counting competition was about to start, the provincial team of the counting competition of Bang province ended their month-long training life and prepared to go to the examination place of the final. The high school mathematics competition final is a long cycle, and although the actual exam is only 2 days long, there are various other events before and after the exam, such as competitor check-in, opening ceremonies, expert presentations, and closing ceremonies. This makes the entire high school math competition finals need to last about a week, which of course will be a very memorable experience for these competition students. This year, the organization that hosted the finals of the counting competition was Yongchang No. 1 middle school, and because of the distance between Fengzhou and Yongchang, they needed to take a plane to the test site. After more than 2 hours of flight, the airplane landed smoothly from Yongchang Airport. After checking in at a hotel near the first middle school in Yongchang, Zhou Xian called everyone together and explained some of the next arrangements. In a while we'll report to Yongchang First High School together, and then there won't be any other activities today. Tomorrow we'll organize as a group for the opening ceremony, and after that we'll go to the exams to get acquainted. These 2 days will be spent getting in shape and doing some normal training while keeping your energy up. The exams are on the 3rd and 4th day, after which we will attend the expert report and the closing ceremony. If there's still time, after the exams are over on the 4th day, we can go to a nearby attraction. Alright, for now, let's go ahead and report to Yongchang First Middle School. After learning about the schedule for the days, everyone was in a good mood and their nerves were relaxed. Compared to the intense daily training during the provincial team, the schedule of the number competition final is still very loose, and even after the examination, they may have a group travel, which is usually difficult to enjoy in high school. Many students have been preparing for this competition since they were in middle school, and it is true that they still need to relax at the end of this exam. Zhou Xiang, along with several other accompanying teachers, then took the team to Yongchang No. 1 Middle School. The check-in location for the players and leaders was at the Student Activity Center of Yongchang First High School, and following the directions of the staff on campus, they found their way to the check-in location very smoothly. By this time, there were already team members from other provinces checking in, so Zhou Xiang led the group to line up in an orderly fashion at the back. While standing in line, Su Chen also discovered a phenomenon. That is, among the players who have reported, the ratio of men to women shows a very wide disparity. Chapter 59. Which window did God close for her? On average, you can see one girl in almost every 20 students. In fact, such a situation is not so unexpected. For example, in Bang province's number of competitive provincial team, more than 10 training team members are all boys. It was only before that Su Chen thought that such a phenomenon might just be a coincidence. It was not until today that Su Chen realized that this was actually a relatively common phenomenon. Hello teacher, I'm Tin Yanjing, Lu Wanru from Ring University High School. At this time, at the front of the line to check in, it was a girl's turn to check in. Hearing the name Lu Wanru, Pan Hao said with some surprise. So she's the legendary Lu Wanru. It's an incredible thing that a girl can learn math so well. Yeah, I heard she scored 298 on the math competition league, which seems to be the highest score out of all the competition students. My friend said that she has signed an agreement with Yen University in advance, and as long as she enters the national collection, she will be directly guaranteed a place in Yen University's math department. Previously, Su Chen hadn't heard of the name Lu Wanru and hadn't joined in the others' discussion. However, after listening to them talk about some of the things Lu Wanru had done, Su Chen still had a deeper impression of this girl. After completing her check-in, Lu Wanru turned around and left the queue for check-in. And this allowed them to finally see Lu Wanru's proper face. What many people did not expect is that Lu Wanru is not the kind of image that everyone has, wearing glasses, ordinary-looking female schoolmaster image. All of Lu Wanru's features grew very delicate, and her body was well-proportioned, the kind of girl that made people feel amazing just by looking at her. Although Lu Wanru's face didn't have any makeup and she only had short hair, she still couldn't hide her outstanding temperament. Wow! Lu Wanru actually looks so pretty? This is also properly a school flower level when placed in our school. Studious and pretty, which window did God close for her? I think I closed the chat window with you. Don't think about it, this kind of girl is definitely not worthy of us. Su Chen didn't have any thoughts because of Lu Wanru's stunning appearance. In Su Chen's mind, looks were just a symbol. That hidden soul within is where the true image of a person lies. As check-ins continued, it was soon the turn of the Bong Provincial Counting and Athletics Provincial Team to check in. Leader Zhou Xiang and members of the Bong Provincial Digital Athletic Team reported their teams and names to the staff in turn. After checking in was completed, Zhou Xiang said to everyone, "Everyone can go around and familiarize themselves with the environment first, just don't go off campus. Feel free to contact me if anything happens." Hearing Zhou Xiang say that, Su Chen, Yan Zihan, Pan Hao, and Chen Yuba were ready to stroll around the campus together. In addition to them, many of the students from other teams who had finished checking in did not go back immediately after checking in was completed. At this time, someone noticed a piano on display in the corner of the student activity center. "Hey, there's a piano here. Really, is this piano something you can just play?" "I don't know, better ask the teacher." After inquiring, they determined that the piano was playable, but it would be best to have some basic piano knowledge to avoid damage to the piano due to improper handling. A few students were curious and tried to play a few times, but they only played simple melodies like Little Star and Two Tigers. Realizing that the number of students gathered around the piano gradually increased, they also quickly left from the top of their seats in front of the piano so as not to make a fool of themselves in the crowd. Su Chen's few people noticed the sound of someone's piano and also walked over in the direction of the piano. Su Chen hadn't played the piano before, and had never systematically learned all kinds of knowledge related to music. Still, when he heard the sound of the piano, Su Chen felt that he liked the sound very much, as if his mood had become a little better as a result. "No one else is playing? I'll go up and try then." Seeing that the seat in front of the piano was empty, Pan Hao sat directly in front of the piano and placed his hands on the keys and played. What made the others a little unexpected was that Pan Hao wasn't just playing for fun, but could actually play the piano. The piano piece played by Pan Hao is called Dream Wedding, which is also a piece that many people are very familiar with. This piece is only a grade 4 piano piece, but it is still difficult to play fluently without adequate piano fundamentals. This is by far the first time today that someone has been able to comparatively play a complete tune after all. After Pan Hao finished playing this entire piece, the students, who were onlookers, also gave Pan Hao sparse applause. "I'm sorry for the dedication, it's been a while since I played the piano and I'm a little rusty today." When Pan Hao was in elementary school, he had learned the piano for a while, and although he mainly learned it with a playful attitude, he was still considered to have a certain level of piano. However, after middle school, Pan Hao basically stopped touching the piano because the pressure of school gradually increased. After listening to Pan Hao play this piece, Su Chen's interest in the piano increased a few more points. Su Chen had also heard this piece before, and with his own memories of the song Dream Wedding, Su Chen was able to hear some of the differences between Pan Hao and a real professional pianist playing it. If Pan Hao had been able to play a little better, Su Chen would have appreciated the performance even more. While Pan Hao was playing this piece just now, Lu Wanru was also observing from the sidelines. Unlike Pan Hao's playful learning of piano, Lu Wanru had really learned the piano in a systematic way, and had passed the 10th grade of piano early on. Even after her studies got progressively busier, Lu Wanru still hasn't completely put down the piano, and still often finds time to play it. In the process of Pan Hao playing this piece just now, Lu Wanru found a lot of problems, including lost notes, missed notes, wrong notes, inaccurate rhythms and so on. This made Lu Wanru's brows stay gently furrowed as she listened to Pan Hao play the zither. Of course, Lu Wanru would not demand too much from a non-professional, it was just that since she was really too familiar with this piece, Lu Wanru would still subconsciously find these problems. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Wanru still walked to the piano. Seeing Lu Wanru walking towards him, Pan Hao's heartbeat sped up all of a sudden. Pan Hao fantasized in his heart, it couldn't be because the way he had just played the piano had caught Lu Wanru's attention, right? However, as Lu Wanru opened her mouth, Pan Hao also realized that things were not what he had imagined. Chapter 60, this is the only possible outcome. Can I borrow it for a minute? Well, sure. At Lu Wanru's request, Pan Hao immediately got up from his seat and backed up to a distance of a few meters away from the piano. In fact, on this kind of occasion, Lu Wanru didn't really want to play the piano. Only after listening to the tune played by Pan Hao, Lu Wanru still couldn't help but play a tune herself. But Lu Wanru wouldn't make a move like playing Dream Wedding again. This kind of in-your-face behavior was undoubtedly very disrespectful to Pan Hao. After thinking about it, Lu Wanru still decided that she would play that one song. With that, the 10 fingers of Lu Wanru's hands bounced on the keys of the piano. The way Lu Wanru played the piano quickly caught the attention of more people, all leaning over. Just by playing a small section, everyone was able to very intuitively see Lu Wanru's piano level. Compared to Pan Hao's entry-level level, Lu Wanru's piano level was obviously much stronger. Not only was the foundation very solid, without any kind of low-level mistakes, but all kinds of piano skills were also very skillful. Whether one knows anything about piano playing or not, one is able to see the difference in piano level between Pan Hao and Lu Wanru. Although the sound quality of this piano was not that outstanding, but under Lu Wanru's mastery, it just sounded so beautiful. And Pan Hao, who was watching Lu Wanru play the piano from the side, finally understood why Lu Wanru went up to play the piano. I think it must have been the Dream Wedding that I just played, which was played a little too poorly, which made Lu Wanru couldn't help but go up and play another song herself. However, Lu Wanru purposely changed a song to play, which was considered very much giving herself face. After Lu Wanru finished playing a piece, the applause around her was far more enthusiastic than when Pan Hao finished playing earlier. Many people hadn't thought before that a student like Lu Wanru, who had excellent academic performance and good looks, could even play the piano so well. Hey, Pan Hao, what was the tune Lu Wanru just played? I don't know, I haven't heard it before either, maybe it's a colder tune or something new. Everyone else present was just as puzzled as Pan Hao and Chen Yuba, as they had similarly never heard this song before. And while they were discussing the name of the piece, Su Chen walked over to the piano himself. Lu Wanru thought that Su Chen was also coming over to play the piano, so she immediately got up and gave up her seat. However, Su Chen didn't sit down, he just stood in front of the piano, stretched out his hands, and pressed the keys on the piano. Seeing Su Chen playing the zither, some of the surrounding students even directly couldn't help but laugh. This was because Su Chen's playing of the piano was very unprofessional. It looked like he was just pressing the keys with his fingers haphazardly, with absolutely no fingering or skill to speak of. Especially after Lu Wanru played so brilliantly just now, Su Chen's playing was even more dwarfed. However, listening to the melody played by Su Chen, it was still somewhat good. It seems that God Su also has areas that he's not good at. This piano playing is clearly at the level of a layman. But this melody seems a bit familiar. Why does it feel like I've heard it somewhere before? And unlike the others who were watching the fun, Lu Wanru, who was not far away from Su Chen, gradually became surprised with her expression. Because, what Su Chen had played was exactly the same piece he had just played. This piece was not a famous piano piece, but a piece composed by Lu Wanru herself. Since the track was not publicly released, it certainly wouldn't have been heard before this. From the top of the piano level, Su Chen was indeed a person who knew nothing about the piano, and almost all of his piano fingerings were completely wrong. However, throughout the entire process of playing, Su Chen did not play or miss even a single note by mistake, and even the rhythm was very accurate. Apart from playing at a slower speed and not being accurate enough in terms of tone values, Su Chen's playing was basically a complete reproduction of Lu Wanru's piece. Until Su Chen finished playing the last note of the piece, Lu Wanru still hadn't found any mistakes in the notes either. Perhaps it was because Su Chen's playing was too amateurish, and after Su Chen finished playing, there wasn't anyone who applauded for Su Chen. Only Lu Wanru knew how incredible Su Chen's performance had just been. You only listened to it once and memorized it completely? Lu Wanru was very sure of this, although this matter sounded very unbelievable, but under the premise of not having heard this song before, this was the only possible outcome. This is a very difficult thing to do. Even professional pianists, after listening to a piece, can at best memorize only a portion of it, or the melody and harmony at the very core of the piece. However, Su Chen had memorized this several-minute tune in its entirety, not even missing some of the decorative notes in it. Hearing Lu Wanru's words, Su Chen also nodded, not denying this. The position and order of every key that Lu Wanru had just played, Su Chen was able to completely memorize, and this was not too difficult for Su Chen. However, Su Chen still felt that it should be easier for him if he was utilizing musical notes to memorize. But Su Chen had never touched a piano before, and not knowing which keys corresponded to which notes, he had to use this relatively clumsy method to memorize for the time being. Seeing Su Chen affirming his guess, Lu Wanru was still a bit incredulous. Even Lu Wanru herself, someone who had studied piano for many years, didn't have the ability that Su Chen had. However, Su Chen was obviously a person who knew nothing about the piano, and actually memorized tunes that lasted a few minutes in one go, which was indeed something that was hard for Lu Wanru to accept. Just as Lu Wanru was still shocked by this, Su Chen whispered to Lu Wanru, "That's a nice piece you're playing." After saying this, Su Chen didn't say anything more to Lu Wanru and turned around to leave, leaving Lu Wanru herself frozen in place. The people who were watching by the piano didn't know what had just happened, and thought that Su Chen's piano playing was so bad that Lu Wanru felt a bit helpless. But after thinking about some of these things, Pan Hao had reacted. Asterisk. Ka. Isn't what Su Chen just played the same tune that Lu Wanru played? Su Chen memorized the melody and harmony. Because of his piano lessons, Pan Hao's sensitivity to musical notes was much higher than that of an ordinary person. Chapter 61. I'm already much slower than usual. When many people were listening to the piano piece played by Lu Wanru just now, they just thought that she played it better, but they didn't memorize any melody. Lu Wanru's own composition is not like many pop songs with obvious choruses and lots of repetitive melodies, but rather a classical style tune without many melodic memory points. And hearing Pan Hao say that, Chen Yuba also realized that it was indeed the case. I said just now I heard how I felt a bit familiar so God Su is the one who memorized the song and played it again but with such a long tune, can you really listen to it once and memorize it? Usually you can't. It's fine if you just memorize the melody, but the harmonies and ornaments in it are still very complex. I can only memorize a small part of it anyway, but Su Chen has clearly remembered the piece in a big way. If he only listened to it once, Pan Hao couldn't be sure how much Su Chen had restored the song. If Pan Hao had known that Su Chen was a 100% restoration of Lu Wanru's tune, I'm only afraid that Pan Hao's sense of surprise would have been even more intense. After Su Chen left from the piano, Pan Hao and the others also hurriedly asked about what Su Chen had just done. Su Chen didn't deny the fact that he had memorized the melody of Lu Wanru's tune, but he didn't say anything more on the topic. However, when they heard Su Chen confirm this matter in person, they still became more and more excited about it. Although they knew before that Su Chen's memory was very powerful, and that they could clearly remember the topics they had done once. However, they had not expected that Su Chen's memory had been exaggerated to this extent. Even they had already discussed who would actually get a higher score in the counting competition finals afterward, Su Chen and Lu Wanru. Before, many people thought that Lu Wanru could get the first place in the counting competition final, but now it seems as if it's still Su Chen who has more hope. Yeah, even if Lu Wanru is more powerful, she's still within our realm of understanding, but God Su has completely reached a higher realm. Combined with Su Chen's previous training in the provincial team, every time he was able to hand in his papers early and get a perfect score, they were all convinced that Su Chen was going to get the first place in the final of the number competition. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't bother to think about who would take first place in any counting competition finals right now, and was still immersed in the piano piece that Lu Wanru had just played. After listening to the piano piece played by Lu Wanru, Su Chen felt that he had truly fallen in love with the piano. This made Su Chen feel very happy, especially Lu Wanru's song, which sounded as free as if he was soaring in the sky. However, Su Chen also knew that the way he had just played wasn't right, and he still needed to work on it again sometime in the future. After finishing the opening ceremony of the second day, early on the third day, the final exam of this session of high school mathematics competition was finally about to start. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and half an hour before the start of the exam, they came to the exam room early and sat down in their respective seats. The exam for the mathematical competition final will last for 2 days, with 3 questions per day, and the exam will last from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. The total marks for the paper will be 126. The bell rang at 8 a.m. for the start of the exam, and candidates began to move their pens to answer the questions. The same as the previous league exams, Su Chen still didn't go through the questions on the rolled paper in advance, but waited until the exam started before looking at the questions in an unhurried manner. After spending a few minutes reading the contents of the question stems of these 3 questions, Su Chen's mind already had an idea of how to solve these 3 questions. The first question is an algebra question. According to the difficulty of the final of the number competition, it is considered a relatively simple question. As long as you find the right idea, the process is written clearly, it will be relatively easy to get marks. The second question was a somewhat complicated geometry question, but Su Chen still quickly found the direction to prove the middle conclusion, completing the structure of the graph, and successfully carried out the conversion of the content of the proof. The third question is a number theory question. This question is considered to be the most difficult one in today's exam, and even at the beginning Su Chen felt that the conditions of the question were given somewhat scattered. However, after reconstructing these conditions together in his brain, Su Chen still very quickly found the correct direction to solve the problem. After figuring out the ideas of these 3 questions, Su Chen began to move and write up the solution process of these 3 questions. In fact, after figuring out these 3 questions, Su Chen's interest in today's exam had already begun to decline, but Su Chen still insisted on following the requirements and wrote down the complete solutions to these questions. This was also something Su Chen had been doing in training every day for some time now. Since this was a real final, Su Chen purposely slowed down his speed of answering slightly. However, after the exam had just gone on for a little over an hour, Su Chen still finished the process of writing all 3 questions. Remembering Zhou Xiang's reminder before the exam, Su Chen also checked from the beginning, confirming that there was indeed no problem with his answers. Su Chen then handed in the paper. Su Chen's move to hand in his paper early surprised the teachers and students in the examination room. After all, this is the exam for the counting competition finals, and everyone will definitely still have to take tomorrow's exam. Even if you really don't know how to do some of the questions, there isn't really a need to give up so early. There's still plenty of time to think and try again. Only Su Chen's Bong Province Digital Athletics teammates know that this has long been Su Chen's basic operation. Coming out of the exam room, Su Chen saw Zhou Xiang, who was standing and waiting at the entrance of the exam room. Before the exam, Zhou Xiang deliberately confided with everyone that everyone must be very cautious about this exam and try not to hand in the paper early. However, seeing that Su Chen came out early, Zhou Xiang did not blame Su Chen in any way. Su Chen's speed of answering questions this time had already slowed down a bit compared to the usual training, and based on Su Chen's usual performance, Zhou Xiang knew that Su Chen's answer would definitely not have any problems. Su Chen, how difficult is the topic this time? It was okay, the overall difficulty was still normal. The first question was easier than the usual practice, only the third question was slightly harder. Relying on his memory, Su Chen repeated the 3 questions to Zhou Xiang, as well as his own solution to the 3 questions. Su Chen's narration was very detailed, even the specific conditions of each topic could be remembered clearly, which made Zhou Xiang as if he had seen the original question with his own eyes. And listening to Su Chen's solution to the problem, Zhou Xiang also knew that Su Chen did it without any problem at all, and without any accident, was able to get all the marks of these 3 questions. Chapter 62, do you have an absolute sense of sound? Su-chen, you can rest for a while or stroll around the campus first, and then we'll go back to the hotel together after the exams are over. Because the hotel they stayed in was off campus, Jo Seong didn't let Su-chen go back alone first. After all, now is the most critical time. Jo Seong does not want to take even the slightest risk. For Jo Seong to make such an arrangement, Su-chen didn't have any opinions, so he walked out of the examination room alone. Su-chen had wanted to take advantage of this time to ask Wang Jihung about which journals were suitable for submitting his own papers. In that case, Su-chen would also be able to follow the requirements of that journal a little bit earlier to make changes to his paper. However, remembering that Wang Jihung didn't want him to think about the dissertation until the exams were over, Su-chen decided that it would be better to wait until tomorrow to ask Wang Jihung. Walking aimlessly around the campus, Su-chen let his brain send to think about various things that interested him. This feeling made Su-chen very cozy, maintaining the active state of his brain and keeping his mood soothed at the same time. At this time, Su-chen walked near the Student Activity Center. Thinking of the piano that had brought him a lot of fun in the Student Activity Center yesterday, Su-chen decided to go back in and take a look. There wasn't much of a crowd in the student center at this time of day, and naturally no one was occupying that piano. This also allowed Su-chen to sit in front of the piano without any fear and carefully study the piano. There were 88 black and white keys on the piano, and after playing them from left to right, Su-chen quickly memorized the sound corresponding to each key. This matter was simpler than expected for Su-chen, because these tones were not irregular with each other, but had a very obvious pattern. After Su-chen's brain's calculations, Su-chen knew that the ratio of wavelengths of all the neighboring keys in here were exactly equal. These keys correspond to the tones as if they were a section of even steps, each of which is exactly the same height and full of regular beauty. In that case, it should be a lot easier to memorize a song afterward. Yesterday, when he was listening to Lu Wanru play the piano, because he didn't know the sounds corresponding to these keys, in order to be able to memorize the piece, Su-chen could only stare at the keys on the piano seriously. In contrast, it is definitely easier to listen with your ears. After memorizing the sounds of the 88 keys, Su-chen continued to study the 3 pedals underneath the piano. After some tests, Su-chen also basically understood the functions of these 3 pedals. The ability to extend the duration of the note even more when the right pedal is pressed. The pedal in the center serves a somewhat similar purpose to the one on the right, but also has the function of stopping other notes from vibrating continuously. The pedal on the left, on the other hand, will make the keys sound less loud. Su-chen was like this, casually playing with these keys and pedals, just by virtue of his own pondering, playing the piano in a much more skillful state than yesterday. After focusing all his energy on the piano, Su-chen had completely ignored other factors in the outside world. Su-chen didn't notice that a figure had quietly come to his side and placed his hand on top of the keys. This melody has to be played like this for proper fingering. Seeing the white and slender fingers on the keys, Su-chen instantly knew who this was. After completing her answer, Lu Wanru also handed in her paper early and left the examination room, only that the time Lu Wanru took to answer was a bit longer than Su-chen. Originally, Lu Wanru thought that no one should be playing the piano here at this time of the day. But after Lu Wanru came in, she realized that Su-chen was actually here as well. Su-chen tried it out according to what Lu Wanru had taught him, and realized that this fingering was indeed much smoother than what he played. Did you answer so quickly? Coming out so early? Lu Wanru asked. Well, it was 9:12 when I got out. Even Lu Wanru was surprised at Su-chen's such a fast speed of answering the questions, but thinking about Su-chen's terrifying memory, such a thing seemed to be completely possible. Yesterday, Lu Wanru had been eager to ask Su-chen how in the world she had memorized her tune all of a sudden. But because Su-chen had left in such a hurry yesterday, Lu Wanru hadn't had the time to ask. Since she happened to encounter it again today, Lu Wanru hurriedly asked, "How can you memorize what I play in a flash? Are you blessed with an absolute sense of sound?" What is absolute sound sense? It's the ability to still be able to distinguish each pitch without the aid of a reference tone. For example, if I play a random tone, someone with an absolute sense of pitch will know exactly which tone I'm playing, even without seeing me play it. Under Lu Wanru's explanation, Su-chen also quickly understood the meaning of this concept. This is a very rare ability, and even professionals in the music industry tend to have only a relative sense of sound, rarely an absolute one. I should have, but yesterday I memorized the whole piece by watching every key you pressed. Hearing Su-chen's explanation, Lu Wanru however looked even more surprised. Compared to the absolute sound sense, this way Su-chen described was obviously a bit more difficult. But thinking of the way Su-chen played the piano yesterday, it was obvious that it was indeed difficult for someone who touched a piano for the first time to accomplish memorization of an entire piece of music through an absolute sense of sound. I feel that you are interested in the piano, why don't I teach you a little? Lu Wanru was not usually a warm person, and even in the impression of many people, Lu Wanru was a bit overly cold. But this time, perhaps because she saw that Su-chen was genuinely fond of the piano, Lu Wanru took a rare initiative. Well, that would be a pleasure. It was hard to play something like the piano without a teacher, and having a professional who was willing to instruct himself was definitely something Su-chen was looking forward to. Lu Wanru first introduced Su Chen to the names of the 88 keys on top of the piano. Each group of keys corresponded to C to B from left to right, plus the number of the group it was in, which constituted the complete name of the keys. If the keys are black, it is necessary to add the elevation symbol to distinguish them from the white keys. Confirming that Su Chen had memorized these concepts, Lu Wanru was ready to test again whether Su Chen really had an absolute sound sense. Here's the deal, you memorize it and I'll play a few notes and see if you can hear it. Good. Su Chen followed Lu Wanru's request, turned his back to not look at the piano, and closed his own eyes. Immediately afterward, in Su Chen's brain, a virtual piano soon appeared, with all 88 keys on it clearly visible. Chapter 63, You're the first to hear it. As Lu Wanru pressed the keys, the piano in Su Chen's brain was synchronized to have the same keys pressed. C3, E6, lift F4, descending B3. After several tests, Su Chen had accurately named the keys that Lu Wanru had pressed, without even a semitone of error. This also convinced Lu Wanru that Su Chen did indeed have an absolute sense of sound, rather than boasting about his abilities. Next, Lu Wanru continued to increase the difficulty, pressing multiple tones at the same time each time. Such a test was likewise not difficult for Su Chen. Whether Lu Wanru pressed 3 or 5 notes at the same time, Su Chen could accurately name all of them. Even if Lu Wanru didn't bother to play the chord tones, but instead played those dissonant intervals, Su Chen wouldn't mishear, or miss any of the tones. This caused Lu Wanru to be completely convinced by Su Chen's ability, realizing that this boy was much more incredible than she had imagined. You are really a musical genius. Although you don't know how to play the piano yet, your ability to hear sounds may not even be comparable to the top pianists in the world. Lu Wanru herself had a certain sense of absolute tone, but when playing multiple dissonances at the same time like that, it was difficult for Lu Wanru to accurately hear all the notes in it. Facing Lu Wanru's praise, Su Chen didn't say anything. This was just a natural thing for Su Chen to do. After that, Lu Wanru roughly taught Su Chen some basic playing skills, such as the division of labor between the right and left hands, fingering when playing the piano, the use of pedals, and so on. Su Chen's learning speed was also very rapid, and just after a simple instruction from Lu Wanru, he could play in a decent manner on his own. If you can follow this way and keep practicing every day, I'm sure you'll be able to reach a decent piano level in no time. Lu Wanru was also very surprised at Su Chen's understanding. When she had just come into contact with the piano, she had practiced for a few days before she could barely play it like this. As long as Su Chen was given another month of practicing, it was entirely possible to surpass Pan Hao's piano level. Pan Hao also learned the piano for several years. If he knew that Su Chen had such a speed of learning the piano, his own talent, I am afraid that he would no longer dare to take out his hand. At this time, Lu Wanru asked Su Chen another question. I want to know why you like this song so much? I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just that when I hear this song, I have a feeling of freedom as if I'm soaring through the sky. Su Chen truthfully told Lu Wanru what he thought at that time. But Lu Wanru was a little excited and surprised after hearing it. Because what Lu Wanru had in mind when she composed this song was indeed a similar scene. No one had ever been able to understand the imagery within the tunes they composed before, and Su Chen, a musical layman, was able to hear it all at once. It's called The Vault and I composed it myself. I see, no wonder none of the others have heard of it before either. Su Chen also expressed his admiration for this. This ability to create music was indeed something Su Chen did not possess. Just as Su Chen and Lu Wanru were chatting about this, Su Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. This was the sound of Su Chen's cell phone alarm clock. In order to prevent himself from missing the time of the team's gathering, Su Chen deliberately set an alarm for the end time of the exam in advance. Because he would often ignore the passage of time because he was focused on something, Su Chen had to go through this way to remind himself. I'm going to go back and meet up with the team, and thank you for being able to teach me to play the piano. Well, you're welcome. Just as Su Chen was about to turn around and leave, Lu Wanru hesitated or said offhandedly, Can we add a contact? Aha. Su Chen nodded and told Lu Wanru his cell phone number. Because his other social accounts were also bound to his cell phone number, he could add Su Chen's microsignal and penguin number just by searching for his cell phone. Okay, after I add you, you remember to agree. Haven't asked your name yet. My name is Su Chen. After leaving his contact information with Lu Wanru, Su Chen returned in the direction of the examination center. When Su Chen returned to the entrance of the examination room, many of the candidates had still only just come out, chatting about the topics of the first day's exam. The difficulty gap of the questions this time is really big. The first question is like given for nothing. The third question has been thinking for 2 hours, but I can't find any ideas. I just got the first question right, so I guess I'll just end up with a bronze medal. I guess if you can get the third question right, the state set is basically secure. If you can get the first 2 questions right, you can almost get the national gold. After the members of Bang province came out of the examination room, they also asked each other about their answers. Apart from Su Chen, Pan Hao was considered to be the one who answered the best. In addition to basically getting the first 2 questions right, he even wrote out a large portion of the third question. Yan Zihan, on the other hand, was the one who did the worst on the exam, even answering the second question with great difficulty. Of course, although everyone's answer situation was different, they basically played at their usual level. Listening to everyone's respective narratives, Zhou Xiang had a basic understanding of their exams. Putting aside Su Chen as a special student, Panhao's performance was likewise very satisfying to Zhou Xiang. Through Su Chen's previous review of the questions to himself, Zhou Xiang knew that today's third question was basically going to be the hardest of all 6 questions. If things go well, it is possible to have 2 national set players in this edition of the Bang Provincial Digital Athletic Team. This is also something that has never happened before in the history of Bang Province's counting competitions. As a weak province in the competition, it is very normal for Bang Province to have even not a single student selected for the national collection in the past years. And in this edition of the counting competition final, Bang Province will probably set their best ever result now. After a well-earned night's rest, candidates moved on to the second day of the start competition final. Su Chen still completed the 3 questions with great ease, just as he had done yesterday, and made sure that his answers were correct just after an hour had passed, handing in his papers early and leaving the examination room. From the moment Su Chen handed in his papers, Su Chen's journey to the counting competition this time was considered to have come to an end. Although there were still expert reports, closing ceremonies and other activities to follow, this no longer required Su Chen to have to face it seriously. Chapter 64, Steady, Steady. Phew. Finally it's over. When the results come out and it's confirmed that I can enter the national collection, I should be able to officially go to Yanhang to do research. For this period of time in the competition life, Su Chen actually felt that overall it was still okay, at least not as much as the previous high school life, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It was just that the difficulty of these competition questions really made it hard for Su Chen to raise his interest. If the topics they did could be a bit more difficult, Su Chen wouldn't have to rely on meditation so often to kill time. After meeting Zhou Xiang, Su Chen repeated today's 3 questions to Zhou Xiang. As Zhou Xiang thought that yesterday, the difficulty of these 3 questions today did not exceed the 3rd question yesterday, which made Zhou Xiang become more confident about Su Chen and Panhao entering the national collection. After telling Zhou Xiang about today's topic, Su Chen requested Zhou Xiang again. Teacher, can I go back to the hotel by myself first? There's something I want to take care of. Since the exam was over, Zhou Xiang was not as cautious as he was yesterday and still agreed to this request from Su Chen. Well, you go on back and be safe on the road. No matter what, Su Chen was also a high school student now, and the hotel was not far from the school, so generally speaking there would definitely not be any problems. The reason why Su Chen went back a little earlier on his own first was naturally because he wanted to get in touch with Wang Zhihang about the subsequent revision of his paper. On the way back, Su Chen first talked to Wang Zhihang on WeChat, saying that his exams had ended. After receiving the message sent by Su Chen, Wang Zhihang immediately called Su Chen back. Su Chen, did you finish the exam so quickly? Did you hand in your papers early again? Well, it's a little early, but I've already checked it over. Wang Zhihang was actually aware of the normal time for the counting competition's final exam, and understood that Su Chen wasn't just handing in his papers a little bit early. However, with his understanding of Su Chen, Wang Zhihang also believed that Su Chen must have something in mind. Okay, so let me tell you about the paper now. Next, Wang Zhihang gave Su Chen the suggestion to submit this paper to the Journal of Aeronautics according to the previous plan. Wang Zhihang told Su Chen about some of the basic requirements of this journal for papers and where Su Chen should make changes. Subsequently, Wang Zhihang sent Su Chen some classic papers from the Journal of Aeronautics, so that Su Chen could refer to them and just send them to himself after they were revised. Listening to Wang Zhihang's narration, Su Chen had completely memorized these requirements and had opened his computer to receive these several papers sent by Wang Zhihang and viewed them carefully. These papers sent by Wang Zhihang are all of high quality and are considered to be the very best research results in the field of aviation in China over the years. After studying these papers, Su Chen quickly began to revise his own paper. In fact, from the academic point of view alone, Su Chen's paper does not need to make any modifications, only that the formatting requirements of each journal for the paper are different. Therefore, Su Chen still needs to reduce the word count of his paper according to these requirements and focus on highlighting some key parts. Since Su Chen had already finished writing his thesis before, this allowed Su Chen to not spend too much time on thesis revisions. Before 12 o'clock, Su Chen had finished correcting the paper according to the requirements and sent the revised paper to Wang Zhihang's email. After reading Su Chen's revised thesis, Wang Zhihang didn't pick out any faults, so he accurately started the delivery of this thesis. Su Chen glanced at the time and realized that the exam was not over yet, so he thought about it and decided to return to the exam room and meet up with his teammates before having a meal together. Su Chen returned to the entrance of the exam room just in time for the candidates to come out after the exam. The 2-day mathematics competitive finals exam is officially over and the mood of the students seems to be so excited that few of them are even talking about the questions anymore. Finally, the exam is over. No matter what the final result is, it's time to relax. Yeah, who cares if it's a state set or not, the big deal is that we'll prepare for the entrance exams and strong foundation when we go back to school. Hey, I don't even want to attend the next expert report, just hang out in the neighborhood for 2 more days. Panhwa was one of the few students who was still thinking about the exam questions, and after seeing Su Chen, Panhwa hurriedly ran over to Su Chen and asked about the solutions to Su Chen's exam questions today. Su Chen, a question, for today's final question, is it a case of proving the existence of an infinite number of p's such that f exists, then describing it in the language of graph theory, and then assigning the value that the difference between two neighboring points is not greater than 2004? Listening to Panhwa's train of thought, Su Chen also nodded in recognition. Well, that's fine to do, just finish proving what you said first and then move on to proving the circumstances that make f non-existent. Having received Su Chen's approval, Panhwa's emotions appeared a bit agitated. Great, in that case, I should be able to get at least 4.5 of all 6 questions right as well. If I can get 5 right, the state set should be secure. As per the previous year's national set scoreline, if the numerical competition finalists can score around 85, they are very hopeful of competing for a place in the national set. This requires candidates to be able to score at least 4 out of 6 questions, and if they are able to score 4.5, or even 5 questions, the state set places are pretty much out of the question. If Panhwa was able to enter the national collection directly through the counting competition and obtain a guaranteed qualification, the final of the object competition afterward would not need to have any pressure. When Zhou Xiang heard Panhwa say this, his heart was also more grounded. Since Panhwa was able to make part of the third question yesterday, today's question should still not be too much of a problem as long as he plays normally. Alright, let's go eat now, and in the afternoon I'll take you guys to Dongqian Lake for a round. There are also expert reports tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we have to attend them seriously as well, they are all very valuable. Hearing that Zhou Xiang was going to take them out to play, everyone cheered with joy. For these competition students, going out has long been a luxury since high school. Apart from eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet, they spend almost all their time studying, which can be said to be much harder than those 996 social animals. After eating together, Zhou Xiang took everyone to the Dongqian Lake scenic spot as promised. This is one of the most famous scenic spots in Yongcheng, and the scenery is not even inferior to West Lake and Taihu Lake. After arriving at Dongqian Lake, they first strolled around the scenic area, and then Zhou Xiang invited everyone to join him on a boat tour on the lake. Looking at the scenery on the lake, Su Chen's heart was a bit mixed. Chapter 65, It's normal to not understand. When I think back to the last time I went out, it was when I first started middle school. At that time, Su Gang and Song Yulan had not yet separated, and although Su Chen's personality was also somewhat introverted and withdrawn, it had not reached that very eccentric level. Later, as this situation became more and more serious, Su Chen gradually closed himself off and immersed himself in his own world. Su Chen actually didn't like this kind of himself, it was just that if he could make himself less miserable, this was the best choice he could make. However, during these recent months, Su Chen's state had quietly undergone some subtle changes. Su Chen gradually found more things that interested him, especially the thought that he would have the opportunity to work on flying machines in the future, which kept Su Chen's heart filled with hope. Although the number of competition itself did not make Su Chen how interested, but in the process of participating in the number of competition, Su Chen also met a few new friends. They weren't like the people Su Chen had come into contact with before, treating themselves as if they were abnormal, but were able to understand and care about themselves. Although Su Chen didn't know if they really considered themselves as friends, at least in Su Chen's heart, they were already considered his friends. The following morning, the expert presentations arranged by the organizing committee of the digital competition officially began. Although there were many students who had previously clamored not to go to the expert reports after the exams, they also came to the report site at the request of the organizing committee and the team leaders. Su Chen naturally did not absent, since many of these do report are the country's top math experts, should still be able to learn something from. And if the actual report really had no value, Su Chen could just do something else down there to pass the time, as long as it didn't affect anyone else. With so many students sitting in the venue, not that anyone cares what each student is doing down there, it's basically the equivalent of a big open class. The report began with a representative of the organizing committee of the digital competition on stage. This representative mainly talked about some things about high school competitions, including the history of the number competitions, the core content of the number competitions, some number competitions experiences, the future outlook of the number competitions, and so on. For these contents, Su Chen basically had no interest. After all, Su Chen's purpose of participating in the counting competition was just to be able to obtain the university guaranteed qualification. There were quite a few students who shared similar feelings as Su Chen, and although they were not as indifferent to the number competition as Su Chen was, there was really no point in discussing these issues after the number competition final exam had already ended. Fortunately, the representative's speech was not very long, and after 10 minutes or so, it was the turn of the real experts to come on stage and make their reports. The first expert, a math teacher from Kawasaki University, talked about the relationship between the main topic of high school math competitions and the future of math research. Among his views, high school math competitions can only be considered as an initiation to do math research. Even because of the test-based nature of high school math competitions, this leads to the fact that even if a candidate is able to score high in high school math competitions, it does not mean that the candidate has very strong math research skills. Regarding this teacher's point of view, Su Chen still agreed with it. Speaking of which, Su Chen was just not interested in number competitions, but he was still very fond of real math. Because Su Gang was the university math teacher, when he went to Su Gang's office as a child, Su Chen would often look at some math knowledge that was far beyond his age group at that time, and listen to Su Gang go over the meaning of that knowledge. This is considered Su Chen's real mathematical enlightenment, and it is also an important prerequisite for Su Chen to be able to teach himself college math knowledge early on. Next, this teacher gave the students in the audience advice for the future, combining some of his own experiences. The fact that all of you are sitting here today is a good indication that all of you have very strong math skills and a very good foundation in math. After going to college, I would suggest that while you continue to strengthen your basic math knowledge, you are also able to get exposed to real math research earlier, especially those students who enter the state set and get bailed out early. After this math teacher from Sichuanshu University gave his report, the second person who took the stage was a math professor from Yenjing University. This Yin University math professor named Ma Chi-xian is considered to be this expert report activities, the highest level of an expert. Unlike the teacher from Sichuan University, Ma Chi-xian mainly talked about some concepts and methods that are really used in mathematical research, as well as some of the directions he is working on. At the beginning, everyone showed more enthusiasm for Ma Chi-xian's report because of his status as a professor at Yin University, and most of them were concentrating on Ma Chi-xian's report. However, with the gradual progress of the report, they gradually failed to keep up with Ma Chi-xian's rhythm, somewhat unable to understand what Ma Chi-xian was talking about. Some students, even, were already whispering below. What does this professor mean by Bayesian quantile regression, anyway? I think it's just a statistical method. I don't really understand the specifics. Hey, I feel that what he's talking about is too much harder than any of the previous number competition final questions. Some of the final questions of the number competition, even if you can't do them, at least the questions are able to be read and understood. And unlike the other students, Lu Wanru, who was sitting in a corner position at the report site, was still listening carefully to Ma Chi-xian's explanation and was thinking about something from time to time. Under Ma Chi-xian's narration, Lu Wanru has completely understood the concepts related to Bayesian quantile regression, and even has some other ideas. After these ideas gradually matured, Lu Wanru wrote directly on the book. If I'm not wrong, make some improvements to this method. It should be able to take the Bayesian quantile regression calculation and make it more efficient. The words of that Sichuan University teacher just now had given Lu Wanru a not-so-small touch, which made her try to study it now. But when Lu Wanru really put pen to paper and analyzed it, she realized that doing math research is not that easy. Doing math research is not like doing a math problem with a clear question and reference answer, but rather you need to determine for yourself what the research problem is in the first place. And there's a good chance that this problem won't have a good solution, or will even be a problem that can't be solved at all. Alright, that's all I'm going to say today. I'm only speaking about these things to give you all an initiation, so it would be great if you could understand some of them, and it's perfectly normal for you not to be able to. Chapter 66, we're thinking about the same thing. Many of these things that Ma Chi-xian talked about are only accessible to the undergraduate, or even graduate level of the math department, and Ma Chi-xian naturally doesn't expect them to be able to understand too much. Hearing Ma Chi-xian say this, the students present also finally felt some relaxation, and those previous frustrations brought about by not being able to understand what Ma Chi-xian was telling them immediately eased quite a bit. With the end of this lecture by Ma Chi-xian, everyone was ready to leave the venue for dinner. Su Chen, let's go, let's eat together? In the face of Pan Hao's invitation to dinner, Su Chen, however, shook his head and said, "You guys go ahead, I have a few things to do." "Oh, well, then we'll go ahead and eat." Soon, the students in the venue left in droves, but Su Chen remained seated in his own seat with a somewhat grave expression, not knowing what was on his mind. It wasn't until another moment had passed that Su Chen, as if he had finally accomplished something, had his expression become relaxed again. "Finally, I didn't realize how computationally intensive this problem was." While just listening to Ma Chi-xian making his report, Su Chen also thought of some places that could be studied, so he directly studied them in his own brain. It turned out that Su Chen thought that he was able to solve this problem easily. However, after actually calculating it, Su Chen realized that it was actually an extremely huge problem in terms of calculations, and it was even much more complicated than all the math topics Su Chen had done before. This also made Su Chen spend several minutes before and after, which finally completed the entire calculation. Fortunately, through the final calculations, it still proved that this guess of Su Chen's was correct. Just as Su Chen got up and was about to leave the venue to go eat, Su Chen was somewhat surprised to find that there was actually another person in the venue who hadn't left besides himself. This person was naturally Lu Wanru, who was also still trying to work out that hypothesis of hers after this report was over. Perhaps because both Su Chen and Lu Wanru had been too focused just now, neither of them had noticed the other. It was only after hearing the sound of someone walking in the venue that Lu Wanru saw that Su Chen was actually still here at this moment. "Why haven't you left yet?" "Was just thinking about a question. How about you?" "Such a coincidence? I'm working on a problem too, but I haven't done the math yet." While speaking, Lu Wanru subconsciously handed her book to Su Chen, but she didn't know why she did so. This question that Lu Wanru was studying, even she herself didn't know if there was really any clear answer, but vaguely, Lu Wanru felt that Su Chen could understand her thoughts. After all, even the tune that he had played before, even Su Chen could hear the mood of it, and the strong memory that Su Chen had shown also made Lu Wanru feel very impressed. Receiving the book that Lu Wanru handed to him, Su Chen took a glance at it and saw what exactly Lu Wanru was calculating. You're trying to calculate the effect of the variational inference approach on the accuracy of Bayesian distributional regression calculations, right? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Wanru's expression instantly became somewhat stunned. Can you really read it? I feel like what I've written is messy enough. Because this was just a private calculation, Lu Wanru did not follow any standard problem-solving format, but rather just abbreviated the writing, thus trying to improve her calculation speed as much as possible. Even so, with the amount of calculations being simply too huge, Lu Wanru still felt that she was not capable of solving it at all. While Su Chen was looking at the formulas in his book, Lu Wanru continued to tell Su Chen about her ideas. I feel that if I want to verify whether this method is really feasible, I still need to utilize computers to do the calculations. The amount of calculations involved is just too much, and just the process of constructing the model is complicated enough. Well, the problem does go through the computer a little better. But I've just finished the math, and the assumption is indeed correct. Using variational inference does improve the computational accuracy of Bayesian distributional regression. As Su Chen spoke, he picked up a pen and completed the formulas for the constructions on Lu Wanru's book and wrote down a few of the main results of the process. As for the complete process in calculating this problem, because the amount of calculations involved was indeed too great, Su Chen could not fully reflect it on paper. You have already done all the math so quickly? How is that possible? Lu Wanru did somewhat not quite believe Su Chen's words, and according to Lu Wanru's estimation, the complexity of this kind of calculation was even no less than figuring out the 50 decimal places of pi. Although this was not an insurmountable problem, it would undoubtedly consume a very large amount of time and energy just to calculate it with bare hands. No, it wasn't that fast. I started calculating it when I was just listening to the report. It took almost an hour to calculate the result, too, I think. Su Chen's brain naturally hadn't yet reached the horrifying calculation speed of a computer, but as long as the calculation was relatively limited, Su Chen could still calculate much faster than normal. However, after listening to this length of time that Su Chen had said, Lu Wanru's level of surprise still did not lessen much. An hour? That's fast enough, isn't it? Lu Wanru also similarly calculated such a long time, but this calculation time did not allow Lu Wanru to get any calculation results, but only allowed Lu Wanru to realize that she was almost unable to complete this calculation. Whether this result is right or not, just verify it with a computer. I'm a bit hungry, so I'll go eat first, huh? After saying this, Su Chen left the venue with quick steps, seeing that he was really hungry. Lu Wanru wanted to ask Su Chen anything else, but seeing that Su Chen had already left, she could only wait until she had the chance to ask him again afterward. After finishing her meal in the cafeteria, Lu Wanru was ready to go back to the dormitory to take a little rest and then continue to attend the expert report in the afternoon. At this time, Lu Wanru happened to meet Ma Qixuan and took the initiative to greet him. Professor Ma. Lu Wanru also didn't want to talk to Ma Qixuan about other things. In Lu Wanru's thoughts, Ma Qixuan probably wouldn't recognize himself. After all, the students who just participated in the report were hundreds of people, and Lu Wanru was just sitting in a corner of the venue, and if he didn't greet Ma Qixuan himself, it was estimated that Ma Qixuan wouldn't even bother to take a look at Lu Wanru. Seeing someone greeting him, Ma Qixuan first nodded, then suddenly there was a noticeable change in his eyes. Chapter 67, I'm impressed with you. Classmate, is your name Lu Wanru? Being called out by Ma Qixuan to his face, Lu Wanru was also a bit surprised. Professor Ma. You know me? Well, I've heard the teachers at school mention you before. Do you have time now? Just in time to talk to you about some things. Since Ma Qixuan wanted to take the initiative to communicate with himself, Lu Wanru definitely wouldn't refuse, so she hastily nodded her head and agreed. The reason why Ma Qixuan knew something about Lu Wanru was because Lu Wanru was indeed a very prominent existence among the students who participated in this year's mathematical competition. Lu Wanru's number of competitive league results ranked first in the country, although the results of the league will not be brought to the final, but every year to get this result, basically end up being able to enter the national set. Lu Wanru was also one of the few students who had signed an agreement with Yen University in advance, before the final round of the counting competition had even begun, which basically meant that Lu Wanru would be going to study at Yen University in the future. Ma Qixuan is very fond of recruiting competition students as his students, who tend to have stronger mathematical talents, which makes Ma Qixuan pay early attention to those, every year, who have performed better in the numerical competition. Lu Wanru was the only girl in the top rankings of this year's numerical competition, which made Ma Qixuan's impression of Lu Wanru particularly deep. Therefore it was relatively normal for Ma Qixuan to be able to recognize Lu Wanru just now. Wanru, how did you play in the counting competition final? There should be no problem entering the national set, right? Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Lu Wanru did all 6 of the big questions, and after talking to her teacher, she also confirmed that her thinking was correct, and that at most she would only lose some points on some of the smaller parts. Normally, if you get 4.5 of the 6 questions right, you will have a great hope of entering the national collection, and Lu Wanru was naturally more confident about this. That's good. When you go to Yen University afterward, keep working hard too. Wanru, let's add each other's contact information. If there's anything in the future, you can contact me. Lu Wanru quickly realized that Ma Qixian should be doing this because she hoped that she could become Ma Qixian's student in the future. While this is still a long way off, and you generally have to wait until graduate school to choose a mentor, you can certainly still get ahead of the starting line by making connections with great students sooner rather than later. Okay, then I'll trouble Professor Ma. For this matter, Lu Wanru was also not exclusive. Ma Qixian is considered to be a figure that can be ranked in the math department of Yen University, which is naturally a good choice for Lu Wanru. And by listening to Ma Qixian's report today, Lu Wanru was also more interested in some of Ma Qixian's research directions. Of course, Lu Wanru will not be in a hurry to make a choice right away. The choice of mentor is a very careful thing. Now Lu Wanru only just contact Ma Qixian only, he is still far from understanding. After adding mutual contact information with Lu Wanru, Ma Qixian is not good to bother Lu Wanru too much. You'll have to continue attending expert presentations in the afternoon, so go back and rest for a while. Just as Ma Qixian was about to leave, Lu Wanru suddenly said again, Prof. Ma, can I talk to you again about some of the content on the report you made today? Hearing Lu Wanru say that, Ma Qixian was also a bit surprised. Why, did you understand everything I said today? Well, that's pretty much what I heard. Especially the knowledge about Bayesian quantile regression still interests me. Really? Then let's start with your understanding of this method. Since Lu Wanru had taken the initiative to bring up this idea, Ma Qixian naturally didn't mind and continued to spend some time with Lu Wanru. Prof. Ma, I think Bayesian quantile regression is a more advanced and flexible statistical method. This method can well determine the relationship between the variables and does not ignore the uncertainty of the parameters. Listening to Lu Wanru's narration, Ma Qixian also nodded in recognition. Originally, Ma Qixian did not hope that those mathematical competition students could really fully understand what he had said through a short report. After all, one's original intention was just to give them some enlightenment in math research, and as long as they could understand a little bit, it was already considered very good. Even for a student of Lu Wanru's level, Ma Qixian similarly did not have that high of expectations. However, listening to Lu Wanru's knowledge about Bayesian quantile regression, Ma Qixian was able to tell that Lu Wanru really did basically understand the method. Not bad, Lu Wanru, everything you've talked about is correct. Worthy of being one of the best students in this class of mathematical competition students, your learning speed and comprehension are indeed top-notch. In the face of Ma Qixian's in-your-face praise of herself, Lu Wanru didn't show any joy but continued to talk about her thoughts. Prof. Ma, I think that in some cases, it is possible to make the computation more efficient by using variational inference in the midst of Bayesian quantile regression. Although this may reduce the accuracy of the computation to a certain extent, nevertheless this degree is still completely acceptable. Ma Qixian had originally thought that Lu Wanru had only come to ask herself about something, which she had not understood. But the actual situation was clearly not like that. Lu Wanru was surprisingly able to come up with some derived ideas based on what she had told through the time of one report. Whether or not this idea is actually correct, this spirit of reflection and exploration will be invaluable in the midst of future mathematical research. And when Ma Qixian thought carefully about the feasibility of this direction, he also realized that what Lu Wanru said was indeed reasonable. Variational fractional inference? That is indeed a direction to try. If you'd like, I can help you work on that properly after all the activities of this tournament final are over. The core of variational inference is to simplify the computational process by taking a complex posterior distribution and approximating it by a more tractable distribution. This approach usually works well when dealing with statistics or probabilistic knowledge where the data is very large. Variational inference is not the main examination content of the high school number competition. Ma Qixian felt that Lu Wanru should have acquired this knowledge through other channels. Professor Ma, could you please take a look at these contents? Saying that, Lu Wanru handed over the book she had just performed calculations on to Ma Qixian. Chapter 68, Missed Flight, there's a next one. Ma Qixian suspiciously took Lu Wanru's book and read the analysis and calculations on it. After reading the contents of the book, Ma Qixian realized that Lu Wanru had not only just proposed the idea, but had actually begun to conduct research. There was indeed no problem with these thoughts of Lu Wanru's, except that to truly verify this speculation, it was definitely necessary to perform auxiliary calculations through a computer. After all, a very computationally intensive statistical problem such as this one is certainly not feasible with just bare hand calculations. Wanru, I've taken a look at these processes you've written, and they are indeed a research direction to try. This KL dispersion expression of yours is very accurate, and basically the problem of calculation is left. After that, I can run this formula of yours through the computer for you, and I'll be able to get the calculation results very soon. Professor Ma, please read the back page again. Yeah. Ma Qixian followed Lu Wanru's request and continued to turn the book backward. But when Ma Qixian saw the content behind it, he asked with some doubts. Wanru, what's this? These are the computational results of the previous equations, through which it can be proved that the variational inferences can indeed improve the computational efficiency of Bayesian quantile regression, and the computational accuracy is also within a degree that we can accept. While listening to Lu Wanru's explanation, Ma Qixian was completely unconvinced by the result. How is it possible? Such a large amount of calculation is not something that can be quickly calculated with bare hands. Calculations are done 24 hours a day, and even 10 days of calculations would not yield the final result. Ma Qixian could tell at a glance just how much calculation was involved, and it was simply not a calculation that could be accomplished by a regular person. In addition to the fact that the amount of calculations is very huge, the difficulty of calculations in this is also not low. As long as there is even one calculation error, it will lead to the final result being completely unusable. Prof. Ma, I didn't calculate this result, it was calculated by another student. Including some of the equations at the back, it was also him who made the additions. But I think this result should be fine, so I still hope that Professor Ma can help me verify it. Ma Qixian reread the contents of Lu Wanru's book and realized that there were indeed two different handwritings. Judging from the handwriting, the other student should be a male, and his handwriting was far from as clear as Lu Wanru's, but appeared to be somewhat scribbled. However, from the handwriting of some formulas written above, Ma Qixian was also able to see that this student's math ability is equally strong, and even not inferior to Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru, who is the other student you mentioned? His derivations and constructions are fine, but it is indeed unlikely that he can calculate the results. His name is Su Chen, and he's from the Bang Province counting competition team. Hearing the name Su Chen, Ma Qixian felt a bit unfamiliar. Even if he had seen it before, it should not have left too deep an impression. However, after learning that Su Chen was a member of the Bang Province digital athletic team, Ma Qixian still didn't hold much hope for Su Chen. After all, Bang Province is just a weak province for competitions, and there may not even be a student who can enter the national set in a year. However, since Lu Wanru was so confident in this Su Chen, Ma Qixian was still willing to help her verify the result. Here's the deal, Wanru, when I get back, I'll run this through the computer for you and we'll see if this turns out to be right. Let me take a picture of these sheets, and I'll contact you when I have some news. Okay, then I'll trouble Professor Ma. Ma Qixian also have to catch a plane back to Yanjing in the afternoon. Now the time is not early. Ma Qixian then quickly left Yongcheng First Middle School to Yongcheng Airport. On the way, Ma Qixian remembered what had just happened again and looked at the pictures he had taken from Lu Wanru's book. Ma Qixian felt more and more that there seemed to be something fishy behind this matter, and couldn't help but want to verify if this result was correct now. However, this time Ma Qixian did not bring a computer with him, and now he could not immediately go for verification. After thinking about it, Ma Qixian directly called the graduate student in his lab over and explained the matter. Su Ming, are you busy right now? There's nothing much. I'll send you a few formulas in a while. You help me calculate the results, just send them to me afterward. After hanging up the phone, Ma Qixian then immediately sent these several pictures to Su Ming and explained the specific calculation methods in them. In fact, these calculations are not a big deal for computers, and can be solved very quickly by entering the formula correctly into the software, which doesn't even require a server. Su Ming's side also moved quickly, and after Ma Qixian posted these pictures, Su Ming immediately took action. Within a few minutes, Su Ming completed this task that Ma Qixian had given himself, and sent the final result to Ma Qixian. Mr. Ma, I'm done with the math, and the result is the same as the one on the last picture, no problem. Su Ming didn't really know what the final result of the picture was before, but after finishing the math, Su Ming also understood that Ma Qixian should be asking him to verify whether the result was correct. Seeing the message that Su Ming had replied to him, Ma Qixian was a bit in disbelief of this fact for a moment. Su Ming, you can be sure that this result is correct, right? It can be determined, and the computer's calculations are certainly not wrong. Good, then there's nothing else, so go about your business. Since Su Ming had already helped himself to prove the correctness of this result, even though Ma Qixian was no longer incredulous about this matter, he could not shake the authenticity of this matter. In other words, that student named Su Chen had really solved such a huge calculation in a short period of time with his bare hands. This thing doesn't sound like common sense, but there are always some geniuses who are just able to do things that ordinary people can't understand. Now that the results of the counting competition final have not yet come out, not too many people should be able to notice Su Chen. This is a student who is even more talented in math than Lu Wanru, and to be able to perform like this, there is certainly no problem in entering the national collection. If Ma Qixian could be the first university teacher to come into contact with Su Chen, then even if Su Chen wouldn't choose himself right away, he could definitely leave a deeper impression in Su Chen's heart. Although if Ma Qixian went back to look for Su Chen now, he definitely wouldn't be able to catch the flight in a while. But you can take another flight if you miss it, and if you miss the student this time, I'm afraid you won't have such a great opportunity afterward. Chapter 69, I Want to Rip Your Head Off. As we approached the time when the afternoon's expert presentations were about to begin, students were heading to the presentation venue. Lu Wanru purposely came a bit earlier and first sat on a seat at the back, but her eyes were focusing on the students who entered the venue. At noon, Lu Wanru still had some things she hadn't had time to ask Su Chen, and although these things could be asked on WeChat, it was still more convenient to talk in person. After waiting for a while, Lu Wanru finally saw Su Chen figure. At this moment, Su Chen was walking with Pan Hao and the others, and it looked like they were going to sit together in a while. Lu Wanru hesitated for a moment, but still gathered the courage to walk forward. Seeing Lu Wanru walking in their direction, the three of them, Pan Hao, quickly realized that Lu Wanru should be here to look for Su Chen, so they wisely stepped aside. Su Chen, can I ask you something? Su Chen had just been thinking about something, and only then did he notice Lu Wanru coming over. Well, you ask. Let's sit down and talk. Good. Lu Wanru obediently sat down on the seat next to Su Chen and asked about the doubts she had just had in her mind. Su Chen, how on earth did you manage to calculate so fast? This is something I really can't figure out a bit. If it was just memorizing tunes and absolute sound sense, Lu Wanru felt that it was still something understandable. However, Su Chen's ability to perform such calculations was far more powerful than even those masters of mental arithmetic. Well, I can't really say, maybe it's because I'm a little faster because I'm listing those equations directly in my brain for calculations. When doing this calculation, Su Chen did not move his pen, because to Su Chen, moving his pen to calculate would instead waste some extra time. In Su Chen's brain, it was as if there was an infinite space, which allowed Su Chen to clearly feel each and every equation he listed out, completing the calculations at the fastest speed possible. Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Lu Wanru finally roughly understood Su Chen's calculation method. So it actually has something to do with your memory as well. Let's just say, right now I can still find some of the calculations I just did, from my brain. After all, not too much time had passed since these calculations, and Su Chen could still remember every detail of them very clearly. God, you're such a scary person. No wonder you can even memorize such a long tune after reading it once. I'm kind of tempted to peel open your head to see what it's really like inside. In fact, this method of Su Chen's, Lu Wanru could also do some simple things, such as orally calculating some calculation problems that weren't that complicated. However, Lu Wanru was definitely unable to achieve this level of Su Chen, and when the calculation problem was complex enough, Lu Wanru would definitely still need the assistance of draft paper, and there was the possibility of calculation errors. Peel back my head. Why do I feel that you are the more frightening one? Su Chen said with a light frown. I'm just making an analogy, are you serious? In contrast to the super high brain capacity Su Chen displayed, Su Chen was not a person who could communicate so easily. Looking at the way Su Chen was acting, it seemed as if he was genuinely worried that Lu Wanru would have some sort of attempt on his head. Soon, the afternoon report began, and both Lu Wanru and Su Chen didn't say anything else, focusing their attention on the report. However, Lu Wanru still couldn't help but take a look at Su Chen from time to time, wanting to observe Su Chen's state when he was listening to the report. Originally, Lu Wanru had thought that Su Chen should have been paying full attention to the report, but the actual situation was completely contrary to Lu Wanru's thoughts. Su Chen also only occasionally looked up, and more often than not, he displayed something akin to a dazed look, not knowing exactly what was going through his mind. However, if she carefully observed Su Chen's eyes, Lu Wanru was able to tell that Su Chen was not dazed, but was thinking about something, because Su Chen's eyes would actually show some light from time to time, instead of remaining empty all the time. This was a kind of manifestation that only appeared when a person became emotionally excited, and Lu Wanru felt that Su Chen was most likely in the process of thinking and had suddenly figured something out. What Lu Wanru didn't know was that on the other side of the venue in the middle of the meeting, several people were discussing themselves behind their backs. Lu Zijia, recently Lu Wanru and that kid seem to be getting very close. Yeah, it seems like ever since that kid played the piano that day, Lu Wanru has been with him a lot. It can't be what's going on, can it? Lu Wanru usually doesn't have this attitude towards other people. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Lu Zijia was however a bit jealous. As for Lu Wanru's recent situation, Lu Zijia was naturally looking at it. Several of them were math competition students at Rennu High School and had known each other for over a year. Lu Zijia liked Lu Wanru very much, and a girl like Lu Wanru, who was pretty, studied well, and was multi-talented, made Lu Zijia completely irresistible. However, after they had known each other for so long, Lu Wanru had never treated herself like she did to Su Chen, but always showed a very cold attitude. I don't know what kind of charisma this kid has, isn't he just a Bong Province math competition student? I guess he can't even enter the national set. Besides, Lu Zijia didn't see how well Su Chen played the zither, so how could he attract Lu Wanru at once? However, thinking that it was basically impossible for Su Chen to even enter the national collection, Lu Zijia didn't think anything more about it, and he was definitely able to enter the national collection anyway. After deciding to temporarily return to Yongchang No. One middle school, Ma Qixian finally returned to the venue of the expert report once again. Seeing that the report hadn't ended yet, Ma Qixian didn't go in to disturb them, but only sent a message to Lu Wanru, telling her that she was outside and hoped that after the report was over in a while, Lu Wanru and Su Chen would be able to come over and find him for a bit. After sending this message, Ma Qixian waited quietly outside. While listening to the report, Lu Wanru had put her cell phone on mute, so she didn't immediately see the message sent by Ma Qixian. It wasn't until the end of this report that Lu Wanru finally learned about this matter. Su Chen, Prof. Ma Qixian said that he's waiting for us outside and asked us to go over and find him for a bit. Hearing the name Ma Qixian, Su Chen immediately remembered that he was the Yen University math professor who gave a presentation in the morning. However, Su Chen didn't know why Ma Qixian was suddenly looking for himself. Lu Wanru also saw the doubts in Su Chen's mind, so she hurriedly explained. It's like this, I happened to meet Professor Ma at noon, so I showed him the result of that calculation you did, and I guess it should be related to this matter. Chapter 70, have you chosen everything? So that's it, let's go over to him then. For Ma Qixian, Su Chen still had great respect. Just by listening to his presentation in the morning, Su Chen was able to tell that Ma Qixian's math level was indeed very high, far better than those teachers who taught math competition. Su Chen and Lu Wanru came out of the venue together and soon saw Ma Qixian who was waiting at the door. Professor Ma. Su Chen and Lu Wanru said in unison. Su Chen, Wanru, come, let's go over there and talk. Bringing Su Chen and Lu Wanru to a relatively quieter place nearby, Ma Qixian asked them about the incident at noon. Su Chen, I heard from Wanru that you guys came up with this together, using variational inference and Bayesian quantile regression, right? To be precise, it should be that we each thought of this method at the same time. Really? That's quite a coincidence then. Then this last result, was it Su Chen that you calculated it yourself? Aha! Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Ma Qixian basically believed that this matter was indeed true. Although Ma Qixian could have given Su Chen another question on the spot to further verify this matter, Ma Qixian felt that there was no longer a need for that. If he did so, he would undoubtedly make Su Chen feel that he was doubting him, and would instead lower his impression in Su Chen's mind. In this way, Su Chen, Wanru, I invite you to go to my lab together to do research on this topic after the finals of this counting competition are over. There's still a lot that can be done here, and it's very possible to get more valuable research results by continuing to study it. In fact, Ma Qixian could have done this research on his own, because no one could prove who actually had the idea first anyway. However, compared to this research result itself, Ma Qixian was still more eager to be able to take students like Su Chen and Lu Wanru under his wing. And once they knew that they had taken the idea they had first proposed for private research, there would inevitably be some bad repercussions. Lu Wanru didn't have any opinion on this anyway. After obtaining the guaranteed qualification, she herself wanted to get in touch with real mathematical research a little earlier. However, Su Chen still looked a bit embarrassed after receiving this invitation from Ma Qixian. Prof. Ma, I've actually already chosen my future mentor. Su Chen knew that it would definitely be a bad thing if he went to another lab to do research after choosing Wang Jiheng. Hearing Su Chen say that, Ma Qixian was feeling very sorry in his heart. I didn't realize that I had purposely given up my flight to come back for a trip, but I was still being outdone by the other teachers. This tutor, is he from Yen University? Su Chen shook his head, denying Ma Qixian's question. Learning about this matter, Ma Qixian's heart instead gave birth to some hope. Anyway, none of these students have formally chosen an institution at this point, and if they just have a choice of goals in mind, there is definitely still the potential for change in the future. As long as Su Chen could change his mind afterward and choose to come to Yen University, then he himself would undoubtedly be Su Chen's first choice. Thinking of this, Ma Qixian continued to say with a smile, "That's okay, it's just doing research on a topic, and it won't involve the choice of a future mentor. It's a good opportunity to get early exposure to math research, and I still hope you'll give it some serious consideration." Hearing Ma Qixian put his words to this extent, Su Chen could no longer refuse in person. "Well, Professor Ma, I'll give it serious consideration. Okay, you guys get busy then, I'll leave you alone." After separating from Su Chen and Lu Wanru, Ma Qixian first asked his assistant to help him rebook a suitable flight, followed by contacting the admissions office of Yen University. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ma Qixian explained his purpose. "In these 2 days on top of the enrollment of the mathematical competition guaranteed students, I hope that our admissions office will definitely take more care. Especially the 2 students Su Chen and Lu Wanru, we strive to be able to recruit them to Yen University. They are 2 of the most mathematically gifted students in this class of mathematical competition students. Don't worry, Mr. Ma, we'll do our best to recruit them to Yen University." Even if Ma Qixian didn't say anything, they would still go for every competition guaranteed student, but Ma Qixian's reminder would make them pay more attention to Su Chen and Lu Wanru. After doing all this work, Ma Qixian couldn't do anything more, and could only look forward to the future when Su Chen would really change his mind. On the other hand, after talking to Ma Qixian about this matter, Lu Wanru was not in a very good mood. The reason that put Lu Wanru in a bad mood wasn't anything else, but the fact that Su Chen had already chosen his future tutor, and this teacher wasn't from Yen University. Originally, Lu Wanru had thought that Su Chen would most likely choose Yen University's math department just like herself, but now it seemed that things were not what Lu Wanru had imagined before. This means that the two will not be able to see each other often in their future college life. But really, it's not that far between Yanda and Mizuki, is it? Thinking of this, Lu Wanru still felt some comfort in her heart. At the end of 2 days of expert presentations, it is finally time to count the competing scores that are about to come out. All of you counting competition candidates are waiting nervously, and time seems to have slowed down a lot as a result. At this moment, the number of competitive players in Bang province had gathered together, just waiting for Zhou Xiang to inform them at the first time after he learned the results. Pan Hao is the most nervous one, although according to the previous prediction, he is basically able to enter the national collection, but before the results come out, all is still full of variables. Yan Zihan was one of the few students who wasn't looking forward to the results coming out, because with his performance in the midst of the counting competition final, he would surely only be able to get a national bronze. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained very calm, only hoping that this counting competition would hurry up and end so that he could start the next part of his scientific research life. Finally at this time, they saw Zhou Xiang trotting over from outside. The expression on Zhou Xiang's face was very excited, and it could be seen that the results of this counting competition should be very satisfying to everyone. Mr. Zhou, the results are out, right? How about it, did I get in? Don't worry, I'll make a uniform announcement soon. Here I will only announce the types of state awards won, so if you want to know the exact scores, you can ask me again in private. Since these awards will be publicly released afterward, Zhou Xiang does not need to deliberately hide anything. However, their specific test scores will not be released. Considering that some students have lower scores, Zhou Xiang will still give them some face. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Zhou Xiang read out the results of the Bang Provincial Digital Competition Team's National Award this time. Chapter 71 Making History. Su Chen, the National Gold, and selected for the National Training Team. Upon hearing Su Chen's achievement, everyone instantly boiled over and offered Su Chen applause and screams. God Su! It's really awesome! Sure enough, it's a national set, and our Bang Province counting competition team has finally risen to the top. This is just Siajin's regular operation, everyone just sit down. Although many people had long predicted before that Su Chen would be able to enter the national collection, when this result actually appeared, they would still be thrilled about it. Compared to the excitement of the others, Su Chen appeared much calmer, as if the person who had entered the national collection was not himself. But Su Chen's heart was still very happy, at least this meant that he didn't need to go back to continue high school afterward, but could prepare for college life. It's been many years since our Feng Province mathematical athletics team has had a student who was shortlisted for the national collection. For Su Chen to be shortlisted for the national collection this time, it's not only Su Chen's personal honor, but it's also a great honor for our Feng Province. After talking about Su Chen's grades, Zhou Xiang continued to look at the report card. Pan Hao, the national gold, was also selected for the national training team. Zhou Xiang deliberately paused when he read Guajin, as if he was deliberately creating some suspense. This made Pan Hao's heart also follow the thump, thought he just got the national gold. Until he heard that he was also shortlisted for the national training team, Pan Hao hanging heart finally put down. The news of Pan Hao's entry into the national collection caused everyone to boil over once again, which was even more surprising than when they heard that Su Chen had been shortlisted for the national collection. Pan Hao himself, on the other hand, had already secretly wiped away his tears because he was overly emotional. This time, we, the Bang Provincial Digital Athletics Team, were able to have 2 people in the national training team at the same time, which also created a brand new history. I hope such good results will continue afterward. Next, Zhou Xiang continued to read up on the other team members' national award scores. Except for Su Chen and Pan Hao, the rest of the team all failed to get the national gold. Chen Yuba's score was national silver, while Yan Zihan only got national bronze. Moreover, Yan Zihan's score was the last one to be read, which meant that his actual score was the lowest one among the Bang province's number of competing teams. After Zhou Xiang finished announcing all the results of the national awards, Pan Hao hurriedly asked in a hurry, Mr. Zhou, what's Su Chen's score? What's the rank? Normally, Zhou Xiang only allowed myself to ask for my score in private. However, Su Chen's score was indeed a special case, and Zhou Xiang felt that there was no need for him to hide anything. 126 points and the only perfect score among all the candidates. When Zhou Xiang finished saying this, everyone's first reaction was a bit dumbfounded. Perhaps it was this matter that really gave them too much of a shock, making them somewhat unable to believe this matter. But then, they went to look at Su Chen as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with incredulity. Asterisk. Only one in the country with a perfect score in the counting competition final? This is the real god of counting competitions. Even Lu Wanru didn't get a perfect score? It's true that our god Su is still better. I said before that it's definitely still Su Shen's math that's a bit better. The questions in the previous preliminaries didn't even require God Su to use his full strength. After this, many students also asked about Zhou Xiang's own grades. Pan Hao's score was 94, which was slightly less than Pan Hao's own estimation, but it was still a very good score. Chen Yuba only scored 56 points, so he can only put his hopes on the physical competition. Yan Zihan, on the other hand, didn't even bother to ask Zhou Xiang about his own score. He knew that he should have gotten only one question right, so he might as well end this number competition trip decently. That, Mr. Zhou, can I ask about Lu Wanru's score? Thinking about the comparison they had made between Su Chen and Lu Wanru earlier, there were still some students who couldn't help but inquire about it. Hey, what are you guys always so concerned about other people's scores for anymore? This is the last time. I won't tell anyone else's scores if you ask them after this. Well, Mr. Zhou, we definitely won't ask again. Lu Wanru scored 125 points. Normally this score would basically take first place, but this year is an exception. Perfect scores in math competition finals are very rare, and there is usually only one perfect score every few years. It wasn't that Lu Wanru hadn't performed well enough, it was just that Su Chen's performance was indeed a bit too perverse. 125 points? That's pretty impressive for only giving up 1 point. This meant that Lu Wanru was only flawed in one of the small details in all 6 questions. However, this indirectly reflected Su Chen's even more terrifying ability to count competitions. In a few moments we're going to have the closing ceremony, so let's all get ready and head to the venue. The closing ceremony is the last event of the final round of the competition, and for those students who have achieved outstanding results in this final round, the award ceremony afterwards will be a moment of great honor for them. Just as they were on their way to the venue, something unexpected happened to them. There were some unidentified people who were chasing some of the candidates. And when they saw Su Chen, the expressions on their faces became even more excited, and they immediately rushed over in Su Chen's direction. Student Su Chen, are you interested in signing a guaranteed enrollment agreement with our Yen University? What specific requirements do you have? We can talk about them. Su Chen had never seen such a situation before, as if he was like the prey in their eyes. I'm sorry, but you'd better ask someone else first. Su Chen's polite refusal did not reduce their enthusiasm to pursue Su Chen, and they still happily surrounded Su Chen. They had all learned in the first instance that Su Chen's score in the final of the mathematical competition was a perfect score, and for the best of such guaranteed students, they would probably spare no effort in their pursuit. However, before Su Chen could get rid of these Yen University enrollment teachers, another group of people rushed over in Su Chen's direction. Unsurprisingly, this other group was none other than Mizuki's admissions teachers. The degree of their desire for Su Chen was no less than the enrollment teachers of Yen University, and Su Chen saw a familiar figure among them, Tang Rou, who had previously come to Yuduno. One middle school to recruit Su Chen, similarly appeared at the enrollment site for the counting competition finals this time. Because of the previous incident when she touched her nose when recruiting Su Chen in Yuduno. One middle school, Tang Rou really didn't want to go back to her enrollment work on Su Chen in her heart. If she could, Tang Rou didn't even want to say even one more word to Su Chen. Chapter 72, Something Feels Wrong. However, as the enrollment teacher of Shui Mu, this was Tang Rou's job responsibility. Therefore, Tang Rou still had to put on a smiling face and join the other teachers in showing Su Chen how much Shui Mu University desired him. Su Chen knew that he couldn't persuade these enrollment teachers away by saying anything else right now. Just at this time, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Taking advantage of the fact that these enrollment teachers from Shui Mu and Yen University didn't react, Su Chen directly ran in the direction of the closing ceremony venue. This was a trick Su Chen had learned from Ein, and in many cases, if there was no good solution, it was usually possible to solve the problem by running. Like how to be the first one to eat in the cafeteria after class, or how to go about getting rid of these admissions teachers. This method of Su Chen's really did have a very good effect. Seeing Su Chen directly run away, these enrollment teachers froze for a moment, and in the end, they didn't continue to choose to chase Su Chen. This was indeed something that was hard for them to pull off, and they might not be able to catch up with Su Chen even if they did go after him. Even though Su Chen's physical fitness wasn't exactly good, he still had a bit of an advantage over those enrollment teachers. They had no choice but to fall back on the second best option of recruiting other guaranteed students who had made it to the national set. Hey, classmate, is your name Pan Hao? At this time, a Yen University admissions teacher keenly recognized Pan Hao's face. Because Pan Hao was at the back of the rankings of all the mathematical competition students who had entered the national collection, many admission teachers were not that impressed with Pan Hao. But after all, every guaranteed student was their enrollment target, and soon, the other enrollment teachers all came over to Pan Hao. It was also the first time Pan Hao had seen such a scene, but compared to Su Chen's avoidance, Pan Hao was enjoying it. Well, Shui Mu University is really good, Yenjing University is also quite good. Hey, teacher, stop squeezing first, you're stepping on my foot. Since Pan Hao hadn't bothered to consider this matter before, after dwelling on it for a while, Pan Hao decided to make a choice afterward. By the time they arrived at the closing venue, these admissions teachers were finally a bit more restrained and didn't dare to stalk these mathematical competition guaranteed students. Pan Hao, why are you just coming over? The closing ceremony is almost started. It can't be helped, Mr. Joe, those teachers from Shui Muanyin University are too enthusiastic, I really can't get away. Zhou Xiang can only see this helpless smile. Pan how more than a year, the number of competitions on the preparation is indeed very hard, now let him Versailles a good. However, when Zhou Xiang saw that Su Chen was so calm, he still couldn't help but sigh in admiration for him. At such a moment, even he, the leader of the Bong provincial counting competition team, was getting a bit subdued. Su Chen, on the other hand, was still sitting in a steady state, as if the person who took the full marks in the number competition was not himself at all. When it was time for the closing ceremony to begin, it started with a speech and a summary of the competition by the leaders of the organizing committee of the digital competition. After completing these rather boring sessions, it was finally the turn of announcing the winners and the awards ceremony. After the bronze and silver students were announced, the gold winners were hit the big screen. Everyone's attention was focused on the big screen, and in order from front to back these names were the order of the candidates' results in this counting competition final. When they saw that the first name that appeared was Su Chen, many candidates felt very surprised. Although some people had already known about Su Chen getting first place before, there were still quite a few people that had just learned about it. Su Chen didn't seem to have heard of this name before. Surprisingly, it's the Bong Province Math Athletics team? When did Bong Provincial Mathematics Athletics become so strong? Why does it feel a bit off, huh? This Yudu First Middle School isn't exactly a good school. Aside from the members of the Bong Province Digital Athletic Team, there was only one person who felt very normal about this achievement Su Chen had achieved. This person was Lu Wanru, and during the time she had been in contact with Su Chen, Lu Wanru knew that Su Chen was absolutely capable of such an ability. Losing to Su Chen in the final round of this counting competition, Lu Wanru would have lost her heart. Well, I'd like to invite all the students who have won the gold medals to come up to the stage to receive their awards. Come on, Su Chen, let's go up to the stage to receive the award. Pan Hao and Su Chen walked towards the podium together, while the other members of the Bong Province Digital Athletic Team looked at the two of them with envious eyes. Because Su Chen's final results ranked first, after Su Chen went on stage, he was arranged on the left first and won the position. Next to Su Chen was Lu Wanru, who also offered her heartfelt congratulations on this achievement of Su Chen. Su Chen, congratulations for doing so well on the exam. Thanks, you did well on the test too. Su Chen knew that if it wasn't for his sudden decision to participate in this counting competition, then Lu Wanru would definitely be the first place winner of this counting competition. Lu Zijie, who was on the other side of Lu Wanru, looked a little heavy at this time. In fact, Lu Zijie's achievement is quite good, and in the future, if things go well, it is very likely to directly enter the national team of digital competition. However, Lu Zijie was able to tolerate his loss to Lu Wanru, but he could not tolerate his loss to Su Chen. When he remembered that Lu Wanru and Su Chen had gotten so close in this period of time, Lu Zijie's mood became even more depressed. Lu Zijie absolutely did not believe that a Bong provincial number competition team, or even just a student from Yuduno, one middle school, would be able to get a perfect score in the number competition final. If there really was something wrong with Su Chen's grades, Lu Zijie would definitely find out. After the awards ceremony ended, Su Chen was already preparing to return to Yudu to deal with matters concerning the university's bonding procedures. Su Chen told Su Gang, Song Yulan, Wang Jiheng, and Shi Jixin about their achievements. After learning about this news, everyone also felt very excited about Su Chen obtaining a guaranteed qualification. The person who showed the strongest reaction to this was Song Yulan, who, under extreme agitation, could no longer bring herself to work and had to take a day off from work. Relying on this counting competition, Su Chen had successfully proved himself, and from then on, no one would ever look down on Su Chen or treat him as an anomaly. On Wang Jiheng's side, he told Su Chen another piece of news. Su Chen, didn't you say you wanted to see the airshow before? If it's convenient for you, I'll have someone book your ticket to 100 Island City. I'm already over here now. In fact, according to the previous agreement, Wang Jiheng wanted to directly bring Su Chen over with him. Chapter 73, I want to go to the airshow, too. But after all, the activities of the counting competition finals hadn't ended yet, and Wang Jiheng didn't want to disturb Su Chen, so he first headed to the 100 Islands airshow site on his own. Su Chen had been looking forward to seeing the airshow on site for a long time, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Convenient, Mr. Wang, is it too late for me to go over tomorrow? It's not too late, we're just getting to the academic symposium and technical forum now, and the real exhibition and performances won't start until a couple of days later. Because Wang Jiheng belonged to a professional researcher in the field of aviation, he definitely wanted to participate in the activities during the airshow, not just look at the final show. But Su Chen was definitely still more interested in the exhibition and performance portion of the program, and going a little later wouldn't hurt. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll trouble you then. The matter of the airshow made Su Chen change his mind, and decided that he wouldn't go back to Yudu for the time being, and instead traveled directly from Yongqing to 100 Islands so that he could save some distance as well. Anyway, Su Chen had already confirmed that he had obtained the qualification for bailing out, so the matter of the bailing out procedure could be completely postponed for a while. Wang Jiheng's efficiency on his side was very high, and he quickly helped Suchen deal with his itinerary, so when the time came, Suchen could just go directly to the airport to check in. Early the next morning, Suchen told Zhou Xiang about his trip to the 100 Islands. Originally, everyone was going to return to Fengzhou together today, but since Suchen's parents also knew about this matter, Zhou Xiang did not have any opinions, but only instructed Suchen to be safe. Suchen, I'm so envious of you, you can go to the airshow right now, and I have to take the exam for the object competition final right away. Chen Yuba's mood is particularly heavy now, because his mathematical competition did not get the desired results, and he can only expect the physical competition to play better. Hey, Suchen, I want to go over there with you too. Now that the mathematical competition exam is over, I don't have much of a mood to take the physical competition exam anymore. Panhao is already qualified for guaranteed admission through the number competition, and it's perfectly fine even if he gives up the object competition. Panhao, you can hurry up and stop taking the physical athletics exam, so that you don't have to take up another guaranteed qualification. That's not so bad, I'm still a bit worse at physics than math. We all made an appointment with Ain to meet up at the Bong Province Physics Athletics provincial team before, so I can't just blow off the appointment. Hearing them mention Ain, Suchen also hoped that both Ain and them would be able to get the desired grades in objective competition, and that they would all be able to meet up together in Yanjing afterward. I'm so jealous of you guys, I'll just have to go back to preparing for my college entrance exams. Yan Zihan looked a lot more despondent than the others. Through this counting competition final, Yan Zihan realized that he was actually very ordinary, and couldn't be compared to those really top students at all. Yan Zihan, don't say that, you're actually quite good now. Don't be discouraged, the college entrance exam has the same chance to get into a good college, and there's still the opportunity for a strong base afterward. You being able to enter the provincial team and get the national award will still be very helpful to strong foundation. Listening to Panhao's persuasion, Yan Zihan's mood improved a bit, there was really no need for her to be so inferior. Suchen also wanted to comfort Yan Zihan, but he didn't know how to express it better, and after thinking about it, he just said to Yan Zihan, "You can still ask me if there's anything you don't know how to do in the future." Suchen's words made Yan Zihan suddenly very touched, remembering his previous deliberate attempts to make things difficult for Suchen. Yan Zihan only felt that Suchen's realm was really too much higher than his own. Thanks guys, I'll try to catch up with you. After saying goodbye to everyone, Suchen left the provincial team first and headed to Yongcheng Airport alone. With the experience of flying twice before, Suchen was already very familiar with the various boarding procedures. After a 2.5-hour flight, the plane landed smoothly from 100 Island Airport. After getting off the plane, Suchen glanced at his cell phone and found that Wang Jiheng had sent himself a message. In the message, Wang Jiheng said that he couldn't personally come to the airport to pick up Suchen because of a meeting, so he asked Xiao Yang to come to the airport alone. Suchen naturally wouldn't have any opinions on this, always letting Wang Jiheng, a professor, personally come to pick himself up. Suchen had long felt a little embarrassed. Even if Xiao Yang didn't come either, Suchen himself was surely able to find the location of the airshow. Coming out of the airport, Suchen quickly saw Xiao Yang waiting for him outside. Xiao Yang similarly noticed Suchen and hurriedly waved at Suchen's direction. "Suchen, you're too good, aren't you? I knew you'd definitely make it into the national collection, but I didn't expect you to be the first place winner, and with a perfect score." After receiving Suchen, Xiao Yang couldn't help but praise Suchen immediately. Suchen only smiled shallowly at this. No matter what, he hadn't failed their expectations of him after all. On the way to the airshow, Xiao Yang asked Suchen about the university guarantee. "Suchen, do you really want to choose to bail out to Yanhang? To say something that I shouldn't, I feel like it might be better for your future if you choose either Yin University or Shuimu." Xiao Yang knew that if he advised Suchen in this way, he would inevitably feel like backstabbing Wang Jiheng. However, if it was for Suchen's personal sake, what Xiao Yang said was undoubtedly the more rational choice. "Well, I've already decided. It's true that Yin University and Mizuki are a bit stronger overall, but I'm still more interested in studying airplanes. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have even bothered to choose to participate in the number competition." In addition to the reason of keeping his promise, this was at the same time a choice Suchen had made after careful consideration. Suchen knew that he was a person who did things very much on the basis of preference, and if he was doing something he wasn't interested in, there was no point in going to a good school. Hearing Suchen say this, Xiao Yang was admiring Suchen more and more. Under this kind of temptation, I believe that there was no one who was able to remain so firm as Suchen. Bringing Suchen to the 100 Islands National Collection Airshow Center, Suchen was quickly shocked by the scene in front of him. Before entering the interior of the airshow center, Suchen saw the beautiful and exquisite aircraft exhibits on the outdoor exhibition area. It was like an ocean of aviation equipment, with all kinds of fighter jets, helicopters, transport planes, commercial aircraft, drones, and so on, all neatly displayed in the exhibition area. For a moment, Suchen felt a bit overwhelmed. "Mr. Wang is still in a meeting right now, but it should be over in a little while." Suchen's mind, however, had already been on top of these airplanes, and he couldn't be bothered to listen to what Xiao Yang was saying. This is Suchen's first close contact with these airplanes. Compared with the pictures and videos of the airplanes on the internet, the feeling of watching them live is completely different. Chapter 74, This man is even better than Prof. Wang. This allowed Su Chen to feel the charm of these airplanes from all angles and in all directions, and even some design details could be seen very clearly. Seeing that Su Chen's attention was on these airplanes, Xiaoyang didn't rush to bring Su Chen in, so he just let him have a good look. By this time, Wang Zhiheng had already finished this academic seminar and called Xiaoyang over. Xiaoyang, did you receive Su Chen? Got it, we're in the outdoor exhibit now. Why don't you come in? Su Chen was a bit mesmerized by what he was watching, so I didn't bother him. Hearing Xiaoyang say this, Wang Zhiheng also smiled helplessly, and in his mind, he could already imagine Su Chen intently admiring these airplanes. Good, then leave him alone for a while and I'll go out and find you guys. Wang Zhiheng also didn't want to disturb Su Chen's excitement, since he had purposely picked Su Chen up. He would definitely still follow Su Chen's wishes. Coming out of the airshow center, Wang Zhiheng quickly saw Su Chen and Xiaoyang. At this time, Su Chen still maintained his extremely high level of interest and attention to these airplanes, and didn't even notice that Wang Zhiheng had already come over. Wang Zhiheng and Xiaoyang looked at each other and also smiled at each other. Su Chen, you're a bit hungry now, aren't you? Why don't we go have a meal first, and then enjoy it slowly? It was only when he heard Wang Zhiheng's voice that Su Chen jumped out of his state of concentration. Okay, Mr. Wang. Arriving at the restaurant in the airshow center, the three of them each ordered their own meals and chatted as they ate. Su Chen, tomorrow is the first day of the airshow. This should be the session you're most interested in. In fact, when it comes to airshows, most people's attention is basically focused on the airshow. In the process, not only can you see some of the most advanced airplanes at home and abroad, but you can also enjoy some very exciting flight footage. Well, yes, of course, just looking at these static airplane displays has been great too. In order to continue enjoying those airplanes earlier, Su Chen purposely ate a bit faster than usual. Looking at Su Chen's wolfish appearance, Wang Zhiheng also knew that Su Chen was definitely not eating so fast because he was too hungry. Don't worry, the daily airshow doesn't end until 5 p.m. We've got plenty of time ahead of us to make sure you can see it all at once. Wang Zhiheng's words caused Su Chen's eating speed to slow down slightly, but he still felt that the end of each day of the airshow was a bit short. Knowing that Su Chen was in a hurry to go and admire these airplanes, neither Wang Zhiheng nor Xiaoyang wasted too much time on top of eating. Well, let's get on with the tour now. After finishing their meal, Wang Zhiheng and Xiaoyang led Su Chen to the indoor pavilion area. In the indoor exhibition area, there are 8 different pavilions, each with a variety of different features. Because of indoor space constraints, most of the displays here are model airplanes, not real airplanes. But even if it's just a model, it's all very true to the details of the real thing, just scaled down accordingly. At this time, a model airplane caught Su Chen's attention. Commercial aviation. C919. Su Chen instantly recognized this plane. After all, this was the first self-developed jetliner in Xia, and it held an extremely significant meaning in the field of aviation in Xia. Although this airplane is far from perfect, it is nevertheless a relatively good performer in many ways and has a lot of market potential. Seeing Su Chen's looking at the C919 with that serious look, Xiaoyang couldn't help but whisper, Su Chen, Mr. Wang also contributed some important technology in the development of this airplane. There are several other airplanes that we also participated in the development of. Things like this are actually among the secrets in the lab. However, since Su Chen would soon be a student in their lab, Xiaoyang didn't mind letting Su Chen know this. Our laboratory does still possess a certain status in the field of aviation in Xia. In the future, we will also continue to participate in a lot of technical research related to flying machines, and I believe that you, Su Chen, are bound to have a great use for it. Even though Su Chen was just a high school student now, Wang Zhiheng's expectations for Su Chen were much higher than those graduate students in the lab. Just as Wang Zhiheng said these words, he seemed to suddenly see someone he recognized and walked over in that person's direction. Academician he? Hearing someone call out to him, the man subconsciously turned his head as well. Professor Wang. Academician he, it's really you. I haven't seen you for the past 2 days of meetings, and I thought you weren't coming. There was a bit of a delay, so I came 2 days late. Professor Wang, it just so happens that there are some things I want to talk to you about. Come on, let's go over there and talk. Okay, then you two go ahead and just hang out. I'll meet up with you later. Wang Zhiheng did not want to bring Xiaoyang and Su Chen over, but it was He Hui who took the initiative to say, Professor Wang, who are these two? Oh, they're all my students. That's okay, then you guys can come along too. Seeing He Hui say this, Wang Zhiheng no longer had any qualms about anything, so he nodded at Xiaoyang and Su Chen. On the way, Xiaoyang whispered to Su Chen, this man is academician He Hui, the chief designer of that airplane, a bit more impressive than our Mr. Wang. Su Chen had just roughly guessed He Hui's identity, and when he had looked up information about this airplane on the internet before, Su Chen had been very impressed by this name. After all, this surname wasn't a big surname, so just hearing the name academician He, the first person Su Chen could think of was He Hui. Leading them to a parlor, He Hui closed the door behind him. After greeting everyone and sitting down, He Hui talked about the reason why he had asked Wang Zhiheng to come over. Prof. Wang, our previous cooperation above the C919 was very pleasant. This R&D process is not easy, because before we didn't have much technical reserve above this field, every one of our R&D staffs felt their way step by step. Listening to Yihui talk about this matter, Wang Jihong also immediately recalled that part of his experience. This is one of the biggest challenges Wang Jihong has faced in his scientific career. In order to complete this research, Wang Jihong had also stayed up countless nights, and his body had lost a lot of weight as a result. The good thing is, before the project deadline arrived, Wang Jihong finally got the desired research results, which provided a very important boost to the successful development of this airplane. At this time, Yihui, however, suddenly changed his words again. Chapter 75, I can't even interrupt. But Professor Wang, to be honest, there are still a lot of areas that can be improved on this airplane of ours. Of course, this is also a very normal phenomenon. After all, this is the first time we've really gone about developing this kind of large airliner on our own. That's right, and as we continue to build up our technology in this field, we can definitely make a better model. Professor Wang, right now I have a topic that I wish to hand over to your lab for research. I wonder if you're willing to take it? Academician it's my honor, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do whatever I can. Amidst the attentive gazes of Wang Jihong, Xiao Yang, and Su Chen and the others, we spoke about his thoughts. Professor Wang, the SST turbulence model that we use when studying the various turbulent flow phenomena that an aircraft may encounter needs to continue to be optimized a bit. In our recent tests, we found that the original SST turbulence model still has more obvious limitations when describing the supersonic flow field. Hearing Yihui's words, Wang Jihong couldn't help but fall silent as well. The SST turbulence model just mentioned by Yihui is a very widely used turbulence model. This model is mainly based on the Reynolds average Navier-Stokes equations and combines the advantages of the KE model and the KW model, which is a turbulence model with relatively high accuracy and a wide range of applications. SST turbulence modeling has many successful applications in the fields of aviation, aerospace, automotive, and marine. At the same time, though, it's not an absolutely perfect model. One of the limitations of this model is what Yihui has just said. In fact, Wang Jihong had already known about this issue raised by Yihui before. In the previous experiments, Wang found that when simulating the internal flow of the aspirated hypersonic propulsion system, as well as some other complex hypersonic flow fields, the simulation effect of using the standard SST turbulence model is not as satisfactory as it should be. In addition to the inability to accurately predict the phenomenon of surge-disturbed flow, the analysis of phenomena such as reverse pressure separated flow is not considered to be precise. After a brief moment of reflection, Wang Jihong then slowly said, Academician the SST turbulence model we're using now doesn't affect the safety of our airplane, does it? That's right, there is definitely no problem with the safety of our airplanes. It's just that in order to ensure the safety of our airplanes, we have to put some limitations on their performance, and that's a breakthrough we have to make in the future. After hearing Yihui's explanation, Wang Jihong also slowly nodded. The original SST turbulence model needs to be optimized in order to continue to improve the performance of the aircraft while ensuring the safety of the aircraft under various extreme conditions. However, Wang Jihong also knew how difficult it was to research this topic. Until now, Wang Jihong still hadn't found any clear ideas for improvement, which made it difficult for him to immediately agree to this cooperation invitation from Yihui. Xiao Yang, who was listening silently on the side, also keenly sensed the subtle atmosphere at this time. Xiao Yang likewise understood the complexity of this subject. Even if Wang Jihong was already the top in the country in this field, this research was still a bit too strong. If Wang Jihong really took on this subject, it was hard to guarantee that he would be able to produce some satisfactory research results afterward. Academician it's better to give me a few days to think about it and see if I can come up with something I can try. Wang Jihong didn't agree to Yihui right away after all, but left himself more time for consideration with this non-committal approach. Prof. Wang, you don't have to be under too much pressure. This certainly won't be a problem that can be solved in the short term. I have great confidence in you and your experimental team, and I believe that you will definitely be able to find a good solution. Yihui still hoped that Wang Jihong wouldn't push back any further, and other than Wang Jihong, Yihui wasn't able to find any other more suitable candidates. Just as Wang Jihong was still somewhat hesitant, another voice suddenly appeared in the parlor. We can try, by way of surge effect improvement and compressibility effect improvement, to enhance the performance of the SST turbulence model in describing the supersonic flow field. The one who said this was none other than Su Chen, and upon hearing his voice, everyone subconsciously turned their heads towards Su Chen. Professor Wang, who is this? Oh. Academician this is one of my students, Su Chen. You look young. Is it a master's degree or a bachelor's degree? Neither, it's still just a high school student. When he heard the words high school student, Yihui became puzzled. Professor Wang, you've even started training high school students now? When he just looked at Su Chen, Yihui felt that this kid looked really a bit young, looking like a high school student, and he didn't expect that it was really just a high school student. That's not true, it's just that Su Chen is rather special, and has now gained the qualification for guaranteed admission to the university. Wang Jihong couldn't immediately explain clearly to Yihui what Su Chen had gone through. However, Yihui didn't ask anything more, but discussed with Su Chen about the SST turbulence model. Su Chen, so you have very sufficient confidence in optimizing the SST turbulence model with respect to the limitation problem and describing the supersonic flow field? Well, there should still be a better chance of that. Professor Wang, look, even your students are so confident, what else can you hesitate about? You can at least try it in these two directions first. Naturally, Yihui didn't really take the idea that Su Chen put forward to heart. He was just taking this opportunity to let Wang Jihong make a decision earlier. Before, Yihui purposely let Xiao Yang and Su Chen come together, and didn't expect them to come up with any good programs, but just wanted them to follow and listen, and more or less be able to learn a little something. Xiao Yang hurriedly gave Su Chen a wink, signaling Su Chen not to talk too much on this occasion. They could all be real aviation experts, even he, a doctor, didn't dare to just interrupt on such occasions, let alone a high school student like Su Chen. However, Wang Jihong did not blame Su Chen for this, and after carefully thinking about these two options proposed by Su Chen, Wang Jihong also felt that these ideas were indeed reasonable. Hey, Su Chen, this improvement program you just mentioned, are you trying to enhance the SST model's ability to predict the effect of surge interference? That's right, we can add a discriminate function to the surge turbulence boundary layer, which can be used to locate the standard SST model parameters, and thus model the region of hypothetical failure. Chapter 76, I can't wait. It makes sense, this is indeed a direction to try. As long as we can construct a suitable formula and make adjustments to the model, it is indeed likely to further improve its accuracy in predicting supersonic flow fields. Listening to the exchange between Wang Jihong and Su Chen, Yihui gradually realized that Su Chen's idea didn't seem to be just a casual remark, but really had his own very original considerations. Radical wave effect improvement. Sounds like it could be really feasible. Do you guys have any specific ideas in that direction right now? If only a direction of improvement was proposed, it was still far from enough to solve the actual problem, and Yihui also wanted to hear if they had any further ideas. Wang Jihong sniffed but fell silent again. After all, this specific method of improvement was not something that could be figured out in a moment. Seeing that Wang Jihong didn't answer right away, Su Chen thought better of it and said, when calculating with the original SST turbulence model, the calculated thickness of the surge will be larger, which will result in the turbulent kinetic energy being amplified. We can improve the vortex viscosity computational calculations of the model with the idea of limiting the turbulent kinetic energy in the region of the excitation wave. While saying that, Su Chen came to the front of the whiteboard and directly wrote down a string of formulas that he had improved. The string of formulas was not that complicated, but Wang Jihong quickly noticed something unique in the string after analyzing it carefully. Su Chen, you have raised the values of the structural parameters by about 0. 2, and the parameters of the excitation wave non-stationary model, the values of which have also been adjusted somewhat? Yes, for excitations with different intensities, the values of the parameters of the non-constant model have to be dynamically adjusted accordingly. The specific values taken cannot be completed determined now, and need to be fine-tuned again according to the experimental situation. Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Wang Jihong also gradually understood that trying to solve this problem didn't seem to be as difficult as he had previously thought. The improvement method for the compressible effect is somewhat similar to the improvement scheme for the excitation effect, so I'll just briefly write about them together. Su Chen wrote down another string of formulas on the whiteboard, and looking at the whiteboard, Wang Jihong's previously furrowed brow had completely stretched out. Academician he, just leave this subject to our lab. Thanks to Academician he's trust in our lab, we will definitely fulfill our mission this time as well. Seeing that Wang Jihong's attitude had changed so drastically, Yihui couldn't help but smile and nod his head with a somewhat subtle expression on his face. It would be great if we could, and after this airshow is over, we'll officially sign a cooperation agreement. Yihui was naturally able to see why Wang Jihong had suddenly taken such a turn. It was by relying on these two directions of improvement proposed by Su Chen that Wang Jihong was no longer hesitant about this matter. But Yihui will not point out this matter face to face, we all know each other well enough. Professor Wang, I still have some things to take care of afterward, so I'll go over there first. We'll be in touch afterward. Okay, Academician he, take your time. Coming out of the parlor, Yihui was still reminiscing about Su Chen's various performances just now. In fact, to think that Wang Jihong was able to bring Su Chen with him all the time on such an occasion was enough to show how much he valued him. Su Chen was able, at such a young age, to propose some research directions that could be tried on such difficult problems in the field of aviation. Even if it turns out later that these directions may not really be correct, this is still a very valuable thing. It seems that a once-in-a-many-years genius is about to appear in our summer country's aviation field. Yihui somewhat regretted that he hadn't discovered such a talent before Wang Jihong, but having such an outstanding junior was something that all CI aviation researchers should be happy about. After Yihui left, Wang Jihong finally couldn't help but ask Su Chen. Su Chen, how come you know so much about the knowledge about SST turbulence modeling? Previously, Wang Jihong had never discussed this topic with Su Chen, but it was as if Su Chen had done research in this area, and his level of knowledge in this area was not even inferior to Wang Jiheng's. I've read some of the literature related to SST turbulence modeling before, so I know some of this. When Su Chen looked at the literature, he didn't just simply read the contents of the literature, but at the same time constructed the corresponding models in his brain, and even directly simulated the actual performance of these models in various situations. Because of this, Su Chen was able to very accurately find out the shortcomings of these models and find some corresponding improvement programs. Just read some of the literature on the subject? I feel like you've actually done all this research. Wang Jiheng naturally knew that Su Chen had only interned in his own laboratory for less than a month, and had not done any research topics related to the SST turbulence model. But the more Wang Jiheng was surprised by Su Chen's performance. Even though the Su Chen from before had already very much made Wang Jiheng feel surprised, this was still far from reaching the upper limit of Su Chen's true ability. I haven't actually done any of these studies, and have only fantasized about them in my head. These data may be less accurate and still have to be verified through experiments. Hearing Su Chen mention this, Wang Jiheng also recalled that Su Chen had said before that he possessed the magical ability to perform various simulations in his brain. But Su Chen's brain was not a computer after all, and this kind of simulation definitely still had errors, which could not be completely ignored in some issues that required very high precision. It doesn't matter, after we return to the lab, we'll be able to conduct a detailed study on these directions. Su Chen, if it wasn't for you coming up with these ideas just now, I'm afraid I might not even dare to take on this research topic. Wang Jiheng didn't deny this matter, even though Su Chen hadn't formally signed a bonding agreement with Yan Heng yet. In Wang Jiheng's mind, Su Chen was already an important member of his own lab. At 8:30 a.m. The next day, Su Chen, Wang Jiheng, and Xiao Yang had all arrived at the airshow viewing area outside the airshow center. Although it was still half an hour before the official airshow, there were already a lot of people in the neighborhood who had already come here to wait. Looking at the airplanes that were displayed on the ground, Su Chen was already a bit impatient to see them fly. Finally, the time came to 9 o'clock, and the airshow for this airshow officially began. Chapter 77, This is what I want to pursue. The first to take the stage for the show was a Su-57 Heavy fighter. It was a fifth-generation fighter developed by the Soviet Union, featuring split twin-engine and protruding tail spine design, as well as a conventional aerodynamic layout with main wings, flat tail, and droop tail. This fighter has advanced stealth capabilities, as well as notable supersonic cruising capabilities. With a Soviet pilot at the helm, the fighter soon took to the skies. Looking at this Su-57 in flight, Su Chen's heartbeat immediately accelerated a lot faster than before. This was the first time Su Chen had watched an airplane flying performance so closely, and because of the engine roar and airflow disturbance caused by the flight of the airplane, Su Chen even felt that his own body followed the slight vibration. While watching the Su-57 in flight, Su Chen's brain was simultaneously analyzing and calculating the state of this aircraft during its flight. What amazed Su Chen the most was the high maneuverability of this aircraft. With thrust vectoring control technology, the aircraft demonstrates great agility and maneuverability, making it a very capable fighter. After completing a few laps of the maneuver, the plane landed steadily on the runway. After seeing the end of the Su-57's performance, everyone offered their applause in unison. At this time, another airplane slowly came into view. At the sight of the airplane, the attention in the viewing area couldn't help but boil over. J-20. It's J-20. Unlike looking at foreign airplanes, people still look much more excited when they see a real domestic airplane. The J-20 is a domestically produced fifth-generation heavy stealth fighter that utilizes a lifting body, side-striped wing, and duck wing layout. This allows it to have a relatively high flight capacity and maneuverability while maintaining a high level of stability and improving the aircraft's lift and fuel efficiency. Su Chen is naturally very familiar with this J-20, and it can be said that all the information about J-20 that can be accessed on the internet can be remembered clearly by Su Chen. But it wasn't until Su saw the airplane on site that he made some brand new discoveries. Amidst the anticipation, the J-20 also quickly completed its takeoff process. Compared to the Su-57 just now, the J-20's takeoff time is slightly longer, which is partly due to the performance of the engine and partly because our pilots have to be a bit more stable. Soon, however, the J-20 showed some unique advantages of its own. Above high-speed flight and sharp turning, the J-20 shows more powerful ability than the Su-57. And in addition to this information that can be directly observed, Su Chen also knows that the J-20 has better stealth performance and over-the-horizon combat capability, which are key factors for winning in the sky. Watching the J-20 flying freely in the sky, Su Chen had a never-before-experienced feeling of surging heart. This made Su Chen confirm once again that this was the career he wanted to pursue for the rest of his life. He made sure to develop equally good airplanes and see them fly with his own eyes. The one-day airshow was over, but Su Chen still felt a bit unfulfilled, wishing that tomorrow's airshow could start right now. Wang Jiheng and Xiao Yan, however, were both a bit tired, although they were both enthusiastic about watching the airshow in the beginning, but after standing for the whole day, their legs had long started to get a bit sore. However, seeing Su Chen watching so vigorously, they still insisted on accompanying Su Chen to watch the whole day's performance. How is it, Su-chen? Are you still satisfied with today's flying performance? Well, the airshow was really great. I got to see a lot of airplanes that I've only seen online before, and the warrior display team in the back, they were just amazing. Su-chen showed an excitement that was rarely seen in normal times, which allowed Wang Jihang to confirm that Su-chen was really having a great time watching this time. That's good, there will be many more of these opportunities in the future, and I'll be sure to take you there again whenever we both have time to watch. As an expert in the field of aviation, Wang Jihang had a lot of convenient conditions on this. Basically all the large domestic aviation activities, Wang Jihang was going to the scene. Hearing Wang Jihang say this, Su-chen was also getting more and more excited about his future life. Without realizing it, a few days passed. After watching the last flying show, Su-chen knew that he should leave this place as well. Although he was still filled with reluctance towards the airshow center, it was time for Su-chen to return to Yuduno, one middle school, to deal with the matter of university guaranteed admission. Su-chen, once you're done with the formalities on the school side, you can sign a guaranteed transfer agreement with Yenhang. I can have our enrollment teacher go over there, and of course if you want to continue your research directly in my lab, you can also come to Yenhang's side to sign the bonding agreement. After Su-chen thought about it, he quickly chose the latter option. I won't trouble the teacher to come over, I'm going to Yenhang soon anyway, so it's better to wait until I come to Yenhang before signing the contract. That's good, then I'll make arrangements for your flight back to Yudu, and then we'll wait for you at Yenhang. After bidding farewell to Wang Jihang and Xiao Yang for the time being, Su-chen boarded the plane back to Yudu. Thinking back on the process of watching the airshow and the flight performance in the past few days, Su-chen only felt that he had very much to gain. In addition to greatly broadening his aeronautical knowledge, Su-chen also found that his ability to simulate and predict various flying objects seemed to be a bit stronger than before. Su-chen felt that this might be because he had watched a lot of clips of airplane flights up close during these few days, thus allowing him to obtain a large amount of valuable material. This also allowed Su-chen to further optimize the various models he had constructed in his brain, just as if the modeling software had completed a version upgrade. The day after he returned to Yudu, Su-chen was ready to go to Yuduno, one middle school, and deal with some formalities related to university guaranteed enrollment. Because the procedures here were a bit complicated, Song Yulan also took time off to accompany Su-chen to Yuduno, one middle school. The two of them arrived at the class entrance and soon met Chi Jixin, who had been waiting here for a long time. Su-chen, this time you really did our Yuduno, one middle school too much honor. I really didn't think before that you would actually be able to get to number one in the country. On the day he just learned of this news, Chi Jixin was even so excited that he didn't sleep for the whole night, and until now, Chi Jixin is still excited by this matter. In the face of Chi Jixin's praise, Su-chen hadn't thought of how to reply, but it was Song Yulan who immediately said, "This is also thanks to Mr. Chi's attentive teaching of Su-chen. Su-chen's entire state has been completely different from before since he went to the Olympiad class." Chapter 78. Yes, you heard right. There was a certain amount of politeness in Song Yulan's words, but the transformation of Su-chen's state before and after, Song Yulan was indeed able to see it in her eyes. Even if Chi Jixin hadn't really helped Su-chen too much above the counting competition, and had more just given Su-chen more ample free space, it was still much better than staying in class 15 and being ostracized by everyone. Just as they were chatting about these things, they heard someone in the corridor call out Su-chen's name. "Su-chen! You're finally back. I've missed you to death." The person who spoke was none other than Ain. After seeing Su-chen's, Ain immediately rushed over to Su-chen. It was obvious that she really missed Su-chen. Seeing Ain, Su-chen also felt very cordial. Because of the internship at Yenhang and the matter of participating in the finals of the counting competition, the two of them hadn't seen each other for more than a month. "Su-chen, I knew you would definitely get first place. That Panhao kid also did well in the exam, but he's always pissing me off about bailing out of the provincial team in physical athletics. I've got good news for you, I've been bailing out too." "Yeah? That's great." Having learned of this news, Su-chen was also genuinely happy for Ain, which meant that they could all skip the college entrance exam and directly enter their favorite universities. Listening to Ain's narration, Su-chen learned more about the object competition final. Ain was ranked 6th in the IoT finals, which is a very good ranking among all the national setters, and is even very hopeful of making it to the IoT national team. Panhao and Chen Yuba, on the other hand, got national gold and national silver respectively. Having gotten national gold in both mathematical competition and physical competition, Panhao was very satisfied with his results. "Su-chen, you've come back this time to deal with the matter of the university bailout agreement, right?" "Aha. It just so happens that I am too, so let's go over there together." Saying that, they followed Chi Jixin and prepared to go to the school's registration department first, asking them to help issue some school registration, files, recommendation letters, and other relevant supporting materials. On their way to the school registration department, they happened to meet the principal, Deng Yang. Seeing the two of them, Tang Yang could not hide the excitement in his heart and immediately praised Su-chen and Ain. "Su-chen, Ain, this time you guys have really brought honor to First Middle School. At one time, you were proud of Yuduno, one middle school, and after this, Yuduno, one middle school will be proud of you. While saying that, Deng Yang also shook hands with Su Chen and Ain respectively with great force, perhaps because Deng Yang was too excited, giving their hands some marks visible to the naked eye. Hey, Principal you, this is too polite. I have long said that our students in the first middle school, not worse than those provincial experiments and Yutsai students, this time they are losing convinced. It is the Principal you, hand strength is really big usually not less exercise it. After successfully obtaining a guaranteed admission, Ain also let himself go more and more, even in front of the principal, who had nothing to worry about. Blame me for getting too excited just now. By the way, you've all figured out which college you're choosing to bail out to. Thinking about it, I'm definitely going to go to the physics department at YNU, it's been my goal for a long time. Hearing this choice from Ain, Deng Yang also nodded in approval. The physics department of Yen University is also among the nation's unquestionable first, and Ain is a competitive student, making this choice is also very reasonable. Su Chen, what about you? I want to go to Yen. Without waiting for Su Chen to finish, Song Yulan suddenly interrupted. Su Chen and I will think about it again, this matter still needs to be chosen carefully. Su Chen didn't know why Song Yulan would suddenly say this, but Su Chen didn't refute anything further, he believed that Song Yulan must still have her own reasons. That's right, this is a very prudent matter indeed, and it's okay to make a decision some time later if you haven't thought it through. It was Qi Jixin who immediately understood Song Yulan's meaning and said to Deng Yang, Principal Tang, you go and get busy, we'll just take care of things over here. Okay, then you guys go ahead and take care of those formalities, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Several people came to the school's school registration department, and Qi Jixin explained Su Chen and Ain's situation to them. Learning that Su Chen and Ain were the two students in the first middle school who had won guaranteed admission through the competition this year, the teachers in the school registration department were also very enthusiastic about them. Because they needed to include information about the colleges and universities they wanted to be guaranteed admission to on their letters of recommendation and application forms, the teacher asked them about each. Ain was still the same as just now, stating that he wanted to go to the physics department of Yen University. While it was Su Chen's turn, Su Chen glanced at Song Yulan first. After all, just now in front of Deng Yang, Song Yulan had made a point of saying that she would have to discuss with Su Chen again. Regardless of whether Song Yulan had changed her mind, Su Chen would definitely still listen to Song Yulan's thoughts first. Seeing Su Chen look at himself, Song Yulan however said, Su Chen, you're still sticking to your previous thoughts and haven't changed, right? Well, it hasn't changed. Good, then just keep going with your idea. Qi Jixin, who was watching them from the sidelines, didn't say anything more when he heard this, knowing that such an outcome should be unchangeable. With Su Chen's character, if one were to forcefully intervene in Su Chen's thoughts, not only would it not have any effect, it would instead be resisted by Su Chen. Because of this, just now Qi Jixin had purposely sidetracked Tang Yang and let Su Chen finish these formalities first. Otherwise, Deng Yang was afraid that he wouldn't easily allow the school to issue these formalities to Su Chen. Although Deng Yang would definitely blame himself for this afterward, Qi Jixin had already prepared for this as well. Teacher, I want to go to Yenhan's aircraft design and engineering program. When she heard Su Chen say that, the teacher who was preparing the application form and recommendation letter for Su Chen suddenly stopped her pen. Yenhang? Sure it's not Yen University? Okay. Su Chen nodded seriously. Seeing this, Song Yulan also said, Teacher, my son chose to enter the competition in the first place because he wanted to go here. Qi Jixin's side similarly affirmed this matter, which caused this teacher to not ask any more questions, and still issued these formalities to Su Chen as requested. Alright, the formalities are done, just take these formalities and go sign a guaranteed transfer agreement with the corresponding college. Okay, thank you teacher. Coming out of the school registration office, Su Chen and Ain both had a feeling of relief. Think about the fact that we don't have to take the college entrance exam anymore now, we can enter the university, it's still a bit dreamlike. Su Chen, do you still want to continue your senior year? Or are you going to college right away? Chapter 79, I'll see how you explain. Because both Su Chen and Ain were only in their second year of high school now, guaranteed students like them could choose to report to the university after completing 3 years of high school normally. In principle, though, it's fine to jump straight from sophomore year to college, there's no need for them to take the college entrance exam again anyway, and continuing on to high school would be a bit of a waste of time. Of course I'm going straight to the university, and when I go to Yenhang to sign my bonding agreement, I won't be coming back for a while. Well, I don't want to come back to high school anymore either, so I'll see if Yen University's side can let me enroll early. It's a shame you didn't choose to go to Yen University with me, but our two schools aren't far from each other, so I'll go over to see you often when I have time. Seeing that Ain and Su Chen were chatting happily, Song Yulan thought better of it and said, Ain, we have a few things on our side, so we'll be heading back Okay, then on to you guys go and get busy. After saying goodbye to Ain, Song Yulan took Su Chen and left Yuduno. One middle school at a quick pace. Song Yulan did want to go back to the hospital a little earlier, after all, there was still a lot of work that needed to be taken care of on the hospital side. Of course, Song Yulan wasn't actually as anxious as she had shown herself to be, it was just that she was a little worried about whether or not Tang Yang would chase after them after he found out about this matter in a while. Stepping out of the school gates of Yudu-no one middle school, Song Yulan hurriedly brought Suchen to the car. Until the car started and drove over in the direction of home, Song Yulan was finally a little more relieved. And Suchen had now understood why Song Yulan had just said that before Tang Yang. Mom, does the principal not want me to go to Yanhang? If the principal was there just now, we wouldn't have been able to get these procedures so smoothly, right? Well, it's actually all pretty normal thinking. If it were anyone else, I would have a hard time understanding why he would make such a choice. But Chen, I just hope that you can live a happy life and go through life the way you want to, instead of choosing a life that other people think is better, but makes it hard for you. Song Yulan was very clear about how bad Suchen's state was when he was at his worst before. At that time, Suchen was as if he didn't have any motivation to live, and there wasn't even a tiny bit of light in his eyes. This made Song Yulan not dare to make any extravagant demands on Suchen, and only hope that Suchen could just live a healthy and ordinary life like an ordinary person. After experiencing this, Song Yulan had also figured out a lot of things, and as long as the decisions Suchen made were justified in their own way, even if they wouldn't be understood by outsiders, Song Yulan would support them with all her might. Mom, thanks for understanding me. And I should be smarter in the future too. I mean, that ability to pick up on things. Suchen knows that this ability is commonly known as emotional intelligence, which is also a place that Suchen was very bad at before. In fact, Suchen was not completely without this ability, just not accustomed to speculate on the deep meaning of other people's words, preferring that kind of sincere communication. Well, when you go to college in the future, you'd better be able to do that. This society is still very complicated. Mom doesn't want you to become as smooth as them, but at least don't suffer for it. After arriving home, Song Yulan helped Suchen quickly pack his luggage and was ready to send Suchen to the station. Chen, it's better for you to go to Yanjing earlier and finish signing the bonding agreement as soon as possible. Although it might be that we're thinking too much, it's always right to play it safe. What Song Yulan was a little worried about was whether Deng Yang would find their home afterward. After all, the school was aware of their home address. Even though the decision on this matter was still in their own hands, Song Yulan didn't want to make things too troublesome for them. Well, then I'll go to Yanjing now. After handling the matter at hand, Tang Yang then remembered that Suchen and Ain should have already finished getting those formalities. I don't know exactly which school they all ended up choosing. Hey, go over and take a look. Just now, listening to Ain and Suchen, it seemed like they were both going to choose Yin University, but it seemed like Suchen and Song Yulan hadn't decided between them yet, and Deng Yang was still a bit curious about that. Arriving at the school registration management office, Deng Yang asked about this matter while opening a thermos cup and drinking tea. Ain chose to go to Yin University's physics department, and Suchen, he chose to go to Yanhang's aircraft design and engineering program. Hearing the word Yanhang, Tang Yang was so surprised that he almost didn't spit out his tea. What? Yanhang? Suchen is going to Yanhang? Yeah, Suchen said he thought about it a long time ago. Suchen's mother didn't have a problem with it, and Mr. She said the same thing, so I didn't ask any more questions. In order to prove that what he said was true, this teacher deliberately took out the scanned and photocopied copies of those procedures just now and showed them to Deng Yang. Seeing the contents on these backup files, Deng Yang then realized that things had actually gone over in a completely opposite direction from his own. A guaranteed place in Mizuki and Yin University that had been hard to come by had quietly flown away. Although Yanhang was also considered a good college, but compared to Shuimu and Yin University, it was completely not on the same level. Qi Jixin. I'll see how you explain. At this moment, Qi Jixin was in the office of the math group, planning the training program for the next class of mathematical competition students. After this session of the competition, Qi Jixin's job was going to be a lot easier, not having to be nervous about taking competition students to do intense training every day. At this time, Tang Yang directly pushed open the office door. Mr. Qi, come here for a moment. Qi Jixin had long predicted that Deng Yang would come over to find himself, and had been thinking about the tactics to deal with Deng Yang. Of course, on the surface, Qi Jixin still pretended to look like he didn't know what was going on, and said to Tang Yang in a somewhat puzzled manner, Principal Dunn, what's wrong? And ask me what's wrong. See for yourself. In his anger, Deng Yang directly shoved these backup documents of Suchen's formalities into Qi Jixin's hands. Seeing these documents, Qi Jixin then showed a sudden realization. Oh, so it's this matter. Didn't you, the principal, say before that the choice of colleges and majors for guaranteed students is entirely based on the student's own volition? These words were indeed Deng Yang's original words, and Qi Jixin looked justified in saying them. Isn't this on the premise of choosing Shuimu and Yin University? Have you ever seen any competition guaranteed student, instead of choosing Shuimu and Yinde, go for a school like Yanhang? Hey, principal, you don't know Suchen's previous experience, he's just a very special student, otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in an ordinary class all this time. Chapter 80, Why is your arrogance gone? With that said, Qi Jixin told Deng Yang about some of Suchen's previous events and the reason why Suchen suddenly participated in the competition. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Tang Yang was finally not as excited as he was before. Thinking of all the abnormal behavior of Suchen when he was in contact with him before, Tang Yang also knew that what Shi Jixin had said should all be true. If it wasn't for that professor from Yanhang who came looking for him, Su Chen would still be an ordinary student in second year class 15 right now, and he might not even be able to get into one of the books. Now that Su Chen is able to go to Yanhang, it's already a very difficult thing. But, isn't Su Chen's state already more normal now? We can show him love and reason, so that he can make a more rational choice. I also tried to persuade Su Chen, but he was just too persistent. Su Chen often draws the designs of various airplanes right on the paper himself during his usual training breaks, and I can tell that he really likes designing flying machines. Since that's the case, Yanhang is indeed a more suitable place for him. Taking advantage of the fact that Deng Yang hadn't fully reacted, Shi Jixin continued. Actually, 4 are you do know. 1 middle school, it's not that rare for students to get into Shui Muanyin University, but being number 1 in the country in mathematical competitions is indeed something that has never happened before. Regardless of where Su Chen chooses to go, won't it change the fact that he's the number 1 in the country in mathematical competition? Thinking about what Shi Jixin had said, Tang Yang felt as if there were indeed a few points of truth. Every year, you do know, 1 middle school had a dozen or so students who were able to get into Shui Muanyin University, and it really didn't seem to have much of an impact if there was 1 more or 1 less. But with Su Chen, the first in the national counting competition state decision, you do know, 1 middle school will undoubtedly be famous from now on among the high schools in Feng province and even in the whole country. Alas, Mr. Shi, I'm actually not heartbroken that our first middle school is missing a place in Shui Muanyin University. I just think that Su Chen should go to a stronger college or university, hoping that he'll have a better development in the future. Since he has his own ideas, let him go. Well, Principal Deng, it's still you who's thinking a bit more deeply. I'm sure Su Chen will have a very bright future. He's the pride of our Yudu First Middle School. After all, Deng Yang did not choose to go to Su Chen's home to persuade Su Chen again. To say the least, the school did not discover Su Chen's talent earlier. In fact, all of their work is a little dereliction of duty. Now that Su Chen was able to achieve such brilliant results, it was considered you to know. 1 middle school's good fortune. On the other hand, Su Chen had also successfully arrived in Yanjing after a 4-hour high-speed train journey. Originally, Su Chen wanted to tell Wang Jiheng that he had arrived at the station, but when he thought that Wang Jiheng was afraid that he would come over to pick himself up after knowing about this matter, Su Chen decided that he would wait until Yanhang to talk to Wang Jiheng about this matter. It was only when he took a taxi to Yanhang that Su Chen said to Wang Jiheng that he had come over. Learning of this news, Wang Jiheng immediately called Su Chen over. Su Chen, you've already arrived at Yanhang? Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could arrange for someone to pick you up and bring you here? In Wang Jiheng's mind, Su Chen was also just a child, not to mention the fact that most of the students actually had parents to send them off when they first reported to the university. Don't bother, I've already been here once before, I can find it anywhere. Mr. Wang, where do I go now to sign the bonding agreement? Just come to my lab and I'll call the admissions teacher. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Su Chen's time estimation was very precise. From the time he hung up the phone to the time he arrived at Wang Jiheng's lab, a total of about 9 minutes and 50 seconds had been consumed before and after. The door to Wang Jiheng's lab was half covered, and when Su Chen knocked on the door, he immediately received a response from Wang Jiheng. Su Chen, come on in, Mr. Zhang is already waiting for you inside. Su Chen pushed the door in, and sure enough, he saw that there was another female teacher in Wang Jiheng's lab. This female teacher should have rushed over on purpose, perhaps because she came over in a bit of a hurry, and her breath still hadn't completely calmed down. Wang Jiheng mouth a mess. Shang, it is the Yanhang enrollment teacher Zhang Li. Previously, when Wang Jiheng was recommending Su Chen to Zhang Li still felt unimpressed by this matter and just submitted this application of Wang Jiheng upwards. Of course, what Zhang Li did at that time was completely in line with the rules. After all, if they casually conducted special recruitment for high school students, it would be very easy for people with bad intentions to take advantage of it. However, until she knew that Su Chen had really entered the national set in the finals of the counting competition, and had even achieved the first place in the country, Zhang Li's heart was in a great panic. This made her realize that because of her neglect of this matter, she was afraid that Yanhang would miss out on a genius that would be hard to come by over the years. The good thing is that, after obtaining the university's guaranteed admission qualification through the number of competitions, Su Chen still did not change his decision. Therefore, when she learned that Su Chen had come to Yanhang to sign the bailout agreement, Zhang Li had come over in such a panic, fearing that she would make Su Chen feel Yanhang's negligence. Student Su Chen, welcome to Yanhang, please have a seat, I'll go get you some water. In order to show her enthusiasm, Zhang Li's face was piled up with smiles that were about to overflow from her face. Su Chen didn't know the ins and outs of this, and was too embarrassed to let Zhang Li pour water for himself, so he quickly waved his hand and said, Teacher, don't bother, let's just sign the bonding agreement first. Fine, let's sign the bonding agreement first then. Looking at Zhang Li's careful appearance, Wang Jiheng could not help but secretly sneer as well. When he had begged Zhang Li and helped Su Chen apply for the special enrollment qualification, Zhang Li was not at all in the same attitude as he was now. Wang Jihang wasn't a person who held grudges, but when it was time to get angry, Wang Jihang wouldn't try to hold back. Hey, Su-Chen, don't be in a hurry to sign the bailout agreement first. Come, I'll show you two things. Saying that, Wang Jihang handed two things that looked like magazines over to Su-Chen. Hearing Wang Jihang say that, Su-Chen also subconsciously took the magazine. To be precise, these are not just any magazines, but two academic journals. One of them is the Journal of Yinjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and on the other side is the Journal of Aeronautics. After seeing the names of these two journals, Su-Chen had already guessed Wang Jihang's meaning. Su-Chen opened these two journals in turn and flipped through them, and sure enough, he saw his two papers, both of which appeared in the journals. Mr. Wang, these two papers were published so quickly? Chapter 81, Formal Entry into Academia. Well, especially for the one you did yourself. The journal didn't even give a revision before it just chose to accept it. This is still a very rare phenomenon among the papers I've been involved in submitting. In fact, when he helped Su-Chen submit this paper, Wang Jihang was already prepared for the paper to need revision. After all, it's perfectly normal for editors and reviewers of academic journals to be used to looking for something wrong with a paper. In some cases, these are even just some differences of opinion between journal editors, reviewers, and authors of the paper, and there may not really be any obvious theoretical problems. But in any case, since the author of the paper hopes to publish it in a journal, he or she must still respect the journal's opinion. And if journals can choose to just accept a paper without typing it back, it speaks volumes about how happy they are with it. Looking at these two papers in the journal that he was the author of, Su-Chen only felt a sense of a dream coming true. At one time, Su-Chen could only read and study other people's papers in academic journals. Now, Su-Chen had finally stepped into the ranks as well. From now on, I'm also considered a member of the academic community in Xia, right? Su-Chen said. Remembering that just a few months ago, he was just an ordinary high school student who was ignored by the vast majority of people, this made Su-Chen cherish his current life more and more. At this time, Wang Jihang pointed to these two academic journals in Su-Chen's hands and said with his face toward Zhang Li, Teacher Zhang, even if Su-Chen didn't get guaranteed admission through the number competition, just these two papers are enough to qualify for guaranteed admission, right? Enough, absolutely enough. Teacher Wang, if you had said this matter earlier, I would have actively gone to reflect it to the school leadership. Talking about this matter a little earlier? Do you think that if Su-Chen had shown his talent a little earlier, it would still be my turn to let me discover him? Those enrollment teachers from Shui Muanyin University, I'm afraid they would have hated to go to Su-Chen's house to find him. In this regard, the admissions teachers of Shui Muanyin University were obviously much more positive, and of course a big reason for this was because those who were the best students in Xia tended to take Shui Muanyin University as their targets. Hearing Wang Jihang say this, Zhang Li wanted to explain something else, but in the end, she did not say anything. Zhang Li knew that she had indeed done a bit of a dereliction of duty in this matter, which left Zhang Li with nothing more to refute. Mr. Wang, I will definitely pay more attention to enrollment after that, especially the students you recommended. Looking at Zhang Li's sincere appearance when she said these words, Wang Jihang did not blame Zhang Li for anything anymore. In fact, before Su-Chen came to his lab for internship, Wang Jihang didn't really expect that Su-Chen would be able to make some valuable scientific research results right away. Because of this, Wang Jihang had hoped that Su-Chen would be able to try out the direction of competition, and Su-Chen's eventual performance had indeed lived up to Wang Jihang's expectations. Since these things were already in the past, Wang Jihang wanted more than anything else to make Yanhan's enrollment department be able to be more active through Su-Chen's matter. Alright, Su-Chen, just collect these two journals, it's considered a starting point for you to enter into the academic world. Teacher Zhang, now I'll trouble you to help Su-Chen deal with the matter of signing the bond agreement. Okay, Mr. Su-Chen, you've brought all the relevant formalities with you, right? Well, the paperwork is all here. Su-Chen took out from his school bag all the relevant formalities and certificates issued by Yuduno. One middle school to himself, and Zhang Li, after carefully checking them, also said that there was no problem with these formalities. Next, Su-Chen followed Zhang Li's guidelines and completed the procedures of filling out forms, signing, and pressing handprints step by step. Alright, student Su-Chen, the guaranteed enrollment agreement we have already signed it. The bonding agreement will first go through Yanhan's internal review before being reviewed by the Feng Province Recruitment Office, so it will take some time before the agreement can officially come into effect. But it's basically just a matter of time, and in the meantime, you can also advance your studies and research at Yanhang. Regarding Su-Chen's matter, the school leaders of Yanhang also paid great attention to it, and had already formulated a special cultivation plan for Su-Chen, allowing him to have many privileges. That's right, Su-Chen, now you're already considered a student of our Yanhang and a member of our lab. You can first listen to the plan that I've made for you with the school leaders over there, and if you have any different ideas, you can always bring them up. With that, Wang Jihang recounted these programs that they had specially customized for Su-Chen. First of all, Su-Chen is not required to wait for the start of the school year in September next year, but can be enrolled immediately after the completion of the review of the guaranteed transfer agreement. Su-chen also didn't need to follow the normal teaching program to attend various classes like other students, but could choose the classes he wanted to listen to according to his own needs and preferences. Even when listening to the class, if Su-chen felt that he didn't want to continue listening, he could leave the classroom right away and didn't have to waste time in the class. Secondly, the university plans to develop a bachelor's degree education and training method for Su-chen. After Su-chen completes his undergraduate studies, he can skip the master's level and go directly to a doctoral program. And this kind of bachelor's degree of Su-chen is also to be more special. Between now Su-chen already have not bad scientific research ability. In the period of undergraduate study, Su-chen also can be like a doctoral student, normal access to the laboratory. As long as Su-chen is able to pass the exams in each discipline of the undergraduate degree in aircraft design and engineering, he will be able to defend his undergraduate degree ahead of time and receive his bachelor's degree. In addition, the school will also try to provide Su-chen with the greatest study and research resources, even the dormitory is independent, to be a little better than the treatment of doctoral students. After hearing what Wang Jiheng had said about these programs, Su-chen also felt Yan Hang's importance and sincerity towards himself. It could be said that before Su-chen, no student had ever been able to enjoy such treatment from the university towards themselves. This made Su-chen unable to find anything to be dissatisfied with, and he was even a bit uncomfortable with this kind of treatment. How about it, Su-chen? See if you're satisfied with these arrangements and if there's anything else you need to add. Teacher Wang, this arrangement is good enough. But above the dormitory, I have some different ideas. According to the current plan, the school arranged a single dormitory for Su-chen, that is, taking the normal double doctoral dormitory and arranging for Su-chen to live alone. Chapter 82, I don't want to close myself off anymore. Hearing Su-chen say that, Wang Jiheng hurriedly asked, why, is there anything else you're not satisfied with about the dormitory? It's okay, just say so, and we'll find a way to adjust it. It's not that I'm not satisfied, it's just that I don't really want to live alone. If it's possible, it would be better to be in a dormitory with Senior Chio like in the previous internship. Su-chen favored this choice because he didn't want to close himself off anymore, and still wanted to try to communicate with other people. But Su-chen didn't want to live in a normal undergraduate dormitory either. After all, he didn't know what kind of roommates he would face, and it was true that undergraduate dormitories were a bit crowded. As for Su-chen, he still had a good impression of Chiu Yang, and after spending this period of time with Chiu Yang during his previous internship, Su-chen felt that Chiu Yang was a very good roommate. Chiu Yang doesn't usually bother himself, has better habits, doesn't smoke or play games, and doesn't snore when he sleeps at night. Even though Chiu Yang might not be as smart as Ain and Pan Hao and the others, he was much more experienced and well-read, which allowed Su-chen to learn something from Chiu Yang on a regular basis. However, thinking that this was just his own idea, Su-chen still had to seek Chiu Yang's opinion. I just don't know if Senior Chiu is willing to do the same. Willing? Of course I'm willing. Well then, it's settled, and it really isn't much fun for me to live alone all the time. Before Su-chen could finish speaking, Chiu Yang, who had been secretly listening to their conversation in the corner of the lab, agreed without hesitation. In Chiu Yang's mind, Su-chen was like his own lucky star, just a chance encounter made the subject he had been stuck on become solved. Plus, both of them are Yudu's hometown, so there is no barrier to communication, and they can be companions when they go home for New Year's festivals. Good, then I'll reflect it to the school again. Basically there's no problem. It is indeed quite good to have a companion in the dormitory, otherwise some doctoral students who have lived alone for a long time are prone to some psychological problems. The situation described by Wang Jiheng does exist, and many doctoral students are facing relatively high pressure to graduate, especially when their research topics are in a bottleneck. The reason why the school had previously arranged a dormitory for Su-chen himself was mainly due to the fact that Su-chen's character probably wouldn't want to live with other people. Being able to have Chiu Yang help look after Su-chen all the time, Wang Jiheng would be a little more at ease. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and go back and submit these materials and agreements for review. Well, Mr. Shang, you go and get busy then. After Zhang Li left, Su-chen and Wang Jiheng chatted about the research topic that Hui had brought up the last time they were at the 100 Islands Airshow Center. Mr. Wang, has our lab started working on this topic now? Not yet, academician. He has been a bit busy lately and hasn't had the time to formally sign a cooperation agreement with us. You don't have to be anxious, Su-chen, I will definitely inform you in time when this subject begins. In the next few days you can pick the classes you want to listen to and get a feel for the atmosphere of the classes in those subjects and see if there's anything you don't feel comfortable with. Su-chen also nodded when he heard this. In Su-chen's previous self-study of the textbook, there were indeed some things that he hadn't fully penetrated yet, so maybe he would be able to have some new gains in the classroom. After returning to his dormitory at night, Su-chen logged on to Yan Hang's official website and found the course schedule for the aircraft design and engineering program, from which he chose some courses that he felt the need to listen to, or that he was more interested in. Courses like advanced mathematics, university physics, and linear algebra, Su-chen had pretty much taught himself before, and there was no need to spend any more time on them. As for courses like mathematical analysis, engineering materials, and engine principles, Su-chen felt that he could still listen to them, and that he still had room for improvement to varying degrees above these disciplines. Soon after, Su-chen made a short-term schedule for the classes, and after he had auditioned these classes, he would go back and make adjustments to the schedule according to the situation. Early the next morning, Su-chen followed the class schedule he had made yesterday and prepared to start his own study life in Yenhang. Today's first class was mathematical analysis, and although Su-chen had previously taught himself some courses on number fractions due to his preparations for the number competition, his learning had not been very systematic. Su-chen hoped to use this opportunity to continue strengthening his level of counting points. Main floor 323. Found. Finding the designated classroom, Su-chen pushed the door and walked into the classroom. The classroom was not very crowded as there was still some time before the class started. However, after thinking about it, Su-chen sat directly in the last row of the classroom. After all, he was considered an interloper, and if he sat in the front row, he would definitely cause a lot of discussion and attention. Su-chen still hoped that he could keep a low profile, and this was a position that he was very used to, and it wouldn't have any effect on listening to the lecture. As the start of class nears, students are coming into the classroom, and what was just an empty classroom is soon to be full. Perhaps it was because everyone didn't recognize Su-chen, only the seat next to Su-chen was always empty. Some of the students in the classroom were also secretly discussing Su-chen's identity. That is, until the bell rang for class and a girl hurriedly trotted into the classroom. The girl's name is Hulei, and she is a student of class 2401, majoring in aircraft design and engineering at Yenhang. After Hulei quickly swept the classroom, it was only then that she noticed the empty seat beside Su-chen. This made her unable to choose anything else, so she hurriedly came to sit next to Su-chen. Phew! Was almost late, looks like I'll have to go to bed a little earlier in the night after that. Because of the approaching final exams, Hulei has been studying late every night lately, which does make it a bit of a struggle for her to catch the early 8s. It wasn't until she settled into her seat that she noticed the unfamiliar figure beside her. This fractions class is a large class with 3 classes together. Although Hulei didn't know everyone in the class, but at least they were all still familiar, but for Su-chen beside her, it was the first time Hulei had seen him. However, since it was still class, Hulei didn't ask anything more and still focused on the class. But soon, Hulei sensed that the boy sitting beside her seemed a bit unusual. He didn't have all of his energy in the classroom, but he flipped through the textbook for mathematical analysis from time to time, and could tell that he should be thinking about something. There were times when his eyes looked a little empty, and then at other times they would suddenly become alive. Chapter 83, Why Haven't I Seen You Before? This made Hulei more and more curious about Su-chen, and she only waited until after class to have a good chat with Su-chen. Finally arriving at recess time, Hulei hurriedly asked towards Su-chen. Classmate, which class are you in? Why haven't I seen you before? Oh, I'm in Flight Vehicle Design Class 2401. Su-chen wasn't just saying it off the top of his head. When he was talking to Wang Jihong and Zhang Li yesterday, this was indeed the class that Su-chen was in. Of course, Su-chen was only nominally in this class, and didn't need to participate in following class activities as required like the other students in this class. However, when she heard that Su-chen was actually in Flight Vehicle Design Class 2401, Hulei was feeling a bit skeptical. So, we're both in the same class? But I don't think there was anyone like you in our class before? Hulei felt that if what Su-chen said was true, then it could only be a student who had changed majors or had been demoted from a higher grade. Then we should be classmates. I didn't get in through the college entrance exams, I was just bailed out to Yenhang. I see, no wonder I haven't seen you before. In Hulei's eyes, students who were able to be guaranteed admission to the university were still much more powerful than those who entered the university through the normal college entrance examination. Who wouldn't want to skip the entrance exams and go straight to college if they could? How does it feel to listen to a lecture for the first time? Can you follow it? Hulei continued to ask. It feels okay, there's still no problem keeping up. Speaking of which, Su-chen was still quite satisfied with this counting class. One of the characteristics of a college instructor's class is that it is delivered at a very fast pace, even a little faster than an Olympiad class. If it were any other college student, it would be difficult to digest everything the teacher said in class, and you would need to rely more on self-study after class. However, Su-chen preferred this pace of lectures, and with his strong comprehension and fast thinking speed, Su-chen could still follow the teacher's pace very easily. Moreover, while listening to the lesson, Su-chen also thought about a lot of issues that were more in-depth than the content of the lesson, which made Su-chen very satisfied with what he had gained from this lesson. Hearing Su-chen say that, Hulei was somewhat envious. Worthy of being a guaranteed student, it's really better than us high school students. Hey, can I trouble you to look at this question for me? I kind of didn't quite understand it just now. Su-chen nodded at his words and looked up at this topic that Hulei was referring to. This is a summing problem over Leibniz series, which is really considered a difficult topic in this section. Of course, this wouldn't be too difficult for Su-chen to solve. For this question, we can learn that the series is convergent based on the Leibniz judgment, and because Su-chen roughly wrote his derivation process on the paper, and he didn't know whether Hulei could understand it or not. After looking at Su-chen's derivation process and thinking for a while, Hulei finally said with a smile, "That's right, I got it. Just expand this Leibniz type series first, and then combine the integrals separately." You're really smart. Your teacher didn't even go into much detail just now, but you understood it all at once. It's okay, because I've taught myself some before. However, Su Chen was also able to tell that Hule wasn't exactly stupid, otherwise, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have been able to read the process that she had written. Hey, have you not added our class group yet? Let me pull you in. When it came to the matter of the class group, Su Chen was not very interested. The school group that Su Chen had added before usually spent most of its time chatting about uninteresting things. However, thinking that the group can be blocked anyway, Su Chen did not refuse, and after adding it, then occasionally dive and see if there is any valuable information in the group. Well, sweet me then. Scanning the QR code on Su Chen's cell phone, Hule quickly saw Su Chen's information interface. Su Chen. This sounds like a real name. Well, that is indeed my name. The reason why Su Chen used his real name on all social software was just that he was too lazy to waste time on coming up with a screen name. My name is Hule, the grass side of Lei. I'll just send you my name directly. After adding Su Chen's friends, Hule was about to pull Su Chen into the group, but it just so happened that the class bell rang. In fact, college teachers generally don't care much about what students do in class, and even if they play with their cell phones, as long as it's not too blatant, the teacher basically doesn't care. Still, Hule was eager to listen carefully, so she immediately put her cell phone away and refocused her attention on the class. After finally making it through the second class, Hule felt like her head was about to explode. Going to such a difficult class with a very fast pace of lecture in a state of not much sleep is indeed a very challenging thing to do. But Hule looked at Su Chen next to her, listening to the class so easily, even do not need to look at the blackboard much, can completely understand what the teacher said. Su Chen, next class is civics, shall we go there together? No, I'm going to mechanics of materials next class. Hearing the words mechanics of materials, Hule was a little surprised. Mechanics of materials? Do we have that class this semester? Normal no, it's a sophomore class, but I have a special schedule and some of my classes are different from yours. Thinking about Su Chen being a guaranteed student, Hule felt that this was something understandable. Well, see you then. Hule had wanted to continue sitting with Su Chen, but since Su Chen's class schedule wasn't exactly the same as theirs, Hule would have to wait for another time. After Su Chen left, a few students from the first class of flying machines soon asked Hule about Su Chen. Hule, who was sitting next to you just now, did you just change majors? No, he said he was a guaranteed student named Su Chen. I don't know much about the rest. A bonded student? Why are you just popping over to class at this hour? At this time, Jinifei, the class president of the first class, also came over and said, last night, Director Zhang told me that our class is transferring a student over, and it seems to be that Su Chen. Director Zhang said that this student is rather special, just the relationship is in our class, and that he doesn't need to participate in any other activities, and that he can even skip classes. Really? And such a special student? How did he bail out? Wait a minute. Why does the name Su Chen feel a bit familiar? I remembered. The previous first-place winner of the high school math competition state finals seemed to be named that. Chapter 84, Why is there one missing? Learning of this, they all felt a little puzzled by it. No way. If you're really the number one in the counting competition national decision, how come you chose to bail out to us? Shouldn't you have chosen Yen University or Shuemu? Yeah, haven't heard of any competition guaranteed students in our Yenhang. Immediately afterward, someone looked up the list of winners of this year's counting competitive state awards on the internet. As expected, the name Su Chen was at the top of the list. Hey, Hule, that Su Chen you just mentioned, is the word Chen the same Chen with the character cover? That's right, it's the word Chen, with the stars Chen added underneath the cover of the word Bao. The name is indeed correct, and the word Chen is exactly the same. It can't just be a rename, can it? It shouldn't be such a coincidence, after all these clues match up. If he's really that first place winner in the counting competition national decision, then there's going to be a great god in our class. Recalling Su Chen's appearance when he had just given himself a lecture, Hule, however, was already basically certain that Su Chen was the first place winner of the mathematical competition state decision. That should be him. I asked him a hard question in between classes and he just looked at it and explained it to me. I just friend him, so now I'll just pull him into the group. Yeah? Then hurry up and pull him in. Because Su Chen's penguin didn't have the setting of don't add any group, after Hule pulled Su Chen into the group, the process of adding a group was automatically completed without Su Chen's consent. All of a sudden, everyone was sending messages in the group, either welcoming Su Chen to the group, or expressing feelings of worship for Su Chen, or asking if Su Chen was the one who was the first place winner of the counting competition state decision. Su Chen's penguin number didn't turn on message alerts, so naturally he didn't notice the messages right away, and his mind had long been on the next section of the mechanics of materials course. This class Su Chen listening is not as satisfactory as the last class, the lecturer is relatively boring, and many times even just read the PPT directly. According to what Wang Jiheng had promised Su Chen before, if it was this kind of class that Su Chen wasn't really satisfied with, it was possible to leave directly during the class. Of course, Su Chen still felt that this wasn't considered polite, and still insisted on waiting until after class before leaving the classroom. Anyway, even if Su Chen didn't listen to the lessons, there were still plenty of other things to do and it wouldn't be a waste of his time. After coming out of the classroom, Su Chen opened his cell phone and glanced at Penguin in passing. This look does not matter, only to see that he has been pulled into a named Aircraft Design and Engineering 2401 group. Group unread messages have reached 99. In addition to the group messages, the number of friend requests to add themselves reached more than 20. These new students, they're really enthusiastic. Su Chen sighed while subconsciously setting the group message to undisturbed, then roughly browsed through the group's messages. Among the hundreds of unread group messages, most of them were messages that had something to do with himself, such as welcoming himself to the group, asking if he was the one who was the first in the counting competitive nation set, and so on. Su Chen had wanted to answer these questions briefly, but between the fact that there were just too many questions in the group, Su Chen was too lazy to answer them one by one. However, Su Chen was not in a good position to not say anything after entering the group, and after thinking about it, he still sent a smile emoji in the group, thus showing his friendly attitude. As for the 20 or so people who added their friends, Su Chen didn't go through all of them right away, and just added class president Qini Fei first. After being passed by Su Chen's friend request, Qini Fei then immediately sent another message over to Su Chen. Student Su Chen, welcome to the Flight Vehicle Design 2401 class. We'll be having a class get-together in a few days, and we'll take this opportunity to organize a welcoming ceremony for you, so see which day you have time? Su Chen didn't like such occasions, and after thinking about it, he politely declined. Thank you squad leader, I appreciate the thought, so don't bother. Well, you're welcome, so feel free to contact me about anything, and if there's some important news, we'll let the group know. Good. A few days had passed, and Su Chen had already tried out all of the courses he had previously chosen. For almost half of these classes, Su Chen was still quite satisfied, and in these classes, Su Chen did learn something. Although it seems that Su Chen learns a bit more efficiently by watching videos online. Su Chen can speed up the video at will, or choose to pull the progress bar forward when the part is already understood. But in the classroom of the university, Su Chen would still feel a very unique atmosphere, which allowed Su Chen's brain to become more active. Also, college teachers don't also bother with what students are doing in class like high school teachers do and just focus on their lectures. Su Chen enjoys the feeling of being a spectator in class, which allows his brain to focus more on thinking about the knowledge related to the course. On the other hand, after Su Chen and Yan Hang signed the Guaranteed Transfer Agreement, Yan Hang and the Feng Provincial Recruitment Office also started to review the Guaranteed Transfer Agreement and Su Chen's relevant information. Normally, these agreements and information of Su Chen are in full compliance with the requirements, and no problems will arise in the audit. However, because this choice of Su Chen's was indeed very different, it soon still attracted a high level of attention from some people. So far, 126 students who have qualified for guaranteed admission through the 5 major competitions this year have completed their choice of guaranteed institutions. Among them, 63 chose Yen University and 62 chose Mizuki. At a meeting, Lei suddenly talked about it. This data, at first glance, does not seem to be anything out of the ordinary. After all, every year, these competitions for guaranteed students, for the choice of Shuemu and Yen University is still relatively average. But soon, everyone noticed what was wrong with it. Academician Lei, so there was a student who chose neither Shuemu nor Yen University? Yeah, how is that possible? Aren't the competition guaranteed students only allowed to choose these 2 colleges? There aren't really any other options left. Amidst the puzzled discussion, Lei continued to explain. That's right, this student didn't choose either Shuemu or Yen University, but rather Yan Hang. Of course this choice does not go against the rules for guaranteeing the competition students. There has never been any rule that requires them to choose between Shuemu and Yen University. In other words, the reason why all the other competition bouncers chose Mizuki or Yanda was simply because it was a more desirable option for them. Chapter 85. Let's take a stand. It's like in basketball, you almost never see anyone jumping on free throws, but it's actually not against the rules to jump on free throws. Academician Ray, which student is it that can make such an unusual decision? This student's name is Su Chen, and he's the first place winner of this year's mathematical competition state decision, and the only one with a perfect score. Learning of this news, a large chorus of voices of discussion once again appeared in the conference room. In fact, if this was just a choice made by a student who was at the bottom of the list of all the guaranteed students, they wouldn't have cared too much. After all, it was every student's freedom of choice, and he must have had his own ideas when he chose so. But if this student turned out to be the first place winner of the counting competition state decision, the nature of the matter would be completely different. I'd like to hear what everyone thinks about this. When Lei Xiaofeng finished speaking, someone immediately responded. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. A first place winner in the counting competition national decision goes to a school like Yanhang? Isn't this a waste of our precious educational resources? Yes, Academician Lei, we can't let that student make such an impulsive choice. It's not that Yanhang is bad, but it's true that Yanhang is not on the same level as Shuemu and Yen University at all. I have a feeling that this matter, behind it, might not be as simple as it seems. I suggest properly investigating this student named Su Chen to see if he had any other unusual behavior during the competition. After listening to everyone's views on this matter, Lei Xiaofeng then slowly said, "To be honest, when I first learned about this matter, I was just as puzzled as everyone else, and was full of skepticism about this matter. But I've investigated this matter a bit in advance, and now I'll show you all more information I've gathered." Saying that, Lei Xiaofeng first put up a video on the big screen. This video was a clip of some of Su Chen's answers when he was participating in the Digital Competition League and the finals. Although the videos were accelerated, people were quick to notice some anomalies in them. Academician Lei, this candidate does have a problem. While others have already looked at the questions on the paper ahead of time, he didn't look at the paper and was just fidgeting. Yet he always turns in his paper a long time in advance. This is too abnormal. Yeah, it's like he knows the exam questions ahead of time. He's not even on the same pace as the other candidates. This answering speed is indeed a bit too fast. Even if you are a math genius, it's hard to finish the paper in such a short time and still get the first place, right? Looking at everyone expressing their doubts, Lei Xiaofeng, however, said calmly, "So, you all think Su Chen relied on cheating to get first place?" Upon hearing Lei Xiaofeng's words, however, everyone fell silent. Because just by using their brains to think about it, they were able to realize that such a thing was basically impossible. First of all, the invigilation of the 5 major academic competitions is very strict, and unlike some unofficial competitions, it is not very easy to cheat by taking a substitute test. In the examinations of the 5 major subject competitions, all electronic devices cannot be brought into the examination room, and the degree of strictness is no less than that of the college entrance examination. Secondly, even if there really was a leakage of questions, at least there would be a small area of leakage, and it would be impossible for Su Chen to be the only one to know the questions. Taking a step back, even if Su Chen really had the ability to cheat, he wouldn't be so stupid as to blatantly hand in his papers so far in advance and still get a perfect score on his national decision. Considering all these factors together, they all understood that Su Chen was afraid that he really did have such strength. I contacted the math competition teacher at Su Chen's high school, and I heard this teacher say that Su Chen only decided to participate in the math competition on a temporary basis. Su Chen is very interested in all kinds of flying machines, and before he participated in the number competition, he had made Yan Hang as his goal, so his choice can still be justified. Amidst the attention, Lei held up 2 more academic journals. During the period when Su Chen was preparing for the counting competition, he also took the time to publish 2 papers on aviation, one of which was a first work and one of which was a second work, and both of them were published in academic journals that ranked at the top of the industry. I think the doubts about Su Chen's ability can already come to an end. Under Lei Xiaofeng's explanation, everyone gradually dispelled their doubts about Su Chen's ability. It would be even more impossible if someone was really helping Su Chen do all of this behind the scenes. Academician Lei, if we really have this kind of talent, it's all the more necessary to let him enjoy the best educational resources. Yes, Yanhan's aerospace strength is indeed very strong, but the overall strength is still a bit weak. Then wouldn't it be fine to go to Mizuki if you like flying machine design? Let's forget about Mizuki. The comprehensive strength of Mizuki is indeed strong, but in terms of the specialty of aircraft design alone, it's definitely still Yanhang that's stronger. Lei opened his thermos, took a sip of water, and signaled everyone to be quiet for a moment. I think this is still a very sensible choice if he has really set his sights on his goal. We can't force rabbits to learn swimming, nor can we force fish to practice athletics. Only when we find the right direction for ourselves can we realize our maximum potential. Of course, at the same time, I also hope that such a promising junior can enjoy better educational resources. What I mean is that even if Su Chen is a student of Yanhang, several of our other universities and research organizations will be able to provide some facilities for Su Chen's growth. Hearing Lei Xiaofeng say all this, everyone was silent for a moment. After all, there is no precedent for such a situation, and it does seem a bit strong for colleges to train a student who was not from their school. Seeing that no one had any reaction, Lei decided to make a statement first. Let me first make a statement on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Regardless of where the student comes from, as long as he is a future pillar of our summer country, we at CAS are willing to help him grow faster. I feel that this is our obligation and responsibility as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and of course there is no need for everyone to feel embarrassed by this. After Lei Xiaofeng took a stand, the others in the conference room, too, followed suit with their thoughts. It's good to talk about helping Su Chen grow. As long as he's willing, our Yen Assembly will invite Su Chen to come and exchange and learn. We at Shuemu are just as willing to invite Su Chen to exchange and study. Moreover, Su Chen is only studying for his undergraduate degree at Yanhang right now, and if he changes his mind afterward, we're also very happy to welcome him to come to Shuemu to study for his doctorate, or to come and join Shuemu after graduation. Chapter 86, Mr. Wang, you're too impulsive. Seeing that everyone had expressed a similar willingness, Lei Xiaofeng nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of why exactly they made this choice and whether there were any other considerations behind it, as long as this was beneficial to Su Chen's growth, Lei would raise his hands in favor of it. Thank you all for being willing to contribute your part above the cultivation of talent in Xia. I hope that more excellent talents will emerge from our Xia country, so that we can have a more powerful level of science and technology. Yanhang. In the lab, Wang Jihong was preparing for the project meeting in a while. In the past few days, he had formally completed a cooperation agreement with Wang Jihong's lab, regarding the topic of SST turbulence model improvement. Before this project officially started, Wang Jihong was ready to gather the key personnel of the lab together to work out the research plan afterward. At this time, Xiao Yan and Su Chen came to the lab together. Although Su Chen had only just enrolled in school not more than a few days ago, Wang Jihong would definitely still call Su Chen over to join him in the meeting. After all, the direction of improvement of this subject could all be spearheaded by Su Chen. It was even exaggerated to say that whoever was missing from this subject, Su Chen could definitely not be missing. Xiao Yang, Su Chen, you guys came over. How is it, Su Chen? Are you still adapting to the current study life? Well, college life is really quite good. It feels a lot more interesting than high school, and every day is lived to the fullest. Su Chen was very glad that he was able to enter the university so quickly and didn't have to live every day in a muddle like before. Su Chen was able to have some new gains every day, and in addition, although Su Chen wouldn't often come into contact with those new classmates of his, they were all very nice to him as well, and didn't bully him because of Su Chen's young age. Hulei, in particular, would tell Su Chen a lot of things about Yan Hang every time she sat at the same table with him, such as which teachers taught better classes, which cafeteria had better food, and so on. All of these seemed to be just small things, but they made Su Chen feel very cozy, and he could have a better mood every day. That's good. By the way, Su Chen, the guaranteed enrollment agreement you signed with Yan Hang has already passed the review. Now you have officially become a student of Yan Hang. While saying that, Wang Jihong handed Su Chen's student ID card to Su Chen. Receiving his student ID, Su Chen carefully looked through it for a while before carefully putting it away. Not long after, the experiment came one after another, and some of these people, Su Chen was also seeing for the first time. It could be seen that Wang Jihong did attach great importance to this subject. However, after everyone had pretty much arrived, Wang Jihong still didn't start the meeting right away. Wait a little longer for Mr. Luo, he's on his way now and should be arriving soon. Hearing Wang Jihong say this, everyone agreed with this. Su Chen didn't know who the Professor Luo Wang Jihong was talking about was, but Xiao Yang immediately gave Su Chen an answer. Professor Wang is talking about Professor Luozhen, who is also one of the leaders in our lab, second only to our teacher Wang in our lab. Some time ago, Mr. Luo went to Rongqing on a business trip, and he should have just returned from his trip today. Through Xiao Yang's narration, Su Chen knew that this Prof. Luozhen's ability must not be simple as well, and this time when he went to Rongqing on a business trip, he might be participating in the research of some big project. After a few more minutes, the door to the lab was opened. Sorry about the delay, just got back from a business trip. Hey, Mr. Luo, don't say that, you just came back from a business trip, and coming straight to the lab without a break is hard enough. Su Chen was also able to see that Luozhen's face did show some fatigue, and the dark circles outside his eyes were clearly visible. However, Luozhen still immediately went into work, seemingly unaffected. Before the meeting, let me introduce a new member of the lab. This is Su Chen, our newest undergraduate in this class, and a very talented student. Other than Wang Jihong, Xiao Yang, and Zhang Xian, a few people who had contact with Su Chen before, many people in the lab did not know Su Chen well. Normally, if it was just an undergraduate, it wouldn't have entered the lab, and it wouldn't have made Wang Jihong introduce it in such a grand manner. But everyone didn't think anything more about it, and just took it as just Wang Jihong's regular introduction to newcomers in the lab. After briefly introducing Su Chen to everyone, Wang Jihong talked about the research topic this time. A while ago I went to 100 Islands to participate in an airshow and happened to meet Academician He Hui. Academician He first recognized our previous research results, but still raised some issues that we urgently need to go and solve. Wang Jihong recounted what He Hui had talked to himself that day in general terms to the other members of the lab in the past. While listening to Wang Jihong recounting all of this, Luozhen immediately discovered the problem. Mr. Wang, so you decided to take on this subject when you were in 100 Islands? Well, I was actually hesitant for a while, but I finally decided to go ahead with it. Luozhen sniffed, but he sighed softly and seemed to be worried about something in his heart. After thinking about it, Luozhen still said, Mr. Wang, this subject is not that easy to do. We have tried to improve the SST turbulence model long time ago, but every time the simulation results are not that satisfactory. Luozhen had also participated in the entirety of the last project, and his understanding of these issues was no less than Wang Jihong. Realizing that his tone might have been a bit too much, Luozhen added, It's not that I mean that this subject can't be done, it's just that it's best for us to find some direction before we formally sign a cooperation agreement with Academician He and the others. If we never make any progress in our research, this would be too passive for us. Seeing Luozhen displaying such an attitude, Wang Jihong, however, did not get angry, but instead made sure that he had not misjudged the person. When He Hui had just told himself about this matter, Wang Jihong had almost the exact same reaction. Because of the scruples of completing this subject research, Wang Jihong didn't dare to take this subject immediately at that time. It was only after Su Chen appeared later and proposed two very constructive directions for improvement that Wang Jihong made up his mind to take up this research project. Don't worry, Mr. Luo, I definitely took on this topic only after I had a certain degree of certainty. As a matter of fact, we already have a relatively clear research direction now. Chapter 87, How We Got Him. Really? Mr. Wang, tell us about it. Hearing Wang Jiheng say this, Luozhen also looked a little curious and couldn't wait to hear Wang Jiheng's thoughts. The direction of improvement that we are now considering doing is from the direction of the excitation effect, and the direction of the compressible effect, respectively. The specific research method and improvement program, now we have already made a plan. Saying that, Wang Jiheng typed the programs, from his own computer to the projection screen in the lab. With that, everyone turned their attention to these programs and thought carefully while listening to Wang Jiheng's explanation. Luozhen was the first to see Wang Jiheng's thought process, and his expression changed. Teacher Wang, these ideas of yours do have a lot of research space. To be honest, I was able to think of these two research directions, but I still don't think about the specific research program as carefully as you do. Luozhen somewhat marveled at Wang Jiheng's ability to come up with such ideas. If he were to do it himself, I'm afraid it would be difficult to immediately think of these specific and effective programs. Even Luozhen felt that he had only been out of contact with Wang Jiheng for a period of time, and Wang Jiheng's scientific research ability seemed to have refined to another level. This made Luozhen realize that Wang Jiheng's choice to take on this project immediately was not an impulsive decision, but a sensible choice made after careful consideration. In the face of Luozhen's affirmation, Wang Jiheng didn't take all these thoughts upon himself, but truthfully explained the source of these thoughts. Actually, these ideas for improvement were provided by this new member of our lab. Just now I was merely sharing his ideas, over to everyone. Hearing Wang Jiheng's words, everyone froze for a moment before they successively focused their eyes on Su Chen. Mr. Wang, do you mean that all of these ideas came from this undergraduate? Luozhen was also very surprised by this. Even if this was a program proposed by Wang Jiheng, Luozhen was already surprised. But the truth of the matter, even more than Luozhen think more magic, which makes Luozhen some doubt, is not because he is too tired, and produced some hallucinations. And aside from Luozhen, those who were not familiar with Su Chen before also similarly all displayed an expression of disbelief. That's right, it was Su Chen who first proposed it. The paper with him as the first author has already been published on top of the Journal of Aeronautics, so there's no need for anyone to be surprised by these things. Under Wang Jiheng's explanation, Luozhen also finally understood why Wang Jiheng had deliberately and grandly gone to introduce Su Chen to everyone just now. The latter is really a later generation. When I free up my time, I'll be sure to read this paper of yours. Being evaluated by Luozhen in front of his face like this, Su Chen was still a little uneasy in his heart. After all, this was only his first thesis. Su Chen felt that it was not far enough for a professor to read it. After determining the main research direction of this topic, Wang Jiheng discussed more details of the research with everyone. My plan is that we can start by testing simulations for a few typical arithmetic examples related to supersonic speeds. For example, supersonic isolation complex excitation string flow, supersonic flat plate flow, etc. That's right, Mr. Wang, these are the few calculations that must be tested. In addition, I think that besides numerical simulation, we should also include wind tunnel tests, so that we can also observe some flow phenomena more intuitively and obtain more accurate flow data. Listening attentively to the discussion between Wang Jiheng, Luozhen, and the others, Su Chen's brain was turning rapidly along with them. Some of the experimental methods and experimental techniques in here were ones that Su Chen hadn't come into contact with before, or only had some understanding of, but had never actually utilized. In this regard, Wang Jiheng, Luozhen, and the rest of them were far more experienced than himself, and this was something that Su Chen must continue to strengthen afterward. After formulating the research plan for this topic, Wang Jiheng asked everyone to go back and prepare first, and then officially start the related research work tomorrow. However, Wang Jiheng didn't let Su Chen go back immediately, and after most of the people left, Wang Jiheng and Su Chen talked about the next schedule. Su Chen, I personally suggest that your site should still focus on classes first, and then you can participate in scientific research work after school hours. Of course, everything is still based on your personal thoughts. Now what are you considering? In fact, Wang Jiheng understood very well in his heart that with Su Chen's current ability, he was fully capable of participating in all scientific research work. In particular, many of the ideas for this topic were spearheaded by Su Chen, and with Su Chen around, the research progress of the project could definitely be better advanced. However, Wang Jiheng also knew that Su Chen still had a lot on his plate right now, and still needed to take care of classes and final exams at the same time. Even though Yan Hang's side offered Su Chen a lot of special treatment, it was still necessary to at least pass the exams for each of the mandatory courses. Coupled with the fact that Su Chen wanted to graduate early and was involved in more exam subjects than normal undergraduates each semester, the pressure to study was palpable. On top of that, in the process of learning this knowledge, it could also better help Su Chen open up his foundation. Wang Jiheng even hoped that Su Chen would complete these study tasks before devoting himself to scientific research. After listening to Wang Jiheng's suggestion, Su Chen replied after thinking about it. Mr. Wang, I still want to focus mainly on the lab side. I feel that I can learn more in the lab. After trying out the first batch of courses, Suchen deleted half of them from his class schedule, and this was just enough to free up more free time. As for the matter of the final exam, it wasn't really stressful for Suchen. In subjects like advanced mathematics and university physics, with Suchen's current ability, it was already enough to get a decent score. As for non-scientific subjects like Show, although Suchen hadn't studied it before, as long as he took the time to read the book over from the beginning, Suchen was sure that he would be able to pass the exam as well. Seeing Suchen say that, Wang Jihang didn't have any more opinions. Good, as long as you can allocate your time. Then starting tomorrow, you can come to the lab to participate in the research on this topic. After Suchen left, Luozhen finally couldn't help but chat with Wang Jihang about the matter concerning Suchen. Teacher Wang, tell me, how exactly did you get Suchen as a student? Chapter 88. I don't expect you to help right away. Luozhen's mind had long had such a question, but because there were too many people in the lab just now, Luozhen couldn't ask Wang Jihang directly in too much detail. This matter is still an accident to say the least. Saying that, Wang Jihang recounted to Luozhen a series of things such as how he met Suchen, made Suchen find his interest, and convinced the teachers of Udano, one middle school to allow Suchen to take part in the counting competition and so on. Even though Wang Jihang had already spoken rather briefly, the fact that there were really too many things involved caused Wang Jihang to speak for 10 or so minutes before he finally finished talking about them. Listening to all these things that had happened to Suchen, Luozhen's expression was constantly changing. Alas, this is really a bit of a poor child. But I think that he was able to get out of his original environment and should still be happy every day now. Well, there has indeed been a very noticeable change in his entire state since he got involved in the competition. Although he still looks a bit dull now, he's already way better than before. Wang Jihang knew that the reasons for Suchen's previous state were complicated, but not staying in the right environment all this time had to be one of the major reasons. Even a piece of gold will inevitably dull if it remains encased in dirt. Teacher Wang, right now Suchen hasn't officially chosen a mentor yet, right? Actually, he can also consider considering me, and he can mention whatever conditions he wants. Forget it, teaching Suchen is actually very stressful, and Mr. Luo, you travel a lot, so it's better not to tire yourself out too much. It's fine, I think with Suchen's current abilities, I'm perfectly capable of taking him along on a business trip. Suchen is only 17 years old, following you outside so early, I'm really afraid that he'll be bullied. This matter, it's better to wait until Suchen matures a bit. Alright, Ms. Wang, don't worry about it, it's all a joke with you. How could I steal a student from you, or a genius like Suchen that you don't come across for years? It's just that I have a feeling that with Suchen's ability, he'll definitely be involved in the research of many of our big cutting-edge aviation projects in the future. That's certainly true, this current subject is already considered one. Mr. Luo, I also hope that you can look at Suchen as if he were your own student. I don't feel that Suchen just belongs to anyone, it's just that when I see a student like this, it's really hard for me not to do everything I can to help him. Don't worry, since it's a student of our lab, I will definitely spare no effort as well. Mr. Wang, I now have a premonition that our aviation industry is about to take off quickly. You mean, because of Suchen's appearance? It's not just this reason either, I guess, but I'm certain that Suchen will be able to make a lot of key contributions in it. On the following morning, after the big class in the early 8, Suchen immediately headed to the lab with his backpack. This feeling of being able to arrange his time as he pleased made Suchen feel comfortable, not having to waste a lot of his time on things he wasn't interested in. Seeing Suchen come to the lab, Wang Jihang also immediately greeted Suchen to his side. Suchen, right now we are conducting numerical simulation experiments of the improved model, and due to the large amount of calculations involved, this calculation process will last for a relatively long time. Listening to Wang Jihang's explanation, Suchen quickly understood the numerical simulation and calculation methods involved. For the improved SST turbulence model equations, Wang mainly used the finite volume method to solve them. The finite volume method is a numerical algorithm based on an integral form that calculates unknown quantities at nodes by dividing the computational region into a non-repeating series of control volumes and integrating the equations over space and time within a certain time interval. The amount of calculations in this method was indeed very huge, and even Suchen simply could not rely on his own brain to complete these calculations in just a short period of time. Even in order to complete these calculations as quickly as possible, Wang Jihang had already utilized most of the lab's servers and was close to using the ultra calculator. Mr. Wang, if we could use supercomputing, wouldn't our calculation speed be much faster? Wang Jihang nodded his head as well and said, that's natural, but with this amount of calculations now, there is no need to send out the supercomputer, and because of the special calculations of this problem, the existing method is more appropriate, and if you use the supercomputer you need to rewrite the program. Of course you shouldn't worry, we at Yanhang do have our own supercomputing resources, and it's still perfectly possible to use more powerful arithmetic when necessary. Suchen listened to Wang Jihang's explanation while observing the computational data on the screen, and his own brain was running fast along with it. According to these calculations obtained so far, Su Chen's previous values of the model parameters are still relatively accurate, and there is no particularly obvious error. Of course, we need to wait until all these calculations have been done to get a more definitive result. Su Chen, you can also go over to Mr. Luo's side to take a look. He's currently leading the group in preparing for the supersonic wind tunnel experiment. Okay, then I'll go over there and study too. Su Chen was really interested in the experiments on the other side as well, so he followed Wang Jiheng's guidance to the wind tunnel lab. At this moment, Luo Jin and the other members of the lab were nervously doing all the preparations. However, seeing Su Chen come over, Luo Jin still nodded to Su Chen. Su Chen, just sit anywhere you want, and feel free to ask us any questions you have. After yesterday's understanding of Su Chen, Luo Jin knows that Su Chen is likely to be the star of hope in the field of aviation in Xia, which makes Luo Jin also very much want to help Su Chen grow faster. Of course, no matter what, Su Chen's experience on top of the experiment is definitely still relatively lacking. Luo Jin did not expect Su Chen to help immediately, on the sidelines first learning to accumulate experience can be. As he continued with all the preparations, Luo Jin also made it a point to explain some of the precautions in the experiment to Su Chen. What we're going to do first this time is a supersonic compression cornering experiment. Our test piece is made of aviation standard material, and it is precisely machined according to the dimensions calculated before. In order to ensure the degree of precision of the experiment, the surface roughness of our materials, even to the micron level, thus trying to avoid the results of the experiment because of processing defects. Listening to Luo Jin's explanation, Su Chen also carefully memorized the various points in the experiment. Chapter 89, How did you see it? Su Chen was able to tell that Luo Jin was indeed very experienced above experiments, and many of his experimental operations had details in them. After demonstrating the main experimental methods once, Luo Jin also stopped doing these experiments himself and handed them over to other teachers and students in the lab. Afterward, Luo Jin came to Su Chen's side. How about it, Su Chen? You were able to understand all that I just said, right? Su Chen nodded at his words. Although Luo Jin was speaking very fast, to Su Chen's ability, there was definitely no problem in understanding. I heard from Mr. Wang that you have already completed a research project on your own before, and you have some experience above the experimental operation. Not really any experience, just a handful of experiments. Su Chen felt that he wasn't really a person with strong hands-on skills, and the reason why the previous experiments were done quite smoothly was more because Su Chen was able to predict the results of the experiments more accurately, thus taking a lot fewer detours. Su Chen, if you want to do well in an engineering type of scientific research like ours, theory is only one aspect of it, and experimentation is also a very important part. I suggest that you can try your hand at doing some experiments with us, it will help you more. Su Chen agreed with this, and because of this, Su Chen wanted to devote more time to the lab. With that, Su Chen decided to follow Luo Jin's suggestion and prepared to join in everyone's experimental work. However, because Luo Jin had already finished assigning everyone's work, Su Chen didn't find any suitable work for himself to do for a while, and could only go and give the others a hand. Just at this time, Su Chen suddenly thought of something, so he walked over to Luo Jin's side and asked, Mr. Luo, the specimen we need to do the compression cornering experiment afterward isn't just the one we're doing now, is it? Hearing this question from Su Chen, Luo Jin also nodded and replied, yes, it's not just this one, there are still a few test pieces behind that need to be processed and prepared. If you want to participate in this experiment, you can go to Zheng Xian's place to help. Luo Jin was about to tell Su Chen the dimensions of those remaining experimental specimens, but Su Chen jumped ahead. Mr. Luo, according to the calculation based on the incoming flow conditions, the next compression corner configuration, the required plate length should be at 0.4245 m. The slope length is 0.140 m, the spreading width is 0.015 m, and the channel height is 0.180 m. Listening to these test piece dimensions that Su Chen had said, Luo Jin subconsciously flipped out the experimental data in his computer. What Luo Jin was completely unable to think of was that these data Su Chen had said were completely consistent with one of his own experimental plans. Su Chen, how did you figure it out? You know, these data is Luo Jin yesterday after the meeting, go back to their own calculations for a while to determine out, and also with the help of software to help themselves to assist in the calculation. Before Su Chen arrived, he would never have known about these data. Well, these should still be relatively easy to calculate, right? These conditions are already established, so just bring the formula and do the math directly. Hearing Su Chen act so gently, Luo Jin couldn't help but be speechless for a moment. Trying to calculate these figures was naturally far from as easy as Su Chen had said. The number of formulas in this was so many that even just typing them into the software took Luo Jin not a short amount of time. And looking at Su Chen's reaction just now, it seemed that he had calculated these results in just an instant. Su Chen, do all of you math competition guaranteed students have such strong computational skills? I'm not sure about that one, maybe I count slightly faster. Recalling that he had been the first to hand in his papers for every exam, Su Chen estimated that the others should not have counted as fast as he did. That's also true, if everyone was as fast as you are at math, then there would be no need for this timer thing to even exist. Su-chen, you have no problem at all with your calculations, and I can feel more at ease with you going to help Zheng Xian complete the trial sample processing. In Luozhen's impression, Zheng Xian was a somewhat sloppy person, and Luozhen needed to be more careful in checking all the tasks explained to Zheng Xian. Su-chen came to Zheng Xian's side and after hesitating for a moment, he still called out, Zheng, senior brother. After formally entering this lab, Su-chen also knew that it wouldn't be appropriate to address the others as seniors anymore, and that they should still be called senior brothers and sisters. Currently in the lab, the only students who had more contact with Su-chen were Qiu Yang and Zhang Xian. Qiu Yang was considered Su-chen's eldest senior brother, while Zhang Xian was the second senior brother. It was just that Su-chen still wasn't quite used to this way of addressing him, which made Su-chen always associate Zhang Xian with piggyback. Yo, Su-chen, coming over. The first time he was addressed as senior brother by Su-chen, Zhang Xian was also a bit pleased in his heart, completely unaware of his image in Su-chen's heart. Mr. Luo asked me to process the specimen for you. How far is the specimen processed now? This is just processing the first specimen. This experiment is not as good as it looks. The processing instrument used by Zhang Xian is a material testing machine. With the stable pressure provided by the material testing machine, it is possible to accomplish the processing needs of the material with a relatively high degree of precision. Can I get my hands on it and try it out? Better let me show you how to do it first. This experiment is still somewhat dangerous. I need to make sure you're familiar with all the do's and don'ts before I can get you up and running. In fact, Su-chen had already memorized all the details of the operation when he had just listened to Luozhen explain this experiment. However, Su-chen also knew that Zhang Xian was indeed looking out for his own safety, so he still watched Zhang Xian's operation once more. How's that for remembering the point of this? Su-chen nodded at his words, but still couldn't help but say, Elder brother, I feel like the precision of your operation just now, it seems like it's still a bit poor? How is this possible? I've followed the requirements to the letter. In order to prove that there is no problem with the accuracy of his operation, Zhang Xian deliberately measured the surface roughness of the test piece through the surface roughness measuring instrument. However, after seeing the actual measurements, Zhang Xian was somewhat embarrassed. It does come up short, 10 microns more than the required roughness. This error doesn't seem like a big deal, and is even completely negligible in many cases. But because the precision requirement of this test piece is micron level, the error of 10 microns is indeed a bit too big. Su-chen, how were you able to see this error with a single glance? Are your eyes microscopes? Su-chen's eyes were naturally not yet powerful to this extent, and it was only through the degree of standardization of Zhang Xian's operation just now that Su-chen had a guess of the lack of precision. Chapter 90, I work well with Su-chen. Why don't you let me try, senior brother? This kind of thing, Su-chen was not in a good position to make it clear through a few words, but if he was able to operate it himself, Su-chen was confident that he could do a better job than Zhang Xian. Okay, then you can try operating it. You can go a little slower at first, but you must be careful. Zhang Xian knew Su-chen's ability. After listening to himself talk about the do's and don'ts of this experiment once, Su-chen was definitely able to memorize the key points of it. However, Zhang Xian didn't believe that Su-chen would be able to do much better the first time he did this experiment. After all, this experiment still required a high level of proficiency. When Su-chen actually got his hands on the operation, he would definitely realize what the difficulty was. Taking over the operation of the experimental apparatus from Zhang Xian's hands, Su-chen first carefully fumbled with it. Speaking of which, Su-chen's brain was the one that had already grasped all the operating techniques, but his hands still needed to get used to it a bit more. This made Su-chen not dare to operate too fast in the beginning, and was more familiarizing himself with these experimental instruments. Seeing Su-chen's fearful appearance, Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh and say, Su-chen, you don't have to be so scared. As long as you use the apparatus as required, this experiment is still very safe. This time, you know that this experiment isn't as easy as it looks to you. Before Zhang Xian could finish, he only saw Su-chen seemingly suddenly figure out something, and his speed of operation was obviously much faster than before. Through this period of adaptation just now, Su-chen had become more familiar with all these experimental instruments, no longer as raw as when he had just come into contact with them. Watching Su-chen operate, Zhang Xian had a feeling as if the person performing the operation was not Su-chen, but Luozhen. This was because in Zhang Xian's eyes, Su-chen's movements in conducting the experiment were very highly similar to when Luozhen was operating. Su-chen didn't just memorize the key points of the experiments Luozhen had said, he even wrote down each of Luozhen's experimental actions. Soon, Su-chen completed the processing of a specimen surface and was more satisfied with his operation. The surface roughness of the specimen this time should almost meet the requirements. Su-chen hadn't gone through the instrument to measure it yet, but he was still confident about it. With skepticism, Zhang Xian tested the part Su-chen had just handled, and the final results of the test forced Zhang Xian to be convinced of Su-chen. The surface roughness is less than 1 micron from the required value. You're pretty good. Zhang Xian had already done this experiment several times before, but the actual results were surprisingly not as good as Su-chen's first time. Although Zhang Xian should also be able to make the surface roughness of the specimen a bit more precise if he was more careful, I'm afraid that he still couldn't achieve such a degree of precision as Su Chen. With Su Chen joining them, they quickly completed the preparation of the first specimen. After Zhang Xian reported this matter to Luo Jin also came over immediately. Machining so fast? Is the quality of the specimen over the top? Don't worry, Mr. Luo, we all checked it just now, and we definitely confirmed that it meets the standard before telling you. Luo Jin naturally didn't trust Zhang Xian easily, still purposely passing through the instrument and carefully checking the various parameters of this specimen. It was only after completing a detailed examination that Luo Jin finally dispelled his doubts. Not bad, Zhang Xian, the specimen this time is really well processed. Not only do all the specifications meet the standards, the degree of accuracy is a bit over the top. Luo Jin always felt that Zhang Xian's ability to do such a good job with the specimen this time was something somewhat abnormal. However, Luo Jin didn't think in Su Chen's direction. After all, he only asked Su Chen to come over to help. Luo Jin felt that the main work should still be done by Zhang Xian. Teacher Luo, I work well with Su Chen. I've done experiments with Su Chen before, and I've still developed a good understanding. When he says these things, Zhang Xian looks wordy, just like the teammate who claimed to have combined for 83 points with Kobe. Not bad, I hope you guys can keep this level up all the time. Now that the first specimen has been prepared, let's measure its wall pressure distribution first. The test experiments on wall pressure distribution allow a clear comparison between the new model and the old one, thus assessing the prediction accuracy of the new model in various cases. Seeing that Luo Jin was going to start this experiment, Su Chen and Zhang Xian were not in the mood to process the next test piece for the time being, but wanted to go with Luo Jin to witness the test results of this experiment. Luo Jin had wanted to let them continue with their own experiments. After all, everyone in the experimental group should be doing their own thing, not just going wherever there was a buzz. However, thinking that this was the idea that Su Chen had first brought up, Luo Jin ended up letting them tag along as well. After arriving at the wind tunnel laboratory, Luo Jin quickly arranged for the testing of this specimen. As the test worked, on the computer screen, a test curve followed. This curve shows the pressure exerted on the specimen at various locations under supersonic velocities. By comparing this curve to the model's prediction curve, it is possible to determine how accurate the model's predictions are. This time we did a very fine job with the specimen, so the test curves are definitely more accurate. If the improved model can have a better performance than the original SST model, then it can initially tell us something. Before Luo Jin could add the model prediction curve to the image as well, the corner of Su Chen's mouth had already curled up slightly. According to Su Chen's calculations, the improved model was indeed more accurate than the original SST model. And this increase in precision is not just a little bit, but nearly an order of magnitude. Although it was only a one-time test and still had a great deal of chance, Su Chen was also very confident that the improved model would continue to perform this way. Sure enough, after Luo Jin added the prediction curves of several models as well, everyone very intuitively saw the difference between these models. Mr. Luo, the performance of our new improved model is indeed better than the others. If you don't look closely, the prediction curve of the improved model is almost coincident with the actual measured curve. Luo Jin also immediately noticed this phenomenon, and for such a result, Luo Jin was honestly a bit disbelieving. He knew the odds were that the improved model would perform better, but he never expected it to actually perform so well. Chapter 91, This is not the same as our model. Even when the curves in the image continue to be enlarged, the fit between the two curves is still, to the naked eye, high. Judging from the first experiment, the new model is performing really well. Of course we don't have to jump to conclusions too quickly, we still need to do enough experiments with a large enough number of groups first. In order to minimize experimental chance, at least 3 sets of experiments need to be done for each specimen under the same conditions. In actuality, they tend to repeat the same experiment no less than 5 times. The testing of the same specimen also requires multiple conditions to be changed, and in addition to changing the flow rate, more complex conditions such as surge interference and counter-pressure separation of flow are added. Add to this the fact that far more than one specimen was tested, and the number of experiments that needed to be done throughout the course of the subject is conceivable. Unable to take a break, Luo Jin immediately continued to lead the group, repeating the test on this specimen. The good thing is that the results of subsequent experiments show that the results of repeated tests under the same conditions are almost identical. It also made everyone even more certain that their new and improved model had worked very well indeed. For the next period of time, Su Chen continued to remain in this state. Apart from those few courses that he was more interested in, Su Chen put his after-school time in the lab. In the research of this project, Su Chen has been working with Zhang Xian to undertake the processing of test pieces for supersonic wind tunnel tests. This was not because Su Chen liked this experimental work so much, it was just that Su Chen knew that the quality of the test piece processing was related to the accuracy of the test afterwards. Therefore, Su Chen still wanted to do this work to the best of his ability, and did not want to leave any flaws in the processing of the test piece. And as the testing continued, the experimental group obtained more experimental data. In the vast majority of cases, the improved SST turbulence model has better prediction accuracy than the original model. Especially in the case of supersonic speeds, the improved model shows an extremely obvious advantage, significantly improving the prediction accuracy by more than one level over other models. After completing one stage of the experiment, Wang Jihong organized the members of the experimental group together and prepared to summarize the results of the previous experiments. Because this phase of the experiment generally went well, everyone was in a good mood and even felt that the subject would soon be closed. Compared to the difficulty of the subject, the progress of their current research is undoubtedly very fast. At the beginning of the meeting, Wang Jihong also recognized the experimental group's experimental results during this period. In this phase of experiments, both our numerical simulation experiments and the supersonic wind tunnel experiments were generally successful. The experimental data derived in both directions show the advantages of the improved SST turbulence model. However, after speaking about the results of these experiments, Wang Jihong talked about a problem he had discovered. But through in-depth analysis of these experimental data, we have likewise discovered some problems. In some cases, specimens that are actually subjected to supersonic wind tunnel tests show a tiny reflux zone that does not exist in our model. While saying that, Wang Jihong showed these problematic image areas to the others after zooming in. After zooming in on these images, it was also more obvious to everyone what the problem was. We haven't come up with a very definitive speculation on the cause of this phenomenon at this point, so we wanted to discuss it with you here. After Wang Jihong finished saying this, everyone immediately thought about it. At this time, one of the teachers in the lab said, "Mr. Wang, are these problems only in a few experiments?" Well, the number of occurrences isn't that many, and among all the experimental data, the frequency of occurrence is only about 2%. Then even if this will happen occasionally, it still shows that our improved model is much better than the original, right? That's true in general, but if it's not possible to solve the problem or explain in detail why the phenomenon occurs, the model must still have some drawbacks. Wang Jihong naturally would not easily ignore this problem, and now that the research time for this topic was still sufficient, they could completely make this topic better. Mr. Wang, is the original SST turbulence model, in these problematic regions, going to have a better performance than the improved model? Hearing this query from another teacher, Wang Jihong also immediately nodded his head in affirmation. That's really the way things are if you're just assessing this localized area. While speaking, Wang Jihong added several other model image curves, also on the big screen. Then, Mr. Wang, can we synthesize these several different SST turbulence models and continue to improve the model? Since several models have their own advantages in different situations, this should be an idea to try. No, it's not that simple. The prediction mechanism of each of the SST turbulence models is very complex, and if just one of the details is changed, then the resulting impact will be very large and will not be confined to a small area. Trying to work backwards on the model, just by testing the results, often doesn't work very well, and even just makes the model worse. The model can only be better optimized if the root cause of this is found. That's right, I also agree with Mr. Wang's idea. The overall performance of our improved SST turbulence model is still very good, we just need to continue to optimize on some details. Seeing Luozhen finally speak, Wang Jihong also immediately asked, Mr. Law, what are your thoughts on this? In fact, Luozhen had noticed this phenomenon long before, and after a long period of thinking, Luozhen had already thought of some possibilities. Luozhen was about to tell everyone about these speculations of his, but when he saw that Suchen was also thinking carefully about something, Luozhen suddenly changed his mind. Suchen, why don't you talk about it first? The reason why Luozhen wanted to let Suchen speak first was because he wanted to hear and see if Suchen thought of the same thing as himself. And in case Suchen thought of something he hadn't thought of, Luozhen wouldn't lose face in front of the crowd. Suchen had indeed been thinking about this just now, and when he saw Luozhen call his name, he quickly spoke about his thoughts. Chapter 92, I forgot you were an undergraduate. I think that the reason for this phenomenon is probably that in this localized area, there is a sudden and more pronounced change in the flow rate, which leads to the creation of the backflow. We need to figure out the exact cause of this so we can continue to make changes to the model. For such a phenomenon, Suchen had not expected it before. Of course, this was also a very normal situation, and when the research on this topic had not yet formally begun, Suchen did not even know how the specific experiments were going to be carried out. To be able to optimize the model to the extent that it is now, just through the imagination of one's own brain, is already a very difficult thing. After hearing Suchen's thoughts, Luozhen then nodded and said, Yes, I have the same guess about that. I have analyzed these experimental data before, and the ones that have these problems are certain specific specimens and experimental conditions. For these specimens and experimental conditions, we can refine our research even more afterward. Listening to Suchen and Luozhen's thoughts, Wang Jihong also nodded seriously. That's right, I also support Mr. Luo and Suchen on this point. Then let's make a plan now, for the next stage of the experiment. Wang Jihong had obviously prepared for this, otherwise, he would not have been so quick to explain the plan afterward to everyone. Xiao Yang, who was silently listening to everyone's discussion on the sidelines, also keenly discovered some information hidden beyond the surface of the matter at this time. It looks like Teacher Wang, Teacher Luo, and Su Chen have all thought of the same thing on this issue. However, both Teacher Wang and Teacher Luo didn't rush to express their own opinions, but let Su Chen speak first. They're really shrewd enough. They all knew that Su Chen was likely to come up with a better plan than they did, and in this case, it was obviously more prudent to voice their opinions later. Many of the people in the lab were not as sharp-minded as Qiu Yang, and were just following Wang Zhiheng's arrangements for the experiments that would follow. Su Chen similarly didn't think of this layer, and only pondered with a lightly furrowed brow, focusing all his attention on the specific mechanism that explained this phenomenon. Su Chen did not just simply derive from the formula, but kept constructing various types of test pieces in his own brain while fantasizing about how they might appear now under supersonic conditions. After conducting many consecutive simulations in his brain, Su Chen had gradually found some patterns. Just at this time, Wang Zhiheng had also finished summarizing this experiment, so Su Chen came to Wang Zhiheng's side, ready to tell Wang Zhiheng more about his thoughts. Seeing Su Chen walking towards him, Wang Zhiheng also immediately greeted him. Su Chen, did you think of anything else? Mr. Wang, I think this phenomenon is still very closely related to the structure of the test piece. For example, the structure of the specimen of this airfoil trailing edge. When the airflow goes around the tip of the trailing edge, there will be a sharp change in the flow state, and this condition will be even more obvious under supersonic conditions. Su Chen drew several types of specimen structures that are prone to this situation in a row and summarized their deep commonalities. Looking at these types of test piece structures drawn by Su Chen, Wang Zhiheng was also frowning and his brain worked quickly. Luo Zhen also immediately came over when he saw this, thinking carefully about these points raised by Su Chen. That's right. The lip corners of intakes like this one, although they appear to be structurally different from the trailing edge of the airfoil, the mechanism that causes the drastic change in flow state is actually the same. It's a point that was not considered in our previous model. Well, this time our thoughts are much clearer. Continuing the experiment along this line of thought, I believe we will soon be able to completely solve this problem. Even though the three of them all thought in the same direction, Su Chen was still always able to have a faster thought process than them. Although neither Wang Zhiheng nor Luo Zhen said anything outright, they both had to admit in their hearts that Su Chen's thinking was indeed too sharp. As long as Su Chen could accumulate some more experience, it was imagined that he would soon be able to make a big difference in the aviation field. After completing this summary of the first phase of the experiment, the experimental group soon began a new phase of the experiment. Su Chen still maintains a relatively high level of participation in experiments, and spends at least a few hours in the lab every day, and when he doesn't have classes, he can spend the whole day in the lab. And as the experiment continued, more valuable experimental data was obtained. These experimental data well confirmed the speculation of Su Chen et al. The appearance of these tiny reflux zones is indeed very closely related to the specimen structure as well as the sharp flow rate changes. As the problem became clearer, the options for continued optimization of the model became clear. The experimental group added more discriminative and corrective functions to the previous model, thus making the model's predictive ability under certain extreme conditions more accurate. With this progress, the optimized model has largely met the requirements of the experimental group. At the summary of yet another experiment, Wang Zhiheng also expressed a more optimistic attitude. It's great that we were able to optimize the model to the extent it is now after only 2 phases of experimentation. Of course there are still some flaws in the model at the moment, which is something we will need to continue to address in the next phase of our experiments. These flaws were not considered to be a big problem, and according to Wang Zhiheng's estimation, after going through 1 or 2 more stages of experimentation at the most, the subject would be ready to be finalized. After the experiment was summarized, Su Chen came over and found Wang Zhiheng. Wang Zhiheng thought at first that Su Chen hadn't come up with any new ideas. It wasn't until Su Chen opened his mouth that Wang Zhiheng realized that things weren't as he had imagined. Mr. Wang. In the recent period of time, I should not come to the lab for a while. Why, did something happen recently? Wang Zhiheng asked somewhat eagerly. No, it's just that finals are coming up and I still have to spend time preparing. Oops, I almost forgot about you having finals, so get back to getting ready. Because Su Chen came to the lab almost every day, in Wang Zhiheng's subconscious mind, he had already treated Su Chen as a graduate student. This subject had already entered the final stage, and even if Su Chen temporarily left the lab, it wouldn't have too much of an impact on the progress of the subject. When he came out of the lab, Su Chen pondered about the matter concerning the final exam.